Chapter 1. The first appearance of Golden Pupil. Zhang Yixing, who had just graduated not long ago and had not found a job, felt depressed and recalled his past times. From elementary school to junior high school, his academic performance has always been very good. That year can only be to the county's first place in the college entrance examination of arts. Was admitted to the Department of Archaeology of Yanjing Jinghua University. Maybe it's seen a few CCTV antique treasure appreciation program. Maybe because the family's economic conditions are not too good, which led to Zhang Yixing grew up very opinionated. Always want to grow up quickly. Work to earn money, to help parents to reduce some of the burden. See the show a variety of antique jewelry. Some do not move dozens of millions of. See the excitement. So he secretly swore in his heart, he wants to study hard, get into a good university, learn the skills of antique jewelry appraisal. Zhang Yixing is so think and do. When he saw his college entrance examination results, do not listen to the school, teachers, family discouragement, no hesitation to fill in the Yanjing University archaeology profession. From entering the university to graduation, his lifestyle is relatively simple. Classroom, cafeteria, library, exercise. The rest is not the school regulations must participate in the activities. Zhang Yixing is basically attentive in the study. Kung Fu is not a success. 4 years down Zhang Yixing studied major door are excellent. This is not this year he is very smooth graduation. Originally is supposed to go to graduate school to continue to further study. But unfortunately it is because his family conditions do not allow him to continue. His parents are also old. The body is not too good. There is a younger sister next year will be the college entrance examination. So sometimes people often say, the ideal is full, the reality is bone. Zhang Yixing has a dream of getting rich. In order to reduce the burden on the family, he is also trying to study, with a wealth of theoretical knowledge. This year's work is really not easy to find, especially the profession he studied. It is more difficult to find their ideal job. In the past almost more than a year, Zhang Yixing is not without thought to find a suitable job. Just cast out the personal resume. All are stones sinking into the sea. Zhang Yixing thought in his heart, he then waited like this. There will not necessarily be any miracle. Incomparably depressed Zhang Yixing, without a little bit of reluctance to part with the mood, leaving the internationalized metropolis where he has lived for 4 years, bought a train ticket to the south, with a feeling of apprehension, got on the train to find their seat number, sat down and gently closed his eyes, want to plan their future, but the more you think, the more you think, the more you think, the more you think, his future, however, the more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. And in the end he simply stopped thinking about it. Zhang Yixing's hometown was in Bailing Town, a small town southwest of Spirit City, and a small village below it, Zhangjiawan Village. Although Zhang Yixing was a small village below Bailing Town, Lincheng County, Suzhou City, Zhenghuai Province, but now the transportation is still very convenient. Trains and cars can go directly to Lincheng from Pengcheng, but Zhang Yixing is still used to take the train from Pengcheng to Lincheng. Lincheng is the ancient battlefield of Gaixia where Chuan Han fought. The hometown of Chinese folk culture and art, the hometown of Zhongkue, the hometown of Chinese ornamental stones, and the Lingbai stone is regarded as the first of the 4 major ornamental stones in China. It is known as Yuji, its stone, Zhongkue painting, Lingbai 3 excellent a world reputation. So whenever you think of your hometown, Zhang Yixing is still a little proud. The train traveled all the way to Pengcheng, a city at the junction of the Anhui provinces of Suzhou, Luzhou and Hunan. After a few hours of speeding, Zhang Yixing hadn't come back to hang out in Pengcheng since he had gone to college. After getting off the train and leaving the train station, he took a deep breath of the air of his hometown. Although his hometown is in Lincheng, it is not many kilometers away from Pengcheng, and it is not strict to say that it is even his hometown when he arrives at Pengcheng. Zhang Yixing thought about anyway, he is not working now, there is plenty of time. This time back he sent his luggage in advance with SF Express. On his own was a shoulder bag that he usually carried, so Zhang Yixing first found an express hotel to stay. When he lay on the hotel bed at night, he made plans to first go to Yunlong Lake, Yunlong Mountain, Pangzhou Garden, Panan Lake, Dalong Lake and other attractions to see the introduction of Pangzhou, Lu Bang, Sun Quan, Lu Yu, Li Yu and other historical celebrities in these attractions. Zhang Yixing to do things is still more serious. Originally he thought a day can see these several attractions, but the next day so fast passed, several attractions only just seen half, so the next day he again early to get up, left the hotel to the neighborhood to find a Pengcheng local snacks, asked for a bowl of spicy soup, 2 strands of donuts, beautiful and delicious to eat a breakfast. Next yesterday did not see the end of the attractions to continue a new day of play, to 4 o'clock in the afternoon to see the end of the attractions, and back to the hotel, into the bathroom, turn on the shower nozzle comfortably took a hot bath, washed away the dust washed away the fatigue, and then put himself into the hotel's comfortable big bed. Maybe it's because of 2 consecutive days of non-stop bouncing around several attractions. Or maybe it's really physically and mentally exhausted. Fell asleep in bed without realizing it, and then woke up when a look at the time, found that it is 7:30 p.m., thought now first out to eat something simple, come back and then continue to sleep, to be tomorrow to take the early train home, leave the room out of the hotel, along a road in front of the hotel slowly walking. On the way he also asked which place has a night market stalls, in the warm-hearted uncle's help, not far down the road and turned a corner. You see the stalls have big stalls. Come to Pengcheng ask for directions is also a learning experience. If you start to be rude, even if the other party to give you directions, maybe it is a destination you want to go in the opposite direction. Maybe someone has to say now what era, is not a navigation it. In fact, the reality of some of the edges and corners of the place, navigation is not omnipotent. There is the real life people tend to ask for directions a little more. Here encountered a middle-aged man called a master. The younger called master. Buddy can be. Encountered middle-aged women called auntie. Encountered a beautiful woman called beauty must not be wrong. But Zhang Yixing's experience and see, he just missed the middle-aged women. Young beauty, he asked a roadside smoking uncle. After finding the stall, under the warm greeting of the boss's wife, Zhang Yixing casually found a seat and sat down. Pengcheng stalls on the whole of China. Its rice history dare not say is the earliest, but dare to say that its rice history is not the latest. Decades past, cannot say is still flourishing, but can be said to be enduring. In the relevant departments of the reasonable arrangements, different sections of the road to different locations, after 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon to see a reasonable and legitimate position on the hard-working bosses. Busy set up a simple tent, set up the stove, vegetable bank, dishes, and then set up the table small stools, meat and vegetarian, generally fresh seasonal, because Zhang Yixing on his own, looked at the boss lady put down the menu, ordered a cold dish, cucumber with spicy cold skin, a hot dish, spicy chicken, a burnt dish, carp with cake, and then want 2 bottles of snowflake beer. The food on the very fast. Not long after the dishes he wanted to come up one after another. Ate the hometown of the traditional dishes. The mood is also slowly good up. Pengcheng's traditional dishes are still a lot, but Zhang Yixing thinks that first of all, no spicy. If you cannot eat spicy, perhaps you cannot eat the true meaning of Pengcheng dishes. In fact, Zhang Yixing has also heard of Pengcheng Minfu Yuan night market, but it is a bit far from where he lives now, so he did not go. Think about the next time you come to Pengcheng will definitely go to see. I heard that where at nightfall, especially delicious, fried skewers kebabs, frogfish and lotus seed congee, small seafood, iron plate squid and ham sausage, beef mixed with marinated and boiled hot roasted handle meat, fried rice and fried noodles, rice noodles and soup noodles. There is also Peicheng dog meat in Pengcheng also have a lot of places to buy, eat and drink and think. Soon 2 bottles of beer on the bottom of the bottle, full of wine and rice. He would have been not much alcohol, plus the carp hopping cake, spicy paste to eat very addictive, all wheat dead noodle cake, pasted on the side of the pot of braised carp, the bottom end of the cake glued to the pot of fish soup juice, so that you can eat out of the fresh flavor of the carp, the noodle cake of the sinewy, as well as the chili pepper spice. Getting up and checking out he slowly walked back, seeing his long figure in the light of the street lamps, back to the hotel and he simply wash up, went to bed to lie down, took the phone to see the time, and brush a moment of video. Would like to immediately online booking the earliest class of tomorrow's ticket. Suddenly thought of another place did not go. That is, the antique market in Pengcheng. So he booked a train ticket to Lingcheng at 3:30 p.m. online. Of course, the passenger bus can also be. Some operation booked the ticket. A night without words. The next morning got up, came to the hotel front desk to check out of the room, and went to the old place yesterday, asked for the same breakfast, and called a cab directly after eating. Master go to the antique market. As soon as the driver master heard that he was going to the antique market, he opened his mouth. Everyone usually said that Yanjing's brother could talk, but Zhang Yixing thought that Pengcheng's brother was not inferior to Yanjing's brother at all. After arriving at the place and paying the money, Zhang Yixing got out of the car and heard the brother in the car say a happy word. Hey buddy, you must be rich today. Thanks buddy, Zhang Yixing happily replied to the brother's sentence. And in a short while there was another person sitting in the brother's car, and he left the front door of the antique market as soon as he put on the gas. Zhang Yixing took his brother's blessing and strolled towards the inside of the antique market. Into the antique market. He saw this antique market. Both sides in addition to the store name of different antique stores, the roadside is also full of many stalls. He did not want to go to the antique store to see. In the market on both sides of the stalls to see up. After walking around, he squatted down at a stall. The owner of this stall placed a lot of objects, miscellaneous, but did not let Zhang Yixing look at the eye, to know that in the past few years he learned a lot of theoretical knowledge. At the same time he also read a lot of books about antiques. Zhang Yixing just got up to the half, saw in the boss stall at the end of the square, a piece of jade pendant a little broken. The reason why this somewhat broken jade pendant caught his attention was because Zhang Yixing felt that this jade pendant had a slight fluctuation of aura. This was the first time Zhang Yixing had such a sense after practicing the Taijiquan that worldly master taught him. He picked up the jade pendant and asked, "What's the price, boss?" The stall owner glanced at Zhang Yixing, and a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes as he narrowed them again. So he said, "Little brother, what you're holding in your hand is a piece of fine ancient jade. Little brother really has eyesight. Let's do it this way. I won't fool you. You can take it away if you pay 5,000. As soon as Zhang Yixing heard this from the boss, he immediately placed the broken jade pendant in his hand on the stall and got up, ready to leave. The boss saw that he didn't fool the young man, and immediately said again, "Little brother, can you return the price? What price can I want me to listen to you?" Zhang Yixing was not obliged to buy this broken jade pendant. He also just felt curious. Because he had been practicing martial arts for so many years, he had not come across an object with aura fluctuation. Maybe he was just a student before. Maybe his power was not enough before. Maybe there was some more reason he did not know. Zhang Yixing looked up at the boss's eyes for a few seconds and returned. "Boss, this broken jade pendant is $200. I'll take it if you sell it." The boss was instantly displeased and immediately said, "No, little brother, there is no such thing as you bargaining like this." Zhang Yixing smiled and looked at the boss and said, "Boss, if you sell this jade pendant for $200, I will buy it. If not, forget it." The boss thought that this broken jade pendant could not be sold for more money, so he clenched his teeth and stomped his foot and said, "Okay, little brother, 200 yuan will be sold to you." After the money and goods were cleared, Zhang Yixing found a napkin in his duffel bag and wrapped the dirty and broken jade pendant in his hand. It was loaded into the shoulder bag's compartment, so he continued walking forward, walking and watching and listening, the boss of 1,000 boasting their own objects. So Zhang Yixing looked at half of the stalls, but also did not make a hand. He came today is to see the antique market inside the market, perhaps in the future the hands of the money, but also engage in antique pickup collection and so on. Look at the time. Feel almost to go to the train station waiting room waiting for the train, to rationalize the time in order not to affect the next journey. Leaving the antique market to take a taxi to the train station. Found a fast food restaurant, casually ate a meal. Did not drink. He was afraid of drinking. Sleepy car, fell asleep. And then sit over the station is not worth it. To the waiting room, just sat down for a while. Felt a bit anxious to urinate, so he went to the bathroom to facilitate. Immediately thought of the original. He was a morning only to focus on the antique market inside the shopping. I have not been to the bathroom. After the convenience of feeling relaxed and refreshing, to the sink side, washed his hands. Just washed his hands. Suddenly thought of the morning in the antique market to buy that piece of broken jade pendant. Take out the dirty jade pendant. Put under the faucet, gently scrubbing. Zhang Yixing understand that this broken jade pendant is not worth money. Otherwise he would not dare to use tap water to clean the antique jade pendant. While scrubbing, while thinking of the mind, back home to how to explain to their parents. Suddenly, the broken jade pendant's edge broke and cut his index finger. So the bright red blood on his finger stuck to the broken jade pendant. Zhang Yixing pinched his index finger, wound, not bothering about this piece of worthless jade pendant, only to see a blue light shot into his eyes and disappeared. His eyes only felt a momentary stinging pain, so he also ignored the cut index finger and the jade pendant, and removed his glasses in a panic, rubbing his eyes with his other hand. In this way, after about almost half an hour, the pain in his own eyes completely disappeared, and there was again a bit of a cool and soothing sensation to the extreme. Zhang Yixing blinked his eyes at the mirror in the bathroom, feeling no discomfort. He looked up at himself inside the mirror and realized that there was not a single thing wrong with his eyes, so he let go of his heart. Suddenly, Zhang Yixing realized that he was not wearing his glasses now. How could he see things clearly? His eyes had been nearsighted since his first year of high school because he focused too much on reading and studying. Now realizing that he could see things more clearly without his glasses than with them, he was thrilled. Suppressing his excitement, he took a look at his cut index finger, which no longer continued to bleed. Just wanted to pick up the broken jade pendant placed on the edge of the pool. However, something even more bizarre happened. The broken jade pendant is not broken. Appeared in his hand as a piece of crystal clear Sua jade pendant. Jade pendant engraved with a 5-clawed golden dragon. Just look at the jade pendant on the golden dragon, seems to come to life as if, just as Zhang Yixing looked at the jade pendant on the dragon, slowly returned to normal. The living dragon no longer embodied. With immense excitement, Zhang Yixing re-entered the waiting room, and not too long after that, he began to check the tickets to enter the station and board the train. On the train to find their own seats, just sat down soon to see their opposite seat up a woman. Zhang Yixing looked at the opposite seat, has not yet sat down on the woman, wearing a light green dress, cuffs embroidered with light blue peonies, silver silk line hooked out a few pieces of xiangyun, hem densely packed rows of blue seawater cloud map, In front of the front is a white piece of yellowish brocade wrapped. Mannerisms such as the wind brushed the willows as graceful and elegant. Zhang Yixing feel opposite the seat of the girl, beauty through a ing chi, radiant, really is as beautiful as the spring plum bloom snow, God as the autumn cymbidium thigh frost. Chapter 2 Going home. The train sped along. Lingchang was not too far from Pengcheng, more than 100 kilometers away, less than 2 hours to the Lingcheng train station. After seeing enough beautiful women on the opposite seat in the car, Zhang Yixing didn't take the initiative to strike up a conversation. He was carefully reminiscing about the stunning images of the previous quarter of an hour. In this way, Zhang Yixing completed this short trip in a beautiful reminiscence. He heard the train announcer reminding travelers of the station where the train was stopping so as not to affect travelers getting off the wrong train. Zhang Yixing picked up his shoulder bag, and could not help but look back at the beautiful woman on the opposite seat just now, and sighed in his heart. I do not know what kind of person such a superb beautiful woman can be cheap in the future. Often heard, good cabbage are let the pig to arch. And on this year no money no power no good wife. Green skin mixer fold flower branch. The materialistic desires of the people make the people. At this moment, Zhang Yixing secretly swore in his heart. In the future days must work hard to make more money. Buy a car to buy a house to marry a daughter-in-law. Live a wonderful life. Out of the train station to the station square. And then took a taxi to the bus station. Because Zhang Yixing's home is in the Spirit City North Spirit Town below a countryside. You have to first take a bus from the Spirit City to the North Spirit Town before you can. There were no words on the road, and it went smoothly to Spirit North Town. And then Zhang Yixing walked a few more minutes back to his home. He had called his parents a few days before he had to go home, so his parents did not feel surprised now that he was back. When Zhang Yixing returned home, it was almost 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and at this time, his mother just made dinner. His family's condition is not too good, so there is no big fish and meat for dinner. It is a few home cooking, a small oil vegetables burned tofu, a garlic salt beans scrambled eggs, a small dried fish fried green pepper, is often salted radish dry in every household here. To say this salted dried radish, Zhang Yixing always think his mother made out of delicious. Now is not the past. Radish all year round any time, but people's traditional habits are after the frost before pickling. This way they can be eaten in the coming summer. In the past, when people had a hard time, they used the radish harvested after the frost. Usually do not need to be too big, because the big ones can be sold for a few dollars, and keep it to subsidize the family. Small radish cleaned, with a knife cut in half, and then in the sunshine for a few days. See the radish become soft and shrinkage, this time and then the good radish sunshine clean. Drying water. At that time, every family basically have 1 or 2 small and large porcelain jar. Of course, here is not antique porcelain. Will be cleaned and dried radish into the porcelain jar. Put a layer of radish sprinkled with a layer of salt, so repeated several times on the pickle. In this way will be pickled 2 or 3 days of light. The radish will be fished out and put on the board rubbing, and then again in the sun, to the evening when the sun goes down, and then put the radish in the sun one day into the original pickled radish in the porcelain jar. After almost a week or so, daytime kneading and nighttime pickling. After a week of sunshine radish do not put back into the porcelain jar, the next day and then continue in the sun. After a few days you can see this time radish into the dried radish, can be collected. Purple red is very good looking. When you want to eat, grab a few with warm water to soak and wash, and then cut thin slices into the plate. A little soy sauce, a little vinegar, add ginger, chili, then put a little bit of sesame oil on the soaked dried radish. Drinking white rice porridge, millet porridge, dried radish in the mouth when chewing crunchy, giving people the feeling of both soothing and delicious. Just as he picked up his chopsticks and raised his bowl, his father, Zhang Guodong, said, "Do you want to drink?" Zhang Yixing said, "Or less." So his mother got up and brought a bottle of Siete Tiquan. Zhang Yixing took the wine handed over by his mother and first poured the wine into a 3-2 glass for his father, pouring a full glass. Only then did he pour himself half a glass. Drinking and chatting, his father, Zhang Guodong, asked, "Stone, you have also graduated now. What are your future plans?" Zhang Yixing said, "It's not easy to say now. I want to think about going out to see the walk. There is suitable for their own work on the first try. There is no suitable can only take a step to see a step." Looking at his parents' sadness, Zhang Yixing also has mixed feelings, but also feels very powerless. Mother Wang Fingxia said, "Stone, your sister's academic performance has been very good. This time is to smash pots and pans, but also cannot let your sister study archaeology." Hearing his mother's words, Zhang Yixing didn't say anything more and couldn't bother to explain anything. Father didn't say another word either, and just sullenly drank. Because his sister was a resident student and was now in her second year of high school, she could rarely have much time off during the week, so dinner was with the 3 of his father and mother. After dinner, Mother Wang Fingxia said, "Stone, you go take a bath and go to bed early. Sitting in the car all day must be very tired. Zhang Yixing said. Mom, luckily I don't feel tired. After Zhang Yixing took a shower, he wore a 7-minute pants underneath and a big loose round neck sweatshirt on top. For a 1-meter-83 guy, he felt much more refreshed and comfortable. Thinking back to when he was eating just now, his mother Wang Fengxia said, "Where are your glasses? Stone, why haven't I seen you wearing them?" Zhang Yixing told a well-intentioned lie and said, "Mom, I was in a hospital in Kyoto on my way back and cured my eyes of myopia." At that time, Zhang Yixing also made a joke and said, "Mom, you look more handsome now. Maybe it will be good to find a beautiful daughter-in-law." Zhang Yixing lying on the bed and remembered the morning of the weird jade pendant, so he got up and took the shoulder bag, found the jade pendant in the hand to fumble. Jade pendant in the hand just feel warm and moist, and nothing else cannot see any clues to. About a few minutes later, when Zhang Yixing concentrated on looking at the eyes of the dragon on the jade pendant, he immediately felt that his brain and the jade pendant had an inexplicable connection. Zhang Yixing tried to take his eyes away from the eyes of the dragon on the jade pendant and look elsewhere, and suddenly he found the same thing as he did in the morning, seeing through the clothes inside the closet, and seeing through all the things inside his shoulder bag, looking at his own body, and looking at his eyes. He did not feel any discomfort, so he simply did not think about it, laying down to sleep, thinking like this in his heart. When Zhang Yixing slowly entered the dream fragrance, he really did have an incomparably strange dream. In fact, what Zhang Yixing didn't know was that right after he fell asleep, the jade pendant sent out a few strands of blue light into his mind. When he woke up in the morning, he found himself refreshed, but he slowly felt that in his mind, he suddenly had too much knowledge that he had not touched before. A Gongfu method, Dragon Tang skill, a medical code, Qi Jing Ba vein examination, and a set of needles, 13 needles of the ghost gate. At this moment, Zhang Yixing did not know what adjectives to use to describe his own feelings. Zhang Yixing wanted to shout and jump wildly, but he ended up doing nothing. He quieted his mind and silently thought about the days ahead, the road ahead. First of all, he had to seriously learn the future that heaven had given him. What Zhang Yixing did not know was that what he thought was given to him by heaven was actually given to him by a wisp of Bien Magpie's residual soul. After so many years, a wisp of the magpie's residual soul finally waited for a successor, and then it went up in smoke and ceased to exist. However, in the space of the jade pendant, there are jade slips left behind by the magpies, medical skills and some other things, perhaps until Zhang Yixing has cultivated to a certain level to open the space of the jade pendant. This is an afterthought. Zhang Yixing has been instructed by high people before, and he has been practicing with all his heart for so many years, never showing in front of people. He knows his own situation. There are people outside of people. There are mountains outside of mountains. When he is not capable of protecting himself and his family, he can only bide his time and live in his own world. Zhang Yixing then sat on his bed with his knees crossed, and slowly practiced the Dragon Tang skill according to the Dragon Tang skill's Kung Fu cultivation recipe, because he had many years of martial arts cultivation foundation. This time he felt twice as good with half the effort when he practiced the Dragon Tang skill again. Time flies. When Zhang Yixing finished the second cycle, it was already 9:30 in the morning. His mother Wang Fengxia thought that her son was tired and had not woken up yet, so she did not call him to get up and eat breakfast. Zhang Yixing slowly collected his energy and got out of bed, went out of his room, went to the bathroom to wash up briefly, and just prepared to go to eat. At this time, he saw his father, Zhang Guodong, from the outside into the courtyard of his house. At that time there is no planning. Rural yards are generally very large, north to south 3 cottages, the yard east and west sides of each of the 2 shorter than the main house of the east house and the west house. The courtyard wall is almost 2 meters high, the top of the wall and the construction of the inserted in a dense, sharp glass slag. The ground of the large yard was beaten with cement, and 4 ginkgo trees were planted on both sides of the passageway facing the main door of the main house, 8 in total, and every hot summer, the whole yard was almost covered by the branches and leaves of the ginkgo trees, shading out a large piece of shady land. Wide gate was a doorway room to cover the sky. The gate is made of iron, round steel pipe, angle iron, tin and other materials. Such a door is made, primed with anti-rust paint, to be dry and solid anti-rust paint and then painted their favorite color. Protected in this way, almost 2 or 3 years and then painted once. In general, a door a few lifetimes will not be bad. See their own home, although not compared with the city commercial housing. Villas, with a realistic statement, perhaps each has 1,000, for the sake of the name, or large villas, large estates, Nilly mansion style. Now they are lacking the same money, when they can really earn a lot of money. Must buy a piece of feng shui land. They also built out a large villa, a large manor to try to live. At this time Mother Wang Fengxia said, "Stone his father, you quickly go wash your hands, in a while so that you can eat with the stone." Mother Wang Fengxia gave Zhang Yixing and Father Zhang Guodong each a bowl of thin rice. This morning's food was still dried radish. small dried fish fried with green peppers, and the main course was the specialty of this place, pancakes. Pancakes rolled with small dried fish fried green peppers. When you eat the inside of your mouth, the aroma of chili peppers, the aroma of fish, the aroma of wheat from the pancakes, the three aromas converge. Let your mouth full of flavor. At this time someone will be spicy chili sweat. There are very can eat spicy people feel spicy flavor is not enough. If there can really make you spicy no sweat. Ears tinnitus. The mouth inside the spring of water. It will be 3 phases of the strange out. This kind of chili can eat spicy people. How much money a caddy want to buy? Every duty to eat once have ascended into the immortal feeling. Chapter 3 Unexpected Joy. After breakfast, Zhang Yixing said to his parents, Mom and Dad, I'm going to the mountain behind my home to take a look. The father, Zhang Guodong, said, Go, be safe. Zhang Yixing went into his room, changed into a sportswear suit, and put on a pair of travel shoes on his feet, which were still bought at a sporting goods specialty store in Spirit City when he went home on vacation last year. After leaving the house, Zhang Yixing followed a not too wide road behind his house and walked towards the mountain without any hurry. Behind the home of the mountain high road dangerous few people come to the scene, but due to the first few years a lot of people go to the mountains to look for money can be sold Lingbai stone. The government department of that time has not noticed here, and then Lingbai stone famous. Not far away from the town of an open space on the spontaneous formation of the Lingbai stone trading market. Lingbai stone famous, trading market is also fire. But unfortunately the continuation of how many generations of Qinglong mountain some places, into a devastated waste stone mountain. Later, with the introduction of national policies and regulations, government departments also increased supervision of all mines, thus completely eliminating the villagers' haphazard mining. Walking on the mountain road left behind by people transporting Lingbai stones down the mountain in the past, Zhang Yixing looked up and saw the surrounding area. Zhang Yixing looked up and looked around by the villagers. How many years as one day? Mining left behind the scene. Qinglong Mountain, some places into a cliff, some places into a deep pit. This year there is a lot of rain, which does not appear in front of Zhang Yixing square dozens of acres of large pits, filled with rainwater, so he was not far away from the pit, found a piece of still a little flat place, face to face the big pit sitting on his knees, once again transported the Dragon Tang know-how of cultivation recipe, slowly running the circumference of the sky. Time passes so fast, almost to noon when Zhang Yixing closed, but this time the cultivation makes him very happy. Because through this cultivation, he finally felt the sense of qi. It was what he could feel now. The feeling inside his dantian that he had never had before was now there. Zhang Yixing, who just wanted to get up and go home, gazed at the large puddle in front of him again. Suddenly he felt that the water had disappeared, and with a glance at the bottom of the puddle, his gaze allowed him to see a piece of Lingbai stone that felt very good. Although he has not mined Lingbai stone, does not mean that he does not now understand the good and bad Lingbai stone. So he took off his clothes and shoes, leaving only a 4-cornered shorts, carefully into the water, and once again saw the piece of Lingbai stone just found, a jolt into the bottom of the water, picked up the stone and floated out of the water. With the help of the buoyancy of the water, he dragged the Lingbai stone to the edge of the abandoned mine pit with great effort. Zhang Yixing returned to the shore after a few minutes, to the body of the water completely cooled and dried. He put on his clothes, shoes, looked at the Lingbai stone, very helpless to take away by himself, because it is very large. Leaving the buoyancy of the water he alone feel overwhelmed, so he thought to go home first to find a few more people, together with the joint efforts before the Lingbai stone to transport home. After walking for about half an hour, he returned to his home. When Zhang Yixing arrived home, only his mother Wang Fingxia was at home. Mom, where is my father? Mother Wang Fingxia said, your dad just went to work in our family's field. Stone, do you have something to look for your dad? It's not a big deal. Let's wait until he comes back in a while. Zhang Yixing thought in his heart, now that dad is not at home, we can only wait for dad to come back and then we can figure it out together. With that mother Wang Fingxia did not say anything else. Zhang Yixing returned to his room, took his change of clothes into the bathroom, comfortably took a hot bath, just went down to the puddle on the mountain. The water in the puddle is all rain. Now if you no longer take a bath and change clothes, feel the heart is not too comfortable. After about half an hour, Father Zhang Guodong came home. Zhang Yixing said, Dad, I just found a piece of Lingbai stone that feels very good in the mountain behind. Can you find a few people to transport the stone home together? His father, Zhang Guodong, said, Stone? How big a stone? Wouldn't you just carry it home directly? Why do you need to go home and tell me? Dad, it's too big for one person to carry. Then I'll call a few more people. Then my father turned around and went out to look for others without saying anything else. Seeing his father's back, Zhang Yixing thought to himself, when will I be good at kung fu, so that a rock will be easy to hold? After thinking about it, Zhang Yixing went to the bathroom to take a bath first, and soon after taking a bath, Zhang Yixing thought in his heart about the feeling of seeing that piece of Lingbai stone just now, and the more he thought about it, the more surprised he felt. There was a feeling that the beautiful and magnificent scenery of the rivers and mountains was condensed in a stone. It is 1,000 miles away, and the weather is magnificent. All the peaks in the stone follow the gathering and dispersal, high and low, thick and thin, deep and shallow, square and round, clever and awkward, positive and strange changes in the way. It is both opposing and unified, reflects the mountains and rivers of the charm of the thick, heavy, round, ethereal, humble, yun shou, strong and quite for the law of the top. Zhang Yixing felt that just from the puddle, fished out that piece of Lingbai stone should be very high in character. The demeanor is wonderful, the momentum of the gathering and dispersing, the situation of the clever and clumsy intriguing. The chi of a good poof is characterized by the gathering and shaping of the chi, and there are hairs and receipts, which make it a neutral chi. The main peak behind the prominent, secondary peaks, with peaks in front, left and right backing, before the low after the high. The difference between the layers into the stars of the situation, complement each other. A book of Wanshu, Wei 12 peaks, the virtual and real, the gas vein through the thousands of miles at hand, the ebb and flow of opening and closing, the peaks of the Junmei. Let Zhang Yixing at this moment in the mood of excitement, thinking until the Lingbai stone transported back home. Have to go to the Lingbai stone trading first, look at the market, and then decide how to deal with this piece of magical Lingbai stone. After about half an hour, his father, Zhang Guodong, called his second and third uncles, so Zhang Yixing joined the four of them, his father and the two uncles, propped up a flatbed cart that hadn't been used for a long time, and together they walked towards the back of the mountain. When they came to the pit just now, the three men, father and uncles, also scared when they saw the stone lying on the ground. Then the third uncle said, "Such a magical stone in the first place, how did not let people find?" Dad looked at the third uncle who spoke and said, "You are not nonsense. If it was discovered in the beginning, now there is still what we do. For people work together, 10 minutes to move the Lingbai stone to the flatbed truck." The second uncle said, "This piece of Lingbai stone must weigh at least 700 to 800 pounds. It took about half an hour to transport the stone back home along the rugged mountain road." The mother, Wang Fingxia, was also amazed to see the stone. Zhang Yixing gave his father, Zhang Guodong, his second uncle, Zhang Guoyang, and his third uncle, Zhang Guokai, one Likun cigarette each. Zhang Yixing then said, "Thank you, second uncle, third uncle. When the stone is sold in a few days, invite your two uncles and aunts to come to the house for dinner together." The father and the two uncles and three brothers all smiled when they heard Zhang Yixing say this. The three fathers' brothers usually got along well with each other. Maybe it was because of the family's teachings, maybe there was no interest involved. Grandfather in the world is a middle school teacher. Since childhood, grandfather taught Zhang Yixing a lot of things. Think of yourself from the age of 3 years old. Was forced by his grandfather to practice calligraphy. Remember to the first grade began to teach him Go, chess, etc. Now think of his grandfather. The mood is also very good. Now think of grandpa. The mood is also very emotional. If there is no grandpa's enlightenment, maybe there is no Zhang Yixing later. So good academic performance, good habits, elementary school, middle school, university are all the way smooth sailing. If it is not now, the family has practical difficulties. Zhang Yixing may continue to read the graduate school. Remember the eve of graduation. Professor Liu also advised him to take his graduate school. Alas, the creation of people, everything goes with the flow. Now think about not continue to graduate school may not be a bad thing. If you do not come back, there is no later this encounter. With the golden pupil of the perspective of the eye, coupled with their own antiques and other historical knowledge learned in the past few years, maybe they may be able to break into a world. The two uncles and their father and mother said their goodbyes, and parted company to go home on their own. Zhang Yixing said, "Thank you, second uncle and third uncle. You two take care." Seeing the departing back of the two uncles, Zhang Yixing said, "Dad, Mom, I will go to the Lingbai stone market by myself first to see the current market price of strange stones." Father Zhang said, "It's good to go and take a look. Maybe then you can do it in your heart, and you can't be fooled when selling." Zhang Yixing then went back to his room and found the keys to his family's electric bicycle. Zhang Yixing rode the electric bike out of the house and rode in the direction of the town. He had just left the house less than 500 meters when he saw a girl coming in his direction head-on. From afar, the girl who was coming towards him had long, light blonde, somewhat wavy shoulder-length hair, a goose-egg face with a high nose bridge, and a beautiful and touching swan neck under her white face, wearing a beige dress, feet wearing a pair of almost 10 centimeters of high heels. Far from the eye of this woman's height in more than 1 meter 7, a pair of long legs with high heels walking in the countryside on the uneven road, round buttocks twist and turn. How can not let those men who see her want to get into the wrong? TSK, when the front of the woman walked to the front of Zhang Yixing, let him a moment and feel today how so coincidental. It turned out that the opposite side of the walk is his classmate from elementary school to high school Ouyang Qian. Since the college entrance examination they have never seen Ouyang Qian. A flash of 4 years passed. Ouyang Qian also feel very surprised. Although the two of them are classmates for so many years, perhaps because they were only thinking about studying seriously, perhaps they were both young. Even if they have a good feeling about each other may only be classmate love. Today's two people and so met. The feeling between each other may be different from that year. Ouyang Qian's mother is in Zhangyixing, a village. That time her mother was also admitted to a provincial university, and then later heard that she married a soldier. Zhangyixing was just a born less than a year-old kid. These things he grew up to hear the adults say. Ouyang Qian's grandparents home on her mother a daughter. I heard that her father in a very difficult environment of the place as a soldier. Her mother did not go with her father to the army, so she was alone in the grandparents' home life school, until the entrance exam to the university before leaving Zhangjiao in this village. More than 20 years have passed, and later heard that her father is now a big official. Ouyang Qian's grandmother said, "My daughter finally married the right person. Now my daughter and son-in-law are settled in Jinling." The old classmates met and greeted each other, and smiled after looking at each other. In fact, now Zhang Yixing was much more handsome than in the past since he had a miraculous encounter. Plus he was now practicing the dragon tendency skill. Ouyang Qian said, "Brother Stone, you have graduated now too, right? What kind of work are you doing?" Zhang Yixing looked at Ouyang Qian with embarrassment, then said, "Sister Qianqian, I haven't found a job yet. How about you? What kind of work are you doing now?" Ouyang Qian said, "Brother Stone, I'm now opening a jewelry store by myself in Jinling. I've just started and haven't made it big and strong yet." Giggle. Zhang Yixing said, "Just with your ability you can definitely do well." Ouyang Qian said, "Both of my parents are very busy right now, and my grandpa is not in good health right now, so I came to see my grandpa and grandma for my parents today." Zhang Yixing also knew that Ouyang Qian's grandpa was not in good health a few days ago. Maybe it was because the old man was getting old. Next Zhang Yixing said, "Sister Qianqian, can we exchange cell phones and micro-signals?" Stone brothers, see what you say. We are both grown up together friends and is more than 10 years of classmates. What cannot be exchanged? So the two of them stayed with each other and exchanged cell phone numbers and WX numbers. "Qianqian sister, when will you return to Jinling? I want to see the grandfather's condition before deciding." "You are ready to go? What Stone brother?" I'm going to go and have a look at the Lingbai Stone market. Then you go quickly. We'll contact each other on the phone later. Bye brother Stone. Bye bye sister Qianqian. Chapter 4 Lingbai Stone Trading Market. Zhang Yixing rode his electric bike and arrived at the open space in front of the main gate of the Lingbai Stone Trading Market in less than half an hour. He looked around, found a place to park his electric bike, locked the bike, and strolled into the Lingbai Stone Trading Market. Seeing the convenient transportation here, the location is superior. Area of about 600 acres of the market. Zhang Yixing's mood is also very emotional. Saw the distribution map inside the market. A moment, do not know the first place to look at that place. The market is set up, Loose Stone Market, Stone Exposition Hall, Stone Culture Park, Stone Court and so on. Zhang Yixing saw in front of this large-scale, high-quality goods, popular Lingbai Stone Trading Market. Zhang Yixing felt that his stone might be able to sell at a good price. He first went to the Loose Stone Trading Place to look at, and then went to the Strange Stone Court to look at. Soon in his heart there is a comparison. The Stone Court and the transaction are generally fine. Excellent. So Zhang Yixing into a store called Stone King of the Fine Store. Entered a look at a variety of stones, really quite a lot. Each has a label, generally is the introduction of the stone situation and price. Zhang Yixing just wanted to ask who was the boss. This time to see, it just sat in front of the sea of tea drinking tea. A middle-aged fat man stood up. With a slight smile, he said, "What's the matter, little brother?" Zhang Yixing glanced at the boss in front of him, and saw that he had kind eyebrows. His chubby face was full of smiles, and his words were very polite. The boss introduced himself and said, "My name is Su Huazhong." Zhang Yixing then said, "Well said. You are welcome, boss. My name is Zhang Yixing. My home is not far from this trading market." Zhang Yixing then said, "Boss Su, do you accept stones in this store?" The boss replied with a smile, "Yes." Zhang Yixing then took out his cell phone and pulled out the photos of the Lingbai stone from various angles for the boss to see. The boss was secretly amazed in his heart after seeing the photos, but he didn't show it. The boss, Su Huazhong, immediately said, "It is necessary to see the real thing before we can talk about the price." Zhang Yixing thought about it. So Zhang Yixing said to the boss, "The stone is too heavy. It is inconvenient to carry it back and forth. My home is very close to the market. Can we go to the home to see the goods?" The boss hesitated for a moment and then agreed very quickly, because the boss heart too much want this piece of Lingbai stone. Boss Su briefly explained to the store's sales staff, drove his pickup truck and went with Zhang Yixing to see the stone. Zhang Yixing did not go to ride his own electric car, thinking that after selling the stone and then with the boss's car back to the market to ride a bicycle, Time is not long to Zhang Yixing's home. Su Huazhang boss on the ground Lingbai stone, front and back, left and right, back and forth for more than 10 minutes, which stopped watching. Then boss Su asked, "Little brother Zhang, what price do you want to pay for this piece of Lingbai stone?" Zhang Yixing did not answer him right away and asked instead, "What price can boss Su accept?" Boss Su pondered for a while and replied to Zhang Yixing, "Little brother Zhang, I don't have a false price, just a price of $380,000. If you feel right, I'll take it away, otherwise I can only go back by myself." Hearing this offer from the boss, Zhang Yixing and his father and mother were also very happy. Seriously, he did not run the Lingbai stone. What the market? He can only know a rough. Of course, when the stone is transported to the owner's store, after reprocessing, plus the base, the price doubled is not impossible. But unfortunately in the hands of Zhang Yixing cannot be sold at too high a price. Zhang Yixing and his father Zhang Guodong mother Wang Fingxia briefly discussed, nodded to agree to Su boss. Zhang Yixing said, "Boss Su, let's go with the price you said. I don't want to be bothered anymore." Boss Su said, "Little brother Zhang, tell me your bank card number and I'll transfer the money to you." Boss Su immediately transferred 380,000 to Zhang Yixing on his cell phone. Seeing the collection text message information on his cell phone, Zhang Yixing was happy in his heart. This is the first bucket of gold after he graduated and entered the society. Can he not feel relieved? Zhang Yixing went to call his two uncles, together to help Su boss put the stone into the back of the pickup truck box. At the same time, Mr. Su was also happy and polite to everyone, and then started the car and Zhang Yixing together happily to the Lingbai stone trading market. When he arrived at the market gate, Zhang Yixing got out of the car, greeted boss Su and went to his electric car, opened the lock of the car ready to go home, looked at the time on the cell phone, feels still early, so riding the electric bike to the bus station. Arriving in the city, Zhang Yixing first went to a bank and made another bank card, depositing 200,000 into the card. He also went to an herbal pharmacy and bought a set of silver needles. After leaving the herbal pharmacy, he felt that there was no big deal about going home now, so he strolled forward. Without realizing it, he walked to a park. Suddenly he saw quite a few people gathered around a corner near the park watching the fun. Driven by curiosity, Zhang Yixing quickly ran behind the crowd of onlookers. Then, he struggled to squeeze to the front of the crowd, and saw that there was a group of a dozen people beating up a person. This look does not matter. The person being beaten up is his own good buddy, Zhang Yixing. The person being beaten is his own from elementary school to junior high school classmates, but also good buddies, Li Zhuang. Li Zhuang is 2 years older than Zhang Yixing. On to the junior high school, did not take the high school. The same year went to the army. I heard that he was wounded before he was discharged home. Originally Zhang Yixing would like to go to see this buddy. This is not just home for a day, today and go to sell stones. There is no time to see buddies. At this moment, Zhang Yixing was on fire. This was the first time he could not control his fire. A group of shameless people, to his hard to part with good brother, rounded up. Can he not be angry? The surrounding onlookers were also watching from afar, fearing that the city gates would catch fire and the fish in the pond would be affected. Zhang Yixing unhooked his belt in his hand and rushed to the battle. He threw out 2 belts, and then kicked out 2 legs, quickly forcing back 2 punks. Not long after, another gangster swung his baseball bat and hit Zhang Yixing's face, so Zhang Yixing tilted his head, turned his body around, and flashed to the back of the group of gangsters like a ghost with an incredibly fast shifting movement. Started a one-sided harvest, flash and move, hands and feet, very well practiced so many years of martial arts, coupled with their own now beginning to cultivate the Dragon Tang skill technique, really feel like fighting with half the effort. Looking at the dozen or so punks that fell in minutes, his good buddy eyes stared straight at him, so Zhang Yixing grinned. Li Zhuang's previously taut heart immediately loosened up, went forward and tightly embraced Zhang Yixing, staring at his buddy with grateful eyes, unable to hold back his tears. Zhang Yixing gently slapped Li Zhuang's shoulder and said, "Brother, what's going on? How so many people hit you? How did this happen?" Li Zhuang said, "Brothers are like this. Originally Li Zhuang today to do things in the city. On the bus found 2 punks in the theft of other people's cell phones. As a service for several years of former soldiers, how can be familiar with the blind? So Li Zhuang went out to stop it. Did not think of his now being hit by a group of shameless punks of the siege, if it is not now their own injured hands and feet inconvenience, coupled with more than twice as much as the punks, but also is not his opponent. Li Zhuang, long and tall, in the military 1 year after being selected into the special forces team, if not now injured is not possible to discharge home. Not long after the sirens were heard, 2 police cars parked one after the other on the side of the battlefield just now, and called a police van, will fall to the ground. All the punks handcuffed into the car. Zhang Yixing and his buddy Li Zhuang also came to the police station, did a statement to say clearly what happened after the incident, leaving their contact numbers. The police let them both leave. Leaving the Public Security Bureau, the two of them played to go to their township bus stops. Not long before the bus came. On the road, the two of their buddies simply said to each other so many years of things. Each other feel that life is really not easy. After about half an hour, the bus to the two of them townships on the station. Down the car both sides left their contact numbers. Zhang Yixing said, brothers over the next few days. Buddy please drink. Li Zhuang said, okay, in a few days to find an opportunity to sit down and drink a few cups. After saying a few more polite words, they parted ways. Zhang Yixing and Li Zhuang were not from the same village, but the two villages were also very close. When he returned home, Zhang Yixing gave his mother, Wang Fingxia, the bank card he had done in the city and told her, Mom, there is 200,000 in this card. Mother Wang Fingxia looked at her son and smiled, casually taking the bank card handed over by her son. Mother Wang Fingxia told her son, sure, dinner is ready. Quickly wash your hands and eat. Zhang Yixing said, Mom I want to take a shower first then eat. So his mother, Wang Fingxia, said, if you want to take a bath, go quickly, don't dawdle. Zhang Yixing knew that he had been running all day and had a fight, and not taking a bath and changing clothes just didn't feel comfortable in his heart. Zhang Yixing did not use 10 minutes. He took a bath and changed his clothes. Tonight's dinner was equally simple. A bowl of spinach roasted vermicelli, a plate of leek-fried dried tofu strips, a plate of small dried fish fried green peppers. There is a must-have dish in their own home, salt beans into a little sesame oil plus the staple food or pancakes, and thin rice. No alcohol to eat very quickly, less than half an hour to eat well. After the meal, Zhang Yixing said, Mom and Dad, I now want to go out for a turn. You watch TV, just leave me alone. His mother, Wang Fingxia, said, go ahead, and when you're almost done, come home early and go to bed. Before 10 o'clock Zhang Yixing returned home. Then he went to bed and lay down, picked up his cell phone, found Ouyang Qian's microsignal and sent 2 words, hello, while waiting. At the same time, Zhang Yixing remembered the story of the salt beans in his heart. Chapter 5 Thinking of dreaming of you. Whenever Zhang Yixing ate his hometown's local specialty salt beans, sometimes he really felt a bit depressed and ridiculous. The same items made people from small island countries called natto, while our Chinese ancestors just casually gave a very cheesy name salt beans. Too far away. Zhang Yixing does not know, because he has not done any research. The great man said well, no research, no right to speak. As far as Zhang Yixing knows some of the places to eat this local specialty salt beans, there are almost Gupai, Zinanzan, Xiaxiang, Suining, Huaibei, Tuzhou, Tanchang and other places in southwest Lu. Listening to a story passed down from generation to generation. This small dish specializing in salt bean seeds was created when the armies of Liu Bang and Xiang Yu were at war back then. At that time both armies fought for many days without result. No matter how to fight, they also need to eat. One side of the soldiers and generals are preparing to eat just boiled soybeans. Suddenly the other side of the army is about to attack up. There is no way. The meal cannot continue to eat. The cooks will have just boiled soybean into the bushel. Perhaps the war situation is tight. Perhaps the weather was too hot. And wait until there is no pursuing troops. To have been a few days have passed. The fireman found out the previous days of cooking soybeans, and found that all the beans had long sticky threads, stinking and sticking together. At that time, the material is very scarce. Looking at the eyes of the boiled soybean is bad, but these boiled soybeans have not yet had time to eat. The fireman is also a poor people will be living from the beginning. Fireman in the end did not want to throw away those long deteriorated boiled soybeans. Helpless fireman thought of a brainlight. Immediately put those deteriorated boiled soybeans into the salt, onion, ginger, and some other simple seasonings. Rough and simple mix evenly. It was distributed to the soldiers to eat. The hungry soldiers that can still dislike his bad boiled soybeans. Everyone began to feast on them. As a result, everyone unanimously said, Old Li Head, what the hell is wrong with you? How the same are boiled soybeans? How this boiled soybeans than the past any time the boiled soybeans are more delicious? Old Li too grinned and said, if you all feel that it tastes good cooked this way, then my old man will cook it this way for all of you to eat in the future. Old Li Head in his heart thought, since this everyone's reaction are said to do so out of the boiled soybean delicious, it seems that this boiled soybean practice, than the past practice more people like to eat, than in the future. As long as it is boiled soybeans, old man I'll be a few days ahead of time to do a good job of preparation, so that the boiled soybeans to produce a sticky wire on it, even if it is a cold winter. The old man I still can burn the fire, even in the cold winter. I can still burn the fire and control the temperature to make those boiled soybeans produce sticky threads. Hundreds of years have passed. Now the practice of making salt beans is much simpler and easier, and you can make and eat salt beans all year round. Put the fermented boiled soybeans full of sticky threads into a porcelain jar, of course. Some people now use plastic buckets, and add an appropriate amount of salt. Red-skinned radish cut into segments and pieces. Such a radish has a thick red line in the center of the inside. Dry chili noodles. There are places that also use chili sauce as well, and leave the mixed soybeans for a few days before eating them for a better taste. Zhang Yixing waited until Ouyang Qian's reply. Ouyang Qian said, Brother Stone, I'm going to take Grandpa and Grandma to Jinling tomorrow. Now Grandpa's health is not good. Bring him to Jinling Hospital for a checkup. This is also my father and mother's intention. Zhang Yixing replied with a sentence. Got it, Qianqian's sister? Do you need my help? No need, Brother Stone. I came by car. It's very convenient. Zhang Yixing said. Qianqian's sister. Time flies in the blink of an eye we have all grown up. Who says it's not I was so excited when I saw you during the day. How about you? I also am the same. Did not expect to be able to meet you. Qianqian's sister, I studied in the university as archaeology, so now it is not good to find a job. You are studying what major? Ouyang Qian said. Stone brother, I studied in the university as clothing, jewelry design. Oh, nice, major is better than mine. After I graduated I chose to start my own business. Opened a jewelry store. Stone brother, when you have time, you must go to Jinling to see my jewelry store. Okay, Qianqian's sister, I will definitely go and take a look when I have the chance. The two then chatted about their student days, childhood, teenage, interesting people and things, and without realizing it, they chatted until it was almost 12 o'clock midnight. Zhang Yixing considered that Ouyang Qian would have to drive back to Jinling tomorrow, so he said, Qianqian's sister, time is already very late. Early rest. You still have to take grandparents to Jinling tomorrow. Pay attention to safety on the road. Thank you, Brother Stone. So call you breast name you don't mind. Or in the future you still call me Ouyang Qian. I call you Zhang Yixing. Well, giggle. Put down the cell phone. Zhang Yixing did not immediately fall asleep. He thought back to the things that happened today. First of all, the Lingbai stone sold for a good price. Plus met a few years did not see the beautiful classmate Ouyang Qian. For a love field experience, white Zhang Yixing. This is also considered a beautiful encounter. Thinking back to the morning to see Ouyang Qian's scene, Zhang Yixing will be more sleepless. He thought to himself that he could not sleep to practice dragon tendency, so he sat on the bed with his knees crossed, closed his eyes and gazed at his heart and slowly practiced the technique. 1 weekday, 2 weekdays, and didn't know by what time. Zhang Yixing suddenly felt the true qi in his dantian spinning rapidly, and felt a bang. The thick true qi broke through the shackles, allowing his cultivation to reach the first level of qi practice in just a few days. Zhang Yixing slowly withdrew his gong, and went to the bathroom to shower and brush his teeth again. Then he laid down again. There was not much time left before dawn, and this time, he did not take long to fall asleep. Maybe it's because of thinking too much. Zhang Yixing had a dream. In the dream, he and a long time to know a beautiful woman embraced tightly together. That kind of soul-crushing taste, so that Zhang Yixing in a moment of feeling soft bones and tendons crisp, happy almost extended, fainted, feeling a stream of heat from the abdomen to the brain. All the body is on fire. He tightly embraced the beautiful woman he has known for a long time, lowered his head and kissed the beautiful woman's red lips. They are so each other's embrace and kissed. The beauty was kissed all over the body soft. The whole body's strength also disappeared all of a sudden. So the two of them can no longer control their own heart's hot love. Lust. He got up and got out of bed, putting on the practice clothes he usually wore when practicing. The cool breeze in the morning accompanied Zhang Yixing's jogging, and in a short time, he came back to the abandoned mine pit yesterday. So Zhang Yixing looked up at the east, and a round of red sun was rising. Zhang Yixing immediately began his own practice up to more than 10 years of Taijiquan. Talking about this set of boxing, or Zhang Yixing's children, an old man passing through their village, feel Zhang Yixing has spiritual roots. On the unreservedly taught Zhang Yixing this set of boxing, and instructed him to be good hard practice, practiced on their own health, self-defense against the enemy said that have a role to play. Of course, the Taijiquan that Zhang Yixing is practicing now is not the Taijiquan that you often see in the parks and squares where old men and women fight, only to see Zhang Yixing, now a stretch that change, a shrink that cohesion, movement born gossip, static return to a chang, with the heart-line intention, with the intention to guide the gas, with the gas to transport the body. Zhang Yixing played this set of Taijiquan, feeling different from the past. Before he did not practice the real qi, now he applied the real qi into the boxing, feeling the power is not generally strong. Now that Zhang Yixing was at the first level of qi practice, coupled with the set of boxing that he was practicing now, it felt like a drastic change from the past. Zhang Yixing collected his energy and slowly walked down the mountain, and returned to his home, and it was the same old story. He simply cleaned himself up, and then he ate breakfast with his father and mother. After the meal, Zhang Yixing returned to his room, while he thought about what he should do in his future days. Now Zhang Yixing was different because he had a strange encounter, an eye that could see through everything. Because of the golden pupil's penetrating power of vision, Zhang Yixing had a rough plan in his heart at this time. In this way, Zhang Yixing in the next 10 days, he night cultivation dragon tang know-how, Go to the mountain in the morning to play Taijiquan, daytime in the room on the internet to look at the major auction houses of the antique trading price, and go to the Antique Treasure Appreciation website to see the collectors of the forum. At the same time, he also did not forget the medical dictionary and acupuncture learning. Through so many days of learning, so that Zhang Yixing on the general case of rescue a little bit of a rough basic understanding. Zhang Yixing thought, well, the first step he wants to go out to the whole country to see. Huaxia is vast. Is not there read 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles of the saying? So Zhang Yixing evening and Father Zhang Guodong Mother Wang Fingxia said, Mom and Dad, I now have their own ideas. Is while there is no work, go out to take a look, but also as a distraction. Mother Wang Fingxia said, it's okay for the stone to go out. There's nothing going on in the house now. Take care of yourself outside and pay attention to safety. For Zhang Yixing to say that he wanted to go out for a walk, his parents could only do nothing but agree with him. What else could they do? So by the next morning, Zhang Yixing packed up his things, was up shoulder bag, left his home, his parents. Chapter 6, Picking Up Leakage in Pengcheng Antique Market. Zhang Yixing left his parents and hometown with mixed feelings of apprehension, hope, and dreams. Zhang Yixing thought about it in his heart and decided that his first stop should be in Pengcheng first, because Pengcheng was his blessed place, and he got his precious jade pendant in Pengcheng. After he left from Pengcheng, then he would decide to go to whichever city he wanted. His own journey was uncertain of good and bad, so he could only forge ahead and try to use his best efforts to break into a world. Zhang Yixing from the Spirit City on the train to the direction of Pengcheng, now is not high-speed rail. After almost 2 hours of bumpy train finally arrived in Pengcheng East Railway Station. Zhang Yixing got off the train, left the square in front of the station, then directly hit the antique market in Pengcheng. Zhang Yixing thought in his heart, he now does not have much money. Full counting now on less than $200,000. If there is not a good plan, is not allowed to run around and spend, is not at home for 1,000 days, out of the door for a moment of difficult proverb. There are people who if there is no money, can really fulfill the people often say, a penny is hard to beat heroes. People to the end of the mountain when the will may be short. Zhang Yixing did not want to become one of them. Zhang Yixing swept his eyes along the road in the middle of the ancient martial arts market, and suddenly he made another amazing discovery. It was that when he concentrated on some of the objects on the stalls, there was a trace of precious light appearing on some of them, while there was nothing on others. When such a phenomenon suddenly appeared, Zhang Yixing felt strange, and then Zhang Yixing wanted to continue to verify the amazing discovery he had just made, so he continued to walk through a few more stalls. What Zhang Yixing didn't expect was that after looking at several stalls in a row, he came to the same conclusion, only that the color of the precious light emitted from these objects was different. Zhang Yixing secretly suppressed the excitement in his heart and carefully analyzed what this phenomenon represented. Before Zhang Yixing could figure out this phenomenon, he did not dare to blindly think that this new supernormal ability of his represented something. When Zhang Yixing concentrated again and looked at a pile of copper coins on a stall, it finally gave him a clue, and his heart was surprised once again. Zhang Yixing squatted down and carefully watched the pile of copper coins on the boss's stall, and in a short time he realized that in a copper coin that came out during the Ming Dynasty, a faint yellow treasure light could be seen on the surface, and a copper coin that glowed with a faint red treasure light was surprisingly a copper coin used during the Qing Dynasty. Zhang Yixing combined his knowledge of coin collection with what he had learned, and he wanted to see if he could find a valuable coin in the owner's pile of coins. Although the pile of copper coins that looked in his eyes was a lot and gave off a worn-out feeling, Zhang Yixing concentrated on using his penetrating psychic eyes and easily found a few copper coins that emitted a rich yellow treasure light. Zhang Yixing grabbed a few copper coins that emitted precious light and those that did not and placed them on a corner of the boss's stall. Zhang Yixing used his hand to point to the several copper coins that he had just thrown aside and said, "Boss, how do you sell these coins?" The boss looked up and glanced at Zhang Yixing. Looking at the young and handsome guy in front of him, he wanted to fool around. "Little brother, your vision is too good. I have a bunch of coins on this, only a few heirloom fine. Let you pick." Zhang Yixing smiled and said, "Boss, since this is the case, then I won't buy it. You just stay as the treasure of the town or just do your heirloom. I can't take away the boss's love." After saying that, Zhang Yixing made a gesture of getting up and wanting to leave. When the boss saw Zhang Yixing getting up and wanting to leave, he immediately started to talk again and continued to say, "Those who come from the south and go to the north, those who are from Ice City Hall and Hong Kong Island, as long as I have done business with me, there is no not praise my sincere treatment of Tibetan friends. I said, little brother, you first do not rush to go, and then talk to my old brother slowly, guaranteed to call you price satisfaction and comfort. Boss, what else to talk about? I feel you do not have the sincerity to make this business. Brother, today you are the first customer. Old brother also do not want more of your money, so open I also figure a good luck. Each you will give $1,000. Zhang Yixing listened to the boss such an opening price, in his heart secretly spat out, Asterisk 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 asterisk. The boss is really ing black. So Zhang Yixing rolled his eyelids and looked at the boss. And the boss who looked at him was a little embarrassed all of a sudden. Zhang Yixing looked at the boss's eyes, faintly smiled and said, "Boss, I do not have to buy your coins. Is the morning out of the door?" The family's little niece said, "Want to play shuttlecock? Let me find her a few coins. Just to this market to see the coins. With buy a few to bring back to the small children to play." Listening to Zhang Yixing's set of words like this, the boss thought in his heart, "I believe you, damn it. The little guy still wants to play a setup in front of me. You're not enough." But the boss also knew that all these copper coins of his were not too valuable. If he continued to fool around, this young guy would leave and his first order of business in the morning would go down the drain. So the boss next said, "Little brother, then you return the price." Zhang Yixing said, "I'm not giving you much either. I'm just buying a copper coin to go home to my niece's son to play with. I'll give you $5 for each one. If you want to sell it, I'll take it. If not, I'll leave." "Little brother, you are too ruthless. You cut me 200 times at once. No, too little. Today, and you do this as the first single business. I also do not want to let it just like this yellow. Next to my following business is unfavorable." Next, after a few bargains, Zhang Yixing spent 40 yuan and bought the boss 7 copper coins. The boss gave Zhang Yixing the coins in a plastic bag. After the money and goods were cleared, Zhang Yixing continued onward in this ancient martial arts market, strolling aimlessly. Not far away from the boss's stall, Zhang Yixing's heart was a burst of ecstasy. Because of the 7 coins he bought, only 1 coin was what he wanted. If he was not mistaken, it was a Tianqi Tongbao, back text with gold and 5 coins on the face, coin. Zhang Yixing knew that there were only 2 of them collected in the Kyoto Museum now. Ha ha, today, Zhang Yixing found one, and it could be said to be the only third one that could be recirculated. The reason why Zhang Yixing is happy is because he knows, this kind of copper money in the Ming Dynasty, Shizong Zhu Yusa period made a lot of types of money, but in the many types of copper money version style, the number of the back of the words written gold 5 money is very small. It has a very high research significance and collection value, which is why Zhang Yixing feels very happy. Walking, looking and thinking like this, he came to a stall selling paintings and calligraphy. Zhang Yixing firstly took a cursory look and found that this stall was mainly some paintings and calligraphy from the Ming and Qing dynasties. Of course it could not be guaranteed to be genuine. After looking at it for a while, Zhang Yixing felt that most of them were fake at a glance, so he was not prepared to use his penetrating visionary eyes. When Zhang Yixing wanted to continue walking forward, just at the moment he turned around and wanted to leave, he suddenly felt 2 red and white precious lights flashing away. Zhang Yixing eked in his heart. When Zhang Yixing meditated and gazed at the calligraphy and paintings on the boss's stall, there was a pair of calligraphy and paintings that made him wonder. A pair of calligraphy and paintings since they could emit 2 kinds of precious light, gently red and intensely yellow. It didn't take long for Zhang Yixing to think about it in his head, and in no time he understood it all. So Zhang Yixing pointed to another pair of fake landscape paintings at a glance and asked, "Boss, what is the price of this painting?" "Little brother, you have a good eye. This painting of mine." The boss just want to start the performance of lulling method, but Zhang Yixing immediately said, Stop. Boss, let's not say so much nonsense. You see how much money you can sell this painting, simply point. Suitable for me to buy. I'm not engaged in the collection of antiques. I'll just casually buy home to hang on the wall." The boss glanced at Zhang Yixing and smacked his lips. Zhang Yixing felt that this boss is not dry at all, so he said, "Boss, you do not want to fool me. I just bought a second-hand house. Also want to learn from other people who have money and learning. Play a back to the elegance. I can't afford to buy real antique paintings and calligraphy, so I just want to buy a few forgeries to hang in my room." Zhang Yixing finished speaking and then, he grinned. The stall owner then asked, "Little brother, how many paintings do you want to sell?" Zhang Yixing scratched his head again and said, "The room is not too big. There is no room to hang more, so let's buy 4 first." The stall owner said, "Little brother, these paintings are usually from the late Qing dynasty and early Republic of China. By now they are also considered antiques, although they are not from a famous artist, but they do have a certain collector's value." After another machine flip bargaining, finally Zhang Yixing bought. Even he began to see that there are 2 kinds of baoguang, that $1,500 to buy the ground stall boss 4 paintings. Zhang Yixing paid the money, picked up the 4 paintings that the stall owner had just bundled up for him, and quickly left the stall of the painting and calligraphy seller. Zhang Yixing thought that he could not use up his good luck at one time, so he should go back to the market first. So he did not continue to visit the stalls in the antique market. Zhang Yixing turned around and walked towards the outside of the antique market. Encountering a trash can on the way, he simply put those 3 fake paintings with a glance in it for his collection. Zhang Yixing smiled happily and secretly clenched his fists a bit. Coming out of the antique market, he found a hotel not far from the antique city, and walked to the front desk to ask for a standard room. There was another thing that made Zhang Yixing satisfied and happy. and that was that today he bought a rope for bolting the jade pendant. This is not the first thing he had to do was to bolt the precious jade pendant firmly, and then he brought it with him. He secretly swore that he would wear it close to his body at all times. If not for this treasure there would not be everything that he, Zhang Yixing, has now. On the way back, he stopped by to buy a bottle of oxalic acid, pure water, tweezers and a craftsman's knife he already had. Taking the cup of water in the room, he poured in pure water, a little bit of oxalic acid, and put the golden 5 coins into the cup. About 10 minutes later, took out the coin and gently wiped it with a soft wet towel. In a short while, an incomparable precious Tianqi Tongbao gold 5 coins appeared in front of Zhang Yixing's eyes. Excited heart, trembling hands, this change of fate must have. Putting the coin aside, Zhang Yixing picked up the calligraphy and painting. As he had a very extensive knowledge, the unraveling of the tablets of words and paintings was not too skillful, but he still knew what should be done. He carefully and cautiously spent more than 2 hours, finally split that painting and calligraphy into 2. The painting within a painting was uncovered. Now the 2 paintings in front of Zhang Yixing's eyes were Qing Dynasty flower and bird painting, should be Ma Jiadong's work, sophisticated brushwork, full and delicate colors, can be sold for about 200,000 yuan. The Ming Dynasty, the picture of 2 herons in a quiet stream, should be the work of Lu Ji, layered, vivid, spatial changes, so that people have to see a living egret. Let a person have a heart-thumping feeling. According to the analysis of previous auction prices of similar paintings, this picture of 2 egrets in a quiet stream should be around $10 million. Zhang Yixing looked at the 2 paintings again and made sure that they were authentic before carefully putting away the 2 paintings. No matter how happy you are, you have to sleep and rest. So Zhang Yixing simply cleaned himself up and then lay on the bed. Chapter 7, coincidentally obtaining a poison A-flower dendrobium. A night without words, the next morning to get up, Zhang Yixing simple wash, and open the laptop to see if there is a bigger auction house in Pengcheng. Some operation. From the publicity materials of the auction house, he felt okay, uneasy and continue to browse the introduction of a few auction houses, the results that it is still considered to be more ideal to start to see. So he found a pen and paper, wrote down the address of the auction house, telephone. After doing this, he went to the buffet restaurant of the hotel, picked his favorite food and ate it. This time, he had booked the hotel for a week first, thinking that a week was almost enough. The main thing was to earn a little startup capital before moving on to the next place. After breakfast, Zhang Yixing returned to the hotel room and simply packed up his belongings, bringing with him the 3 objects that he had gotten from yesterday's picking up at the antique market. Carrying his favorite shoulder bag on his back, he left the hotel and continued his struggle for another day. Arriving at the road in front of the hotel building, Zhang Yixing looked at the time and saw that it was almost 9 o'clock. So he found the phone number of the auction house that he had just found on the internet and called it. The phone was answered after a few rings. Hello, may I ask if this is the phone number of the auction house? The person who answered the phone was a woman who said, yes, this is the auction house. May I ask what is your business, sir? Here's the thing. I have a few objects I'd like to auction off. Would you see fit to briefly introduce yourself? Ayo, sir, I am the auction house and appraiser, responsible for the auction house to collect the auction lot's preliminary judgment, assessment. There is an auction value in order to be selected by the auction house, and then on the auction house auction. Oh, so you continue. Our auction house's rule is, no matter if it is an antique or modern handicrafts, the preliminary judgment value is lower than the market price of 100,000. Basically do not accept as an auction item. Zhang Yixing said, how about we make an appointment to meet and talk? You can come to the auction house now. Please contact me when you arrive. Then she hung up the phone. Zhang Yixing beckoned a cab and got into it. He said, Master, go to Hanhai Auction House. The cab turned around and headed northeast. It turned out that this auction house was the branch of a Yanjing auction house in Pengcheng. Just now on the phone, it was said that just 3 more days, their auction house will have a sizable auction. Arriving in front of the auction house's building, Zhang Yixing took out the phone and dialed the number he had just called. Hey, I'm downstairs at your auction house. Okay, wait a moment. I'll come downstairs to pick you up. Not long after, a beautiful woman was seen appearing in front of Zhang Yixing. One could only see that this woman had a tall figure, visually estimated to be no less than 1 meter 7 in height, exuding a gentle and calm temperament, as light and elegant as a lotus, a pair of exquisite and flawless melon face, black hair sliding down like a waterfall, beautiful eyebrows like willow, starry eyes like the sea. The age was around 27 or 18. At first sight, it could give one a sense of refreshment. Arriving at the auction house's parlor, the guests and hosts were seated. The beautiful woman took the initiative to introduce herself. Hello, sir. My name is Lin Tonton. May I ask what is your name? Then Zhang Yixing said with an embarrassed face. My name is Zhang Yixing. After calming down a bit, Zhang Yixing took out the golden 5 cents, the picture of 2 herons in a ghostly stream, and the picture of birds and flowers. The beautiful Lin Tongtong called the auction house's chief appraiser by phone. About half an hour later, the appraiser nodded to Lin Tongtong and said that the items were correct and genuine. So the three objects were initially evaluated, and the contract was brought in. It turned out that their estimates were, birds and flowers was around $250,000, 2 herons and a ghostly stream could be auctioned to around $12 million without any surprises, and golden 5 cents was conservatively estimated at $3 million. Zhang Yixing did not know. It turns out that in these years the calligraphy and painting, porcelain market is favorable. His last night's hard estimate is a little on the low side, so he signed the auction contract with the auction house very happily. The contract stipulates that even if the abortive auction cannot be below the evaluation price too much auction, the lower line at 10%, and then left his bank card number, ready to leave the auction house and then go to the antique market to see. As he left, the beauty Lin Tongtong took the initiative to say, "Mr. Zhang, please come to this auction 3 days later." Looking at the beauty's smile, Zhang Yixing's heart trembled slightly. "Okay, I will definitely come then." Saying goodbye to the beautiful woman, Zhang Yixing walked forward along the road in front of the auction house. It took about a few minutes to get a cab. When he arrived at the antique market and took a look, he felt that there were a bit too many people today. By the road don't stalls. In the stores, he could see that some people were concentrating on looking at the objects, and some people were walking. There is a kind of people come and go, the feeling of endless flow. It seems that today's market is very noisy and lively. Zhang Yixing quickly walked across the stalls that he had seen yesterday before slowly looking at both sides separately. Don't care how. Don't care really fake. Just found the stalls on the various dynasties of bronze jade, porcelain painting and calligraphy, long full of green rust of copper money, and even a glance at the fake weapons. To give people everything, a wide range of illusion, came to the antique market. Only you can't think of. No, you can't buy. Anyway, Zhang Yixing think 99% of the objects are fake. Zhang Yixing casually on both sides of the stalls on the objects swept through. Occasionally see a little weak white treasure light. No worth his hand. Is found 1 or 2 objects. But also line is the boss knows the true value of the object. The price to be almost more than the current market value. He did not want to engage in the collection of antiquities. And now also just want to accumulate some money. Stay for the future development of their own ideals career. So Zhang Yixing secretly underestimated a sentence. It seems to want to pick up more leakage is impossible. Golden pupil perspective I can easily do. But he is not discouraged. Ready to continue to go forward. What the hell? Such a big open door object hard to say as a fake. Zhang Yixing chanced to hear a just from store out of a middle-aged man's muttering. Seeing this middle-aged man hanging his head and coming towards his direction, out of curiosity Zhang Yixing asked this middle-aged man in passing, "Hello old brother, may I ask what treasure you have that you want to sell? Can you take a look at it first? If it's suitable I'll buy it back and play with it." The middle-aged man looked up at Zhang Yixing, feeling that the young man in front of him was too young, and it would be difficult to do business with him. Zhang Yixing knew what the middle-aged man was thinking, so he said to the man again, "Don't worry, old man, as long as I look and feel good, I will definitely buy it." The middle-aged man went to the side of the road to find a vacant lot, gently put down the object for Zhang Yixing to watch, and said, "Be careful not to break, you cannot afford to pay." Zhang Yixing felt very depressed, and did not say much, just to the middle-aged man rolled his eyes. Not to mention, if the middle-aged man really asked for a lot of money, he could not afford to pay for it at the moment, so he found a pair of gloves in his shoulder bag and put them on, thinking about not using his perspective eyes first, using the knowledge he learned in these years to see. He looked carefully, feeling that the object in front of him is alright, but the thief light is too strong, as if just out of the kiln. Zhang Yixing hard understand, in front of this Ming cloisonne, either just out of the kiln, let a person who do not know anything to take out to sell, or this antique in the kiln just soon, because of what coincidence of reason to collect, until now only be found, really as a fake antique. Zhang Yixing then concentrated his mind to look at the object in his hand, out of his own expectations, only to see a stream of thick red treasure light rushing towards his chest, disappearing in an instant. He was secretly thrilled in his heart, but he didn't show it at all. In fact, the object that Zhang Yixing looked at for a while was a Mingjing blue dendrobium, about 40 centimeters high. The whole body was full of flowers, gold and blue, flourishing flowers, so not let people like. The shape of the dendrobium is open above, like an inverted trumpet, ring mouth down is a thin quadrilateral waist, and then below the two sides is a high ring foot. Zhang Yixing knows that such an object is a vessel used by ancient people to drink during the Shang and Zhou dynasties. The whole shape of the vessel looked beautiful and magnificent. The more Zhang Yixing looked, the more he was amazed, and he secretly thought that he must get this antique, so he asked the middle-aged man with a sad face, "What price can be offered for this flower dendrobium?" The middle-aged man put up 3 fingers. He looked up and glanced at the middle-aged man while frowning. then said, "Uncle, I, too, do not understand the authenticity of antiques. You also just came out of the century-old antique store. You know better than me what the shopkeeper said. Just now I did not see your object before I said, as long as I see a feeling, I will buy it, but you cannot ask for 300,000 right?" The middle-aged man then asked Zhang Yixing, "What price can you offer?" Zhang Yixing thought in his heart, said, "Uncle, this object I also not less to you. How about 3,000? The middle-aged man heard that it was 3,000, immediately anxious, so the two of them after a long 10 minutes of bargaining, and finally Zhang Yixing offered $31,000, bought this exquisite flower dendrobium. Chapter 8, Picking up leakage at the auction. Having successfully bought the exquisite flower dendrobium, Zhang Yixing was not in the mood to continue shopping. He returned the same way and left the antique market. Looking at the time, it was more than 1 in the afternoon. Just then the indisputable stomach grumbled. He smiled helplessly, thinking about his own only focus on buying flower dendrobium. Lunch did not eat, so he found a fast food restaurant and simply filled his stomach. With nothing to say on the way, he took a taxi back to the hotel. He first put down the shoulder bag, took out the piece of flower dendrobium and put it on the table, then went to the bathroom to take a shower again. After taking a bath, Zhang Yixing felt relaxed and refreshed, and then focused on the flower dendrobium. There is no mistake about the strong yellow light. Through several times of verification, he firmly believed that his eyes cannot be wrong, so he can be sure that this flower dendrobium must be from the Ming dynasty period. Just do not understand how to have such a strong thief light. Puzzled, suddenly he had a bold decision. In the room of the wash basin into the pure water, and then add a small amount of oxalic acid, with a disposable toothbrush to mix evenly. Then he used a cotton swab. Stick a little just adjusted diluted solution in the flower dendrobium against the bottom of a place. Quickly point a little. After about a minute, he used a magnifying glass to see. The miracle appeared. The point of the thief light much lighter. So he was ecstatic. Thus boldly the entire flower dendrobium outside of the entire brush once. Waiting patiently for 1 minute, he quickly used clean pure water to clean the outside of the flower dendrobium. At this moment, Zhang Yixing how to feel this flower dendrobium is too perfect. People are like this. Encountered a good thing has a good mood. This is not Zhang Yixing is no exception. Pick up the cell phone. First to the family went to a phone. This is also his habit. Graduated out of the house is different from the school period. Now insist on making a phone call every day, so that parents can rest assured. Time flies. Just after putting away the flower dendrobium, Zhang Yixing wanted to sleep for a while. Who knows that he woke up to more than 8 p.m. Wash your face. Go out of the hotel to find a feeling of clean snack bar, beer, fried food. Nature is not less. The beauty of the wine and rice. To the room a little calm mood. Began to sit on his knees. Running true qi. Let the true qi in their 7 meridians and 8 veins. In accordance with the running route of the dragon tendency technique recipe. Running the circumference of the sky. I do not know how long. When Zhang Yixing opened his eyes, the day dawned. After a night of cultivation, not only did he not feel sleepy, instead, he felt more refreshed, and felt that the true qi in his dantian was more solid than the day before. Next, Zhang Yixing went to the square not far from the hotel and played Tai Jiquan for more than an hour. Zhang Yixing does not plan to go out today, so the whole day in the room on the internet to see the domestic and foreign auction houses of antiques and paintings, etc. The object of the auction price analysis. Browse the web page to see the different periods of antiques and paintings, etc. The object of the pricing basis. At the same time Zhang Yixing also did not forget the medical dictionary of learning. He felt in his head, Shijing Bakao, would have been to know the same. A lot of case analysis, but also let Zhang Yixing feel incredible. He also lamented, if the current Chinese medicine, there are the ancients of the medical technology 1/10,000th. How to let the Western medicine not to treat the disease indiscriminately charge, in the unbridled enrichment. In this way, Zhang Yixing 2 days did not go to the antique market, is to seriously study, hard practice. On the 3rd day, he remembered that he had to go to the auction before he left the hotel at 6:30 p.m. to go to the auction house to attend the auction, because the auction was at 20 o'clock in the evening. After having a dinner, it was 7:40 when he arrived at the door of the auction house. Depressed that there was no invitation, he couldn't get in, so he had to call the beautiful Lin Tongtong's phone once more. Ms. Lin, this is Zhang Yixing. I'm at the door of your auction house now. I just can't get in without an invitation. Lin Tongtong said, I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang, this is my negligence. Mr. Zhang, I'm too busy right now to personally go downstairs to pick up Mr. Zhang, will you just go upstairs yourself? Zhang Yixing said, you are too polite. Ms. Lin, as long as I can get in, I don't need you to pick me up. Not long after, the security guard at the door answered a call and let Zhang Yixing in. The auction was on the 12th floor. Zhang Yixing rode the elevator smoothly to the 12th floor. and appeared in front of his eyes in the auction hall, giving a feeling of opulence. It was also his first time attending an auction. The auction hall was very busy, the lights were dazzling, and the cold white lights hit the auctioneer's face, lining the skin even more white. Not long before the auction was about to start, the lights suddenly lit up. The silver and gold color lights were particularly dazzling. The auctioneer was wearing a purple skirt. The skirt slightly reached the bend of the leg, causing people to daydream a lot. Light gold hair naturally falling, just fast to the waist, set off the thin soft waist more charming. Face cannot be blocked voluptuous. She smiled, eyebrows arched forward. The lights suddenly dimmed. When she walked to the designated location, the lights suddenly lit up again. She crossed her arms in front of her body, bent slightly, smiled lightly and said, "Good evening everyone. I am the host, Lee Siki. Welcome everyone to the Hanhai auction house in your busy schedules. There are 48 items to be auctioned tonight. Every piece is a fine product. Please grasp the opportunity." Lee Siki just finished. The bottom resounded with warm applause, such as clear and chirping. Some people even stayed frozen there, staring at Lee Siki's waist, chest sweeping back and forth, discharge-like. Not long to see from the backstage out of the two wearing Cheongsam Beauty, hand carrying a tray inside the object covered with red velvet, walked to the stage. Host Lee Siki unlocked the top of the red velvet, and then said, "This is the first object of tonight's auction. Qing Dynasty Hutian Jade Guanyin statue. The reserve price of 200,000. Each increase shall not be less than 10,000. Now start bidding." After half a minute of silence, various bidding voices, one after another. "I bid 200,000, 200,000 once. I bid 250,000. I bid 500,000. Dream on you. 500,000 want to shoot away this statue of Goddess of Mercy. I bid 800,000. And finally, after up to 20 rounds of bidding, and finally this Huttan Jade Seed Goddess of Mercy, by a great temperament of the lady, to 8 million auction. Then Lee Siki said, "Tang Dynasty Poetly by Used Inkstone. The low price of 8 million please bid." Ming Dynasty painting of ladies low price of 12 million. Please bid. A variety of objects were everyone scrambling to buy away. A true interpretation of the antiques in times of prosperity, the saying of the gold in times of chaos. A total of 48 pieces of objects all shot. No first-class auction. Zhang Yixing's 3 pieces were also auctioned at the desired price. There is a nearly abortive object. The last no one asked for. Was Zhang Yixing to higher than the low price of 10,000 yuan shot? It turned out that this almost abortive object is a yellow rosewood potbelly Buddha. Do not know what age. The pulp was also destroyed. The character carving is not good. Not in the hands of a famous artist. Out of the lifelike characters feel big belly Buddha, a finger in the sky, a hand pointing to their stomach. Zhang Yixing feel strange conception. With perspective eyes took a look. This look let him almost drop his jaw. So he thought in his heart that he would auction this Buddha statue even if he offered a higher price. No one who can appear in this is a little cutie. So when everyone saw that this Buddha statue was in Italian shape and the reserve price was not low, so there was no one bidding. When he carefully added 10,000, there was no one to participate in the bidding, and that's how he was able to pick up another bargain tonight. Zhang Yixing sighed in his heart. Without the golden pupil perspective eye, this golden finger, he wouldn't have auctioned off this Buddha statue either. Chapter 9 Accident After Accident. Zhang Yixing's 3 items in the auction house. In addition to the 6% commission deducted by the auction house, the money that hit his bank card was 15,360,000 Longwa dollars, and when he saw the arrival information on his cell phone, his heart was happy. Returning to the hotel was already very late. Zhang Yixing first went to take a simple shower. Then he remembered the Buddha statue that he had just captured at the auction. Because of the unique shape of this Buddha statue, think of the Buddha statue that can make yourself shoot this Buddha statue. Maybe only because the Buddha statue is not sea flower pear. Is the U flower pear's sake? In fact, Zhang Yixing heart understand very well. In the auction, he is also feeling the unique shape of the statue of Buddha, feeling twisted, and cannot say where it is not right. So then he gazed at the statue of Buddha, and found that there is something inside the belly of the statue of Buddha. That's why he made up his mind to buy the statue. Zhang Yixing looked at the statue for a while and realized that the mechanism to open the statue was at the bottom of the statue. It turned out that the bottom of the statue was additionally affixed with a piece of wood that was about 1 centimeter thick and made of the same material as the statue. Maybe the maker of the bottom gap to do too well too hidden. The overall feeling of the bottom edge of the seam, even if the Buddha's stomach inside the space, when shaking the Buddha did not have a little sound. So I don't know how long the statue has existed. No one can discover the secret of the statue. Maybe many see this unique shape of the statue, but also scoffed. Zhang Yixing found a hobby knife in his shoulder bag, and then carefully scraped the bottom edge of the statue upward. 1 centimeter. because he couldn't see the gaps. He used his perspective golden pupils, following the slight edge gaps he saw. Bit by bit, he scraped off the filler of unknown material. About half an hour, Zhang Yixing scraped down the bottom edge gap filler, and then carefully stick the bottom of the thin wood to pry down. So Zhang Yixing saw the bottom of the Buddha statue. There is a round gap, about 10 centimeters in diameter. So Zhang Yixing took some effort to remove the small round piece on the bottom. He felt that the round hole was too small, and he couldn't insert his hand into the belly of the statue. There was no way out. So he ran out of the hotel again and found a barbecue place not far from the hotel. And in order to get a brazier, he had to buy 10 skewers of mutton. Eating them as he walked back to his hotel room, he first washed one of the braziers, and then he found a way to bend a hook at the front end of the brazier, stretching the hook into the belly of the Buddha statues. This time Zhang Yixing used his perspective golden pupil, and after seeing the location of the thing clearly, he slowly hooked it up outwards. Although the bottom hole was 10 centimeters, the space in the belly of the Buddha statue was not big, but the belly was filled with a lot of silk cloth, and the object that Zhang Yixing took out was stored in the center of the stuffed silk cloth. Zhang Yixing took out the wax-sealed object, carefully scraped off the wax on the surface of the object, and removed the wrapping of the outer skin. Presenting in front of his eyes was a knuckle-sized, crystal-clear object wrapped in a yellowish picture. Just as he picked up the crystal-clear object, a sudden change occurred, only to see the jade pendant on Zhang Yixing's chest and the crystal-clear object in his hand, as if there was a golden channel, tightly connected. At the same time, he could feel a powerful aura rushing towards the jade pendant in front of his chest from the knuckle-like object. The jade pendant acted as if it didn't want any money. A stream of light golden-colored aura was collected by it. He did not know how long had passed. When Zhang Yixing came to his senses from his astonishment, he found that the knuckle-like object in his hand became a grayish-brown color, dull and lightless, and he exerted a slight force, and found that the knuckle-like object instantly became flying dust. The jade pendant in front of Zhang Yixing's chest had a slight warm feeling, so he took the jade pendant off his neck and slowly felt it with his fingers. The jade pendant was fluorescent, and when he felt the very jade pendant, he focused his attention on it. Then what happened was even more bizarre, only to see himself suddenly came to a strange place. The place is not big, it feels like there are more than 10 acres of area. There is also in the surroundings of this space, all gray sky. In the middle of the land in this space, there was a clear spring. The area of this clear spring was not very large, about a dozen square meters, and not far from the bank of the spring there was a thatched hut. Zhang Yixing finally came to his senses in astonishment and bewilderment, and he walked into the thatched hut in a daze. The thatched hut was clean and dry, only a jade bed, a futon, thatched hut to the door of the back wall, placed a bogu shelf. Zhang Yixing walked to the blog shelf and found quite a few gongfu, martial arts, medical books, and physiognomy. Zhang Yixing continued to look and found a jade slip, and a bunch of crystal-clear objects, each of which was the size of an egg. He did not know what they were. Out of curiosity, he picked up the jade slip and repeated it several times without understanding what it was, perhaps because he wanted to express the sentiment of a sincere heart, like the usual bowing, holding the jade slip in his hand, one up and one down. It was in this way that the jade slip inadvertently touched Zhang Yixing's forehead. At that time he was preoccupied with his mind, trying to see and understand what the jade slip meant. He had been meditating and concentrating, so at this time, when the jade slip touched his forehead, it emitted a faint white light, and the white light shot into Zhang Yixing's mind. This time, it was much more painful than when he got the jade pendant some time ago, when he got the spiritual light, and he fainted in pain with his hands holding his head. At the same time the jade pendant emitted a light golden light, wrapping Zhang Yixing up like a cocoon. By the time he came to his senses, it was already noon the next day. What Zhang Yixing did not know was that while he was wrapped in the aura emitted from the jade pendant, the dragon tendency technique automatically operated the circumference of the sky, and the jade pendant space back compensated for the aura absorbed from the knuckle-like object. When he absorbed a large amount of spiritual chi, coupled with the automatic operation of the technique, it caused his cultivation to skyrocket, reaching the 6th level of chi cultivation overnight. His excitement was beyond words. Zhang Yixing understood that before he had any power, if he wanted to protect himself, he would not be able to do so without good martial arts skills. Nowadays, the society is materialistic and unpredictable. In the process of human interaction, one accidentally how to die do not know. Zhang Yixing thought back to last night when he didn't take the jade brief. He was still awake, and then he fainted and didn't know anything. Only now his brain has more skills, and at the same time, he also knows about the magpie. Dian magpie in the jade brief sealed his life skills. In the ancient times, he was a cultivator. That time the aura is stronger than now may be. He said that he cultivated Dragantang's skill to the Yuaning stage, and then later for many years it is difficult to inch forward. As for healing the sick and saving people is just a hobby after cultivation. Jade Jane said. Get the jade pendant space as his heir. We must practice hard, complete his unfinished wishes. Unfortunately, he would not know. Now the Earth's aura is thin. It is difficult to say whether it can be cultivated to the foundation stage. Chapter 10 Accidental Peach Blossoms Which Dare to Fold. Zhang Yixing carefully organized the techniques inside his mind. There were also many martial arts techniques, and he sloppily learned a footwork and a palm technique. Without realizing it, it was past 5 in the afternoon. He hadn't eaten all day, so he walked out of the hotel and found a restaurant nearby, ordering beer and stir-fried vegetables. Naturally, he was drunk and full again. Leaving the small restaurant, Zhang Yixing walked slowly all the way, feeling that the time was still early, so he did not rush back to the hotel. Walking and stopping, the scenery along the road is naturally there. The night in Pengcheng was also beautiful. Although his home is not far from downtown Pengcheng, he has not been here a few times, so the downtown area is also not familiar with. Said Two Eyes a Black, a bit of exaggeration, in fact, is almost the same. Walking slowly almost an hour, so Zhang Yixing wanted to go back, but he did not return to the original way. Is turned to another road. Brilliant street lights pull his figure very bright. Roadside neon lights upstairs and downstairs dazzling. Should be a city of prosperity and strength. Not far ahead to see a bar. Bar front parking a variety of luxury cars. Anyway, Zhang Yixing does not understand the car. A sweeping past. The road in front of the bar was not too wide, and the street light was not as bright as the one he had just walked on. Zhang Yixing was bold, and he was not afraid to walk on the road under such gray lights. Just turned in and walked less than 20 meters. He heard someone talking. Tonight, the brothers are lucky. Ha 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 ha. He heard a duck voice saying, yes, yes. A few buddies got lucky and picked up a superb beauty. Hearing such words, Zhang Yixing immediately understood everything. So the beauty was picked up. It felt like a woman who had drunk too much, encountered such a situation, afraid that it was bad luck. He secretly sighed in his heart. Why would a girl run to the bar to drink so much alcohol? Stayed to see half a day. The woman really drank a lot. Confused. Hands and feet are not sharp. Feel soft look. Now no matter where, as long as the bar, everyday drunk people may be countless. Maybe if you get drunk, you'll be able to de-stress. Often heard, drunk in the bar, out of the bar and then accosted by unsuspecting men took away. Really do not know sober up to regret? 3 unsuspecting men saw the drunk woman in tears. Not a trace of sympathy, but more and more excited. Another man was heard saying, the little woman is even more charming when she cries. Brother, I have pity on her. TSK TSK TSK, look at this little face. The more I see the more I like it. Ha 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 ha. The sound of lewd and strange laughter. The woman desperately struggling. 3 people do not move. One of the face of a hideous scarred evil man began to move hands and feet. A hand touched the woman's high song, but also fake love said, sister, home in what place? Brother, a few to send you home it? There are even more infuriating things happened. An extremely lewd-looking small man began to hand to pick the woman's pants. Zhang Yixing originally did not want to care about this idle matter, but what was happening in front of him made him really angry. So he is not looking. A healthy step rushed to the front of the 3 men. Such a gangster. In front of the current refining 6-layer of Zhang Yixing, simply like a mole cricket, did not see how he shot. 3 usually unbeatable men. Minutes down, a person's body and gave a foot. And in my heart, no 1 hour. These scum cannot get up and walk. Maybe the woman was drugged while drinking at the bar possibly. Anyway, now the woman was in a daze. Where do you live, beautiful? I'll send you back. My home. My. Me. But she wants to say and cannot say what place. Is grunting. Not a moment to feel the woman's face more and more flushed. Hands and feet also began to become sensitive. Bad. This is the precursor to the onset of drug awe. Under the gray light, coupled with the road, there is no way. Zhang Yixing had to point out the woman drowsy acupuncture points. The girl's neck a crooked sleep. So he picked up the girl and went back to the wide road. Called a cab. Zhang Yixing said, Master, go to the hotel in front. Bringing the woman to the hotel. He came to his room, put the woman on the sofa and thought about how to get rid of the toxins in the woman's body. Forget about it first. Zhang Yixing wanted to take a bath himself first, and then get rid of the toxins for the woman. He washed very quickly, almost in only 10 minutes. While taking a bath in his mind, he thought about the feeling of just hugging the woman. Zhang Yixing was a white boy, although he was handsome and dashing, and there were many beautiful female classmates who had approached him in college. But at that time, Zhang Yixing was just a sinew. Frozen did not fall in love in college. The woman's softness and his body are tightly connected. Instantly electrocuted feeling. This is also the first time he grew up so big that he felt soft, soothing to the extreme, making him think about it again and again, and keep recalling it until he came out of the bathroom. So Zhang Yixing stepped in and woke up the girl, but then she was not quiet again. Ebony eyes turned. making Zhang Yixing really want to push the woman down right away. But unfortunately he couldn't. If he really did, what was the difference between that and the 3 punks just now? He found 6 silver needles, sterilized them with alcohol, and inserted them into the woman's several acupoints according to the technique in his mind. And in a short while the woman stopped flailing, and everything returned to normal and calm. Then the girl looked at Zhang Yixing. Zhang Yixing also looked at her. 4 eyes. Just now, I only cared about bringing the woman. I didn't carefully look at the woman more. And besides, I didn't have the mood to look at that time. Now to the room. In the bright light of the room. And then look at the woman in front of the normalization of the woman. Feel the woman cold. Or cold. She micro-release powder. Has a snow-light lingering skin. Black pupils cold as the Siberian tundra. High nose showed harsh lines. Slightly pursed lips seemed to penetrate the signal of widowhood. Snow lotus playfulness with cold plum style. Clear and beautiful in the austere. Contained in the corner of the eyes and eyebrows are proud. Thank you for saving me. My name is Song Sisi. May I ask what is the name of the benefactor? Zhang Yixing also felt a little embarrassed, just now looking at this front and center drunken beauty in front of him. Honestly, he really wanted to not treat her and let things go on as they should. Maybe now he was in the clouds himself, since he graduated and returned home. With a strange encounter, coupled with the fact that he is also cultivating the dragon tendency skill every now and then, thus feeling that his mentality has changed, from a person who only knows how to study in the past, and usually speaks little, to such a person who encounters a beautiful woman, and sometimes has the mood of wanting to get into a wrong mood, wishing that he could be sunnier, and that the beautiful girl might soon be able to be with himself. Double dating. Tonight's matter, can't talk about how much regret, is more or less a little lost feeling just. My name is Zhang Yixing. I'm from Cebu City, which is not far from Pengcheng. Where are you from? Beauty. Song Sisi, face slightly red, replied, I am from Yanjing, because I encountered a troublesome thing. I want to come out to take a break. Think of Pengcheng as the birthplace of the Tu-Han culture. So in Pengcheng City under the car fire, it would have been to buy a ticket to Magic City. It was an unusual coincidence. Plus and do not know each other, so there is nothing to say to each other. Anyway, Zhang Yixing felt that this Song Sisi in front of him must be a woman with a story. So said, right, now your body is also back to normal. Time is not early, or I go to give you another room. Early bath rest. Wake up. Tomorrow look at the many attractions of Pengcheng. May bring you a very good mood. Don't need you to open a room for me. I open my own on it. So the girl took the initiative, exchanged phone numbers, and then the beautiful girl Song Sisi turned to the door to go. At the moment Song Sisi a little bit of desire to speak, and a little bit of reluctance to leave the room. Hopefully, it is not an illusion. Chapter 11 Cloud Dragon Lake. After sending off the beautiful Song Sisi, Zhang Yixing casually closed the door of his room and fumbled with the jade pendant space around his neck. Then with a thought, he instantly saw his duffel bag disappearing into thin air. And then with another thought, the duffel bag appeared again on the short table in the room where he had put his suitcase. At this moment, Zhang Yixing was very excited. He felt that all this might be the will of God. Taking off the jade pendant space around his neck, his mind moved and he came back inside the jade pendant space. He walked into the thatched hut and sat cross-legged on the jade bed. Running true chi traveled through his 7 meridians and 8 veins. At this moment, Zhang Yixing felt that there was too much difference between cultivating inside and outside the space, and the aura inside the space was much denser than outside, so he thought that in the future, he had to cultivate more inside the space and grow himself quickly. Only when he had the strength to protect himself could he then go on to realize his great ideals. Zhang Yixing took his shoulder bag, the Yuawali wooden Buddha statue, and the treasure map he found inside the Buddha statue's stomach, and received it into the jade pendant space. Suddenly he thought of the treasure map where there is a difference, so the idea of a move. The hand appeared again, just that treasure map, found a limited number of words, and still small island country text. The picture of the line is not too clear. Anyway, now also cannot understand. And in the control of the idea of the jade pendant space thatched hut received on the polka shelves, out of the hotel, Zhang Yixing felt the time is still early. Walked to Yunlong Park. The reason why to go to Yunlong Park, because the place where he lives is very close to Yunlong Park. Not long past time, Zhang Yixing came to the park, which was first formed in Northern Song Dynasty, east of Yunlong Mountain, west of Han Mountain, Tianqi Mountain, south Snuggle Quan Mountain, Shu Mountain. See this 3 sides around the mountain of face to the city beautiful lake, Yunlong Lake. Seeing the natural scenery of Yunlong Lake, Zhang Yixing couldn't help but take a deep breath of the fresh air floating over inside the lake. At once, he felt refreshed. After looking at where he was, he then walked towards a forest not far from the lake shore. Finding a flat field of about a dozen square feet, he first played a set of Taijiquan, and 20 minutes later he practiced the palm technique he had just learned. Swimming dragon palm, because he had just learned it, he played it even more earnestly, and the time went by very quickly, and he practiced this palm technique alone for almost an hour. Finally, he practiced the Lingbo Wei steps again, just to see him in the woods, flitting east and west at an incredibly fast speed. Feeling a slight sweat on his body, he stopped practicing, then collected the power along the place where he had just practiced, walking forward, about walking more than 300 meters. I saw the front of the woods is also someone in the cultivation. Cultivation of people is a beautiful woman, beside an old man in his 70s, watching the girls boxing. Behind the old man about 10 meters, there is a height of about 1 meter 85, face a little black, about 30 years of age of the young man. In the vigilance of what? Zhang Yixing stopped to watch the girls' boxing process for a few moments, and couldn't help but shake his head before trying to leave the place. Who knew that his actions just now were seen by the girl who was boxing? With a disdainful look on her face, the girl put away the set she was just practicing and rushed over to Zhang Yixing, looking him up and down back and forth, then very rudely said, "What do you mean? Why are you shaking your head? Who are you looking down on?" Feeling incredibly depressed, Zhang Yixing didn't want to explain anything more. He was originally unintentional. How could he explain to a strange girl? Turning his head, he wanted to walk back. Who knew that the girl flew up and attacked Zhang Yixing with a kick? When the girl's kick was about to hit his body, he saw him slightly swaying, and the girl's kick hit the open space. Just when the girl wanted to take back her long legs and feet, Zhang Yixing reached out and grabbed the girl's ankle. The girl's leg was still on the ground. At this time it was like a golden chicken stand alone. Fortunately, today the girl practiced kung fu in practice clothes. If you usually wear a skirt, there will be an unexpected gain. Zhang Yixing saw the girl's red face and ears, and in his heart, he was afraid of really annoying this little girl, so he immediately let go of his hand. This time cannot be big. The girl began to rage, a pair of unforgiving posture. At this moment, Zhang Yixing feel very twisted and very depressed. Why should he shake his head off? But things happen. There is only to face. At this time, just far away from the black big man standing, also came to the girl's face, a one word on the trend of fighting. All this happened was standing on the side, watching their own baby granddaughter practicing boxing. Old man see clearly. Unfortunately, the old man did not speak first, because he did not see Zhang Yixing shaking his head just now. He only realized it when he heard his baby granddaughter speak. The girl who stood firmly on her feet, her eyes were on fire, and her heart to strangle Zhang Yixing was there at this moment. The girl with a full head of black hair in the back tied a ponytail, light practice clothes, standard melon face, smart almond eyes, angry, or beautiful and charming. So Zhang Yixing thought in his heart, when he meets this woman again in the future, he must first hide far away. Angry girl began to be unforgiving. Mouth, you must explain to me today to explain clearly. Why see me practicing you shake your head? Do not explain clearly, do not want to leave this place. It turns out that the girl called Zhang Shangnan, the old man called Zheng Changhe, is the girl's grandfather. The girl's boxing is the old man taught. Usually the old man most distressed this baby granddaughter. The young man with the black face is called Zhao Biao. The three of them came to this place from time to time to practice boxing. Zhang Yixing knew all this now, and was also just introduced by the old master on his own initiative. Zhang Yixing saw that the girl was unforgiving, but the old man was still very reasonable, so he nudged the old man a few times. Turning to the old man, he said, "It's okay to call you old master, right? I'm also not from the Pengcheng city district, and today's arrival at this place is purely accidental, and I don't have the intention of laughing at your granddaughter. Look at her fist and footpath. The feeling is not suitable for a girl to practice. If she has been adhering to this boxing practice, and then a few years may be the same as your old man's current situation. Basically the difference is not very big. The girl Zheng Shengnan, the heart wants you to fool it. A brat know what still in front of their own eyes to show off. The heart is very disdainful. Heart secretly muttered. The explanation is to cover up. Cover up is the truth. The truth is that you are not honest. Not honest, humph. See how I will pack you. If I'm not mistaken, the old man you cultivate to the current level of competition has been a number of years. There is no longer a little bit to break through the feeling. That is to say, no more inches of progress. There is not a small amount of secret injuries. Is not it you now a run to cultivate the feeling of chest tight, and so you give up the cultivation, only to feel a little bit better. Once the old man heard such words from Zhang Yixing, his heart was shocked, and he looked and looked again at the young and handsome young man in front of him, so he let out a sigh and said, "Young man, you are not wrong at all. Since you are able to see it, let me ask you, is there any way to cure a situation like mine?" Zhang Yixing looked at the old man's eyes and replied with sincerity, "There must be a way, and it doesn't cost anything. It's just that you can't continue practicing this Gongfu mantra anymore. If you want to believe me, when I cure you, tell me about your Gongfu recipe, and correct the unreasonable places. That's it." But she couldn't continue practicing this Gong method anymore. After the words, "It points to Zheng Shengnan, The little girl Zhang Shangnan was anxious to hear. Saying big words that won't have the guts to compare with me squarely? Hearing the girl say this, Zhang Yixing laughed. So he said, competition even if. He also said to the old man, it's too late today. Come to this place tomorrow. I'll give you a cure. After saying that, he picked a leaf with his hand, and with a shake of his hand, the leaf disappeared. Waiting for Zhang Yixing to go a long way away, the black-faced young man called the old man and the girl together. A leaf inserted into the trunk of the tree. Chapter 12, Curing the Disease. Zhang Yixing walked back slowly, returning to the hotel almost to noon. After taking a shower and changing clothes, he walked out of the hotel again. Still going to the small restaurant yesterday. Another bottle of wine and 2 dishes. Eat and drink enough. Did not immediately return to the hotel. He skipped a circle, ran to the Yellow River Yinbian, watching people play chess. Speaking of chess, whether it is Xianqi or Weiqi, he is a good player. When he saw others playing chess, he stopped to watch. The game hadn't started for long, and one person had only made 5 or 6 moves. However, it was a lively game. Both sides jumped the knight and took the pawn. The rook and bow and cannon bombarded. You and I. It was hard to distinguish. An old man in gray jumped from his horse, and immediately sent an advance guard, a car. 2 guns drove straight into the position of the old man in the blue mountain suit. However, the old man in the blue suit was a master of the game, and his style of play was very strange, so it was hard to tell what was real and what was not. When the head of the gun, hidden ambush chain horse, rooks opened up to help, the gun is dragged out. The 2 armies gun to gun, knife to start a white-knuckle battle. Zhang Yixing is also a lot of days have not played chess. Watching others play chess is just as addictive, while watching around the eating crowd, but also as long as someone plays chess, regardless of whether they know, there will always be someone in the guidance of others how to play. If you meet the bad-tempered people, a sentence on the ding's talkative people, red in the face and red in the ears. As the old saying goes, the gentleman who watches chess does not say anything. Zhang Yixing finished watching the 2 old man's game of chess, while hearing the surrounding chaos, feel tasteless, so continue to walk forward. Look at this ancient yellow river. Zhang Yixing knew that the yellow river had many old channels, but the biggest old channel was in Pengcheng. At the same time, Pengcheng was also the center city of the Huaihai Plain, which had a dazzling historical halo and a bleak history. And continue to walk forward. See a large stone bridge. Up to the stone bridge, there are monuments and instructions, explaining the history of the old way of the Yellow River from ancient times to the present. There are also parks. The development of Pengcheng has changed too much in the past few years. See the new scene on the old course of the Yellow River, and then remember the canal direction of Puncheng Wanzhai Harbor and the wide harbor area. There is also the scene of the canal in Pengcheng being integrated into the Beijing-Hangzhou Grand Canal to the north. Pengcheng has many ancient poetic works. The most famous is Lu Bang's Song of the Great Wind, which was composed when he was the king of the world, and Xiang Yu's Song of Gaixia, which Xiang Yu sang within the Lingbai race. Pengcheng provides a great background for Lu Bang and Xiang Yu's conquest of the world. There is also the Yuan dynasty poet Sajirat's Pengcheng Huaigu. Pengcheng was born to a number of emperors and generals, from Lu Bang and Lu Yu to Li Yu, the later lord of the southern Tang dynasty, the founding fathers of the Han dynasty, Shao He, Fan Kuai, Chao Sun, Zhou Bo and Zhou Yafu, all were from Pengcheng. Lu Xiang, whose ancestry is from Peicheng, even compiled the strategies of the warring states, Chu Ci, the classic of mountains and seas, and even Jade Terrace New Song. Can't think of enough historical celebrities, historical halos, and historical events. At this moment, Zhang Yixing has a lot of feelings. Ancient Pengcheng, and today it is a prosperous city. Pengcheng has always been so, is a cultural town with outstanding people and is also a birthplace of Chinese culture. But Pengcheng is also like Kaifeng, Shangqiu, the history of frequent changes, is also a city stacked on top of the city of a place. So now a lot of monuments have been submerged. Reviewing history, looking to the future, Zhang Yixing suddenly no longer continued to think about it. He turned the corner to the direction of the hotel and go. On the way back to the hotel to find a small food restaurant, casually ate something. Tonight did not drink again. In fact, Zhang Yixing originally did not have an addiction to alcohol. Remember during college, the 4 people in the same dormitory, he was the third in line. When he encountered something that had to drink, he also casually drank a little, and then simply stopped drinking. Now together with the students after graduation, each went their own way. 4 people, the oldest Li Feng, home is the northeast. I heard that now with his father to do business with. Once the phone contact, said their own business can do. The second is called Gao Pengyu, family is Chang'an in Shijing, now in Shijing opened an antique store. The fourth is called Qin Shaoxian, home is Jinling. I heard he got into the civil service, separated for almost a year, did not get together to get together. think about it is also a little miss. Is not a proverb, together with the window, together with the gun, together with prostitutes, together with the dirty, life for iron. This may be the labor people, with years of wisdom before summed up. However, Zhang Yixing thinks, success is also Xiaohe, defeat is also Xiaohe. In today's society materialistic, the hearts of the people, I do not know when to cross the flavor. In fact, Zhang Yixing also has the mind of the civil service examination. If there is no strange encounter, so that he has the current treasure identification cheats, he may not have too much ambition, not to go to do the dream of getting rich, take a shower and brush your teeth, and then call home, report a piece, so that parents can rest assured that it is, and at the same time to the sister's WeChat to transfer $2,000. Message, sister, you just study hard, strive to get into the ideal school, do not spare money, brother is your strong backing. Again and far away in Jean Ling's classmates, Ouyang Qian chatted for a while on WeChat, think about no other things, just lock the door of the room, a thought. The person entered the jade pendant space, feeling that the jade pendant space is too magical, but now he cannot figure it out, so he simply do not think about it. However, there is a tenet that the secret of the jade pendant must not be known to anyone except himself. Zhang Yixing still understood the reasoning behind the jade pendant. Even his own family did not say anything, not that he thought that his family was not trustworthy, but he was afraid that it would not be good in case his family spilled the beans. As usual, Zhang Yixing sat cross-legged on the jade bed again, out of curiosity. He again cultivated while playing with a piece of stone in his hand, putting it on the Bogu shelf, and he didn't know what the nature of the stone was. The gong method was running around, and the true qi was walking in his two veins, not only consolidating the spiritual power fed back to him from the jade pendant space, but also making his cultivation improve by leaps and bounds. It also accumulated more internal energy very well. The more the internal energy in the dantian was filled, the stronger one's strength could be, and one's cultivation could be accelerated to break through to a higher realm. Another night of meditation and cultivation. When he opened his eyes in the morning, he found that the stone that he had placed in his hand last night had become ash. Zhang Yixing felt very surprised. Using the Golden Pupil perspective ability, I looked inside my dantian and found more solidified true qi swirling inside, so he thought, maybe it won't take long to break through to the 7th level of qi cultivation. With a thought he left the jade pendant space. It felt like practicing dragon tendency technique was even more soothing than sleeping to the extreme, without any feeling of exhaustion. Looking at the time, he went downstairs and headed towards the old place where he practiced yesterday. Everything was the same, still the same content of yesterday's cultivation. Feeling that it was almost time, he headed towards the place he had agreed with the old man yesterday. Walking along the woods, I saw the 3 people from yesterday from afar. The old man's face was full of folds that turned into a smile. The girl froze and didn't say a word, and the black-faced young man didn't open his mouth. He himself understands. On the leaves he saw yesterday, he can't even run a horse to catch up. The girl is even more temperless. At that time, her grandfather told her, now you know that there are mountains beyond people, right? In fact, there wasn't that woman who didn't envy the strong. Zhang Yixing came to stand opposite the old man, Zheng Changhe. Then he let the old master walk out of the woods, and in a short while, he found the long chairs along the lake shore, which were usually reserved for tourists to sit and rest. Chinese medicine will be just look, smell, ask, cut. In fact, there was no need to look any further. Zhang Yixing also knew where the old man's problem was at its root. However, he still took his pulse first and asked again. Then he took out 6 silver needles and sterilized them with alcohol, letting the black-faced lad undo the clothes on the old master first. At this time of the year, the person wore a shirt. He then quickly inserted those 6 silver needles into the old master's back, waist yu, sendo, upper star, shen ting, and fingfu tendon contraction. Then he flicked his hand. The 6 silver needles were trembling. Just like this time slowly passed while waiting. About half an hour passed. Zhang Yixing waved his hand and the 6 silver needles flew into his hand. Alcohol was sterilized and put into the needle bag. Again, he asked the old man to stand up and practice the boxing technique he had been practicing. After 20 minutes of time passed, the old man finished practicing his set of boxing techniques. Perhaps because of his age, he was a bit out of breath. Just as the old man wanted to rest for a while, without noticing something happened. Zhang Yixing's palms pressed tightly onto the old man's back. The old man was surprised in his heart, but immediately he felt a warm current that flowed into his limbs and bones. It lasted for 3 minutes, and sweat was pouring out of Zhang Yixing's head. Then Zhang Yixing fiercely hit the old man's back, with a force. Chapter 13, Leaving Pengcheng. Zhang Yixing also gave just a small hard hit. Old Master Zheng Changhe flew forward 5 or 6 steps before stopping. At the same time dark, black blood spurted out of his mouth. The beautiful Zheng Shengnan and the black-faced youngster simultaneously had bad looks on their faces and ran towards the old master in unison. After the old man spat out the ebony black blood, he instantly felt refreshed. This was the most comfortable moment he had felt in all these years. Zhang Yixing pointed out to the old man where the flaws in the gong method were based on the true qi traveling route he saw with his true vision golden pupil when the old man fought just now, and gave the old man a prescription to tonify his qi and blood. So he said, "Old master, meeting is fate. Perhaps we will meet again in the future." The old man wanted to give Zhang Yixing money, which he refused, and the helpless old man asked for Zhang Yixing's contact number, and Zhang Yixing did not have the need to be reserved, but when he said his phone number, the old man Zhang Changha said, "Shangnan, you write down the phone number of the little brother. Grandpa is old. I'm afraid I can't remember it." Zhang Yixing also wrote down Zhang Shangnan's phone number. Each left a phone number. Zhang Yixing said, "Old master, I have other things to do, so I will go back first. Your body should be almost good. In the next month or so just follow the prescription that was just given to you, and insist on taking the medicine every day. If it is possible, old master's cultivation may be able to break through to a higher realm." When the old master heard Zhang Yixing say this, he was instantly thrilled. His words trembled and he thanked Zhang Yixing again and again. Then with a sincere face, he said to Zhang Yixing, "Little brother, whatever difficulties you encounter in Pengcheng in the future, you can give me a call, and within the scope of my ability, I will definitely help you." Zhang Yixing smiled faintly and said, "Definitely will." Then he said goodbye to the beautiful Zhang Shangnan, the black-faced young man Zhao Biao, one by one, and turned around to go back the way he came. Only when Zhang Yixing's back could not be seen, the old man Zhang Changha firmly said, "This son will become a great man in the future. Shangnan, you also need to change your character. People cannot look like each other. Seawater cannot be measured. No matter what, you have to make good friends with this lad Zhang Yixing." Zhang Yixing returned to the hotel room, took a shower and brushed his teeth to change into a clean outfit. Most of his clothes were sportswear and casual clothes. In his heart, he thought that he would see about going to buy a few more clothes later. Leaving the hotel, Zhang Yixing took a taxi to the Golden Eagle Mansion, looked at the sales guide of the building's merchandise classification categories, and started to take the elevator up to the 8th floor, because on the 8th floor there were counters for the sale of men's branded clothing. When is chatting and farting a few little girls, see to them this counter to come over a body tall and slender, have a tube straight up the nose, lips on the beard, stay plate inch head, a clean sportswear, body type is proportional, full of sunshine cool elegant temperament. At once a few little girls, with little stars in their eyes, are going to be in the mood for mojo, so a usually very witty girl, took the initiative to go forward to greet and said, "Mr. Hello, may I ask what kind of clothing you want to buy?" Zhang Yixing was also greatly relieved to see this girl who greeted him enthusiastically. It was not all dog-eyed salespeople. What Zhang Yixing was wearing today could be described as ground floor goods. If he had not gotten the jade pendant space before, he would not even have to think that he would dare to go to an international brand store to buy clothing. This may be the present self. Strength changes fate. Strength changes the mindset. In the future maybe strength changes other aspects of oneself. Now it is still something unknown. Zhang Yixing said, "Thank you beautiful woman. I want to buy a set of more formal clothing and a set of more casual clothing." The girl immediately understood what he meant when she heard it, and based on the guest's physical condition, the girl easily thought of the style and size of the clothes, and then so, she introduced and recommended a lot of things, and spent a total of more than 78,000 Longwa dollars, and bought 2 sets of Armani garments. He went to a belt, shoes counter, bought what he wanted. Another 5,000 or so were spent. The money spent to say that Zhang Yixing was not heartbroken that is false. Only now, unlike the past student era, spending money to be meticulous. Now his mentality has changed. Perhaps in the future to spend more money will not be heartbroken again. Under a group of envious and eager to get eyes, Zhang Yixing left the 8th floor, carrying a few shopping bags in his hand, feeling inconvenient, so he went into the bathroom on the 1st floor, to a cubicle, a few shopping bags into the jade pendant space, placed on the jade bed in the thatched hut, thinking that this thatched hut is too small, and so on the future have the opportunity, and then buy a big house into the space. At the same time, Zhang Yixing also took out his shoulder bag. Of course, the things in the shoulder bag basically stayed in the space. Now it can be said that carrying a shoulder bag again is completely a prop, but also can prevent others from hearing and seeing. Careful not to make a big mistake. Walking out of the Golden Eagle Mansion, Zhang Yixing casually called a cab. Zhang Yixing then said, "Master, go to the flower, bird, fish and insect market." The taxi driver pressed the meter, put on the gear and refueled, and drove to his destination in a puff of smoke. Pengcheng's flower, bird, fish and insect market. The gate was an arch made of wood, very spacious. Just enter the door on the fork in the road. Zhang Yixing casually choose a direction and go. The heart wants to wait to turn around and then shop on the other side. Just walk a few steps to see a sale of fish, turtles, and some of the water plants. He swept a glance on the continue to go forward. In front of him, there are selling flowers, plants and trees. Look at not what they want. So, slowly walk and stop. Half of the side of the turn finished. Cr. Sell flowers, sell birds, sell fish, sell landscape trees, and small animals, puppies, kittens, can be said to be a full range of varieties, many colors. See the market so prosperous, see people come and go. Is this the ordinary world, ordinary life? Finally then he wandered to the other side of the time, bought 2 goldfish. I heard that this goldfish is good, maybe in the future the family can use. Golden dragonfish clad in golden robes, mouth high up, 2 short whiskers in the water fluttering, look very like. Spend 1,800 yuan. Bought 2. The length of the gold dragonfish is about 30 centimeters of the appearance. The boss said, the 2 gold dragons you chose, sir, just happened to be a pair, a male and a female. Zhang Yixing couldn't see it anyway, so he believed what the boss said. In the owner's aquarium, he asked for a plastic organizing box, and the owner enthusiastically put the right amount of water in the box for Zhang Yixing, and only then put the 2 gold dragons that Zhang Yixing had just looked at, into the box. The boss also taught Zhang Yixing the knowledge of feeding the goldfish. With the organizing box in his hand, Zhang Yixing continued to walk forward, and when he was about to go out of the gate of the flower, bird, fish and insect market, he found a lot of people standing in front of a stall. He heard one person say, "What kind of bird is this one of yours, old man?" Another person said, "Old man, how did you catch it? This is not a state-protected animal, is it?" Another person said, "I'd rather eat 4 tails of flying birds than half a caddy of walking animals." "Old man, how much to sell?" "I buy home stewed wine." Seeing the chaotic scene in front of him, Zhang Yixing was even more curious, so he found a piece of empty space that was not in the way and put down the plastic organizing box in his hand, squeezed into the front of the crowd to take a look. It turns out that the injured big bird placed on the stall is a sea east green. Zhang Yixing also did not hastily say that he knew such a bird. What was its name? So he asked, "Old master, may I ask how did you catch this bird?" The old master said, "This bird was picked up by my grandson when he was traveling up the mountain. I felt like eating it myself, so why don't I see if I can sell it for a few dollars and subsidize my family?" "Oh, I see." Zhang Yixing put his hands on this haydonking's body again, touching and looking at it. It felt that the injuries of the haydonking were not too serious and might be able to be raised. "May I ask the old master, what price do you want to sell this bird for?" The old master counted up 3 fingers, and before Zhang Yixing could return the price, he listened to the watching crowd of eaters. "Hush hush hush hush," a person said, "Want to rob money, ah old man? Look at not yet 2 pounds, slaughtered and defeathered and de-gutted. What else ah?" Zhang Yixing looked at the crowd and rolled one eye, so he said, "Old man, this bird I buy." Then he pulled out 3 red tickets and handed them to the old man. The old man saw the tickets and felt happy, and then patted his butt and headed for the market's main gate. Back to the hotel, Zhang Yixing thought into the jade pendant space, and then put the goldfish and the sea east green are put into the jade pendant space. Look at the water in the plastic organizing box is a little bit less. To the spiritual spring pool, with a cup to the plastic organizing box to add a little bit of space aura spring water. When the space aura spring water into the soon, just a little bit of withered goldfish, suddenly excited up. Seeing the excitement of the goldfish, Zhang Yixing immediately felt the powerful effect of the space aura spring water, saw the cheerful goldfish, and then looked at the haydonking that did not have any spirit. He then immediately exited the space and went to a pharmacy outside the hotel and bought some anti-inflammatory medicine, and also bought some beef at a butcher store. He returned to the hotel room. A thought moved to the jade pendant space, to Haidongqing's wounds coated with the anti-inflammatory medicine just bought, and with the jade pendant space aura spring water soaked on the beef cut into small pieces, put in front of Haidongqing. Haidongqing did not eat at first, froze for a while and began to feast. Looking at the golden dragonfish and Haidongqing, he exited the space, packed up his own belongings in the room, and then went to the front desk to check out of the room, and went to the train station, bought a westbound train ticket, and left Pengchang all the way west. Chapter 14. A day in Luai City. The train finally arrived at Zhang Yixing's destination for this trip, the Luai City, after hours-long highway driving. Luai had also been called in ancient times, Yuzhou, Shihao, Shendu, etc. Zhang Yixing knew that Yuzhou was the name of the ancient period. In the eastern and western Zhou dynasty, Yuzhou was renamed to Luai. It was also the capital city at that time. In the era of Chao Wei, the ancient city of Luai was renamed Luoyang, which has been used in the subsequent dynasties until today. Zhang Yixing feed on the 13 dynasties in this capital of the feng shui treasure land. The heart is also 1,000 feelings. At the same time also deeply feel my great Chinese culture. Different from any country in the world now, up and down 5,000 years. The times change, stay as the vicissitudes of history precipitation. So Zhang Yixing also want to, and this is said to be the residence of Luotian, the birthplace of Chinese civilization, to have a good look. Then Zhang Yixing went to the cab parking area in the square in front of the station and took a cab. After getting into the taxi, he told the cabbie, "Master, go to the biggest antique market in Luoyi ancient city." The cab turned around and drove for about 20 minutes before arriving at the antique market in Luoyi ancient city. Looking at the market gate that was permeated with antiquity, Zhang Yixing did not go in, so he found a hotel not far from the antique market. This time, he still booked a week first. After getting the room card, he took the elevator to the 7th floor of the hotel. Reiki, Zhang Yixing was also superstitious for a time. Wasn't it that people often had to say, 7 up and 8 down proverb? Zhang Yixing also wanted this trip to Luoyi ancient city to be more rewarding and to bring his financial strength and his own strength to the next level. After entering the hotel room, the first thing he did was to take a hot shower. Then he moved his mind and entered the jade pendant space. After seeing the inside of the space, it gave him a small surprise. The golden dragonfish was in the tiny plastic organizing box, swimming joyfully, and the injured Heidonking was flying around the pool of aura spring water. Seeing that the space was bare, Zhang Yixing's heart muttered, thinking that he had to find an opportunity to add something to the inside of the space, so that the Heidonking would have a place to live, and the golden dragonfish would have a pool to grow up quickly. Just when Zhang Yixing was thinking wildly, he came to a place that was 100 meters away from the space aura spring pool, and after stopping, he thought in his heart that it would be good to have a pool in this place. However, just moments after his thoughts had passed, a miracle appeared, and he saw that a large rectangular pit the size of an acre had appeared at a speed visible to the naked eye at the place where he had just stood. Zhang Yixing was stunned, seeing the big dry pit in front of him. His heart felt too weird, so he left the jade pendant space, ran to the bathroom, turned on the cold water faucet, blocked the bathtub's outlet hole with a plug, put his hand in the water, and with a thought, he saw the cold water released from the faucet, entering the space inside according to his will, and entered the big pit that just appeared. Zhang Yixing's mind was connected to the jade pendant. About half an hour or so had passed, and the big pit of 1 acre in size that had just appeared inside the space was almost filled with water, and Zhang Yixing knew that the depth of the pit was about 2 meters deep. It could be seen that the speed of water entering the space was still very fast. After another while, Zhang Yixing felt that it was almost time, so he entered the space. With a thought, he controlled the water inside the original aura spring water pool with his mind and added it to the 1 acre sized pool that had just appeared, adding about 2 kilograms of aura spring water. Then put 2 golden dragon fish into the pool that just formed. Ha ha, the real fish get water. The dragon into the sea scene appeared. The 2 golden dragon fish cheerful. A moment cannot be described in words. Seeing the joy of the gold dragonfish, Zhang Yixing also felt deeply gratified, thinking about how he would have to buy a few more gold dragonfish in the future. Another look at the sea east green. He thought, the sea east green is really to him, and voluntarily flew over. Is this my space? I do the master? To be able to think of things. Find the last time to buy beef. Look, it's still very fresh. It seems that this jade pendant space also has the function of preservation of freshness. Engaged in a little space aura spring water. Bubble beef fed to the sea east green ate. The sea east green is not polite. Zhang Yixing feel it must eat very fragrant. There is also space aura spring water also has the efficacy of healing. Otherwise, it is impossible for the sea east green to get well so quickly on the wound. So Zhang Yixing hummed a song in the jade pendant space. You have I have ah, space have I have ah. Zhang Yixing no longer care about the sea east green. Let it go play by itself. After finishing these things, Zhang Yixing went to the jade bed to sit on his knees and began to cultivate the dragon tendency skill. The cultivation time is not long, but already feel refreshed. So he exited the jade pendant space, leaving the hotel. Looking at the time, it was only 9:30 in the morning, so he took a taxi to go to the attractions of Luoyi ancient city first. Then he would go shopping in the antique market. The cab sent Zhang Yixing to the Longmen Grottos. Zhang Yixing paid the fare and the cab driver master happily drove away. Then Zhang Yixing went to Fengxian Temple first, and then went to Shangshan Temple, Jiangsong Villa, White Circle and other places. Looking at the time, it was more than 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Back on the road, Zhang Yixing feel to Binyang in the Hole. Fengxian Temple and Gaiyang Hole can best represent the Longmen Grottos. Although the Longmen Grottos have grottos, more than one. 300. The Buddha Cave. Buddha niche 2345. More than 50 pagodas. More than 100,000 statues of Buddha. The largest statue of Buddha as high as 17 meters. The smallest is only 2 centimeters. Zhang Yixing left Longmen Grottos and prepared to go back to the hotel. The sites that are not finished, tomorrow will continue to play is. After leaving the scenic spot, there was a small 2-story restaurant not far away. He thought to himself, anyway, it is also to the mealtime. First eat it, and then go back. Came to just see that small restaurant. Enter the door to see the door in the side of the standing a woman. Just to see her tall, deep eyes and high nose, waterfall like long hair, elegant long skirt, standard melon face, smart almond eyes, that stable and dignified temperament. Give Zhang Yixing's feeling is that, have not yet drunk. Zhang Yixing was also very happy to receive the warm reception from the beautiful woman, so he found an inconspicuous corner and sat down under the arrangement of the beautiful woman. The boss's wife served him tea. Out of happiness, he did not look at the menu to order. He casually said, "Boss, pick up the best dishes in your store. Just bring up 2 of them, and another bottle of beer." Boss's wife, "Okay, sir." You wait a moment. Not long after, the wine and dishes were served. Zhang Yixing ate while feeling in his heart that although this small restaurant was not big, the taste of the dishes was good. It seemed that he would have to add 2 more dishes in a while. Just when he ate half of the time, he saw the store came to a height of about 1.6 meters or so. Triangular eyes, eagle hook nose, convex dazzling bone, thick lips, the sky, a lewd face of the man. Zhang Yixing felt funny in his heart. There were such strange men in the world. Just then, he heard the man who had just entered the door say, "Wife, you still have to give me another $200,000. Hearing such words, the beautiful woman trembled with anger. Then she said, "I long ago didn't owe you any money. The money I borrowed from you has long since been paid back over the past few years." The obscene man heard this kind of words, immediately stormed, unforgiving, said, "Either now and then give me money, or now immediately and I married." When the woman heard such words, she felt helpless and powerless. Her face turned pale, and she didn't know how to answer the lewd man for a moment. At this time, a waiter in the restaurant was heard saying, "Sister Hong is too bitter to have met such a scoundrel." The waiter then said, "Sister Hong's hometown is in the countryside. A few years ago his father got a serious illness. When there was no way to get help, the lewd man lent Sister Hong's family $30,000. The condition is, Sister Hong will marry him." Sister Hong's father got well. She left her hometown to come to the city to work. Through these years of hard work, earned a little money. The beginning of her first opened a snack bar, and then the business did well, and only slowly have the current restaurant. Mischievous man, after knowing the Red Sister's landing place, it comes to the store every now and then to harass. The Red Sister has given him the Morton man has more than $800,000. This is not now again to ask for money. Is the bank cannot withstand his such a tosset. Sister Hong encountered such a rolling knife meat, the heart of death have all had. In fact, if the lewd man is righteous, walk the right path, Sister Hong would have just pinched her nose and admitted it. Who let her family borrow money from this scoundrel in the first place? After hearing the waiter's rough explanation, Zhang Yixing felt that this man was too classless. Coincidentally, in the man's teeth and claws, want to go to grab the Red Sister. Back a few steps when, touched Zhang Yixing's feet. If the usual Zhang Yixing also even, now for the obscene man, there is a reason to do it. Zhang Yixing raised a foot, and kicked the hideous, rogue, and lewd man out a long way. Chapter 15 Touring Laojun Mountain. Without the lewd man making noise, Zhang Yixing continued to eat and drink. Suddenly he thought of a problem. He was treating the symptoms rather than the root cause. Perhaps when he left, he would bring calamity to the boss's wife. Regretting that he shouldn't be nosy, however on second thought he was relieved. Getting up and walking to the lewd man, he raised his hand and grabbed the lewd man's collar, looked at the lewd man carefully for a while, and finally made up his mind because this lewd man should have died a long time ago. Zhang Yixing used the physiognomy that he had only learned a short while ago and saw that there were 3 human lives on this lewd man. Some of them were raped and then killed, and some of them were attempts on his life. And if he hadn't considered that Sister Hong was an ATM, perhaps he wouldn't have been able to wait to make his move long ago. Zhang Yixing exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air, casually slapped a few times on the lewd man's body, and drove the lewd man to get lost, having done something he didn't want to do for once. At this time he had eaten almost as much, so he called over the waiter to settle the bill and left. In the future, the indecent man will slowly die in pain. Zhang Yixing thought that he moved the hand and foot. Now the medical science cannot be checked out. The human body inside and outside and cannot see the injury. After returning to the hotel, Zhang Yixing took a shower and brushed his teeth before entering the jade pendant space. At the same time, he summoned Hai Dongqing and sat on his knees on the jade bed and began to cultivate the dragon tendency technique. Hai Dongqing looked at Zhang Yixing and also honestly plopped down on the side of the jade bed. Through these few times of practicing in the jade pendant space, Zhang Yixing sensed a pattern that the time inside the jade pendant space was faster than the time outside, and he wanted to test it properly when he had the chance. He didn't know how much time had passed. When Zhang Yixing opened his eyes, he felt that his cultivation had improved a little bit more. Zhang Yixing exited the jade pendant space. Looking at the time outside, it was past 8 in the morning. After washing up, he left the hotel and prepared for a new day of touring. To the Laojun Mountain, went to the middle Heavenly Gate Square, known as the small Zhangjiaji's 10-mile gallery. One step at a time, moving step by step, hanging trestle, the sea of clouds in the air, the golden tripod Taoist temple, the group of Lao Jun temple, the top of the Jade Emperor, the god of wealth temple, the five mothers of the Golden Temple, the more than 2,200 meters of the main peak of the Mount Fui, the southern heavenly gate, the leaning heavenly sword, the Taoist enlightenment of Laozi, and the Ma Main Ridge, one by one to see down. Another day has passed. See more, also feel full of eyes, ready to tomorrow. Do not see the attractions, go to the Luai Ancient City Museum to see, and then go to the Antique City. Cab stopped near the hotel. Zhang Yixing paid the fare, walked not far into a hotel. The size of the hotel is not small. It seems that the business is doing well. Just to see the hotel outside the word parked vehicles, you can decide the hotel business is good or bad. A person did not want any private room. In the corner of the hall, casually find a place to sit down. The service lady came and poured him tea, casually ordered 2 hotel specialties, 2 bottles of beer, a soup, a bowl of rice. Waiting in the hotel can see people coming and going. A good deal of business booming scene. Meals on the fast, eat and drink. Zhang Yixing speed is still very fast, shouted the waiter, settled the bill, turned to the outside of the hotel to go, and suddenly heard a chaotic noise upstairs. Out of curiosity, Zhang Yixing stopped walking outside. He pricked up his ears and listened, wanting to know what was happening. The upstairs was in chaos. After listening for a while he understood. It turned out to be in the upstairs large private room, a family to the old man's birthday. Perhaps the old man is happy, perhaps the children's persuasion, the old man's heart attack, coincidentally, the usual medicine on the body, only an empty bottle left. The hotel manager is also very anxious. First dialed 120, family members, not to mention, each anxious round and round. Zhang Yixing also very understand, medical not stingy, but now encountered such a thing, he is also very torn. But in the end, reason overcame the idea of bondage, so he made a few turns and arrived at the private room. Say everyone make way, I am a doctor, can give the old man a look. At this time there are family members, diners, and hotel attendants, and when they see this sunny and handsome big boy in front of them, how can they not believe that he can cure people? One said, go go go, don't fool around, the hair is not even long right. Now it was also true, what kind of a hairy dog says he is a doctor? Zhang Yixing felt very depressed, turned around and wanted to leave, but he added, now even if I don't cure you guys have no one to cure you. When the ambulance will come is not yet known. You can wait. Can the old man wait? Look at the current situation. Do you think the old man can wait until the ambulance comes? The old man's eldest son, in the entanglement of the sudden sober up, right now can only be a dead horse as a living horse. So he asked, young man, how sure are you? Zhang Yixing very simply said, continue to wait a little longer. I do not have 10% certainty. Alas, now we can only do our best and listen to God's fate. So he simply said a few words with his family, then reluctantly let Zhang Yixing give his father treatment to see. Zhang Yixing glanced at everyone in a very unfriendly manner. Coming to the old man, he flipped the old man's eyelids and looked at them, then took the old man's pulse. After doing so, he took out 18 silver needles, sterilized them with alcohol, and then heard, search search search. In less than half a minute, 18 silver needles were inserted into 18 acupoints on the old master's head, the front of his chest, and so on. Then see him with his hand at the end of each silver needle, gently a Buddha. Immediately saw 18 silver needles are constantly shaking. The shaking lasted for 3 minutes, and then he saw Zhang Yixing waving his hand once, and all the silver needles disappeared. At the same time, he slapped 3 times on the old man's back and 2 times on his front chest. Miracle happened. See, the old man slowly opened his eyes. At the same time the old man's family is also a stone to the ground. At the same time just good, the ambulance arrived. A group of staff busy desolate, to be lifted to the old man in the ambulance. The family also on the good agreed, wait until they finished, and then want to get up to thank the young man, where can still find In fact, this time Zhang Yixing has left the hotel far away, returned to his own hotel, shower and brush teeth, then entered the jade pendant space, first look at the golden dragon fish, and fed beef to the sea east green. Then he went up to the jade bed to sit on his knees and began to cultivate the dragon tendency technique. A night without words. The next morning out of the jade pendant space, a simple wash, went to the hotel buffet to eat a breakfast, and then took a taxi to the Luoyi Ancient City Museum. When they arrived at the museum, they lined up to buy tickets, and when they entered the museum, the time was almost 9 in the morning. Zhang Yixing felt that time was too tight. If he looked at every piece of the collection one by one in detail, the planned day would not be enough, so he took a walk and looked at them. First, he saw the Tang Roman gold coin, then the Western Zhou animal face patterned square tripod, the square patterned bronze tripod, the Luoyi jade man, the Han Vulcan jade ring, the Warring States bronze sword, the tombstone of Chai Xiaoyi's wife Lu, the Xia 7-hole jade knife, and the Xia milk nail pattern jade. Just walking around for a day, the museum's collection was only a very small part of what I saw. Chapter 16 Antique City to See and Hear. In Luoyi Ancient City Museum, after a day of touring, although he did not feel tired, he still felt too many regrets. There were too many collections. If each collection was carefully looked at, to see and understand the story of the collection, it would not be a 1 or 2 day thing. After taking a shower and brushing his teeth, Zhang Yixing started to stick to the same things as always. First calling his parents at home and reporting a piece. Then he chatted with his classmate Yang Qian for a while. Zhang Yixing said, "Battered Yang Qian, how is the business of your jewelry store now? Is it very hot?" "I'm dizzy," which is as simple as you think. Business is not doing well now. And you don't do business. You don't understand even if you say it. But the overall feeling is not bad. By the way, Zhang Yixing, in another period of time, there is a jadeite public market in Ruweicheng. Are you interested in going to see? You don't have anything going on anyway, so why don't you go over and take a look? You might just get rich overnight. Zhang Yixing said, "I am still traveling out of town. I plan to go home first after visiting Xijing. If there is nothing going on, I will go to Ruweicheng to take a look. I will contact you by phone at that time." Yang Qian said, "Line, if you go to Ruweicheng, call to contact me. I also want to see you again, and you go together to see the emerald plate. You do not believe. Maybe you can really need a piece of big up stone." Hang up the phone, thought Zhang Yixing into the jade pendant space. He first looked at the gold dragon fish. Feel the color of these 2 gold dragon fish. Then when he just bought, turned more golden red. Also grew up a little. He also recruited the Haidonking and fed it a little bit of space aura spring water and beef. Then the 2 of them, 1 person and 1 animal, began to cultivate. Cultivation may be a tedious and boring life, but Zhang Yixing did not have such a feeling. He always believed that only when he worked hard would he be rewarded. During his school years, he always insisted on studying seriously, although he did not find an ideal job after graduation, and he could not say that his academic performance was not good. It's just that he didn't have a doorway. Plus the specialty he studied was not good enough to find a job in the first place. How difficult it is for a person from an ordinary family to find his ideal job. Zhang Yixing knows better than anyone in his heart. Not to mention the National Museum, is the provincial, city museums, cultural relics bureau and so on many departments. He has submitted resumes. Even later he went to Panjiayuan, Lulakang and other antique stores, explained his intention, or politely rejected by the boss. Now he encountered a heavenly miracle, so that he has the courage and confidence, firmly believe that his future is not to find any job, relying on their own cultural relics archaeological expertise, coupled with their own golden pupil perspective psychic ability. Want not to get rich are difficult. Now to work hard to cultivate the purpose of the Dragon Tang skill, is to have the strength to change their own destiny, to protect all the fruits of labor obtained after their own efforts. Zhang Yixing felt that he had momentarily thought too much again, and reassured himself once, feeling that he was fine now. So he stopped continuing to think about those miscellaneous things and focused his mind to start cultivating the dragon tendency technique. This time, he took another stone whose properties he hadn't figured out yet and clutched it in his hand. In his heart, he thought, not to care about the properties of the stone, as long as it was beneficial to his cultivation, it was enough. In the past few days, Zhang Yixing had not only practiced dragon tendency skill, he had also practiced some martial arts and phasing techniques on the space's Bogu shelf. There was also the fact that he had also found a pair of leading needles for acupuncture left behind by Bian Magpie on the Bogu shelf. Zhang Yixing decided to use the acupuncture needles left behind by Bian Magpie in the future. At the same time, he was also prepared to buy a few more pairs of silver needles sold in medical stores and put them in the space, just in case. Cultivation has no age. He did not know how long had passed inside the jade pendant space. Zhang Yixing felt that the alarm clock inside the room outside had already started the next morning's alarm. Although he was in the space, he could feel it outside the space. So he left the jade pendant space and appeared in the hotel room. Then he washed his face and brushed his teeth, and went to the hotel's buffet restaurant to eat breakfast. With nothing else on his mind, he left the hotel and went to one of the largest antique markets in Luoyi Ancient City near the hotel, the Heavenly Sun's 6th antique market. Zhang Yixing looked at the gate of this antique market and felt that it was atmospheric and ancient, giving people too much room for reverie. Most people might feel that it was full of real antiques, paintings and calligraphy. In fact, no matter where it is, there are still all kinds of old, high imitation, fabricated, and modern artifacts. Zhang Yixing stopped at the gate to watch for 2 minutes before taking a step inside the antique market. Following the middle road of the market, he walked slowly. In fact, now the antique market all over the country, the layout is similar. Boutique store area, stall area, some may also have jadeite jade area. Zhang Yixing to the antique market to stroll, generally will not go to the boutique store inside, because now is not just starting to engage in the collection of the era, reform and opening up for more than 40 years. People's living standards have improved. All sorts of big bosses, well-off people more. People will often say, the antiques of the world in a time of prosperity and chaos gold. That's why there is a prosperous scene in the market now. As he walked past one stall after another, he saw that these stalls were filled with antiques of all colors. There are summer and Shang bronze, spring and autumn chimes, Qin and Han gold and jade, Tang Sheng 3 colors, Song Kiln 5 porcelain, Ming official blue and white, Qing enamel, ceramics, Zisha, calligraphy and paintings, bricks, gilded Buddha statues, strange stones and ancient wood. Have everything, all in one place. Let the antique treasure appreciation knowledge of a half-understanding of the people saw these dazzling lifelike objects. The heart does not itch want to go out only strange. Zhang Yixing swept through. There was no object that was worth stopping to look at. He believed in his own vision. A glance at the fake objects he would not open the golden pupil perspective ability. Some of the stalls were also surrounded by many people in, watching and picking. There are wearing a Tang suit, wearing a Chinese mountain suit, also wearing casual wear. There are people dressed like civil workers in the walkout. There are bumper stickers. There are really picking up. Anyway, Zhang Yixing went to the antique market inside. Less than an hour. Saw a lot of human stories. After walking past a few more stalls, there was finally an object that made him stop and look. It was a conjectural bottle, and if it wasn't for Zhang Yixing, maybe it would always be a pearl in the rough. The stall owner is a middle-aged man around 50 years old. Fat head, white quiet face, 2 small eyes are about to squint together. When introducing and recommending his antiques, his eyes darted around, looking at people in a way that made them feel a bit intimidated. Zhang Yixing simply gave the stall owner a face-to-face, and his heart was in the right place. So he pointed to the east and the west, and the stall owner Zhou Xiansum asked the stall owner, "Boss, how do you sell this trigger finger?" The owner immediately began to memorize his lines. "Little brother, you have a high vision. You've seen the treasure of my stall at a glance. I'm not hiding it from you. This is the one I received a few days ago when I was shoveling in the countryside, and I got someone to look at it, saying that it is the imperial trigger finger of the Qianlong master." Zhang Yixing listened to the boss blindly fooling around, also grinned and said, "Boss, you say what price you can offer. Don't pull those have-nots." The stall owner's thick skin was invincible, and he was not afraid of Zhang Yixing's mockery. So he said, "Little brother, if you really want to buy it, how about giving me 500,000? I'm not going to hide it from you." It was last year when Christie's on Hong Kong Island auctioned off a turquoise skeletonized and gold-encrusted trigger finger of the same model of the Qianlong master, and it was also auctioned off for $800,000. Zhang Yixing said, "Boss, you really know how to fool. This wrench is not his wrench, you know." When these words came out, even if the boss was thick-skinned, he also felt a little red in the face. He said, "Why don't you make a bid, brother, and I'll see if I can sell it to you." Zhang Yixing said, "Boss, I really want to buy it back and play with it too. I'm still a student and don't have much money. How about just $100? When the boss heard this, his head shook like a rattle. "No, no, add more, add more." Zhang Yixing glanced at the boss, got up and was about to leave. And when he saw that Zhang Yixing had taken 5 or 6 steps, the boss called out, "Come back, little brother. My brother lost money and sold it to you." Zhang Yixing then paid the boss a red bill. Just as he turned around to leave, he pretended to be careless, yelp, "Hey, boss, didn't notice just now that you have another vase here. It just so happens that I'm still missing a vase in my living room. Look at this vase of yours. Boss, the flowers are very pretty. Boss, quote a price. I'll buy it if it's suitable." When the boss heard Zhang Yixing say such words, he thought in his heart, "What a mallet. Such a bottle still says it looks good." This bottle was still the one he picked up next to a trash can when he was collecting antiques in a neighborhood. So he said, "This vase is an old object from the Republican period. Give me $5,000. Halo, boss, $5,000, you just keep it yourself," said, lifted his leg to go. Boss anxious, "Little brother, back quickly back." In the end, there is a lot of bargaining. This vase was Zhang Yixing spent $500 to buy. In fact, how could the boss know that the vase inside the Qian Kuan if he knew that the bottle has catnip long ago not in the antique market stall selling? The following is a list of the most important things that you can do for your business. Chapter 17, A Pleasant Day. The real situation in the bottle was clear in Zhang Yixing's heart. It was just when he saw that imaginary bottle, he felt ridiculous. So he opened his golden pupil perspective ability, and 2 streams of precious light appeared at the beginning, one weak and one strong, piercing his eyes. So the situation inside was like a three-dimensional map, displayed in his mind. That's why he decided that he had to buy the bottle. Inside the same is a porcelain bottle, but to Zhang Yixing's feeling is to see the glaze color of the porcelain bottle like silk, like rain, plain white jade embryo, plain face without china, natural to carve and decorate, clear water out of hibiscus, side front outlined in blue peony, such as a look back at the yinging smile, subtle and beautiful as buds not yet blossomed. Zhang Yixing is very fond of it. Seeing this ancient blue and white porcelain is really like an old dream of the past, which carries the elegance of the Tang dynasty, the elegance of the Song dynasty, and the prosperity of the Ming dynasty, melting the epitome of each dynasty into this blue and white porcelain. Zhang Yixing embracing this incongruous porcelain vase, so that people who see him think he is a mallet, do not know anything but also come to the antique city to pick up leeks. Dream on. Want to get rich, want to crazy it. Look at the appearance of handsome and dashing. How is a straw man rice bucket? He also does not care how some of the melon masses talk about him, also do not care what others say, or very serious to walk forward and stop. Encountered a feeling of the object will stop to see. Grasp is not good, true or false on the use of the golden pupil perspective ability to see. Really let him find an inkstone, a rusty iron brazier. These two curiosities. One is with an old city brick for camouflage. Looking at the hand of the inkstone, is an old city brick carved out of an old city brick? In fact, it is with the old city brick to do a jacket like, and then the inkstone set in this jacket. But do the anti-counterfeiting is simply a hole, or not so many years have not seen someone found his secret. This may be Zhang Yixing has a golden finger of uniqueness. General play antiques people know. Duan inkstone is solid material, lubrication and delicate and world famous. It research ink is not stagnant, hair ink fast, research out of the ink is fine and smooth, writing smooth not to damage the hair, handwriting color is unchanged for a long time. Good inkstone, whether it is hot or winter, press the heart of the inkstone blue ink green, the water is not dry for a long time, so the ancients have gas research ink said. Zhang Yixing today got this side of the inkstone. If he is not wrong, it should be a side of the inkstone used by Tang Yin, because just on one side of the inkstone is a cloud pattern. One side has a line of cursive poetry, plus it was left with Peach Blossom Nunnery. The poem is Peach Blossom Nunnery, Peach Blossom Immortal. Peach Blossom Immortal planting peach trees, and picking immortal peaches to sell for wine money. Waking up only to sit in front of the flowers. Drunkenness still come to sleep under the flowers. Half waking up, half drunkenness day after day. Blossoms and falls year after year. Zhang Yixing found another stall and squatted down amidst the irrelevant comments of the melon eaters. This not so big stall sold all kinds of swords, bronze swords rusted, and now crafts big swords and long swords made old very unskilled. The reason why he stopped to look and squatted down was that a small bronze sword on the stall made him curious. The patina on the small sword can be said to be rusted, not see the blade. Feel convex blunt, can only be said to have a rough shape of the sword just. In fact, the patina wrapped is a blade, the body of the blade blue, cold, Kuan Wu knife. Zhang Yixing knows the legend of the Kunwa knife. Kunwa knife is smelted with Kunwa stone. According to the High NEI 10 states record, Fonglin State former King Mu of Zhou, West who dedicate Kunwa cut jade knife and night light often full of arms. The knife is 1 foot long. The cup is subjected to 3 liters. The knife steals jade as mud, the sword of the out, from the flow of the continent. However, this statement is also a legend. Exactly what is Kunwa stone, shall not be understood. Until today no one can say clearly, just like the husher-by, has become a mystery for the ages. Zhang Yixing can encounter today these 3 things, feel very happy, so he decided to go back to the hotel. The 3 things to deal with, so that they reveal the true face of Lushan. Turning around and walking back, he hadn't gone far when he saw a stall in front of a lot of people gathered around where they were looking at something. When he got closer and asked a middle-aged man who was also watching, he realized what had happened. It turned out to be a beautiful woman broke this stall on a porcelain. The boss said it is the Ru kiln, must let the beautiful woman to compensate him 2 million. The girl heard scared, she is just a junior, just to the antique market inside a casual look. See if you can pick up the leakage, because she is also studying archaeology major. She also majored in archaeology. The 2 million to compensate the boss. Zhang Yixing saw that the broken one was a 4-sided pen wash, so he remembered. In the book saw about Ru kiln 4 sides of the pen wash catalog introduction. The real Ru kiln 4 square pen wash should be folded edge more prominent, arc wall rounded, body glazed, glaze caressing like silk, warm and moist as jade, brilliant as Hutian jasper, mild and moist, such as agate. The resulting crystallization exudes a unique color. The surface of the vessel lin-shaped openings, very cultural and creative connotations. Let a person reverie unlimited. Quartet pen wash with agate into the glaze. The glaze layer is warm and moist. Look under high magnification. You can see the sparse bubbles like stars. Glaze color such as a pile of fat. Full color, clear lines, like a green shade of blue peaks. Like jade is not jade. Zhang Yixing looked at a while ago. Around the onlookers of the melon masses were talking a lot. Some said, this time this girl miserable. Let how difficult to rely on. There are also people who do not understand the inside story said, the little girl is not quick to contact the family to think of ways to beat the bad things according to the price of compensation is a matter of course. There are also people said, girl you wanna call the police, let the police uncle to deal with. The girl's face pale, has been saying that she is not her touch broken. The boss how difficult to deal with. Where can let go of such an opportunity? A bite is the girl to him to break the Ru-kiln four-way pen wash. Is the boss complacent? The little girl isolated when? Zhang Yixing really cannot stand to see. Originally if he did not get the jade pendant space before, he is not going to come out to care about this idle matter. Maybe after having the jade pendant space, he cultivated the dragon tang skill, so that his character has changed from the past. Now he is the 6th level of chi cultivation. The general people really do not put in the eyes. So he went up and said to the boss, boss you this Ru-kiln 4-square pen wash, broken, so that this girl accompanied the reward you 2 million. I'm not to say whether this girl touched the broken your pen wash. First ask your pen wash is really Ru-kiln 4-square pen wash? Once the onlookers heard Zhang Yixing's words, some of them said, yes, boss, is the pen wash the real Ru-kiln? As soon as the boss heard Zhang Yixing's words, he became anxious. Who are you? Dare to meddle in my grandpa's business. Quickly get lost. This 4-square brush washer of mine is the Ru-kiln's. What's wrong with it? I still have an expert certificate. Zhang Yixing took a look at the boss and realized that this boss was not a good person either. A shameless person with his cunning, long extremely obscene, sharp mouth, monkey cheeks and big yellow plate teeth, dry, speak or duck voice. So the real Ru-kiln 4-square pen wash some of the characteristics said, and then asked, boss you look at your 4-square pen wash. There is that point as I just said the characteristics? You look at your 4-square pen wash is still hot, but also hard to say that their 4-square pen wash is the real Ru-kiln. Business is not honest. Really is your name, how difficult. Zhang Yixing finished on the go, did not go much farther to listen to his neighboring booth boss said, young man his name is How from Ming, good smart, not called how difficult. Chapter 18, May the treasure leak its true face. The boss of the stall was really anxious now, his eyes opened as big as a cow's egg, glaring fiercely at Zhang Yixing. In his heart, he thought, kid, you wait for me, I have to kill you. In the crowd of onlookers sighing, mocking, plus again in the antique market, this time the rogue lewd stall owner, can only be reluctant to let the girl leave. The girl bowed deeply towards Zhang Yixing who walked away, then said loudly, thank you this gentleman. Zhang Yixing's light voice reached the girl's ears, don't be polite, be careful in the future. You have to be careful everywhere in the antique industry, or else you will jump into the trap set by others to the extent that you will suffer a big loss and still can't tell. In fact, now college students, living in the ivory tower, too many things to take for granted, serious dogmatic thinking, did not go through the society of this big school of poisonous beatings, is simply do not know life is not easy, who has is not as good as oneself, who is not as strong as oneself. Today this thing may be a good thing, more can make this girl mature, stable, become adapt to society, to the family, the country, can contribute to the strength of their own useful talents. Zhang Yixing continued to walk slowly along the other side of the market. Some stall owners saw him holding a conjectural large vase, and felt that he had no knowledge of antiques. Just heard a stall owner and his neighboring stall owner said, Old Wang, you see over the young man holding the vase in his arms, is not the East Districts that Oldly last time went out bargain hunting, picked up next to the garbage cans of that vase. Old Wang looked, asterisk. There really is someone looking at this bottle weird, really strange things every year, today especially more Old Song laughed loudly, not really, hey, young man, this side to see, brothers booth pieces are fine, I cannot lose, I cannot be fooled. Zhang Yixing also does not care, in fact, just bought this bottle, the boss to give him the bag, he said no, in fact, when he did so, it was an advertisement, saying that he didn't know anything, he just came to play, and if there was something that caught his eye, he bought it. The bosses of the stalls couldn't possibly think that they were walking away from the treasure either. In the greeting of the two bosses, Zhang Yixing really went to their booth. In fact, he understands very well in his heart. Now want to pick up the leakage is not easy. The early stage of reform and opening up, then engaged in the collection of people less. Cannot say that pieces are really antiques, at least not now. 10 pieces of objects have almost 10 pieces are fake. Can be said to be defensible. He got these days of antiques, are protected. Do the camouflage was not found, was bought, was another collector collection or let the traders to dumped abroad. If he didn't have a strange encounter and couldn't see the true condition of the objects, he wouldn't have bought them, knowing that they were fake. Who could buy them? Stall owners, antique stores, bosses can be sold as genuine, but the customer must not buy as genuine. Now the antique world of the water is very deep. If you are not careful, you will drown. If Zhang Yixing did not have the Golden Pupil perspective ability, relying on the theoretical knowledge of history and antiques that he had learned in college, he would want to pick up the leeks with a high coefficient of difficulty. Coming to the stall, after looking for a while, he did not find any object that could be let out. Just when he wanted to look at the other side of the stall, a layer of green paint inside and out. A small cup caught Zhang Yixing's attention. Whether it was because he was more curious with his perspective ability, he didn't know. Anyway, the object that his intuition told him to look at more often might be a surprise. Maybe without his presence. Maybe the objects he picked up and got, there was no telling when they would reappear in the Jianghu. Think about yourself also laughed. The rivers and lakes do not have these objects. These objects can only be a legend. So he opened the Golden Pupil perspective ability. Do not know. A look shocked. Is a good treasure so he did not show a trace of surprise, still there to pretend to look at this look at that. The boss was still talking and flirting at this time. In fact, at this time, Zhang Yixing's mind was filled with the flower god cup, the historical aura of the flower god cup. Zhang Yixing casually took a plate and that little green cup. The owner opened his mouth wide at this time, and the two pieces cost $3,000. He laughed as soon as he heard the greasy stall owner snub, "Boss, say a real price. Can it be less?" The greasy stall owner said, "Little brother, really can't be less." Zhang Yixing said, "Since it can't be less, you can't buy it." The boss took a look. This was the rhythm of yellow. Little brother. $3,000 really didn't ask for more. Zhang Yixing bull ****** Ted with the greasy boss again and finally spent $300 to buy the two antiques he held in his hands. Zhang Yixing pretended to have a bitter face. The two just bought. Let the boss give a good package. Loaded into the shoulder bag. In fact, was received by him in the jade pendant space. At this moment, Zhang Yixing was extremely happy. The historical aura of the flower god cup popped up in his mind again. Regrettably again, he still only had one at the moment. The Kamshi blue and white 5-colored 12 flower god cup, a cup with a flower and a poem, was simply beautiful. The flower god cup is a set of drinking vessels fired at the imperial kiln during the Kangxi period, based on the legend of the traditional flower dynasty festival. They were painted with a selection of 100 flowers representing the 12 lunar months of the lunar calendar. Each set of 12, representing a different month, is accompanied by one of the lunar flowers for each month. Because of the thin as the body of the cup, the god of flowers cup is extremely difficult to burn. So after the Kangxi dynasty, very few sets of words god cup appeared. Only individual months of the cup's sporadic appearance. Complete sets of perfect preservers can be called the world's most rare. Zhang Yixing remembers, each cup height 5 centimeters, caliber 6 centimeters, foot height 2, 7 centimeters. January narcissus, spring breeze to the sun to clear the book, the night moon over the waves on the embankment. February magnolia, Jining Chui calyx with spring cold, yellow flowers in a few. Peach blossom in March, the wind and flowers of the new society. The old spring season is thick. Peony in April, dawn color is far away from the dew of golden palm, and twilight fragrance deeply stirs up the wind in the jade hall. Pomegranate flower in May, the dewy color of the pearl curtain is reflected in it, and the fragrant wind covers the pink wall. June lotus, the root is jade in the mud, and the heart is a pearl under the dew. Orchid in July, the wide hall is lightly perfumed, and the high platform is blown far away. August osmanthus, the branches are born in the infinite moon, and the flowers are full of natural fall. September chrysanthemum, 1,000 years of white wine, a lifetime of fragrance. Hibiscus in October, fragrant and rainy, colorful out of the sunny smoke. November moonflower, not with 1,000 kinds of exhaustion, only a year of red. December plum blossom, snowy color and fresh fragrance. Windy branches, just last year a set of Kangxi December flower god cup, in Pali auction house, plus all the costs, almost auctioned for 140 million. Thinking about the story of the flower god cup, Zhang Yixing was a bit dazed for a while. It was only when the boss suddenly called out that he woke up from the dream of the flower god cup. Zhang Yixing came back to the next door old king's stall, picked up and looked down, and did not talk to the boss, either for fear of the boss fooling him, or he felt that the process of picking out the objects was enjoyable. There was no result without the process, although it was the result that was important. He saw in this stall, a rice bowl, the same size porcelain bowl. The pattern on the bowl is not the same as other household items pattern. The wall of the bowl was fired with hibiscus flowers, which were in full bloom and looked extraordinarily delicate. This was a high white glazed double-sided hibiscus flower ornamental wrist. Zhang Yixing thought in his heart that this should be that old grandfather's ornamental bowl back then. This bowl alone, on the auction is words, no less than $30 million starting price. Maybe the boss took this bowl as a bowl of household goods now. Otherwise a 7,501 porcelain. Killed him also impossible to put on the stall. Early sold what stall This knowledge determines the fate. The baby in front of him cannot see. Who can blame? Zhang Yixing cannot kindly tell him that this is a treasurette. Chapter 19, it's nice to pick up leeks. Zhang Yixing grabbed 3 plates and 4 bowls at once and set them aside. Then he began to ask, "Boss, these few plates and bowls, how much is it?" The boss took a look at what Zhang Yixing picked, and almost laughed out loud. So he began to talk nonsense in a serious manner. "Little brother has a unique vision. These objects are what I just received in the hands of a rich big brother's son. According to that son, these are his father's collection, because he said his hands are a little tight, in a hurry to use money. Dad and not at home. Mom went out to play mahjong, so he secretly took out these few objects to sell." The boss is still there, gushing and fooling around. The owner of the neighboring stall not far away also interjected a sentence from time to time. Zhang Yixing didn't show any impatience, but just watched the boss's brilliant performance. The boss may have felt that he had flirted too much, and that the greatness had blown up, so he grinned, revealing 8 big yellow teeth, without a bit of embarrassment, said, "These few objects, little brother, you give 500,000 how? Half a day of fooling around." Finally back to the main topic, Zhang Yixing said without any hesitation, "Boss, I just rented a house. Just want to buy a few plates and bowls for eating. Originally wanted to think of the supermarket to buy. This is not in your stall to see these objects. Color is very beautiful. At the same time as a new guy, I don't want to go to the supermarket anymore, so I'll buy them at your booth and use them the same way." As soon as the boss heard Zhang Yixing's words, in his heart, he thought, "Boy, you still call others a mallet. You are the mallet." So the boss put on a constipated face. "Little brother, I'm an antique. How can I compare it to the plates and bowls inside the supermarket? Little brother, you honestly give the price of the mouth." Zhang Yixing also said in a serious manner, "Boss, I also not less to you. These several plates and bowls, how about giving you $50 together?" When the boss heard this, he refused to do so and said, "No, no." Zhang Yixing felt that the time was almost up, and the boss's skill of fooling was exhausted. Then said, "Boss, I am really afraid of trouble. Do not want to go to the supermarket to buy, so I add some $70 do not sell even if." Although the boss is slippery and has many years of experience in the industry, but in the face of Zhang Yixing, the surface of the mallet is actually insightful. Uncontrolled subjective will of the people. He can't succeed in the fooling, and there is no way to slaughter again. A little sigh of relief. The boss began to be confused. The heart thought, mosquito leg small is also meat. Then he received a red ticket from Zhang Yixing, and then said, "Little brother, $30 will not find you. You take another small piece in the stall." Zhang Yixing looked at the boss and without saying much, he casually picked up a copper coin, which he had actually just noticed. Originally, he wanted to take care of the bowl and plate before talking to the boss about the copper coin. Now it was a waste of time, and the coin arrived just the same. Zhang Yixing felt that today's luck was about to run out, so he wanted to go back to the hotel. After leaving the antique market, he first went to a store selling power tools and bought a rechargeable lithium battery handheld cutter. Also bought a few packages of silver needles, nitrite reagent, a rechargeable electric grinding tool. There are also some things he can think of a moment to use. Basically all bought. Back to the hotel room. First went to the bathroom to take a shower, and then went to the hotel buffet restaurant to eat. Tonight he did not drink. Also called home to report a piece. There is a classmate Ouyang Qian. Simple greetings, and then he will be a thought. Will pick up today's objects, and buy some tools and so on together into the jade pendant space. He first had to destroy the imaginary vase, so as to reveal the original face of the vase inside. The reason why this vase is fabricated. The reason is very simple. Is that the fabricator is the first to make a bottle than to protect? Big 1. To protect the vase to be put into the fabricated vase, in order to let the vase to protect the vase bottle mouth, not to be seen out of the cat, the fabricator, and make a fabricated vase mouth. The mouth of the vase on the big and small, from the coat on the mouth of the vase to be protected, so as to give the impression that the fabricated vase inside the mouth is very thin, inserted to protect the vase mouth inside the large bottle mouth, fabricated for a good cover. The outer part of the mouth of the vase looks bloated. That is, looking at it gives the impression of a big belly, thick neck, and thin inner caliber. Zhang Yixing felt that the conjecturer had taken many steps to accomplish such a masterpiece. The real vase can be said to be, the mouth of the bottle is a bit like a joint. The vase in addition to the mouth of the bottle. The rest of the parts are set in the imaginary bottle inside. Zhang Yixing, with a hand holding a cutting machine, carefully cut the bottom ring of the imaginary bottle. TSK, the real vase and outside the fake imaginary bottle has about a centimeter gap. The imaginary person used part of the high temperature resistant material. The vase's circumference wrapped tightly. He again in the outside of the vase mouth edge below a centimeter slowly and carefully cut. Suddenly an outer circle of all wrapped. Bottle mouthpiece as good as a small mushroom. Flower vase completely on the exposed. Hypothetical bottle mouth. Have been using the golden pupil perspective ability of Zhang Yixing, carefully in the imaginary bottle mouth and really vase mouth. The middle of a gap in the filler to slowly decompose with oxalic acid. In this way, After Zhang Yixing's efforts for more than an hour, he finally took out the real vase. After removing the heat-resistant material on the body of the vase, a beautiful vase appeared in front of his eyes. After admiring it, he put the vase on the bogu shelf inside the jade pendant space. Now that he was doing all this in space, he wasn't afraid of the noise of the cutting machine. Next, there was no object to cut. In order to protect the environment of his jade pendant space, he brought the other machine thing out of the space. He put the cup that was green inside and out into the diluted solution of nitrous acid to try and see if he could take off the coat of the cup. Miracle happened. About the past 5 minutes, the diluted solution changed color. A beautiful March flower god cup appeared. Zhang Yixing did not care about happy and excited. Immediately put the cup into the pure water. Rinse several times. The rinsed clean March flower god cup, with a soft napkin, wiped clean the cup on the water vapor. Admiring it for a while, it was time to start that patina wrapped, sword-shaped green rusty stick again. Both the copper and the stick were put into the diluted solution of oxalic acid. While observing the external changes of the copper and the stick, Zhang Yixing thought about how to deal with these rare treasures. Time passed so quickly, and in no time these two items had soaked for 15 minutes. Even though he used his golden pupil perspective ability to know what these two things were, he was now still looking forward to the next. The character of these two treasures. Chapter 20, Zhang Daqian's authentic handwriting. The results were positive. The two treasures were in perfect condition. He first dealt with the copper money. Took a look. Let him excited. It turned out that this copper money is Qing Dynasty Xianfeng Heavy Baby Spring 1500 carved mother. See the hand of carved mother money. Craftsmanship is exquisite. The word mouth is clear warping. Wear broad circumference. Perfect quality top. Zhang Yixing felt that he had made a lot of money today. If nothing goes wrong, it can be auctioned for more than $10 million. Zhang Yixing fumbled with his hand for a while, and then put it on the jade pendant space bogu shelf first. He picked up the sword like actually knife again, repeated several times to look at it, and on the not very thick hilt, he found two ancient seal characters, Kunwu. He saw that the blade of the knife in his hand was bluish, revealing a creepy cold light. Since the legend says that the Kunwu knife can break jade like clay, he will use him as a carving knife from now on. I also heard that the reason why Lu Zigang was a good carver and a Zigang jade tablet could be worth a lot of money was that he got this Kunwu knife back then. Think about whether you can find a teacher in the future and learn the carving technique. Zhang Yixing knew that his current self, after practicing the dragon tendency skill, the true chi inside his body in the past could not be compared. Now he could not say that he was strong and invincible, but there was no problem dealing with ordinary people. Zhang Yixing's memory is also very strong now, and he has the ability to forget everything. He also realized that the older the antiques were, the different precious light they emitted. Now he can know is, the end of the Qing dynasty and the beginning of the antiques issued by the treasure light is almost the same. Generally are not too strong white aura end of the Qing dynasty to the middle of the Qing dynasty generally should be, medium strong red aura. The end of the Qing dynasty and the beginning of the Ming dynasty antiques generally want to emit a strong red aura. Now he already knows that the Ming dynasty antiques that he got generally emit a yellow-colored precious light. The treasure light emitted by the Kunwu knife that he had just gotten was a strong purple treasure light. It seemed that Lu Zigang had also gotten the Kunwu knife left behind by his predecessor. It was really like what the previous person always said. The pearl light is the attribute of an antique possibly. Zhang Yixing also knew that he had only just gotten the jade pendant space not long ago, so perhaps he could better analyze the age of the antiques clearly later. After packing up all the antiques he had gotten, he cleaned up the battlefield, feeling that he had a full harvest from picking up leeks today. I want to go out and take a look around. Out of the hotel, strolling on the road near the hotel. I do not know how long I walked, to a crossroads. I saw myself in front of 5 people, behind 6 people, slowly approaching him. Only see the lead gangster. Face gloomy, eagle hook nose, leopard ring eyes, horse face and a long scar, like a big centipede lying on his face. The long black chest protector hairs were exposed and visible. Shoulder also tattoo a hideous wolf head. An ordinary person would shudder at the sight of him. But unfortunately, Zhang Yixing was not an ordinary person. Zhang Yixing did not say anything and stood waiting for the gangsters to make their moves. Kid, are you going to do it yourself? Or are our brothers going to help you out? You kid cut off a leg and an arm, and then come up with $500,000. The brothers will let you off with a dog's life. Zhang Yixing listened to this leading big brother's one-time arm twisting. Feeling confused, he didn't know what he had offended. So he asked, what do you do? Say big words or not afraid of flashing your tongue. Can you say why? Kid AI, dead to the end is still not self-aware. Who have you offended and don't know? Zhang Yixing also did not want to understand. It is not too late to fight first and then ask. So he said, can you no longer pretend to be a bully? This year, pretend to be a bully not to be struck by lightning no? Brothers give me on, as long as not killed on the line. So a dozen punks swarmed up. Zhang Yixing did not slow a handshake. Saw so many gangsters fell down in unison. dry anxious just cannot stand up. The big brother in the lead was scared to death. Zhang Yixing arrived in front of the gangster with a flash. With a wave of his hand, he grabbed the neck collar of the big brother in charge, immediately lifted him up, mentioned himself, and asked, "Who sent you here?" The big brother in charge is still not emotionally angry. A tilt of the head and do not want to say the meaning. Zhang Yixing grabbed him by the hair, snapped, left and right each 2 slaps. Incisors and back teeth have lost a few. Say it or not. Zhang Yixing saw that he was still unwilling to speak, so he clicked a few times on his body. In less than half a minute, the leading brother wailed, I say big brother, we're wrong, please let me go, I won't dare anymore." After more than a minute had passed, Zhang Yixing clicked a few more times on the bandleader big brother's body, and the bandleader big brother was quiet. "How does it feel? Is it comfortable? Quickly say who sent you guys to trouble me?" The lead big brother's face was as ugly as eating, so he revealed the person behind the scene. It turned out to be that stall owner inside the antique market. Zhang Yixing had minded his own business and ruined his bumper, so this vindictive and shameless man had approached the leading big brother's group. One of this gang had been following Zhang Yixing since he came out of the antique city. Knowing what kind of person was looking for trouble, he didn't feel any pressure, so in a dozen gangsters' body, a shot to take out their own silver needle, but also kicked a foot, before letting them roll away. "Go back and tell your masters, never forgive the next time. Roll." Zhang Yixing felt that in this year, it was not easy to do good deeds anymore, and it was easy to be retaliated against when encountering people with bad character. Shameless people always had reasons to convince themselves to retaliate against others. People with little strength or power who minded their own business would often be retaliated against by the miscreants. Unnecessary trouble was caused, so it was said that one should think twice before doing anything. The gangsters rolled and crawled in no time and Zhang Yixing still strolled forward. In his heart, he thought, it has been several days since he came to Luoyi ancient city. Tomorrow he will go out again to have a look. If not, the day after tomorrow, he will leave this historical ancient city and set off towards another ancient city. There are still many things to do in the future, and right now there is not a single clue. So Zhang Yixing sighed. At the same time, he persuaded himself that it was still a little early to think about the future. Not everything is suitable. First plan and then move. There is not a car to the mountain. The boat to the end of the bridge naturally straight say? And thought of the hands of the treasure. Now there is no strength to collect them all one by one. Now to first accumulate some funds for business. When he really grows up in the future, then he will consider collecting it. After walking a good distance, Zhang Yixing reached another road and started walking back to the hotel room, or first call home. An old classmate Ouyang Shen briefly chatted a few words, then went to the jade pendant space. The space inside the golden dragonfish grew up some more. Heidonking also the same, a lot of changes. Now the Heidonking is very close to Zhang Yixing. Zhang Yixing basically every day to give the Heidonking good food. So now the Heidonking now is not what it used to be. The feathers are smooth and oily smooth. The eyes are moving. Very let the people love. People love it. Zhang Yixing left the jade pendant space, returned to the hotel room, washed his face, brushed his teeth, went to the hotel cafeteria to have breakfast, and then took a cab to another antique city in Luoyi ancient city. When he arrived at the San Kongju antique city, through inquiring, Zhang Yixing also knew that Luoyi ancient city, there are 48 antique markets in large and small sizes, and he did not intend to go to see every antique market. There is no need for that. If he really strolls around an antique market for a day, it will really take more than a month to finish the stroll. Zhang Yixing smiled helplessly. As he continued to walk along the market road, he saw a group of people watching something, and some people were talking. Zhang Yixing approached to take a look. It turned out to be someone in a boss's stall, betting on the green skin. Zhang Yixing thought about how it was almost July now, and it was just the right season for greenskin pecans to ripen. Zhang Yixing went to the stall and looked at it, and found that there were about several hundred green-skinned hickories, so he also wanted to see if he could gamble a nice pair and bring them back to his father to play with. He first picked up the big head to see, and then in the big inside to see if there can be a pair of successful. Not to mention in his golden pupil penetration ability, the green walnut inside the situation at a glance. In his opinion, the larger green walnut inside, a total of 2 pairs of matching good. He also did not open in front of the boss of the green skin of his choice, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Know the results. There is no need to show in front of people. He also think that his luck this time is good. 2 pairs of good match green walnut, a pair of white lion, a pair of full of stars. After paying the boss 3,000 green walnut money, he continued to stroll along the market road, walking and stopping. See that good also bought a few less valuable trinkets. Time flies. Unknowingly came to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He thought it seems unlikely to have any big gains today, so he walked back, through a stall selling paintings. A pair of Mr. Dakian's, Tai Guanchuan too attracted his attention. He didn't need to look closely to know that it was a copy of Mr. Dakian's painting. It was not because it was fake that it caught his attention. It was because this copy of Mr. Dakian's painting had a faint precious light emanating from one of the scrolls. Zhang Yixing haggled with the owner of the stall and finally bought the painting for $700. As Zhang Yixing's cultivation soared, sometimes he could feel the authenticity of the object without opening his golden pupil perspective ability. Perhaps with the blessing of divine sense, Zhang Yixing with an excited heart, with a slightly trembling hand, received the boss packaged painting. He also vaguely saw the boss's contemptuous and disdainful eyes. Zhang Yixing did not care how the boss viewed him, put away this copy of Mr. Dakian's Tai Guanchuan painting, and returned to the hotel happily and incomparably. Chapter 21 Leaving Luoyi Ancient City. Returning to the hotel room, Zhang Yixing took a shower and went to the hotel cafeteria to eat a little something before starting to repeat the previous process all over again. Put down the cell phone. First, he took out the 2 pairs of green-skinned walnuts. With a craftsman's knife slowly opened the green walnuts. Open the green walnuts. Zhang Yixing did not use the kunwo knife, feeling that there is no need to kill the chicken with a bull knife. Less than half an hour, 2 pairs of green walnuts were opened. Some of the scrubbing, 2 pairs of beautiful play walnuts, appeared in front of Zhang Yixing. A pair of white lions, a pair of full stars. Zhang Yixing was very happy. He thought that when he went home, he would give a pair to his father to play with, and a pair to his grandfather. Unfortunately, his grandfather was no longer alive, and at this moment, Zhang Yixing was incredibly nostalgic for his grandfather. Then he put that copy of Mr. Dakian's painting on the table, removed the 2 ends of the scroll, the original painting hand 3-hold 2-hold kneaded into a ball, when the garbage thrown into the garbage can. Picking up a scroll, he opened one end carefully and took out a painting. Zhang Yixing repeatedly looked and looked, sure that it was Mr. Dakian's Tai Guanchuan too, but let Zhang Yixing depressed things appeared. Through his previous browsing web page no, Mr. Dakian's Tai Guanchuan 2 in more than 10 years ago was more than 40 million dragon country coins. In the Guardian's autumn on the auction to buy away, how to hide to the axle, and was obtained by himself. Could it be that the treasure also has the spiritual nature? No, to look for a new owner. Not. Another look, found that this is not framed painting. Perhaps Mr. Dakian first painted this painting, feel dissatisfied and repainted a picture. Exactly the same Tai Guanchuan 2. Feel good to be flowing outside, that there are flaws were obtained, and then collected in this copy of Mr. Dakian's Tai Guanchuan 2 in the scroll. I can't figure it out. I can only not think about it. Look at Mr. Dakian's real handwriting in front of us. This painting and calligraphy, high cliffs towering temple, written with a small axe, as much as possible to get the feeling of the summer mountains and lush green, blue water, water waves. See Mr. Dakian unique craftsmanship. The Tai Guanchuan 2 and play walnuts together received the jade pendant space on the poker shelf, and then again look at the golden dragonfish, greeted to the sea east green, together in the jade bed sitting cross-legged, began to cultivate dragon tang skill, the next day at noon only to get up, brush teeth and wash face, pack up their own belongings, to the hotel front desk to check out, and then carry their own duffel bag to leave the hotel. Now Zhang Yixing carrying a duffel bag was a prop, because he knew that no one who went out to play was empty-handed. Finding a fast food restaurant, he briefly ate breakfast, then he took a taxi and set off directly to the train station. Heart full of hope for the next stop, can bring their own surprise. He picked up the tickets he had ordered online and went to the waiting room to wait for the train. About half an hour later, the 1314 train he was going to take started checking tickets. Follow the crowd to line up to check the ticket into the station. Get on the train. Another 10 minutes passed. When he got on the train, he found his compartment and seat. Zhang Yixing put his shoulder bag on the luggage rack of the train, and then sat down on his window seat. After another moment, a beautiful woman came to the seat opposite to his. Coincidentally or not, it turned out that this beauty was the one who sat on the seat opposite Zhang Yixing when he went home some time ago. The beautiful woman who had just put her luggage down and sat down was also a little bit surprised and amazed. She probably recognized at a glance that Zhang Yixing was the handsome man she met on the train last time. People often say, a man can be impressed by a beautiful woman when he meets her. Whether a beautiful woman can remember well when she meets a handsome man, Zhang Yixing did not know. Zhang Yixing tried to take the initiative to hit on the beautiful woman on the opposite seat, so a slight smile and said, "Hi beauty, good coincidence, oh, we again sit in the same car." Beauty also remembered that some time ago we also sat in the same car, also opposite seat. Beauty is also a little reserved. Then replied Zhang Yixing, "Really is very coincidental, but if not you just took the initiative to mention, I may have long forgotten." After saying this, the beauty's face slightly reddened, and she did not continue. The beauty on the opposite seat today was wearing a light brown colored dress with a cream colored Indian silk sari lined in the open collar. Don't have a large ruby brooch, covered with a dark purple tweed cloak with black lattice, slender figure, dignified instrument. Looking at Zhang Yixing a little demented. Did not flow out of the hala is fortunate. Remember he used to be not like this. No matter whether it is high school or college. Cannot be very insulated from beautiful women. Is just no to study. Did not put the heart into the woman. Now is not the cultivation of the dragon tang skills sake. He does not know. Remember the legend of the dragon are born colorful. Now Zhang Yixing is not a dragon. Why is it that even when he sees a beautiful woman, he has too much desire? Think about it. He also feels ashamed. Thought for a while. So he asked the beauty is a business trip and travel. The beauty did not answer his question, but asked Zhang Yixing in return. What do you do? Where are you going? Traveling or business? After a series of several questions, the corner of his mouth hooked up a nice arc. Zhang Yixing now knew that the beauty on the opposite seat was powerful. If he wanted to continue to chat with the beauty, he had to answer the beauty's question first. If he didn't say it, then this chat would have to stop. A little embarrassed Zhang Yixing then said, I am traveling to Xijing. There is that I have just graduated not long ago. Have not yet found a job. The last time we can sit in the same car. That time as I went home from Yanjing. And now also in the same car to meet the beautiful girl you or I came out from home to travel. By the way beauty, my name is Zhang Yixing. Can you tell me your name? There is no other meaning. Is to feel too much destiny we? Perhaps in the future there may be a third encounter. We sit on the same train. Or sit on the opposite seat. After finishing the sentence in one breath, Zhang Yixing's back felt a little sweaty. But he was the first time to hit on a beautiful woman. If the beauty didn't tell him, he was really looking at himself in the mirror. The beauty on the opposite seat. Once she heard Zhang Yixing say so much, she was also a little embarrassed. So she smiled sweetly and said softly, I can't be as comfortable as you are. And I can travel around. I just came out to work. And now it's hard to do business. So I'm on my own and with my friends in the Magic City. And I've opened up a cosmetic company. Now the competition is too fierce. So there is only to run around. See if you can make your company benefit better. TSK. Too envious of beauty you. All have their own company. Really hope beauty your company can be bigger and stronger. Can become a listed company. Zhang Yixing is also casually as a few rainbow horse farts. Said the opposite seat of the beauty giggled. Don't bite a beautiful woman called. Looks like I'm a few years older than you. Just call me sister. So listen to feel comfortable. Just good I don't have a younger brother. Words then again is giggling. If you don't want to call me sister, call my name is also okay. My name is Zhao Shuya. Giggle. Or call Shuya sister is also okay. In this way they chatted all the way. Unknowingly the train to Xijing. Get off the time. Zhang Yixing did not see the beauty Zhao Shuya what luggage. So I have nothing to help him. Each get off. Out of the station. Zhang Yixing asked the beautiful Zhao Shuya. Hotel room opened? Zhao Shuya said opened. Asked Zhang Yixing you? And then Zhang Yixing said he booked it online in advance when he came. I booked the Crown Plaza Hotel. How about you? Zhang Yixing asked the beautiful Zhao Shuya. This time the beautiful Zhao Shuya snorted a laugh. Chapter 22, Heaven's Will is Hard to Defy. The beautiful Zhao Shuya said, I'm also at the Crown Plaza Hotel. I booked room 521. At this time, Zhang Yixing also smiled. It was really a coincidence. I'm in 520, in the room next to yours. Since it was the same hotel, it would be fine for the two to take a cab. Called a cab, the two of them together sat in the car. First to the beautiful Zhao Shuya pulled open the door to let her go up first. Originally he wanted to close the door and then go in front of the co-driver's seat. But this time he had an idea. Along with the beauty sat together to the back seat, casually closed the door. Beauty Zhao Shuya saw Zhang Yixing such a tawdry operation. A little bit of tears and laughter. For a fait accompli. As a strong woman in the workplace, no big deal. She opened her mouth, and finally did not say anything. In the car Zhang Yixing again cheekily said, can the beauty exchange phone numbers and WeChat? Beauty Zhao Shuya also feel helpless. Just very reluctantly told Zhang Yixing his phone and microsignal. While Zhang Yixing was happy in his heart, the cab arrived at the Crown Plaza Hotel. Arriving at the front desk of the hotel, the two of them checked in separately. Such an operation was also by the waitress lady. With an intriguing look at the two people for a few seconds, the heart secretly muttered, now people are really good at playing. Obviously two people came together, but also one person to open a room, live a room to idle a room, really have money to do it. Zhang Yixing didn't feel the waitress lady muttering about the two of them. He wouldn't care if he heard it. After checking in, he took the room card and took the elevator to the 5th floor. At the time when the beautiful Zhao Shuya was about to open the door and enter the room, Zhang Yixing spoke, beautiful sister, a moment to invite you to dinner can? Beauty Zhao Shuya glanced at Zhang Yixing and said with a slight smile, handsome man invited me to dinner. Where is the reason not to go? But I have to go to my room first to take a shower and change my clothes. After sitting in the car for several hours, I don't feel comfortable without taking a shower and changing my clothes. Zhang Yixing said. That's fine. I need to take a shower and change my clothes too. It's a deal. See you in a while. See you in a while. The beautiful Zhao Shuya also returned. When they arrived at the hotel room, Zhang Yixing put down his shoulder bag, took off his clothes, and went to the bathroom to comfortably take a hot shower. While taking a bath, Zhang Yixing thought in his heart whether the beautiful sister Zhao Shuya was taking a bath. Thinking about Zhao Shuya's charming body with a convex front and curved back, that fair complexion, and that full and rounded peaks. Thinking about it makes me feel a little bit foolish. Zhang Yixing mustered his courage several times, but still gave up on not using his golden pupil perspective ability to look at the beautiful woman who was taking a bath. To be honest, since he got the jade pendant space, with the golden pupil perspective ability, he had never used it to look at a woman's body. He always felt that it was immoral and even more blasphemous to a beautiful woman. About the past half an hour or so, Zhang Yixing heard a knock on the door, opened the door and was simply stunned. It was really too beautiful. A beauty with excellent temperament and even more substance stood at the door. After taking a shower and changing into a light blue dress, her body was tall and live. When they met and spoke, they gave Zhang Yixing the feeling of being dignified and skillful in speech and behavior. There are hair like paint, skin like jade, beautiful eyes look forward to. Between the knitted brows and smile exudes a kind of indescribable charm, just like a budding peony flower. Beautiful but not demonic, colorful but not vulgar. Is simply 1,000 charming, unparalleled. Zhang Yixing sucked in a breath without any outburst. Zhao Shuya saw Zhang Yixing also performance. Feel their purpose has been achieved. The heart thought, small kind, on this point of the road, but also dare to hit sister my idea. Just in the hotel's western restaurant, after finding a location, the two of them sat down. The waiter came up, handing Zhang Yixing menu. Zhang Yixing casually to the beautiful Zhao Shuya handed over, and said, what do you want to eat? Casually pointed beauty. Brother, I'm not bad. After saying this sentence himself, he also laughed at once. The beauty Zhao Shuya was not polite, and ordered a steak, 7 minutes cooked, a vegetable salad, a pasta, and a dessert. Then she pushed the menu to Zhang Yixing, and after receiving the menu, Zhang Yixing looked at it and asked for a steak, to be cooked 7 minutes, a fish roe sauce, and then a bottle of Romane Conti. Not a moment the two of them want things to come up one after another. Drinking red wine, eating steak, coupled with a superb beauty accompanied. Zhang Yixing heart has an indescribable coziness. The beautiful nourishing a mouthful of wine, snapping a mouthful of food, talking and laughing. A bottle of Romane Conti will soon be finished. Zhang Yixing called the waiter to take another bottle. Was beautiful Zhao Shuya refused. A bottle of Romane Conti. The beauty Zhao Shuya also drank almost half. She is also afraid that she drank too much. In case by Zhang Yixing that what? They will lose a lot. Zhang Yixing does not have any bad intention. Just want to invite the beautiful Zhao Shuya to drink for the first time. In case she did not let her drink well. Afraid of the beautiful Zhao Shuya said that he is cheap. Since the beautiful Zhao Shuya did not agree to take more wine, Zhang Yixing did not insist more. Thus the meal ended happily after more than an hour. Zhang Yixing called over the waiter to pay the bill. Seeing Zhang Yixing spend more than $100,000 without blinking, the beautiful Zhao Shuya also thought that Zhang Yixing might be a rich second generation. After leaving the restaurant, they took the elevator together to the 5th floor, and with a ding-dong sound, the elevator reached the 5th floor. Just as the two of them had just exited the elevator and had not yet walked a few steps away, they saw the beautiful Zhao Shuya holding her stomach at once and bending over at the waist. Zhang Yixing was startled. Just now he was fine. He wouldn't have eaten something to spoil his stomach. That would be bad. Inviting a beautiful woman to eat was a good thing, but letting a beautiful woman eat a bad stomach became a bad thing. Seeing the beautiful Zhao Shuya, her forehead was sweating. Zhang Yixing immediately went forward to help her, and asked, "What's wrong with you?" The beauty Zhao Shuya embarrassedly smiled bitterly and said, "Not afraid, such pain will be fine after a while." Zhang Yixing understood a little once he heard it, so he said, "I know more or less some medical skills. If you don't mind, I'll take your pulse and see. Maybe it will be enough to stop the pain, and then after a good night's sleep, nothing will happen tomorrow." The beautiful Zhao Shuya's face slightly reddened and said, "All right, why don't you try it?" So the two of them came together inside Zhang Yixing's room, and Zhang Yixing made the beautiful Zhao Shuya sit on the leather sofa. Then he moved another chair and sat across from the beautiful Zhao Shuya, grabbing the right wrist of the beautiful Zhao Shuya. In less than half a minute, Zhang Yixing understood and said, "It seems that sister, this is an old problem for you. Is it that every time a relative wants to come, it makes you sore and in pain?" Beauty Zhao Shuya face a moment on the red. Even face behind the ears are red. Like the beauty Zhao Shuya, such a charming mature woman, red face is more charming and moving. So he added, "Not a big problem. Pay attention to eat less cold things in the future." I will give you a few needles. Zhang Yixing took out the needle. After sterilizing it with alcohol, after a few sounds, in the beautiful Zhao Shuya's Qihai, Sanyanjiao, Taishi, Blood C, Gui Lai, Kidney U, Foot Sanli, He Gu, Taichong and other 9 acupuncture points, 9 silver needles were inserted, and then he saw Zhang Yixing then in the back of the needle on the dragon's tail, gently flicked, and then 9 needles were, at once, in a different then Zhang Yixing flicked the dragon's tail behind the needles. After a few minutes, Zhang Yixing waved his hand and the 9 silver needles flew into his hand. Then he asked the beautiful Zhao Shuya, does it still hurt now? The beauty Zhao Shuya answered him shyly, it doesn't hurt anymore, thank you little brother. Zhang Yixing felt speechless, how am I a little brother again? Then Zhang Yixing grabbed one of the hands of the beautiful Zhao Shuya again. The beautiful Zhao Shuya just wanted to dodge backward. When he heard Zhang Yixing said, I will massage the acupoints on your hand again, it will feel better faster. Grabbing the soft and boneless hand of the beautiful Zhao Shuya, Zhang Yixing was a little bit distracted. He immediately lightly recited the clear heart mantra, and then gave the beautiful Zhao Shuya a proper press on the location of the Higu acupoint. About the past 5 minutes, Zhang Yixing said, it's ready. The beauty Zhao Shuya felt that her body did not hurt at all, so she thanked Zhang Yixing very sincerely. After sitting for a few more minutes, Zhao Shuya said, little brother, I'm going to take a rest, you also take an early rest. Thank you for treating me today and helping me cure my illness. Zhang Yixing said, it's nothing, no need to say thank you, then you go and rest. Good night. Originally, Zhang Yixing had no intention of retaining Zhao Shuya. It was clear in his heart that there was no reason to retain the beauty at this time. Shortly after the beautiful Zhao Shuya left, Zhang Yixing locked the door of his room, made a phone call to his home, and then with a thought, he entered the space of the jade pendant and continued to cultivate his dragon tendency. Chapter 23, Classmate Gao Pengyu. After entering the jade pendant space, Zhang Yixing, as always, looked at the golden dragon fish, and recruited the Heidongking to feed it some food, and then went to the jade bed to meditate on his knees, clutching a piece of spirit stone in his hand. In the past few days, Zhang Yixing threw some information, analyzed and knew that such a stone in the cultivation world is called a spirit stone. In the morning, when he opened the door, he sent a message to the beautiful Zhao Shuya, asking her if she wanted to eat together. After a while, he didn't wait for the beautiful woman to reply to the message, so Zhang Yixing went to the hotel cafeteria to eat alone. After eating breakfast, Zhang Yixing thought about it, or first to classmate and roommate Gao Pengyu went to a phone. This time almost 9 o'clock, the phone rang a few times, and then answered. I go, who is this? Early in the morning to disturb people's sleep, and you say it's early in the morning? Hurry up and say where you are now, I'll go find you. I arrived in Shijing last night. Dang, I say Lao San, you're not enough of a friend. Arrived in Shijing last night and didn't even call me? Really convinced you. Zhang Yixing didn't bull **** with him much and told Gao Pengyu to send the positioning over quickly. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yixing took a taxi and went to the location that his classmate Gao Pengyu sent over. His classmate Gao Pengyu sent the positioning turned out to be Shijing Antique City. In fact, through the online information, Zhang Yixing has long known the history of Shijing Antique City and business projects. Similar to the antique markets around the country, this market also operates artifacts, antiques, jade, bronzes, paintings, seals, books, ancient coins and other cultural artifacts. However, this market was created relatively early. Other places do not have the business concept of antiques. This place has a trading market. No wonder this place can be the ancient capital of the 13 dynasties. When he arrived at the antique city, Zhang Yixing made a call to his good friend Gao Pengyu, and in a short while, he saw a fat man running fast towards him, like a duck walking, a tug and a twist. The two brothers meet and start with a warm hug. The two talked and laughed to Gao Pengyu's curio store. In fact, this curio store is Hai Pengyu father opened. His father was originally the deputy director of the Shijing Museum. The age of retirement opened this curio store, until Hai Pengyu graduated from college, only to help his father's curio store. Listen to friends, Gao Pengyu said. This antique store business is also sloppy. No antique business in the past good to do. Beginning to be hit by the eye of a group of people, have become an old man, through constant tuition, more or less know the object of the real fake. Most of the new generation are not very interested in antiques. The old generation have become masters, so that the antique market now want to slaughter the fat sheep inside is not too easy. Of course, nothing is absolute. Maybe some people can still meet fat sheep. The two of them came to a store called Boga Now and Now, the curio store. The store is a 2-story small building, the first floor of the Bogu racks, placed in small pieces of antiques. Generally they were also mostly artifacts. Gao Pengyu said, the objects placed on the second floor to be really more, but also are worth dozens, millions of dollars or more before they are placed on the second floor. Zhang Yixing with classmates Gao Pengyu, together on the second floor. This time the second floor of the hall against the left side of a little, placed a yellow rosewood TC sitting on the side of a few people. There is the old man. There is also a white skin quiet, eyes small and polygraphic light, face such as Buddha's face of the middle-aged man, where the side of the chatting side of the sipping tea. Not comfortable. Gao Pengyu first introduced his father to Zhang Yixing to recognize, and told his father, "Dad, this is my classmate Zhang Yixing." Zhang Yixing pretended to be flustered and also polite and shook hands with Gao Pengyu's father. Gao Zhang then said, "Hello uncle, I've caused you trouble." Gao Pengyu introduced another old man in a tang suit and said, "Zhang Yixing, this old man's name is Gua Debang, an antique collection expert. This one old master in gray casual clothes is called Li Mo. He is retired from the Yinjing Museum. Because his hometown is from Xijing, he went back to Xijing to retire after retirement. This middle-aged fat uncle, his name is Zhao Yukai, is in the coal business, and said, Uncle Zhao is here today to find my father to see the authenticity of an antique." Zhao Yukai's small eyes were very bright as he sized up Zhang Yixing and realized that Zhang Yixing was imposing and his eyebrows were filled with nobility. Although he did not know how to read faces, he was very good at figuring out people. So he very warmly shook hands with Zhang Yixing tightly, and took the initiative to exchange phone numbers with Zhang Yixing. Then he said, "Little brother, in the future, if you have any good objects, you must prioritize the phone call to inform me. The price is not a problem." Zhang Yixing said, "Uncle Zhao polite. There are good things, must first think of Uncle Yu." Gao Pengyu then added, "Several uncles and uncles. This is my classmate Zhang Yixing, came to find me to play." Gao Pengyu filled Zhang Yixing's teacup with tea. Then he asked, "Zhang Yixing, why did you suddenly run to Xijing?" Zhang Yixing then briefly talked to Gao Pengyu about some of the things that could be said. This all the way to pick up things Zhang Yixing did not say. Just said that he is not working now, is out to run around, to see the school's theoretical knowledge in real life. The difference is not big. Zhang Yixing said, "Come out to see if you can also pick up a few leaks. By then, even if you don't work, the second half of your life may not worry about food and drink." Zhang Yixing had just finished speaking when the brothers pounded each other in front of each other's chests, gently, and then laughed 3 times. Then Gao Pengyu said to Zhang Yixing, "Since you are traveling without a destination, then the next brother I will give you a few days as a tour guide, playing over all the attractions in Xijing, so that you will have a joyful mindset after seeing them." Next, Gao Pengyu spent 4 days driving with Zhang Yixing, going out early and coming back late every day, and finally saw a few nice attractions in Xijing. During the 4 days, the two of them went to Hua Cheng Palace, Qianshi Huang Mausoleum Museum, Yellow Emperor Mausoleum, Xianyuan Temple, Huku Waterfall, Nanawan, Wang Jiaping, Zhao Yuan, Yan'an Conservation Center, Bell and Drum Tower Plaza, Huimin Snack Street, the Ming City Wall, Big Wild Goose Pagoda North Plaza, and Yangxing Fong. Through the attractions of the visit, let Zhang Yixing on the ancient city of Xijing's historical knowledge, flat on another level. Zhang Yixing to not feel tired, to the Hai Pengyu this fat man too exhausted. Fatty Gao Pengyu said, Zhang Yixing seems buddy this time can lose a few pounds. Through 4 days of amusement, it made Zhang Yixing's body and mind have great changes, and it felt that his cultivation might be about to break through. It was no wonder that someone said, reading 10,000 books is better than traveling 10,000 miles. There was also the fact that people who cultivated also needed the experience of the red dust to experience the world. The 4th night tour back, Zhang Yixing invited Gao Pengyu to rub a good meal, but also by the fat man hard to eat back. Fatty Gao Pengyu said, buddy to accompany you these days. Zhang Yixing tour soul drop meat, all to make up back. This night, Fatty Gao Pengyu drank a little bit of floating, and also said loudly, Qingdao does not fall, I do not fall. Snowflakes do not drift, I do not drift. Although Zhang Yixing was traveling these days, he didn't forget to contact the beautiful Zhao Shuya, and his classmate Ouyang Qian. Zhang Yixing also knew that the beautiful Zhao Shuya had left Xijing and returned to Magic City. A few days ago, Zhang Yixing invited the beautiful Zhao Shuya to play together, but unfortunately, the beautiful Zhao Shuya said that there is no time to play, have to do business. Zhang Yixing was not pretentious, and then said, there will be a long time to come, maybe there will be a third chance encounter. After saying that, both people laughed, the good wishes to stay in the bottom of the heart, and so on really see it. Chapter 24. Strolling through Xijing Antique City. After sending Fatty Gao Pengyu home, Zhang Yixing returned to his hotel room, after taking a shower and brushing his teeth. Then he first made a call to his parents, and once the call was made, Zhang Yixing said, Mom, have you eaten yet? Where's Dad? Your dad is watching TV. You have to be safe outside. You don't have to worry about things at home. I know, Mom. Nothing more. Hang up. After hanging up the phone with his mother, he chatted with his classmate Ouyang Qian on WeChat for another half an hour. Just when he wanted to ask the beautiful Zhao Shuya, the phone suddenly rang. Hello, which one? I'm your sister Zhao. What's wrong, little brother? A few days do not see, do not recognize me? Ah, no. I've been thinking about my sister. Still can't you kid a little conscience? What's the matter? Beautiful? Can't I call you if there's nothing wrong? Zhao Shiya said. To call you really do not have anything, is to ask you are not still in the West Beijing play. When you play to the Magic City, be sure to contact sister. Sister also do the landlord's friendship, but if you want to come to the Magic City to play, be quick to come to the time sister to introduce you to a few beauties to know. Our company now has a lot of single beauty, rich women, Zhang Yixing said. Thank you beautiful sister can still remember to have me as a younger brother. I will go to Magic City to see you when I have time. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Yixing went into the jade pendant space, fed the golden dragonfish some food, and called Xiaoqing over. This was the name that Zhang Yixing had given to Haidong Changqi a few days ago, and now Xiaoqing could understand that it was called. A few days ago, Zhang Yixing bought a lot of beef. Xijing this place beef is not expensive. Beef cut into small pieces with a knife, soaked in space aura spring water. Xiaoqing time and time again is a feast. Now Xiaochang is a whole half bigger than when Zhang Yixing just bought it. There was also the golden dragonfish that was more than 60 centimeters long. After taking care of these little ones, Zhang Yixing sat cross-legged on the jade bed, clutching a spirit stone in each hand, running the dragon tendency technique. As the aura continued to enter Zhang Yixing's strange meridians and veins, according to the dragon tendency technique's line of action, it finally rushed into his dantian. The aura inside the dantian continued to solidify, while spinning rapidly. The speed was getting faster and faster, and it went on like this for about an hour before a thumping sound was heard. And finally at this moment, the aura broke through the shackles of the 6th level of Qi cultivation, and his cultivation entered the 7th level of Qi cultivation. At the same time, Zhang Yixing was bounced out of space at once. Zhang Yixing was a bit confused. How come the jade pendant space that was just fine suddenly expelled himself? At this time, he was also very helpless, and secretly muttered in his heart. He would not get the jade pendant space for such a short period of time, and then be finished like this, right? Using his mind to slowly sense the jade pendant space, the changes inside the space made him even more confused. It only felt that the current jade pendant space had expanded a whole double than before, and a small hill appeared behind the thatched cottage. It turned out that the pool of spiritual Qi spring water was now in front of the left side of the hill. Connected to the pool was a curved stream. The puddle that had appeared under Zhang Yixing's mind control some time ago was also now more than twice as large as the original. Hai Dongqing was on the small hill in a state of panic, looking around. The golden dragonfish was also in a state of shock, but as the changes inside the space stopped, everything returned to calm. Zhang Yixing felt the changes inside the jade pendant space, and his mind settled a little. Such a change in his jade pendant space now was a good thing, not a bad thing. So with a thought, he instantly entered the jade pendant space, stepping out from the unknown world. Zhang Yixing was ecstatic in his heart, so the jade pendant space could still change as his cultivation became stronger. So Zhang Yixing called Xiaoqing over to comfort him, and began to continue his cultivation of the dragon tendency technique, slowly running the circumference of the sky, consolidating his qi refining 7th level cultivation. After stopping his cultivation in the space, sensing the time outside the space, it was already past 8 in the morning. After exiting the jade pendant space, brushing his teeth and washing his face, he went to the hotel buffet restaurant to have breakfast, then took a taxi to Xijing Antique City. There was no contact with classmate Gao Pingyu for the Antique City. He thought that 2 people were too big a target. That is, if they came across a good object, it would not be good to start. It is easy to be recognized by the vendor boss, and then want to pick up the leakage is difficult. Still according to their own habits, slowly stroll the roadside stalls inside the Antique City. Zhang Yixing's feeling was that the things in Xijing Antique City were more than the things in Luoyi Ancient City's Antique City, and they were also very diverse. It could be said that there was only what you couldn't think of, and nothing that this Antique City didn't have, but with even more, there were still a lot of fakes. The owner of the stalls looked at a handsome man like Zhang Yixing, carrying a duffel bag and strolling around the Antique City, and at a glance, he knew that he was a tourist from abroad who had come to Xijing to play. So every time he passed by a stall, there were enthusiastic bosses greeting him. Zhang Yixing would not be affected by the bosses. He just swept the stalls he passed by with his divine sense, and if he felt that there was an object of a certain age, he would walk closer to take a look at it. If he didn't feel anything, he would continue to walk forward. This kind of walking and stopping, let him see a corner of a stall, placed a string of copper coins corroded together by the rust. Zhang Yixing took a look with his golden pupil perspective ability and found that there was one inside this string of coins that glowed with a faint red treasure aura. So he squatted down in front of the stall owner's stall to pick and choose, pick up and put down. After a lot of tawdry operation, make the boss dazzled. And do not know Zhang Yixing in the end is optimistic about that object. Zhang Yixing picked up a jade pendant and put it aside. He opened his mouth and asked, "Boss, what is the price of the jade pendant?" The boss said in a serious manner, $3,000. Zhang Yixing said, "Boss, you really fake this thing you want 3,000. What a joke. $30 sold me to take away. Do not sell me to look elsewhere." The boss said, "Little brother, $30 is too little. You give more to add some." Finally, after some bargaining, Zhang Yixing spent $150 and bought the jade pendant. Zhang Yixing took out 2 red tickets and gave them to the boss. The boss took the money. Then he said, "Little brother, now there is no change for you. You see, how about you take one thing in?" When Zhang Yixing was surprised, he saw the boss casually gesture with his hand and said, "Several things over here. You can pick another one casually, and you don't need to find your money again." Zhang Yixing secretly sighed in his heart, "Boss, you are giving me meat to eat." So Zhang Yixing frowned, indecisive look, want to take this, put down, and want to take that, and put down, and the same maneuver. The boss was impatient, said, "Little brother, $50 just take one is enough, but also wear and tear, not dry at all." Zhang Yixing bared his teeth and picked up the string of coins with his hand. The boss didn't care. This string of copper coins was received by him for $5 from a scrap collector. The boss felt that he had earned it, and Zhang Yixing also felt that he had earned it, and who actually earned it, that only the two of them personally knew. Zhang Yixing collected the 2 things and continued to stroll forward. When he had almost finished strolling through the single side of the roadside stalls and wanted to turn to the other half of the stalls, suddenly a painting on the last stall made him come to his senses. The painting was on a roll, but the green glittering light emitted from the painting gave him a shock. Taking a look with his golden pupil perspective ability, a 3-dimensional picture of the entire painting was instantly presented in Zhang Yixing's mind. This was a 10,000 Gullies pine wind picture, one of the 4 great masters of the Southern Song dynasty, Li Tang's masterpiece, which was created by Li Tang in the Southern Fairy of the Song dynasty. He took the close-up view in the layout, highlighting the main peak and the cliff bank, in order to create an imminent visual feeling. The rocks are chapped, combining the skills of Li Chang, Fan Quan, Gui Shi and others, using a variety of chapping techniques to express different stone qualities. Can also be seen later to create a small axe chop, big axe chop prototype. The use of chapping is Li Tang's greatest characteristic in this picture. Zhang Yixing thought of Li Tang through the painting. However, this painting by Li Tang now exists in the Taipei Museum. However, the painting in front of him was also not a recent artifact made old. So his heart snapped. Could it be copied by his disciple Xiao Zhao? Zhang Yixing then squatted in front of the stall, then pretended as if nothing had happened, and then casually asked, "Does the boss have any paintings? Seeing that you have a few scrolls here that are not unfolded and I don't know what kind of paintings they are, can the boss introduce and recommend them? The old man at home will soon celebrate his birthday. The old man prefers calligraphy and painting. I want to send the old man a calligraphy and painting. I am a student again. There is not much money. Do not dare to go to the antique store to buy. I heard that the objects in the antique store are all expensive, scared to death. Boss, do you have any cheaper paintings here?" Boss heard, the nose almost gasping crooked. "Feelings of antique stores expensive. You on my here to pick up cheap. Little brother, my brother is not lying to you. I do have a few pairs of ancient paintings here, but they are not cheap." As soon as Zhang Yixing heard the boss say this, he felt that there is a game. As long as you give to see the painting in order to find a reason to buy, otherwise come up and ask for that 10,000 Gullies of pine and wind picture. The boss will ask you did not see the painting. How do you know that he has that painting? How do you explain that? Zhang Yixing said, "Boss, can I take a look at the painting first? I'll buy it if it's suitable." So the boss unfolded the 4 paintings on his stand one by one. Zhang Yixing pretended to look at them for a while and scratched his head. To the boss, he said, "What is the price of these 2? The stall boss said with a serious look, "These 2 paintings are fine ancient paintings. One is from the Song dynasty, and one is from the late Qing dynasty. Little brother doesn't want more from you. Just give me $500,000 for the 2 paintings you favor." Zhang Yixing pretended to be exasperated and said, "Boss, you really dare to ask for it? Your real painting is now in the Taipei Museum. This one is a painting without a bit of fame. At most it is painted by an unknown person during the Republican period. I also just want to buy an old work. Go back so that the old man is happy. Otherwise I will buy the current artifacts." The boss heard the eyes are green. Feelings turned out to be encountered connoisseur. Chapter 25 Picking up a leaky alabaster pot. Zhang Yixing is not in a hurry. If the boss really think their paintings are authentic, long ago not stall. So again some bargaining, tug of war, constantly a burst of mutual flim-flam. Finally smooth with $3,000. Bought 2 paintings. Take the boss to pack the calligraphy and painting. Zhang Yixing turned to the other half in front of the stall, along the road slowly wandering. At one of the stalls, he saw a dark object, and under his divine sense, he realized that this object must be extraordinary. So Zhang Yixing then used his golden pupil perspective ability and found that this black object had a thick red precious light flowing out. After some operation, to $500 to buy this black lacquer object. In fact, Zhang Yixing picked up the black lacquer object, with gold pupil vision psychic ability to watch. Already know this is a rhinoceros horn cup. After using the golden pupil perspective ability to look at it, wrapped inside the black lacquer was a rhinoceros horn cup of perfect quality. Should be a Kangxi period production. Plum flower rhinoceros horn cup. The shape is unique and beautiful. Above the carving of the plum blossom pattern, the plum blossom trunk lying on the mouth of the cup as a handle. Each side of the plum blossom and branches. Carving fine. Zhang Yixing will be black lacquer cup upside down. Took a look at the bottom of the bottom is what? The original this black lacquer cup bottom has long been black lacquer thanks to putty. If Zhang Yixing did not have gold pupil perspective ability, just rely on a pair of ordinary eyes, it is impossible to find the bottom of the cup. Under his golden pupil perspective ability, all the obscurants have nothing to hide. It turned out that this is a bottom with hand-carved seal paragraph Kangxi system. 4 words box paragraph. Carving is fine. The font is neat and beautiful. The surface of the cup is densely covered with fish seed lines. As a result of several hundred years, the texture of rhino horn aging. The cup is dark brown. Zhang Yixing put the rhinoceros horn cup into his shoulder bag, and then continued his shopping action. A dozen stalls in a row passed. No, let him feel the object. Cannot help but in the heart secretly spit. Now want to pick up the leakage is really difficult. Finally, when he saw the 23rd stall, he found a piece of stone. In his golden pupil perspective ability to see, the stone is wrapped in an amber. Zhang Yixing look at the hand of this piece of adult. 2 people fist-size stone inside, wrapped in an adult fist-size amber. Heart feeling 1,000 feelings. Their own golden pupil perspective psychic ability, really is the gift of God. If there is no golden pupil perspective psychic ability, this amber may always be the pearl of the dust. In fact, now Zhang Yixing has long been different from the past. He knew the medicinal value of amber by studying the medical code left behind by the magpie. Anyone with archaeological expertise knows that amber is the resin of ancient pine plants, buried underground and fossilized over 10,000 years. It also belongs to the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, bladder and small intestine. It can calm the mind, dissipate blood stasis, stop bleeding, diuretic and lymphatic effects. It can be said that amber it is more expensive than gold. Zhang Yixing picked up the stone and then asked, "Boss, what is this?" The boss also stammered and could not say anything. Zhang Yixing knew that the boss must not know what kind of stone it was. If he knew that there was amber inside the stone, he would not have sold him as a stone. The surface of the stone is slightly smooth, but there are also a few small cracks. It is not very heavy when weighed in our hands. So Zhang Yixing said, "Boss, I feel that this stone of yours is not bad. The surface is smooth and the color is what I like. If it was green, I would not buy it." Once the boss heard Zhang Yixing's words, he also grinned. "Little brother, actually now I don't know what kind of stone this is. It's just that I feel that the stone has a beautiful color and a slippery appearance. So I took it back. Let's do it this way. Brother, I don't want more of your money. Give me $1,000. Zhang Yixing were willing to listen to the boss to fool. On the stone appearance to see. On this piece of stone casually put on the ground. There must be no one stooped to pick it up. Just now put on the boss's stall. Is to sell money. Again after bargaining. Finally Zhang Yixing with $120 to buy this stone. With WeChat scanning code payment. Next in a few stalls. On the hand to buy 3 objects. Look at the time. More than 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Today he did not contact his classmate Gao Pingyu. It feels like he drank off yesterday and must have slept at home during the day. Zhang Yixing looked up at the front and realized that there were not many stalls left. And in his heart, he thought that after looking at the last few stalls, he would go back to the hotel to rest. So he continued to walk slowly. Suddenly an alabaster pot at one of the stalls caught his attention. After using the golden pupil perspective alien energy to look at it, he thought it was unbelievable how such an alabaster pot was placed on the boss's stall. In the golden pupil penetrating vision alien energy a look. The general situation of Zisha pots Zhang Yixing understand. The original this is a bottom on the bottom of the pot. So the real pot of the bottom of the paragraph was covered. The pot body, round mouth, curved flow, ring handle, garden foot, the overall height of about 10 centimeters, the caliber of about 6.5 centimeters, the body of the pot on one side of the painted lotus, one side of the painted grapes, the bottom of the engraved Shurdaban system for characters in seal script. According to the evidence, this kind of pot should be used by the Kangxi emperor. I don't understand. Anyway, let him come across. There is no reason to let go. So he talked to the owner. First to the stall boss a cigarette. In fact, Zhang Yixing he never smoked. The boss took the excellent sequoia tree cigarettes handed over by the boss Zhang Yixing. This cigarette was bought by him when he was in Pengcheng and put inside the jade pendant space. Receiving the cigarette, the boss smoked it comfortably and opened his mouth to ask, "Little brother, what object do you see? Tell brother. Brother will give you a bargain." So Zhang Yixing grinned, casually picked up 2 objects and placed them in front of the boss. The boss took a look at what Zhang Yixing took was an alabaster pot and a white porcelain cup. So he said, "Boss, I have my eye on these 2. Give me a price." The boss narrowed his eyes and looked at the objects that Zhang Yixing wanted, and then said, "Both of them are old objects. This alabaster pot is from the Republic of China, and this cup may be even earlier. Together, just give me $12,000. I dizzy. Boss, you also too good at asking for it. Just this you can also ask for 12,000. No. Pretending to get up and about to leave. The boss took a look. How could the cooked duck let fly? The boss eagerly said, "Brother, how much can you buy?" Zhang Yixing pretended not to care and hesitated. He gritted his teeth and said, "Boss, I can only give you $500 for these 2 items. When the boss heard this offer from Zhang Yixing, he straightly frustrated his back teeth. "No, brother, $500 is too little. Even the capital is not enough." Finally, after some bargaining, "You and me price fight." Zhang Yixing with $700 bought 2 things. Zhang Yixing beautifully put away 2 things, heart secretly muttered, and so on to no one's place. The white porcelain cup thrown into the trash can. So the heart of a burst of ecstasy. Look at the time is not early. Zhang Yixing left Shijing Antique City, took a taxi back to the hotel. Chapter 26, Taking Stock of the Loot. After Zhang Yixing returned to the hotel, he took a shower and changed his clothes, then went to the hotel cafeteria to simply eat dinner. Then it was phone calls, WeChat. After a while, the time was almost 9 o'clock in the evening. Zhang Yixing didn't care about those few small objects that he got during the day. He just took out the rhinoceros horn cup, the zisha pot, and the copper coins. That stone Zhang Yixing wanted to wait until it was time to use it before opening it. There was also no need to organize that copy of Li Tang's 10,000 Gullies of Pine Breeze. It had already been determined that it was copied by Li Tang's disciple, Xiao Zhao, because under Zhang Yixing's Golden Pupil perspective ability, a dark mark left behind by Xiao Zhao when he copied it was seen by him. So Zhang Yixing put the string of coins into the diluted nitrite liquid. Then he used a cotton swab to stick a little bit of oxalic acid on the bottom of the rhinoceros horn cup, and under Zhang Yixing's slow rubbing, a layer of about half a centimeter of black, rounded material came off from the bottom of the rhinoceros horn cup. At once, there is a 4-character seal script mark in the center of the bottom revealing the Qianlong ear. For the blackish stuff on the surface of the cup, Zhang Yixing did not intend to remove it now, because the rhinoceros horn cup had passed through hundreds of years, and he was afraid that a bad one would not be beautiful if he spoiled this incomparably precious cup. At this time, the strings of copper coins also just happened to spread out. Zhang Yixing immediately found the Jiajing mother coin in the scattered coins. He put the coin in pure water and scrubbed it repeatedly, and the coin was immediately revealed. Zhang Yixing looked at the rest of the coins and found that they could be worth a few dollars, so he put them away, thinking that if he had the chance to sell them to a peddler, he might be able to exchange them for a bottle of Nyo air. For the alabaster pot, Zhang Yixing moved up the mind, carefully put tightly attached to the bottom of the alabaster pot, was covered by the heart of the prefabricated, and the body of the pot is exactly the same color. The bottom of the pot inside the circle of the general size of the alabaster piece. To separate, a little wipe. You can see the bottom of the alabaster pot appeared on the bottom of the 4-square chapter of the 4 characters of the seal script of the paragraph when Dabin system. Due to too much concentration, at this time Zhang Yixing, a little bit of sweat appeared on his forehead. Zhang Yixing received all the antiques on the jade pendant space shelf. He planned to keep the Kunwa knife for his own use in the future. The other objects will be through the auction house. He now had the March Peach Blossom Flower God cup in his hands, the Xianfeng Heavy Treasure carved mother's money, Mr. Dakian's Tai Guanchuan 2, the 10,000 Gullies Pine Wine 2 copied by Li Tang's disciple Xiao Zhao, the Zisha pot made by Shi Dabin, and the Jiajing carved mother's money. Inventory of their current objects. The heart is happy. The fabricated Yuhuangguali wooden Buddha statue, and just got the not-so-valuable objects. Zhang Yixing is ready to see tomorrow classmate Caoping you want. Looking at the time, feeling that there was nothing more to do now, he entered the jade pendant space to cultivate the dragon tendency skill. After a night without words, the next day at noon, Zhang Yixing started to contact his classmate Gao Pengyu. Hey, Fatty, are you in the store right now? If you are, go over and find me in a while. Gao Pengyu said, I'm still at home now. I'll go to the store in a while. Just wait for a while and go to the store to find me. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Yixing took a taxi to Shijing Antique City. When he came back, Zhang Yixing brought the objects he wanted to deal with and the Tai Guanchuan diagram with him, wanting to let his friend, Gao Pengyu's father, take a look to see if it was the kind of situation he had in mind. When Zhang Yixing arrived at Bogotohui, his classmate Gao Pengyu also arrived. So Zhang Yixing said, let's find a place to drink at noon. Gao Pengyu shook his head and said casually, Lao San, I found that you have changed. You have turned into a winemaker. How to drink? You can't drink too much. How can I drink too much? Zhang Yixing then flirted with a sentence and said, "Your kid does not do good things all day long. His kidney is weak and his body is collapsed. Can you compare with me?" Gao Pingyu raised his hand and hit Zhang Yixing and said, ************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Talking in front of the Sea of Tea. One was naturally Gao Pengyu's father and the other Zhang Yixing did not recognize. This person did not come yesterday, so Zhang Yixing did not recognize him. After calling Uncle Gao hello, he didn't open his mouth again. Because the middle-aged man was not introduced, Zhang Yixing did not go up to greet him. So Zhang Yixing said, "Uncle, I have an object you help me take a look at. There are also a few small objects, can you see if you can take them?" Zhang Yixing then took out the few objects he wanted to deal with, a total of 6 antiques. Gao Pengyu father looked at almost 20 minutes. It gave out a price of $200,000. Of course Zhang Yixing did not make any pretense and happily agreed. Classmate Gao Pengyu asked for Zhang Yixing's bank card number. Give him to transfer 200,000. Zhang Yixing also did not excuse polite. After the transaction, Zhang Yixing also picked up the teacup and drank tea. When a cup of tea was almost finished, Zhang Yixing suddenly remembered. "To Uncle Gao, I have a painting here that I found in Luoyi ancient city a few days ago. Please give me a palm for it." Uncle, the father of his classmate, Gao Pengyu, looked at Zhang Yixing then said, "What painting? Let me take a look." So Zhang Yixing took out a single scroll from his duffel bag. Of course, the scroll was taken out from the space, and the duffel bag played the role of a prop at this time. Zhang Yixing took out the painting of Mr. Dakian from the scroll. At this time, Gao Pengyu, Gao's father and the middle-aged man were also a bit puzzled. How a painting was put inside a scroll. Put the painting on a long case not far from the Sea of Tea. See Gao father carefully unfold the painting slowly. Roughly look at it. He was stunned. And then take a high magnifying glass. In the painting above an inch by inch from back to front, and from top to bottom. After half an hour, exhale a mouthful of cloudy air. Then he said, "Isn't this painting inside the Taipei Museum? How did it appear here?" Zhang Yixing smiled without saying anything. After a while, Gao Pengyu's father, Gao Zhang, made 2 calls out. About 20 minutes or so passed. The 2 of them, Elder Gua and Elder Li, successively arrived in the Bogushir store. Roar anxiously said, "What kind of painting you still cannot see? Call me to see 2 people over. Quickly let him look at it." A feeling of chicken and dog jumping. 2 people ran to the front of the table, and "Hi father is serious." 2 people almost head to head, with a magnifying glass under the painting above every inch of the place. About 20 minutes or so passed. The 2 men said at the same time, "Isn't this painting in the Taipei Museum? How could it have appeared here already?" The 3 old men were also sweating a bit, and they should not be able to tell the true forgery of such a painting. So Elder Gua asked Zhang Yixing, "Young friend, can you say the origin of this painting?" Zhang Yixing did not hesitate to tell the whole story of how he got this painting from the antique market in Luoyi ancient city. The 3 old men shook their heads in unison as they looked at each other with the same caliber. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Seeing the cold scene, so Zhang Yixing said, "3 old masters, you see if there is such a possibility. It is that back then, Mr. Dakian first painted this painting. Perhaps feeling that something was not right, he repainted another painting exactly the same. The one that he started to paint may be the one that he gave to his sidekick, or maybe he let his sidekick take it out and destroy it, and his sidekick didn't destroy it, but secretly collected the painting." After hearing Zhang Yixing's explanation, the 3 old masters also felt that there was a certain amount of truth in it, or else it was really hard to explain the provenance of the painting. The first thing that was certain was that the painting was not a modern imitation, because so far no one has been able to copy Mr. Dakian's work. The appraisal ended in an unbelievably depressing atmosphere. So Zhang Yixing took the initiative to say, "Let a few old masters bother. Go today, I invite a few old masters to have dinner. The kid may also have objects in the future to let a few old masters give the palm of the eye." So a line of 6 people, to a hotel not far from Shijing Antique City set off. Chapter 27 Hotel Treat. Walking did not go far to the front of the hotel gate. Zhang Yixing looked up at the sky and felt that the hotel in front of him towered into the clouds, above the tall and luxurious gate door, and did not know what kind of famous inscription Hanting Hotel. Into the hotel in the waiter's lead, came to the Juxian Hall, pushed open the heavy door of the hotel restaurant. The eyes of the show is a style of luxury in the large space. Gorgeous crystal chandeliers on the ceiling. Each angle is refracted like a dreamlike splash of color. Gorgeous European tables and chairs, small and exquisite to the bar. Everywhere exudes an aristocratic atmosphere. A white porcelain vase was placed on the table, with pink roses inserted into the bottle, softly blooming, matching the elegant environment inside the room in perfect harmony. The 6 people took their seats successively. Of course Zhang Yixing and his classmate, Gao Pengyu, were the ones who must have sat at the end of the table. The other 4, how the humility of Zhang Yixing, there is no need to care. Afterwards, The waitress was going to start ordering. The three old men and the middle-aged man were not willing to order, so this task was handed over to Gao Pingyu. Zhang Yixing then said, Lao heir, feel free to order. Me and the few old masters are having our first meal today. Make sure to make the old brothers satisfied with their food and drink today. There weren't many people, so Gao Pingyu only ordered 4 cold dishes, 2 meat and 2 veggies, then ordered a few more of Shi Jing's signature dishes: gourd chicken, wolfberry stewed silver fungus, chicken rice sea cucumber, mushrooms and peach kernels boiled double crisp, milk soup pot fish, stuffed money hairy vegetables, 3 shredded skin, crystal lotus vegetable cake, simmered shredded squid, warm shredded waste. Gao Pingyu said, Miss Waitress, go get 2 more bottles of Taibejiu. Yes sir. You wait a moment. The waitress politely agreed to go get the wine and went. It wasn't long before their orders came up one after another. Gao Pingyu was responsible for filling everyone's wine. At this time, in order to chat conveniently, he didn't let the waitress lady serve. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, the other people all knew each other, so there was no further introduction. So Gao Pingyu said to Zhang Yixing, Yixing, this uncle is called Meng Hatong. He came to Bogba today because he wants to buy an antique to give away. Uncle Meng is doing real estate business. This year businessmen sometimes give gifts before they can achieve the purpose they want. At this time, Zhang Yixing took the initiative to stand up and shook hands with that middle-aged man, Meng Hatong, and said with his mouth, Thank you, Boss Meng, for being able to enjoy your time. Then Zhang Yixing clinked 2 glasses of wine with Boss Meng. The banquet went on in a joyful and friendly atmosphere. During the banquet, Mr. Gua said, Little friend Zhang, what do you plan to do with that painting of yours? Zhang Yixing then said, Elder Gua, I haven't thought about it myself. If it doesn't work, I still have to get it appraised by an authoritative organization, and then make the next step. The 3 old masters were also at their wits' end, knowing that the painting was Mr. Dakian's, but the same painting was now in the Taipei Museum. How could this be explained? Unless the one inside the Taipei Museum was a fake. Thinking about it, such a possibility is very small. So they stopped talking about the painting and just drank. Zhang Yixing toasted the 3 old masters one by one, 2 glasses of wine each. Just as Zhang Yixing and the few of them were nearing the end of their meal, suddenly, they heard in the next private room, there were cries, anxious voices. Anyway, it was a mess. So he called the waitress lady. Waitress, what happened in that private room next door? It's so noisy like that. The waitress said, It's just that there was an old man inside the next private room who suddenly crooked while he was dining. The waitress added, The messy sounds are all the voices of their family members and friends. Don't worry, it's not a fight. It can't affect a few people's meals. Just now the hotel other waitress has played 120. Maybe the road traffic jam. 120 now have not arrived. After listening to the waitress's explanation, Zhang Yixing got up and went to the next room, and his classmate Gao Pingyu also got up and followed Zhang Yixing. He casually asked, What are you doing, Lao San? Zhang Yixing said, I'm going to see what's going on with the patient. If I can help, I'll do it. If I can't help, I'll come back. Zhang Yixing came to the next private room and pushed away the crowd of onlookers. He then said, Everyone move back and keep the ventilation. Walking over to where the old man had collapsed, he found that the old man's face was turning blue, and just as he was about to look into the old man's eyes, he was suddenly stopped by a hotel staff member. What are you doing, kid? Who let you just move people? Out of things you are responsible for it? In fact, at this time the hotel staff only want the ambulance quickly to the hotel. Pull the patient away. He does not want to let the patient die inside the hotel. Happen that way, there will be a lot of unexpected trouble. Just after Zhang Yixing arrived at the private room, he firstly gave the old man a face reading. From the face reading, this old man is not a great evil person, so he wanted to make a move. The old man's family and friends are also waiting anxiously. However, just at this time that hotel staff spoke again. Kid, quickly leave here. Do not add to the chaos here. I here are not fully grown people, but also want to heal people. At the same time, there was another one who helped out at the side and said, Young man, like the old man's situation, are you sure that you can cure him? Zhang Yixing rolled his eyes and said, Is there a doctor anywhere who dares to say that he is absolutely sure to cure the patient? Upon hearing Zhang Yixing say this, that person also shut up immediately. At this time, the old man's son finally spoke. This brother, you are from that hospital. Are you a Chinese medicine practitioner or a Western medicine practitioner? Before Zhang Yixing could speak, someone else spoke. What era is this? Still Chinese medicine. Chinese medicine is full of crooks. What kind of diseases can they see? Someone else in the crowd also said, It's not that TCM doctors can't see diseases. It depends on what kind of TCM doctors. At least they should be experienced TCM doctors with decades of experience. You a sentence and I a sentence. Chaotic. Zhang Yixing at this time feel young is also a sin. Just at this time and then seeing the old man on the carpet in the private room, Zhang Yixing felt a pang of sadness in his heart. Depressed and ignorant people too much. The great Chinese cultural heritage of 5,000 years. Chinese medicine such as the Chinese national treasure. The culture of Western countries. In just a few decades, to most of the assimilation. Brainwashing. So Zhang Yixing said, the old man's disease and then do not save the treatment. Not 3 minutes. Is the great Luo golden immortal came to be unable to do anything. The old man's son looked at his watch. 20 minutes had passed since they called 120. And at this time the ambulance still had no shadow. He was also anxious with sweat on his forehead. At this time, there was a sick person. Not false at all. The old man's son grabbed Zhang Yixing's hand and said, little brother, you quickly give my father a look. What is the reason in the end? Just when Zhang Yixing thought that the patient's son had spoken up and he could make a move, there was still another person who spoke up again. Brother Wang, don't be impulsive. You see this person is so young, and came out of nowhere. Who knows if he is a good guy or bad guy? A young hairy kid. You asked if he has a license to practice medicine? Fatty Gaopingyu really couldn't listen anymore and walked to Zhang Yixing. Lao-san, let's go. Zhang Yixing glanced at the old man. There is still a minute left. Saw Zhang Yixing lifted his leg and left. The old man's son looked at the only hope is also gone. The ambulance has not yet arrived. In a hurry, tightly embraced the back of Zhang Yixing's hand. Do not let go. So Zhang Yixing opened his mouth and spoke. I'm a man of 3 cures. 1 doesn't believe in me, not cure. 2 big evil, not cure. 3 damned people, not cure. At this time, the old man's son knelt down to Zhang Yixing with a flutter. Zhang Yixing was also a very kind-hearted person, and no one dared to block his salvation anymore. Just see, Zhang Yixing took out 9 silver needles, sterilized with alcohol. Christian Louboutin shoes. Christian Louboutin shoes. 9 silver needles instantly inserted into the old man's several acupoints, and then he flicked his hand at the end of the 9 silver needles, and so the 9 silver needles were trembling constantly. At the same time, his hands didn't stop either, both of them running his true chi to massage the old man's back. By this time, Zhang Yixing's forehead was sweating, and after about 7 to 8 minutes, Zhang Yixing withdrew a wave, and the 9 silver needles disappeared. Then he slapped the old man's back a little harder, only to see the old man a mouthful of black and very fishy things sprayed out. Then he saw the old man say, where am I now? What's wrong with me? Seeing that the old man had improved and had no more worries about his life, Zhang Yixing returned to his private room with Gao Pengyu. On the way, Gao Pengyu said, Lao San Xing I didn't think that you would still have this hand. How come I didn't see you leaking it out when I was in school? Zhang Yixing flirted with the fat Gao Pengyu and said, brother's world, you don't understand just right. Chapter 28, Leaving Shijing. Zhang Yixing and Gao Pengyu both returned together to the private room where they had just eaten. At this time the old man, 3 people and the middle-aged man Meng Hutong are eating well, chatting there, so Zhang Yixing called over the waitress lady, swiped the card to settle the bill, and left the Hanting Hotel together. Out of the hotel door, this time only to hear a sound of the ambulance. Finally came late, shining, see a group of them anxious look. Zhang Yixing feel everything is so natural. Maybe there are too many abnormal things that often happen in life. Zhang Yixing didn't care how the ambulance saved the people. If it wasn't for his intervention, that old man would have been cold. After saying goodbye to Gao Pengyu's father and several other old people one by one, Zhang Yixing took a taxi and went straight to the hotel where he lived. When he arrived at the hotel, he took a shower and changed clothes first, and fell on the bed. After sleeping for about 2 hours, he went to call his friend Gao Pengyu. Zhang Yixing said, Fatty, buddy is going to leave Shijing tomorrow to visit Anxi. Gao Pengyu said, Lao San, you're too much of a lackluster. Only coming to Shijing for a few days and then you want to leave your buddy to fly solo. Zhang Yixing, I say Fatty, why don't you come with me to Anxi to play for a few days? Zhang Yixing added, I say Fatty, I actually want to play in Shijing for a few more days, but time is tight and the task is heavy right now. By the way, when I leave, I won't be able to come to the store to say goodbye to my uncle. Take me to express my apologies to my uncle. Just don't let his old man say that I left without saying goodbye. And in the future, we brothers will have to have more contact, long walks, and exchanges before we can do so. Neither of the two could convince anyone, so they could only hang up the phone and do their own things and play their own games. Next, Zhang Yixing didn't go out, just inside the hotel room. He booked another airplane ticket online from Shijing to Anxi Provincial City. He also called home and told his parents to rest assured that he would return home after a while. There was no need to mention that Zhang Yixing was practicing in the Jade Pendant space. The next morning, he checked out of his room and then took a taxi to the airfield in Shijing, because he had bought first class. When he arrived at the airport waiting hall, he naturally went to the VIP lounge to wait for his flight. About an hour or so later, the plane started security check and changed boarding passes in preparation for boarding. Not long after, Zhang Yixing boarded the flight from Shijing to Anxi. He found his seat, which was a double seat, and Zhang Yixing's seat was by the outside of the aisle. About 3 minutes passed, A woman dressed very fashionably came to Zhang Yixing's front and said that her seat was inside. Zhang Yixing raised his eyes to look at the woman who spoke, and found that this woman had a face that moved people, with a high nose, delicate skin, and beautiful features that dazzled the eyes. The eyes were clear and bright, as if they were black jewels. Striking, devilishly hot body, a big wave of blonde curls emitting dazzling light, slender thighs wearing a goose yellow ultra-short mini skirt, showing the absolute perfection of the body, eyes looking straight at the beauty. Zhang Yixing couldn't help but move his throat and swallow a mouthful of saliva. Then, a little embarrassed and a little blushing, he stood up, leapt to the side of the seat, let the beauty into the seat inside sat. The beautiful woman sat down and then did not say anything. There closed his eyes and rested his mind. About half an hour after the airplane took off, Zhang Yixing felt that someone was patting his shoulder, turned his head to see that the person who patted his shoulder was a lewd man. The man had triangular eyes, a face of pimples, and a hairstyle often favored by people in the stick country. Zhang Yixing asked the lewd man who tapped his shoulder without any good humor, "What's the matter, kid? Change your seat. You come sit at the back." Zhang Yixing did not gripe him and sat in his own seat. The lewd man got impatient, so he tapped Zhang Yixing's shoulder with more intensity. Zhang Yixing turned his head and glared fiercely at the lewd man. Then he spat out one word, "Get lost." Then the lewd man quit. "Kid, do you know who I am? You wait for me. When you get off the plane at the place, let's see if I don't get you killed." Zhang Yixing didn't even treat this mole as a dish. Turning his head, he closed his eyes and faked a nap. When Zhang Yixing had an argument with the lewd man, the beautiful woman on the pro seat did not say a word, watching with cold eyes, a little bit of the meaning of sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers. Perhaps it was revenge for the consequences of Zhang Yixing just looking at her for a long time. The airplane in the blue sky and white clouds in 3.5 hours of flight. In the destination Dihua landed. It was also the first time that Zhang Yixing came to the theoretically familiar but real-life unfamiliar city of Dihua. Zhang Yixing's feet stepped on this city, Dihua, which was the farthest away from the ocean in the world, in the northwestern region of China, in the middle of Anxi, in the center of the Asian-European continent, in the northern foothills of the middle part of the Tian Shan Mountains, and in the southern edge of the Yungar Basin. In fact, Zhang Yixing's visit to Anxi and Dihua this time was mainly to look at the jade, and the excursion was secondary to it. Ever since he got the jade pendant space, Zhang Yixing wanted to see the origin of Hatian jade seeds even more. Nowadays, Chinese people like jade, and Hatian jade had a warm and moist texture. The cultural heritage is strong. The body is like congealed fat, warm and delicate, for thousands of years. In the long history of Chinese culture, silently stunning the ears, a gentleman is like jade, warm and moist. A beautiful woman is like jade, jasper exquisite. Hatian jade gathering the essence of heaven and earth, condensing the spirit of the mountains and rivers. It is the treasure of the country, the spirit of the Chinese national culture. Zhang Yixing want to live first before making plans, to go to the Kunlun Mountains to see the mountain material, to the Hotan region of the Yulong Kashi River, Karakashi River, to see the seeds, and to go to the Jade Trading Center to take a look. Once he thought that he had come to Anxi and Dihua this time, it would take several days to mess up to achieve his purpose. So Zhang Yixing was at the exit of the airport and wanted to take a cab to Dihua Jade Trading Center nearby and find a hotel to stay. Zhang Yixing found a cab and got in and said, "Master, go to Dihua Jade Trading Center." The cab drove all the way and it took almost more than an hour to arrive at Dihua Jade Trading Center. Zhang Yixing got off the car and found a hotel near Dihua Jade Trading Center and checked in at the front desk. Zhang Yixing took the elevator up to the 19th floor, room 1909. He took a shower and changed his clothes, then left the hotel. When he was about 500 meters away from the hotel, two people suddenly came down from a car and blocked Zhang Yixing one after the other. So he frowned and said, "What do you want, kid? You've offended someone you shouldn't have. Get in the car and Brother Dragon wants to see you." Zhang Yixing at this time, the art is high, the 7th level of Qi practicing stage. Who can make him afraid of him, he thought anyway. He has nothing to do now. Might as well play with them. All is practice. Zhang Yixing sat in the back seat, so the two gangsters, one on the left and one on the right, sandwiched him in the middle. The car raced along, and after an unknown period of time, the car drove to an abandoned factory in the suburbs. The car had just stopped, when he heard one of the punks say, "Get out of the car, brat." Zhang Yixing got out of the car indifferently, then looked at the lewd man he met on the airplane, a disdainful smile, just waiting for the lewd man to send him off. At this time, the lewd man spoke, "Kid, still recognize me? If I don't kill you today, I won't be brother long." Then he waved his hand, and a group of gangsters pounced towards Zhang Yixing. Zhang Yixing did not slow down, his body slightly flickered and came to the back of the gangsters. One of the bald gangsters dipped and charged towards Zhang Yixing. With a cannon hammer, Zhang Yixing sent the bald gangster flying 5 to 6 meters away, and he could not get up on the ground. Then Zhang Yixing did not pretend to be a pussy, so he rushed into the crowd of punks. dodging and turning, left punch and right kick. In less than a minute almost all the punks down. At this time, Dragon was terrified. Only to see him between the legs there is an unknown liquid outflow. Far away can smell the stench. Zhang Yixing was disgusted. Just like this a bunch of mole crickets. Unbeatable. Zhang Yixing did not use his true chi or martial arts skills at all. Zhang Yixing gave Dragon another face reading. It turned out that this one was a vicious scum who carried multiple lives on his back. Mostly people from outside the city who came to Dihua to make a living. So Zhang Yixing took out a silver needle that was not for curing people, and with a violent movement, he stabbed 7 consecutive needles on Lung's body. In this way, in the future, this dragon would not be able to do strenuous exercise, not to mention not being able to do bad things, and then would slowly leave this world without realizing it, and go to the world of peace and happiness to continue to do bad things. Chapter 29 Dihua Jade Trading Center. Zhang Yixing drove the gangster's car back to the city, then threw the car to a random place with no surveillance, walked for half an hour, and then took a taxi back to the hotel. After arriving at the hotel room, Zhang Yixing entered the jade pendant space with a thought. Look at the two and have seen the growth of the lovely golden dragonfish, and then greeted the small green, in the jade bed sitting on his knees began to cultivate the dragon tang skill. In fact, Zhang Yixing understood after getting the jade pendant space, a lot of truths that he did not understand in the past. He had been insisting on practicing Taijiquan seriously since he was a child for more than 10 years, and he felt that before he got the jade pendant space, he never had a sense of chi no matter how much he practiced. Ever since he got the jade pendant space, the situation had changed drastically. Now he thought that if he didn't practice seriously and was satisfied with the status quo, he would always be the way he was now, and the jade pendant space might not be able to be upgraded or expanded anymore. He was also looking forward to the changes that would take place in the jade space as his cultivation continued to improve. Now unexpectedly get the jade pendant space, cultivate the dragon tang skill, have the golden pupil perspective ability. Perhaps in the future as their own cultivation improves, there will be more special ability appear. Now it can be said that the golden pupil perspective ability, change his own destiny, let him have can see through the antiques of the general age, true and false ability, maybe in the future will re-emerge on another path. Nothing too much or still, the moon in the water and flowers in the mirror. Zhang Yixing believes that the path of cultivation, steal the yin and yang, seize the creation, turn nirvana, hold the life and death. If he can cultivate to the highest realm, break the dome of the sky, move the Qiankuan, it's not impossible. Thinking too much, a little beyond imagination. So Zhang Yixing could not help but openly laugh 3 times. Zhang Yixing clutched the spirit stone with both hands. Then there were wisps of spiritual chi gushing out from the spirit stone, entering his 7 meridians and 8 veins. In having the dragon tendency technique running around the circumference of the sky, Zhang Yixing felt that his chi practicing stage 7th level cultivation, stabilized. Zhang Yixing this period of time, not only to consolidate their own cultivation, or every day to insist on playing Taijiquan, practicing Lingbo Weibu, Dragon Tang Palm Technique, Xingyi Quan, and he practiced flying dagger art. There is no flying dagger case. He thinks that the recognition of acupuncture points, with silver needles the same to make the enemy chills and trembles. Zhang Yixing left the jade bed and came to the place where he usually practiced boxing in the jade pendant space. After practicing a set of boxing, he felt his mouth was a bit thirsty, so without leaving the jade pendant space, he soaked to the side of the pool of aura spring water, cupped his hand to the space spring water, and drank a few mouthfuls of it. However, what he did not expect happened. The original jade pendant space aura spring water, so good to drink, there and the same as the spirit stone, there is the feeling of a faint aura. No wonder Xiao Cheng so liked to drink space spring water. The golden dragon fish grows well and fast. Zhang Yixing couldn't help but laugh at himself a little. He was really a fool. From the various performances of the golden dragon fish in the plastic organizing box with the addition of spatial aura spring water, to the joyful pleasure in the pool with the addition of spatial aura spring water, as well as feeding Xiao Qing with the spatial aura spring water to soak the beef, and now that he had drank the jade pendant spatial aura spring water before he realized that the benefits of the aura spring water was really an afterthought. Time passed so fast, he didn't know how much time had passed inside the jade pendant space. He sensed the time outside the jade pendant space. It was a new day. He also wanted to wait for the opportunity to properly test. What was the difference between the time inside the jade pendant space and the time in real life? If the difference was too big, he couldn't cultivate in the jade pendant space every day. If not, the speed of his cultivation would not be as fast as the passage of time, and that would be too terrible. Leaving the jade pendant space, to the hotel room inside, showering and brushing teeth, changing into a sportswear suit, wearing a pair of travel shoes, carrying a shoulder bag left the hotel. Not far from the hotel, spent more than $12, ate a breakfast. Then he took a taxi and went directly to the Anxi Jade Trading Center. Anxi Jade Trading Market also has a lot. He knows that the bigger markets are Hualing Jade Trading Market, Anshi Hutian Jade Trading Center, famous antique Jade City, True Jewelry Building, Anshi Jade City Godi, International Grand Bazaar, Anshi Min Street, Erdo Okio Market and so on. Zhang Yixing intends to go to 2 places this time. Other places do not go to see. See the door of Anshi Hutian Jade Trading Center. The heart thought, today, first look at this trading center, and then go to see the Dihua famous family antique jade market, and so on after seeing these 2 places, and then go to the Kunlun Mountains to look at the mountains on the mountains of mountain stone material. As for the seed material of the riverbed he does not intend to go, where the excavator is in operation every day, and too many people are daily in picking up jade stones. After arriving at Anshi and learning about the current market conditions of Huten jade seed and mountain material in Anshi, Zhang Yixing knew what to expect. Entering the market, he saw a sea of people, jade bosses standing behind their own stalls, and what he saw here was not a floor stall, but usually placed on top of a table in case. Zhang Yixing, of course, also saw that the stalls are small materials. Large pieces of mountain materials have a special trading area, so he saw that after one stall, there was another stall not far away. The stalls are such a layout, also brought him convenience like this. Along the stalls in front of all the way slowly, encountered looked at the appearance of the performance is good. He will use the Golden Pupil penetration ability to see the jade internal situation. There are quite a few stalls, probably more than 200, opposite the parallel line stalls. The same habit as in the antique market. First look at one side of the stalls. Each boss's stall is placed on the jade seed material is not much, usually dozens, more than 100 pieces of jade. In fact, inside such a trading market, it is difficult to buy fine products. Good seed material has long been hidden by the boss, so as to save to sell at a high price. Now inside the market are generally not very good seeds. Some stone appearance performance is good. In the case of nothing happens from time to time, some black-hearted bosses will also use the mountain material, after the machine grinding, soaking, dyeing and some other means, so that the appearance of the stone performance with the water seed material is almost the same. Zhang Yixing does not care how the stone appearance performance. In the Golden Pupil perspective ability to watch, there are good jade flesh, performance in the white jade or above. He wants to buy down first. He didn't want to buy any jade that was too bad, and he didn't want to buy any that had too bad a texture now that he wasn't in the jewelry and jade business. If he was in the jewelry business later, he would buy high, medium, and low-grade jade seeds at that time. In this way Zhang Yixing spent a total of more than $1,300,000 and bought 7 pieces of jade after he finished shopping on one side. 3 were the size of an adult's palm, 2 were the size of a baby's fist, 1 had 5 kilograms, and 1 had 2 kilograms. Zhang Yixing was most satisfied with the 2-kilogram piece of material, which cost him $550,000. Zhang Yixing bought a small cart inside the market, so that the stones he bought were put on the cart and could be dragged around. So he continued to watch and pick from the other half of the stalls. Time flies. In the afternoon more than 4 o'clock when he finished all the stalls. In this half of the stalls, he spent more than $2,100,000 again. Sold 17 stones of different sizes. Zhang Yixing felt that now in the market, basically cannot buy too good jade. Chapter 30 Deciphering Hutian Jade Raw Stone. Zhang Yixing left the Hutian Jade Trading Center, looked at the 24 pieces of jade raw stones of different sizes on the small pull cart, and thought in his heart, money can be really unforgiving. More than 3 million spent in one day. If you don't know the inside of the raw stone, such a way of buying, I'm afraid that you have to lose money to lose your bottom pants. Dragging a small cart, Zhang Yixing left the Hutian Jade Trading Center, went to the vicinity of the trading center, found a corner, no one in all directions, and no cameras. He received the small cart into the space of the jade pendant, and didn't put the original stone outside the thatched hut. He put the original stone in a corner of the thatched hut and put it there. Zhang Yixing knew that this jade pendant space had an autonomous consciousness, and anything placed outside the thatched cottage that had aura would be absorbed by it, and then anything without aura would easily turn into flying dust. Zhang Yixing did not know why now. All he could think of now was that there might be formations around the thatched cottage to add to it. Returning to the hotel room, taking a shower and changing clothes before going to the hotel buffet restaurant for dinner since there was no need to say more. Zhang Yixing usually changed his clothes. They were washed outside first, then sent inside the jade pendant space to dry. He bought a mobile drying rack that could be put on the ground some time ago. Although there was no sunlight inside the space, the dried clothes were especially shiny. This night, Zhang Yixing did not go to the jade pendant space to cultivate. He went into the jade pendant space and just fed the golden dragonfish and Shaoqing. In his heart, he thought, after a while to test to see, if the jade pendant spacetime flow is too fast, it cannot be long-term to leave them inside the space to raise. Everything is the beginning. Wait for the money to buy a big villa, then put them out to raise is. Zhang Yixing held a spirit stone in his hand, meditated on the bed and practiced the dragon tendency technique. and did not feel a trace of fatigue after a night. It was similar to cultivating in space, only without time acceleration. The next morning, Zhang Yixing ate breakfast and went to the Hutian Jade Trading Center. He thought about it. Now that he didn't have much money, he couldn't just go out and not come in. Otherwise, if he came across something good, he wouldn't have the money to buy it. Zhang Yixing only used a small pull cart, dragging 2 pieces of raw jade, 2 kilograms. A piece is about 5 or 6 kilograms. Before he went to unravel the 2 jade raw stones he bought yesterday, he spent another $10,000 or so to buy a raw stone with no jade flesh at a stall. There were signs inside the market, and he followed the directions of the signs to find the place where the jade raw stones were being solved, and the place was also bustling and noisy. Zhang Yixing came to a very bad time. This time there is not a machine to decompose jade raw stone is idle. There is no way. Zhang Yixing can only wait. In his heart, go back to buy several kinds of decomposition of raw stone equipment. While waiting, he suddenly heard a cry. Collapsed. Just look at a piece of raw stone that had just been broken down into bits and pieces. Nothing had been opened out. Only a pile of broken stones remained. Just see that middle-aged man, a face of mourning, did not say anything. Look at the ground rubble. Turn his face and exit the crowd. Another voice came. Up, is a big up. Brother, you this stone to sell or not? I offer $500,000, how about it? I go. Old Wang, you want to buy this piece of white jade for $500,000? Dream on you. The stone-solving master didn't care about the other people's arguments. Stopping the machine, he asked, "This boss, do you still want to continue deciphering?" Before the owner of the jade stone could speak, he heard a voice, "Don't continue to solve it. If it collapses, it's not good. Let's do it this way. I'll take this piece of white jade from you. How about selling it to me for $1 million? The owner of the jade raw stone at this moment is also a little different. In his heart, he said firmly, "I have no intention of selling it now. Master, please continue to solve the problem, and solve all the white jade inside the raw stone." Worker master heard the master of the jade stone command, immediately reopened the stone machine. Start the next work. Stone master no. Listen to the words of the master of the jade stone. In order to have money to take, what others say is bull asterisk 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 asterisk. So when the master of the workers half an hour of laborious operation, a quail's egg size of the white jade as the master of the stone was handed over to the master of the original stone of the jade stone. Now the person who just called to buy the jade suddenly shut up and did not say. The owner of the jade stone probably regretted it. Now in his hands of the jade, at most can sell 100,000 is more than said. During this period of time there are also a few people opened out the jade. There are also a few people did not open out the original stone owner. However, those who opened out of the jade, but also did not open out of what the head of good jade, there are happy. There are troubles. Zhang Yixing heart, this is the gambling stone 10 gambling 9 loss. The true portrayal. If he did not have the golden pupil perspective ability, he also cannot boldly bet on the stone. Waiting time is always so long, I do not know how long. Finally waiting for him, he first solved that piece of stone just bought. The result was predictable. It was simply a piece of waste stone. Zhang Yixing acted very calmly, not in a hurry. In that piece of jade about 2 kilograms of raw stone, seemingly randomly dotted drawing a few lines, handing over to the master. Let the master according to the lines he drew to solve the jade raw stone. About the past 10 minutes or so, the first cut to unravel. Water rinse off the cut surface of the stone prize dust. Miracle happened. Just look at the white flawless cut in front of the crowd. At this time there is a sound happened again. I'm out of 800,000. Little brother, this piece of white jade sold to me. I'm out of 900,000. I'm out of 1,100,000. I'm out of. Bidding voice one after another. Zhang Yixing is not moved. Instructed to solve the master to continue, and in the past 10 minutes, solve the master to press the Zhang Yixing. The line that Zhang Yixing just drew, deciphered a piece of superb white jade about 1 kilogram or so. Zhang Yixing had a number in his heart, so he did not show any excitement. So he looked up to the crowd and said, "Now we can bid. The highest bidder gets it." After saying that, he grinned. After several jewelry and jade merchants bidding, in the end, this piece of white jade, which was about 1 kilogram in size, was bought by a jade merchant from the Magic City at a cost of $12,700,000, and asked for Zhang Yixing's bank card number, happily transferring the money to Zhang Yixing. And after receiving the bank's arrival message alert, Zhang Yixing handed over the just arrived and still unheated piece of white jade to the jade merchant from the Magic City. Zhang Yixing casually took out the stone with about 5 or 6 kilograms again, and this time he did not draw a line. Zhang Yixing said, "Master, you just polish it in one place, and then polish it in a different place after it comes out of the jade, so relax and you won't be short of hard-earned money." When the boss of the stone solving heard this, he was full of vigor, because the stone skin is very thin. In the master of the stone polishing for half an hour, A piece of about 5 kilograms of superb white jade appeared in front of the eyes of the people. The master of the stone holding the jade hand are a little trembling. Stammering, he said, "Little brother, look, this is the first time in many years that you can't come across a superb sheep's fat white jade." Zhang Yixing took the sheep fat white jade, repeatedly looked at it, and weighed it in his hand. This time the onlookers of the many bosses, not calm. "Brother, how much you this piece of mutton fat white jade I want? Open a price." According to the reason Zhang Yixing got such a superb sheep fat white jade, is not supposed to go out, but now he is the early stage of entrepreneurship, to accumulate some funds in order to make arrangements for the future. At one time, there were 7 or 8 bosses who wanted to buy Zhang Yixing's superb mutton white jade. Zhang Yixing glanced at the crowd and said with a calm expression, "Those who want to buy, still the highest bidder will get it. I don't need to tell you more about the market of the best quality sheep's white jade now." At this time, one of the bosses, who had found an electronic scale, asked Zhang Yixing to weigh the weight of the superb mutton fat white jade before bidding. Zhang Yixing placed the mutton fat white jade on the electronic scale, and the weight of the mutton fat white jade was clear at a glance. The weight of this piece of white jade was 4.55 kilograms, which was slightly bigger than the palm of 2 adults. After knowing the weight, someone was the first to open the mouth to call the price. "I bid 50 million. I bid 50 million. You a sentence. I a sentence." The price of this piece of jade is rising. Zhang Yixing is not in a hurry. He knows the real value of this piece of superb mutton fat jade is about how much. Chapter 31, Extremely Fine Mountain Material. The bidding sound after another. Finally, after the crowds many times to increase the price, this piece of excellent white jade, Zhang Yixing sold for $95 million. At this moment, Zhang Yixing's heart is happy. This is a Hong Kong island boss to buy, to Zhang Yixing's bank card number, to give him on the spot transferred to 95 million. At the same time, many bosses who did not buy the superb sheep's white jade came forward to greet Zhang Yixing and handed over their business cards one by one. Zhang Yixing said, "I'm glad to meet you bosses in this market. Maybe we'll meet again in the future." He then shook hands with these bosses again, apologizing and thanking them. After handing over with the Hong Kong island bosses, Zhang Yixing said to the stone-solving master again, "Master, give me your collection QR code. I'll scan it for you." Seeing that there was an alert of the arrival information of $100,000, Master Xiesher was so happy that his nose bubbles came out. Everyone saw that there was nothing more lively to watch, so they dispersed. Leaving the stone-breaking site, Zhang Yixing went directly to the mountain stone material area. The mountain material area was the size of a soccer field. Some of the mountain materials placed in front of the door piled up like a small mountain. Some doors are just a dozen or so pieces, or the opposite parallel lined up. Large and small dozens of piles of mountain material raw stone. Some of the raw stone opened a small window. Some is the head material. Some of the window can see the jade flesh. Some do not have a little bit of jade flesh, but you can see the characteristics of atomization. No matter what, he was also feeling shocked by the piles and piles of mountain material that Zhang Yixing was facing right now. If there is no golden pupil perspective ability, this place is everywhere as thunder. May make a person, one night into a pauper. Lose all the money is not impossible. Now the boss is also savvy. The original stone has a number, weight, price, in general, is not haggle, give a person willing to buy not to buy the feeling. Knowing the rules, Zhang Yixing did not pretend, and swiped his card to buy the right one. After spending more than 2 hours, he spent more than $27 million at one side of the booth and bought 21 pieces of mountain material. These 20-odd pieces of mountain material, the big one weighed more than 100 kilograms, and the small one a dozen kilograms. He bought another woven bag inside the market and filled 9 bags with the large and small mountain materials, placing them in front of a boss's door at the very back, because Zhang Yixing had just bought jade in his store, and asked the boss to take good care of it. Zhang Yixing photographed each piece of raw stone before putting it in the bag, and then took the 9 woven bags that were packed, and together they photographed and videotaped them again. After some operations, another half an hour had passed. After handing over with the boss, Zhang Yixing turned to the other half of the pile of raw stones, one by one. The pile of raw stone mountain material to look at. There is a suitable buy. This side of him to look at very quickly. Almost more than an hour to see the end. And do not have to talk more. Do not have to haggle, so that the time is fast. In the end, he spent another $39,800,000 and bought 27 pieces of raw stones of all sizes. After making the payment, Zhang Yixing realized that there was one piece of raw stone that caught his attention. The weight marked on the raw stone was 2,700 kilograms. The price tag was $39 million. Zhang Yixing did not pay too much attention to it and did not turn on his golden pupil perspective ability. Seeing that it was getting late, he asked the boss, "Boss, is there any car leasing company in the vicinity of this market?" The boss said, "Yes, you out of the market is very easy to see. The leasing company signboard are very eye-catching." Zhang Yixing added, "Boss, do you have any familiar leasing company? Contact a 3-ton van for me." The boss hesitated for a while and made a phone call. Not long after, the leasing company brought the van to the Jade Trading Center, and Zhang Yixing completed all the formalities with the leasing company, and the car was temporarily put at his disposal. Next, Zhang Yixing, with the help of several raw stone owners, loaded the 48 pieces of raw stones of different sizes that he had bought onto the van. In fact, Zhang Yixing's driver's license had been obtained when he had just started his freshman year of college, but he just did not have a car to drive. Now that Zhang Yixing practiced dragon tendency skill and had divine sense, driving was needless to say too easy. Opening the driver's door, he sat in the driver's seat, ready to fire up the car and drive away from the Jade Trading Center. Suddenly, he felt a warm sensation in the jade pendant space. In fact, what Zhang Yixing had never noticed was that whenever he came across a raw stone with jade flesh in it, there would be a slight warmth in the jade pendant space. Perhaps it was the heat of the day, or perhaps it was such a slight change that he had not noticed. At this moment he had a jolt in his heart. Could it be that the jade pendant space, when it encountered things with aura, would have a sense of slight changes, just because these things had less aura inside or had an outer skin wrapped around them? So he did not think too much at this moment. This thing is left to slowly pay attention to later is. Then he used the Golden Pupil perspective ability to look at that piece of more than 2,700 kilograms of mountain material. This does not know without looking. I'll look shocked. It turned out that inside this 2-ton plus mountain material, it was full of jade meat. It is just that the boss opened the window in the wrong place and did not dare to open the window again without seeing the jade meat. In front of Zhang Yixing's Golden Pupil perspective ability, three-dimensional map immediately appeared. The situation inside the original stone. No, Zhang Yixing's heart cannot help but ecstasy, but he did not show it. Slowly and leisurely asked the boss of this piece of raw stone, "Boss, can you let some money for this big guy? I want to buy it and try it if the price is right." The boss was calculating in his heart when he saw that Zhang Yixing wanted to buy this piece of raw stone. He had bought this piece of raw stone for $8 million, and it had been in his stall for almost a year, and no one dared to buy it, either because they couldn't afford the price, or they were not at all sure, because the stone appearance performance is not good, pitted, and a few cracks. In addition, the owner opened the window and did not come out of the jade, so it has been put, no one to buy. Today, when I met Zhang Yixing, he bought so many raw stones at once, so I thought he was a loser from some family. He thought Zhang Yixing is a mallet, basically did not pay attention to the raw stone he bought, and paid for it after looking at it for a few moments. So the boss thought about the raw stone for half a day, and then said, "Little brother, you've taken a good look at this piece of raw stone of mine? This piece of raw stone I got someone to look at. They all said that it can rise greatly. Buy is to earn." Zhang Yixing showed his impatience at this time. "Boss, you don't need to say anything else. Just ask how much this piece of raw stone can be sold. All the raw stones I bought today didn't have a haggle. It's just this kind of raw stone that I can't understand. That's why I'm haggling with you about the price." The boss kept frowning and didn't say anything for half a day. Zhang Yixing pretended to be impatient, walking towards the car. The boss looked at it. "Can't be in reserve? More than a year. It's not easy to meet a person who has the intention to buy. Must not give a pass." At this time, the boss did not insist on $39 million. "Little brother, if you really want to buy it, how much do you think you can offer?" Zhang Yixing answered him dryly. "I'll offer quite a bit. How about $10 million? Hearing this offer from Zhang Yixing, the boss was also anxious. "No, this offer is too little. It's not even enough to cover the capital that I bought this stone at that time." Zhang Yixing added, "Boss, you also understand what the exact situation of your original stone is. Tell me one thing, how much is the minimum amount you can sell it for?" The boss considered half a day again and said, $30 million, no less. After a few more back and forth haggling, finally, Zhang Yixing bought the 2,700 kilograms of raw stone for $19 million. After paying by credit card, the boss got a forklift to help Zhang Yixing load this piece of raw stone onto the car. At that time, Zhang Yixing did not intend to buy this piece of raw stone, so he rented a 3-ton van. Now, he could only make do with a little bit, transporting the stone out of the Jade Trading Center, and then find a place where no one could see it and no cameras, and put the original stone in the space of the jade pendant. Now that the original stone has not been unraveled, it is estimated that the jade space will absorb very little aura for a while. Zhang Yixing drove the car out of the Jade Trading Center. After driving out for a period of about 5 kilometers and finding a remote place, he stopped the car, opened the back door of the van, and then closed it again. He then placed his hands successively on the woven bag, on the raw stone, and on the 2,700 kilograms of raw stone. With a thought, all the raw stones disappeared in less than half a minute. Zhang Yixing smiled with satisfaction, smiling with such happiness, but unfortunately no one could share his joy. Chapter 32 Antique Jade City. It wasn't that Zhang Yixing hadn't considered unraveling the two. 700 kilograms of raw stone inside the market. But he understood the truth that a piker was not guilty. But he understands the truth that there is no sin for a man, but there is no sin for a woman. If that too, 700 kilograms of raw stone is unraveled in the market, it will definitely cause a lot of sensation. And there is no telling what trouble can happen at that time. Through the Golden Pupil perspective ability, Zhang Yixing found that at least half of this piece of raw stone is fine white jade. That is, according to the calculation of 10,000 grams, that is how much money Thinking about it is still scary. Zhang Yixing drove the car to the parking lot of the hotel and stopped. Returning to the hotel room, he first went to take a shower and change his clothes, and then went to the hotel's buffet restaurant to have a dinner. When he returned to the hotel room again, he was already full of wine and dinner. Zhang Yixing was very happy today. The superb sheep's white jade was sold for more than $90 million, and those raw stones he bought back cost tens of millions of dollars. But if he were to unravel all of them, it would be shocking. Zhang Yixing does not intend to solve the stone, to save for the future slowly solve. Now there is no power. If now all sold, will be jealous of people? To attract trouble. Considering this matter, he called home as always, and then talked to Ouyang Qian, Zhao Shuya, and the two people on WeChat for a while. Entered the jade pendant space and fed the golden dragonfish and Xiao Chang. Looking at the front of the jade pendant space, although the edge of the space is foggy, but more than twice as big as when he just got the jade pendant space, Zhang Yixing thought in his heart. This time he went to the Kunlun mountains to look at the mountain material, and in the meantime, he looked to see if there are any good points of the trees, flowers, grasses and plants, small animals, etc., and then raise a few fishes, crayfish, and planted some commonly eaten vegetables, etc., and brought the animals, plants, etc., into the jade pendant space, so as to make the space of the jade pendant more vibrant. Putting down these thoughts, Zhang Yixing went to bed and sat cross-legged, starting to cultivate the dragon tendency technique. The Gong Fu and martial arts felt like they had all improved greatly during this period of time. He didn't dare to cultivate 3 times. If he did that, he might stop himself from now on. The next morning, Zhang Yixing simply cleaned himself up and then went to eat. At 8 o'clock or so, he drove the rented van from the hotel and headed to the famous antiques and jade market. Although the drive was a van, but since the leasing company had given the car a restricted area pass, so in general, the downtown area can be entered and exited casually. Arrived at the famous antique jade market, looking for a place to stop the car. Entered the market inside. The layout in general antique market is much the same. Zhang Yixing or old habits. In the stalls to see if you can pick up a leak. In fact, Zhang Yixing understood that Hatian jade was one of the 4 famous jades of China, and the other 3 were Lantian jade, Chui jade, and Dushan jade. When Qin Shi Huang unified China, Hotan jade was called Jade of Kunshan because it was produced in the Kunlun Mountains. Later it was called Yusang jade because it was located in the territory of Yusang Kingdom. Until the 9th year of Guangxu in the Qing dynasty, the state of Hotan was established, and it was called Hotan jade until today. Zhang Yixing slowly walked forward. There were still a lot of people inside the market at this time, from all over the country, and a few foreigners. After looking for a while, he felt that there were not many old objects, usually modern handicrafts, and some of them were fake at a glance. Suddenly Zhang Yixing saw an imitation of the 9-dragon jade cup, because the real 9-dragon jade cup was used by Emperor Kangxi, and now no one knows where that cup is. The real 9-dragons jade cup is made of white jade, which is white and clear. As long as the jade cup is filled with wine, you can see 9 overturned dragons in the cup as if they are frolicking in the sea. No matter if you look at it up close or from a distance, the length, width and height of the cup are 6, 4 and 3 centimeters respectively, not very big and rectangular. On the 4 corners, there are 2 dragons playing with pearls, a dragon on the handle, a total of 9 dragons, so it is called 9 dragons jade cup. About the 9 dragons jade cup, there is another saying. The whole cup is decorated by 9 dragons, a dragon head to the bottom of the cup. The tail extends out of the cup mouth and bends for the cup handle. The other 8 dragons form 4 pairs, each pair of a head up, a head down, head up 4 dragons to the cup mouth of the drink in the shape of the 4 dragons. When the cup is filled with liquid, it passes through an inverted U-shaped tube inside the cup and sprays out of the mouths of the 4 dragons with their heads facing down. 2 statements. Irrelevant. Zhang Yixing was just aware of the storyline, so he asked, "Boss, how do you sell your cup?" The boss looked up at Zhang Yixing and spoke, $500,000. Zhang Yixing did not bargain because he knew that the cup was not worth $500,000. This cup was white jade of Russian material. If it was a real Hatian white jade, $500,000 would be a bargain. There was a big difference between Russian white jade and Hatian white jade. In terms of origin, Russian white jade comes from Russia, Brazil and other places, and Anchi Hatian jade is more rare and precious. In terms of color, Russian white jade is lighter in color and drier in texture. Anchi Hetian jade is more moist and delicate. Anchi Hetian jade has a stone skin, while Russian white jade does not. Russian white jade is generally larger in size, while Anchi Hetian jade seeds are smaller. Anchi Hetian jade, the surface color is sheep fat white, white and yellow, looks to give people a warm and elegant feeling, but also has obvious color root, while the Russian material texture dry, lighter color, looks more raw, not afraid of not knowing the goods, afraid of the goods than the goods, liars, a small number of black-hearted merchants, in this materialistic creation of the era, accidentally fell into the ditch. Leave just look at the imitation 9-dragon jade cup stall, continue to walk slowly forward. Suddenly an old wooden box on a stall caught Zhang Yixing's attention. The box was very rustic. The paint layer on it was almost peeling off in a flowery way. The appearance was a broken box. There was a concave and convex surface on the side of the box, which was the simplest and most difficult to open among the old organ boxes. Zhang Yixing went up to take a look at this old box. "Boss, what is the price of this box for you?" The boss said. $300,000. Zhang Yixing felt that the boss was fooling himself, so he and some of the anti-fooling. Finally, he bought it for $8,000. Payment. Zhang Yixing only put down the heart. Maybe it is broken paint appearance let the boss hit the eye. In fact, this is a small leaf rosewood organ box. However, it is difficult to open. He is using the appropriate strength, plus the temperature with a good match to open. Just now, Zhang Yixing used his golden pupil perspective ability to look inside the box. Inside the box was a sheepskin white jade tiger, not very big, about 10 centimeters long. The width was about 3 or 4 centimeters. The jade tiger was wrapped tightly by something and placed in a dark cabinet, and since there wasn't a bit of looseness, even if you shook the box up and down, left and right, there will not be a hint of looseness and rattling, which can be seen when the collector spent much thought. I don't know how many years have passed and how many people have changed hands, but no one can open it. Today, I met Zhang Yixing, so I waited for the right person until now. Zhang Yixing was too happy to describe. Collect the box and continue to move forward. Chapter 33, Traveling to Andromeda. Next, Zhang Yixing continued to stroll on, but until they had all looked pretty much the same, they no longer found any objects that they could buy. Leaving the famous antique Jade City, Zhang Yixing drove the van to the rental company, completed the handover, and then rented an SUV. Leaving the rental company, Zhang Yixing drove back to the hotel room. After taking a shower and changing clothes, he went to the hotel buffet restaurant to eat, and then called home, and chatted with the few friends on WeChat for a while. Then began the daily must-do things to cultivate. A night without words, the next morning to get up, wash his face, brush his teeth, eat, then drove to find a store that sells hardware. He bought shovels, braziers, ropes, and other things, and went to the supermarket to buy some food, pots and pans, rice, oil and salt, and some seasonings, gas stoves, gas canisters, and also went to the gas station to fill up the gas. Feeling no worse, left the supermarket. Zhang Yixing makes some preparations. Think of the case to go to the deep forest. It may be used. See, almost do not need anything else. Just drive just rented car. To Bazhou and the end of the county traveling. Bazhou and the county since ancient times is the Silk Road town. Jade Road birthplace. Zhang Yixing knows that Qima County is located in the southern part of Anchi Bayangwal and Mongol Autonomous Prefecture, at the northern foot of the Kunlun Mountains and Argentian Mountain, the southeast edge of the Darim Basin, 280 kilometers from Ruoqiang County in the east, and more than 300 kilometers from Feng County in Hotan Prefecture in the west, the southern screen of Argentian Mountain, east and Tibet border. The north is deep into the Taklamakan Desert, with Yuli County. The northwestern part is adjacent to Shaxian County of Aksu region. The area is about 10,000 square kilometers. Zhang Yixing started from Dihua and drove nonstop for a day before arriving at the county town of Qima. So he found a place to stay first, thinking that he would rest for a night and then go to the mountains tomorrow to have a look. After a night's rest, Zhang Yixing found a gas station and filled up the car with gas. Then he set off to Kunlun Ancient Village. When he arrived at Kunlun Ancient Village, Zhang Yixing's feeling is that the sky here is still clean, the wind is still cool, the water is still clear, and the flowers are still in full bloom. Kunlun Ancient Village is located in the mountains surrounded by a sea of golden flowers surrounded by smoke. The sky is like a piece of crystal, blue like to flow down. It is often said here that the most beautiful is but and the blue. Zhang Yixing looked up at the sky, only to see a few thin white clouds floating across the sky, without a trace of impurity, like washed, slowly floating with the wind. The sun was high in the blue sky, making people feel its passion like fire. He thought that the sun's passion was like fire, like the simplicity, and bloom of the villagers of Kunlun Ancient Village, only the snow-capped mountain tops. In this hot sunny moment, let a person harvest from the bottom of the heart through the silk coolness, climbing high and looking far away. The ancient village is covered in lush foliage, flowers blossom, fragrant nose, lofty mountains, beautiful ancient village. Zhang Yixing tsk. Zhang Yixing was warmly greeted by the villagers and found a parking space to stop the car. He was struck with emotion. Such a far to be loaded with history and humanity of the ancient village. Warm in winter and cool in summer, very suitable for human survival and reproduction of the ancient village. Felt that he had come to the right place. He may still be in its long history, magical legends, and found a different classical beauty. He stayed in a bed and breakfast. I heard that a lot of people come to Kunlun ancient village to play, slowly led to the villagers of a variety of business ideas. This is also a rich ancient village. After a pleasant night, Zhang Yixing woke up the next morning, packed up his belongings, and followed the usual villagers up the mountain goat path toward the Kunlun mountains. With the jade pendant, space is much simpler, only carrying a shoulder bag, can be said to be the most lightly loaded tourists. Now going up the mountain for Zhang Yixing was like Zhang Fei eating bean sprouts, a piece of cake. Follow the goat path without haste and without slowing down. On the way can occasionally meet 3 or 2 people. Look at the two of them behavior. Zhang Yixing feel that these people are also on the mountain to pick up the treasure. The top of the Kunlun mountain snow for many years. With the change of seasons, the temperature is high. There will be melting snow water down the mountain top and down. Year after year, day after day. Thousands of years of constant flushing. Often there will be mountain material from the top of the mountain. Downstream water flow down. The stones on the mountain are washed down the mountain, downstream into the riverbed. People often go to pick up such stones. It is impossible to say that there is jade in that stone. But Zhang Yixing was going up the mountain today to see if there was any raw mountain material buried inside the mountain rocks. Nowadays, when they mine the mountain materials, they are digging the mountain open, and some of them are digging down by hitting mining holes. Now is not the past to pick up jade, but directly mining mountain material, excavators, dynamite blasting, etc. By any means necessary. The purpose is to find jade from the jade vein. So the mining of mountain material is usually larger jade raw stones, and the ones picked up in the riverbed are very small and washed away by the water like gooseworm stones. When Zhang Yixing walked halfway up the mountain, it was not easy to walk, and the path was not obvious, but these could not defeat him. As always, his feet did not touch the ground. The more he walked, the more he felt the mountain's grandeur and lush trees, insects chirping and birds chirping. Time flew by so fast, and as he walked until noon, Zhang Yixing realized that there was a large curved canyon between the two peaks in front of him. Closer to see, the first eye is a dragon pool waterfall. Pool water should be from the top of the towering mountain, rushing down to the bottom of the Grand Canyon, forming a deep bottomless pool of water. Zhang Yixing visually estimated that the width of the bottom of the canyon was about 300 meters. Although it is now hot weather, you can still see the water mist above the water pool. It is as if you are in the air, cool and refreshing. Wonderful. Standing in front of the waterfall, the flying stream brought down a cool breeze. Even if the weather was hot again, it would make people feel cool and refreshing. Zhang Yixing looked at the waterfall for a while, found a less treacherous place and headed towards the bottom of the canyon. Utilizing his true chi to add strength, he reached the bottom of the deep Grand Canyon in less than 10 minutes. Perhaps there was an underground river underneath the pool, or else it could not be explained that the rest of the bottom of the canyon was dry. Walking at the bottom of the canyon and looking up, a bit of vertigo. The cliffs were not knife smooth, but overlapping, green trees, nature's devilish work. Zhang Yixing is unable to understand how such a canyon is formed. Walking in the bottom of the canyon, large and small stone pavement, a variety of unknown mountain flowers and weeds compete. Formation of unique, gorgeous, colorful, natural scenery, concentrated, extraordinary elegance. Zhang Yixing kept going along the bottom of the canyon, and after more than an hour, he did not find any good treasures, so he walked back and wanted to go down to the inside of the water pool to look at it. This is not curiosity. This may be that there is a cultivation to have guts. Chapter 34 Water Pool. Zhang Yixing walked the way he came. He also sensed the jade pendant space with his heart, and found that the jade pendant space did not react much. It seems that there must be very few jade raw stones inside these underground stones, or even none at all. When he thought of this, he felt that this was not normal. Where did the jade stones washed down from the mountains go? There was also a reason why Zhang Yixing had come to Anmo County, because he had inquired about it. And now the mountain material was the two places in Anmo County and Ruoqian County that were rich in resources. So basically none of the large and small stones at the bottom of the canyon now contain jade. Coming back to the side of the water pool, Zhang Yixing opened the Golden Pupil perspective ability to look into the water. But this time the Golden Pupil perspective ability did not see the bottom of the pool. It seems that the water pool is too deep. Zhang Yixing took off his jacket, wrapped up his jacket and cell phone, and put them into the jade pendant space. Then with a jerk, he drilled into the water of the pool. Feeling a bit cold, he used his true chi to wrap his body and swam all the way down into the water. After a while like this, He then used his golden pupil perspective ability to look at the bottom of the pool. He found that the bottom of the pool was crisscrossed with large and small stones, and fish of unknown names were swimming around. The bottom of the water pool was the size of a soccer field. After a few more minutes passed, Zhang Yixing swam to the bottom of the pool and stood. He used his golden pupil perspective ability to look at the large and small stones under his feet, and he really found stones containing jade. Now Zhang Yixing felt that his judgment just now was correct. Based on the principle that he would rather miss than let go, Zhang Yixing collected all the large and small stones at the bottom of the pool into the jade pendant space. After collecting the large and small stones at the bottom of the pool, he swam in the direction of the current. The underground river was wide and narrow, and after swimming for a while, he realized that there were other places. Perhaps he swam to the other side of the mountain, or perhaps it was another world. And what appeared in front of Zhang Yixing was another large water pool. There was no waterfall here. It was like a lake. The end of the lake was the bottom of the mountain in front of it, and behind it was the underground river that Zhang Yixing had just swam over. Zhang Yixing looked at this in awe, feeling too incredible. Two mountains sandwiched a lake. The thick and verdant scenery was simply a green landscape painting, and the dark green lake water was like a tank of green paint. It is really the lakeside of the photo shadow line. The sky is at the bottom of the clear lake. The sky has traveling clouds, people in the clouds. At this time, Zhang Yixing felt a slight warmth in the jade pendant space, and he knew that there must be jade in this lake as well. Maybe after just swimming to this lake, the jade pendant space had a feeling. Just too weak. Zhang Yixing was shocked by the incredible landscape, did not pay attention to it, so Zhang Yixing wanted to bring as many raw jade stones that could be brought into the space as possible, so that the jade perfume space could absorb the aura inside the jades, allowing the jade perfume space to be upgraded and expanded. Under the golden pupil perspective abilities viewing, the jade raw stones near the exit place that swam over, the raw stones that had jade, were all brought into the space, and placed at the edge of the space, so that the jade pendant space could slowly absorb them. For several days in a row, Zhang Yixing, in addition to cultivating the dragon tongue skill, is in the lake to pick jade raw stone. How much jade he had gotten he didn't know, but just in these few days, his jade pendant space had more than doubled in size again. There was also the fact that he had released Little Green as well, letting it play freely in the mountains. While resting, Zhang Yixing also used his mind to control the jade pendant space and developed another pool in another part of the fish pond where he kept the golden dragon fish, absorbing the water from the lake. He caught a lot of fish and put them into the pool that he had just developed, and added some spring water from the jade pendant space into the pool. Put the fish in the pool. Encounter space spring water. Simply fish to contain aura spring water. Cheerful spirit 100 times. Similarly these days he also opened fire to cook. Added the jade pendant space spring water fish soup, not to mention how delicious. Xiaoqing this a few days is also very happy. Go out to play during the day. Come back at night in Zhang Yixing with cultivation. A person and an eagle live up to the life of a paradise. Another 2 days passed, and Zhang Yixing basically took all the raw stones containing jade at the bottom of the lake. It could be said that the jade at the bottom of the lake, which had existed for an unknown number of years, was now cheap to Zhang Yixing. Zhang Yixing brought Xiaoqing into the space again, then returned the same way by himself. After coming out of the pool, he was overwhelmed with emotions. What kind of chance was this? After getting out of the bottom of the canyon, he reached the mountain again, releasing Little Cheng as he continued to walk deeper into the mountain. He didn't bother what Little Green was doing. He just knew that Little Green was hovering and flying in the air. Perhaps no one had ever walked before, so there were no traces left on the ground from the previous person who had walked. Over the woods, dense layers, intertwined branches, the sunlight is difficult to shine on the ground, and the rare ray of sunlight that leaks down, like colorful insects, as if crawling on the pale moss and dead leaves. The sky gradually darkened, and Zhang Yixing knew that this was the prelude to another nightfall. So he found a very secluded place and entered the jade pendant space with a thought. He began to cultivate the dragon tendency technique. The next morning, Zhang Yixing stopped his cultivation, washed himself with the spatial aura spring water, ate some of the food he had bought in advance, and then went out of the jade pendant space, walking deeper down the mountainous terrain that was shaded by the sun and covered the sky, with dead leaves more than half a foot thick under the ground. At the same time, he was afraid of encountering snakes and poisonous animals. Using the kunwa knife, he cut a branch and fork on the forest, and used the stick to explore the path in front of him. In this way, he kept on walking until noon, when he realized that there appeared before him a valley with two mountains sandwiched by a ditch, and the valley could not be seen at a glance. The valley was full of unknown flowers and grasses. Some had yellow flowers, some had purple flowers, blue flowers, which made people dazzled. Zhang Yixing took a deep breath of the air of this place, and it was as if he had eaten a tonic pill. Entering inside the valley, he tilted his head to look at the mountain wall. There was a piece of dendrobium growing on one of the mountain walls. Zhang Yixing felt that this was something to be happy about. He knew that dendrobium could be be used for beauty and skin care, and that the large amount of nutrients in dendrobium, such as amino acids, had many benefits for the skin. Dendrobium can also nourish the stomach and promote the secretion of gastric juice, which helps to enhance appetite and promote digestion. There is also nourishing in blood. Dendrobium has a good blood tonic effect. It has a great therapeutic effect on patients with anemia. It is also able to protect the liver and gallbladder, lower blood sugar and many other functions. Dendrobium has the ability to nourish liverine, enhance the activity of insulin, and have a great effect on lowering blood sugar. Zhang Yixing did not delay at this moment, climbed to the piece of dendrobium in front of the dendrobium, with the iron lift to the clump of dendrobium, dug down the roots and transplanted to their own jade pendant space, with the intention of this piece of quite a lot of dendrobium, all collected into the jade pendant space on the hillside. In my mind, I thought, after strolling through this canyon, I will plant them again. Now the original small mound inside the jade pendant space has long turned into a prototype of a mountain. Only now there are no trees on the mountain. After digging this piece of dendrobium, Zhang Yixing continued to search. In this one big canyon. Chapter 35, Leaving in the End of the Ancient Village of Kunlun. Zhang Yixing walked forward in one direction. In the middle, he found quite a number of plants that he recognized and didn't recognize, all of which he let him put away into the jade pendant space. Finding something useful at the bottom of such a canyon was no different from hitting the big time. At this time almost to noon, the sun is shining brightly. The bottom of the canyon, a small stream. The stream is quietly flowing to the end of the endless canyon, perhaps along the underground river to the far away, flowing to the sea. The leaves on the trees and the flowers on the ground were emitting dazzling light under the sunlight, and uninterruptedly there would be the sound of birds coming out from the depths of the dense forest outside the canyon. Zhang Yixing felt that he was now in the middle part of the canyon, so he stood and stared at the opposite side of the canyon cliffs. He saw a seemingly flat mountainous area above the canyon cliffs to the left. This modest area had rocks, trees, and flowers. There was only one tree that caught Zhang Yixing's attention, so he utilized his inner strength and spent about 7 or 8 minutes to climb up the slightly flat area from the steep cliff face. Zhang Yixing arrived in front of the tree and watched it carefully. The trunk was about as thick as a bowl. The main trunk branched out into several branches, and on each branch grew smaller branches. The branches were curved and stretched out in all directions. The leaves on it were turquoise and green, and there were little teeth around the leaves. Seeing this, he felt an ecstasy in his heart. This should be a tea tree. Zhang Yixing looked at the place with his qi-looking technique and realized that the place where this tea tree was growing was rich in spiritual qi. The light was also good, and the small, fairly flat area was full of different flowers and grasses that covered the ground around the tea tree, thus also moisturizing it and giving it enough water that the tea tree needed. So he first transplanted the flowers and grasses under the tree to the jade pendant space. Then he started digging this tea tree. He was in the true Qi's blessing. The iron pickaxe digging on the mountain ground was as easy as digging on tofu. Not long after the main trunk of the tea tree on the ground, all around was dug into a big round pit. When he encountered the roots of the tree during this time, he used his kanwa knife to cut them off in one go like tofu. Afterwards, Zhang Yixing moved his mind and brought this tea tree into the jade pendant space, and then planted this tea tree on the hillside not far from the aura spring in the jade pendant space. In his heart, he thought happily that this tea tree would definitely grow better than on this cliff, since Zhang Yixing realized that there was aura here, which could make the flowers and plants flourish, and could make that tea tree on the cliff grow so well. Maybe it was the reason for the aura. He then used his golden pupil perspective ability to stand in this very small area and look around. Without looking, it was a shock. It turned out that there was a jade vein in this place. At this moment, Zhang Yixing was so excited that his heart was about to fall out. In his heart, he thought, this time he really encountered a treasure on the mountain. Thinking slightly, he knew what to do. At the same time, Little Green flew over from nowhere and landed on Zhang Yixing's shoulder. Xiao Qing shook his head and was so happy. Perhaps it was because Zhang Yixing did not leave it in the jade pendant space for so many days. The current Zhang Yixing didn't care about Little Green. He was thinking about how to get the raw jade stone. So he first cut the raw stones that had jade on the surface one by one with the kanwa knife and then put them into the jade pendant space. He thought that this would speed up the absorption of the aura in the jade pendant space. The mountain soil waste stones dug out that did not have jade were all put into the jade pendant space first by him with his mind control. This is the operation. Along the jade vein he found towards the direction. Drive forward. Find the original stone containing jade. Use the kanwa knife to cut. Put the space to let the jade pendant space to absorb the aura. Dug out of the waste stone. Soil. First put into the jade pendant space. To open out the front of the mine hole, put the original into the jade pendant space inside the waste stone. Soil. With the idea of taking out of the space, fill in the back to find out the original stone of jade left behind after the mine hole. The mine hole. Zhang Yixing operated like this, although he did not feel too tired. but since this vein of ore went about a kilometer, he was again unable to give up such an opportunity. Only the raw stones containing jade were taken away, so for the next half a month, in addition to practicing the dragon tendency technique, he had to eat, and had to run to the mountainside several times to climb up to a tall tree in order to have a signal to call home and report that he was safe. Every time he called, he had to say that he would get a satellite phone in the future. He is also secretly glad that he, at that time, buy a few more pieces of cell phone charging treasure. Zhang Yixing, in addition to cultivation, is digging jade. He used the kunwa knife to cut open to the jade pendant space inside the original stone. Has been the jade pendant space all absorbed the aura? A piece of the original stone to the jade pendant space inside the original stone was absorbed after the aura, and soon turned into flying ash. Jade pendant space has been absorbing aura. Finally, in Zhang Yixing digging jade raw stone 10th day, the space upgraded. The space and the shocking feeling, Zhang Yixing is also accustomed to, because he has already had a second experience. This time, the area of the jade pendant space was 10 times the size before the upgrade. Zhang Yixing was amazed. At the same time, he was even more emotional about what kind of great power could produce such a magic. The current jade pendant space was long gone. The mountain was higher, and the aura spirit spring pool had turned into a small lake, situated in front of the mountain. Along the front of the spiritual spring lake there was a river that had just shown its size, and the river flowed down to the edge of the jade pendant space. What was even more amazing was that there were trees and flowers on the mountain of the space. The dendrobium from earlier was also growing on the hillside. It was even more robust than before it was moved into the space. It could clearly be felt that the aura inside the space was even denser now. The changes in the space brought endless benefits to Zhang Yixing. He was so happy in his heart that he thought to himself that this trip to ancestization was too right. Otherwise it was really hard to say when the space would be upgraded. Zhang Yixing felt better jade raw stone. Basically all mining almost. Think about this time to Wanqi Dihua time has been quite a few days. The signal inside the mountain is not good. And then do not go out of the mountain, for fear that someone really looking for themselves, the phone and cannot get through. It would not be good. Looked up and looked at the back of their own all the way through the mining of the mountain. Basically there is no big change. In addition to the jade of the original stone was taken by him, the other waste rock mountain soil, basically backfilled. As long as waiting for a rain, the surface and then grow flowers and grass. It is completely not see the traces of the mind. So Zhang Yixing greeted the small green together to the outside of the canyon. See the good-looking flowers and plants, the same or to receive the jade pendant space. Before leaving the mountain, he brought Xiao Qing into the jade pendant space again. With the jade pendant space, although Zhang Yixing was in the deep forest for almost 20 days, he did not have any grimy appearance, and was still as sunny and handsome as ever. Clothes dirty to wash. Every day can take a bath. So if let a person know he in deep forest stay more than 20 days, come out or as before entering the mountain, afraid really will be scared it. In out of the mountain because he is not into the mountain when the mountain road. So he saw a place. There is mining mountain material mining cave. Mining cave around the simple house. See the equipment and so on, but they mined the mountain is not too high. Zhang Yixing estimated that the mining cave of this place was almost 200 kilometers away from the water pool and the Grand Canyon where he found a different heaven. The mountain was steep and high, so people who were prospecting for minerals didn't necessarily have to climb that high. Zhang Yixing spent another 2 days, came to the ancient village of Kunlun, settled the parking fees for so many days, and then drove the SUV rented at the rental company toward Dihua. Chapter 36 Traveling to Daylight City. After a day of driving, Zhang Yixing arrived at Dihua City in the dark and found a random hotel to stay. The next day, he returned the car to the car rental company. After coming out of the rental company, he took a cab to the Dihua City airport and picked up a ticket from Dihua City to Daylight City. After waiting in the terminal for about half an hour, it was time to go to the security check to change boarding passes and get ready to board the plane. After more than 2 hours in the air, the plane landed safely at the Daylight City International Airport. After leaving the airport, he took a cab and went directly to a hotel near the antique market. This time, the reason why Zhang Yixing came to Tubo Sunshine City was to think of a wish. After getting the jade pendant space, that time, the knuckle-like object he got was absorbed by the jade pendant space. He suspected that it was a finger bone relic. After getting the finger bone relics, the jade pendant space got upgraded, and his own cultivation increased more at once. Only at noon the next day did Zhang Yixing come out of the hotel. He thought that there was no big deal anyway. He was just playing, just strolling, and when he came across really old objects, he would buy them back if they were suitable. The market here was different from the antique market on the mainland. Just look at the owner's chest hanging strings of various kinds of jewelry, beeswax, turquoise, coral, beads and so on. The owner of the ground stalls put up all kinds of Tibetan old objects. Zhang Yixing saw some buyers, repeatedly scrutinizing every detail of the objects, sometimes bargaining. Zhang Yixing didn't want to see such things anymore. He then slowly strolled forward along with the crowd, boss after boss with various types of jewelry hanging from their bodies, and bosses who set up stalls 3 steps at a time, were all left behind by him. It looked like he was walking forward, but in fact, he was using his divine sense to sense if there were any old objects that contained aura, through the baptism of the years, as long as the old objects will have the precipitation of aura, can also be said to be the essence of the sun and the moon. This may be the origin of the pearl aura. Suddenly, the front and the constant yelling of a boss, hanging on the body of a string of Z beads caught his attention. With a sweep of the Golden Pupil perspective ability, he understood, this is a Z that has an internal Z. In front of the golden finger of the Golden Pupil perspective ability, the real and fake objects are clear at a glance, so he climbed into a conversation with the boss, casually pointing a string of Z beads, asked the boss what price. The boss had just finished answering. He pointed to a string of coral again. What price for this? In no time, Zhang Yixing asked for 7 or 8 items. The boss was a bit impatient. The boss was a little confused and a little impatient. Are you buying or not? What do you want to buy in the end? It's Z beads, green turquoise, coral, beeswax. You'll be here for a while, I have asked again. Don't buy, don't affect my business, okay? After saying that, the boss glared at Zhang Yixing in a very unfriendly manner. Zhang Yixing also pretended to be full of concern, and pretended not to understand at all. Said, boss, I am a student. This is a trip to Tubo Sunshine City. Often heard people say, Sunshine City strings are good. They're on this time to come to want to buy one to wear on the hand. Go back to also be able to pretend to be a pussy in front of their friends. Brother the strings but their own personal in Sunshine City. To buy a superb strings. Listen to the boss who sells strings said, this string has also been blessed by the living Buddha's magic power. Zhang Yixing now through many times in the antique market Taba. Also understand a truth. This industry is the modern artifacts more. With the whole people in the collection, coupled with the late Qing dynasty, the Chinese nation's national treasures, by the 8 power allied forces basically all snatched away. Zhang Yixing secretly swore that he must use his strength to go to the west, to those countries that had robbed China, to rob the treasure back again. Genuine less. The collection of more and more people. Thus there are a batch and batch, arts and crafts, through various means, the crafts do old, to meet the needs of the market now. Therefore, arts and crafts, antiques, cannot say that he is fake, can only say that less than generation. The rules of the industry is also generally see-through, not to say, hit the eye to take medicine that you skills are not fine. Want to participate in this industry? Don't be afraid to buy a fake, new products. Antique industry water is very deep. Zhang Yixing if there is no archaeological, historical knowledge as a foundation, plus their own Golden Pupil perspective ability, he is how shrewd, but also do not dare to pick up the leaks in the antique market. During the university in Yinjing, was originally an archaeology major, idly go to the school library, to find antique appreciation of the books to see, what jade bronze, porcelain painting and calligraphy, cultural and miscellaneous, as long as the library has a book on this. Basically he has read these years, Tang Song Yuan Mingqing several dynasties history, also through the history books, the teacher's narrative, Noah 7 or 8. At the same time, Zhang Yixing is no stranger to museums, and he has seen a lot of exhibits in the collection, so that now Zhang Yixing, with a certain amount of historical knowledge as a foundation, there is the Golden Pupil of perspective ability. The eye see is not a fake, is not a real old object, the heart is clear, and the boss is constantly tugging at the skin, is nothing more than the habit of this industry. Antique industry bosses are all people fine, customers' words and deeds he can immediately insight, so do not want to be the boss as a fat sheep slaughter. It is difficult to be confused. Zhang Yixing threw in boss of the heart of the war. Some of the gags. The boss dizzy after he used $1,200 to buy 2 strings. At this time, the boss was happy in his heart. Happy and at the same time scolded Zhang Yixing for being a $100 of things. Spent $1,200 to buy. Not sand sculpture and what is it? At this moment Zhang Yixing heart is also gorgeous. He took the trouble. Time. Just can't let the boss why he is an insider. This may be the antique market inside the people. Pick up the leakage of the process. Zhang Yixing likewise have. He can't tell the boss. You this thing is an old object. The value of the city, if he really said so, is really a sand sculpture. Zhang Yixing put the 2 strings into his shoulder bag, waved his hand to the boss and then said, Boss, your business is prosperous through the 4 seas, and your financial resources are flourishing up to the 3 rivers. Once the boss heard Zhang Yixing's words, he felt very comfortable and smiled with his mouth grinning like the waist of his pants. After saying goodbye to the boss's stall, Zhang Yixing continued to join the taba picking up crowd. The market was not too big, and after a brief stroll, he didn't find any good items, so he wanted to go back to the hotel. However, when he was about to leave the market, there was a copper gilt Dawei de Vajra Buddha enshrinement pendant on a stall in the Qing dynasty. which aroused his interest. With a sweep of the Golden Pupil perspective ability, the Buddha statue was haunted by red precious light. In his heart, he thought, there was no mistaking that this was an old object. So Zhang Yixing is the same old thing, pointing to the east and hitting the west, and finally spent 8,000 to buy this Qing dynasty copper gilt Dawei de Vidra Buddha enshrinement ornaments. Both buyers and sellers are happy. Wandering through the antique market once to get 2 pieces of treasure, Zhang Yixing did not want to pick up the mood, and then left the market, cab directly back to the hotel. Chapter 37, De Zhao Temple. Leaving the antique market, Zhang Yixing returned to his hotel room with the 2 treasures he had just bought back, taking a shower and changing clothes naturally without further details. At the same time, he also received 2 phone calls. One was from Gao Pengyu, a classmate in Xijing. Gao Pengyu said, Zhang Yixing, you are now in what place? How to call you a few days ago, the phone cannot be reached. Zhang Yixing then simply said, I went to the deep forest during this period of time. There is no signal in that place, so you can't get through to me, but you don't have to worry. I have left that place now. Just digging to a lot of jade raw stone thing he did not tell Gao Pengyu. The purpose of his classmate Gao Pengyu's call was to ask him about the piece of Mr. Dakian's Tai Guanchuan painting in his hand, which someone wanted to buy, and asked him if he was selling it. Zhang Yixing said, I'm still in Sunshine City. This matter will have to wait until I go back. Then he farted around some more and hung up. Another phone call is a high school classmate Ouyang Qian called. Ouyang Qian said, Zhang Yixing, do you have time to go to Ruweiqing to play? Ruweiqing's Emerald Plate will start in another month. Zhang Yixing, think about it. There is no urgent thing to do immediately after the incident in Ruweiqing. Anyway, now to where are playing. So he said, I will definitely go then. I will contact you again when I arrive in Ruweiqing. Okay. They talked about their respective situations lately for a while longer, and then hung up the phone. Zhang Yixing ate his dinner, then remembered the copper gilt Buddha statue and Z beads. He looked at the copper gilt Great Vajra Buddha statue for a while, and was sure that it was undoubtedly authentic. Zhang Yixing also knows, in the past Tibetan bronze statues are relatively large. The shape is also more complex. Bronze statues are both the 3 countries, and Nepal, Kashmir statues, Chinese statues, but most of the local statues of Tubo. At this time the bronze statue generally from the 3 countries of the late Buddhist Tantric Vajrayana, Wheel of Time, easy to multiply, and at the same time there is the integration of the original Benzene religion of the Turfan, Mongolia. Some of the styles of the Han Chinese are also integrated into the bronze statue of Tibetan Buddhism. In the early Qing dynasty, in order to avoid the war of arms, the private copper mining was restricted. Most of the mining rights of copper and other rare metal mines were in the hands of the government, but the copper casting technology was more developed during this period. After the Kangxi dynasty, the court statues more brass alloy casting, copper quality, delicate, specific gravity is very large. Therefore, the Kangxi period court statues fine workmanship, dignified shape, gold and water is thicker, copper system is delicate, feel heavy, high hardness, copper tire is thicker. So this period of the Buddha, generally manifested in the face of the rich round moderate, more beautiful, realistic features, both eyes are realistic, upper eye face is curved, slightly upward feeling, early lotus petals full of cloth pedestal weak. The more the era after the back of the pedestal the more abbreviated lotus petals, turned into a piece of rui cloud head opening. The Buddha statue is warm in color, the clothes have carved flowers, craftsmanship excellence. In ancient times, the statue of Buddha with copper or bronze casting, surface gilt, can move the statue of Buddha, commonly known as gilt bronze statue of Buddha. Such statues are generally for the court, temples, use, began in the Tu Han dynasty, flourished in the Sui and Tang dynasties, continued to the Ming and Qing dynasties, to the Republic of China, and even modern Hong Kong and Taiwan. Gilt Buddha statues are still in use. There are several types of copper gilt Buddha statues. The most common ones are Sakyamuni, Guanyin, Manjushri, Pu Xian, Heavenly King, Mother Deity and so on. Combine what you know about copper gilt Buddha statues. Look at the eyes of this Qing dynasty copper gilt Dawei de Jin Gang Buddha statue. The overall size of the Buddha statue is tall, more than a foot. The casting process is complex. The modeling of the mighty, the body is thick, golden brilliant. At the same time, it also represents the 18th century of the Qing dynasty, the Tibetan copper gilt statue of Buddha's high level of craftsmanship. So Zhang Yixing received the Qing dynasty copper gilt Great Vajra Buddha statue into the jade pendant space. Then he picked up the string of Z beads. In fact, the legend about the Z beads, it was a precious gemstone that landed in Turfan, and it was also an auspicious object in the hearts of Turfan Tibetans. It was said, only a person who is a diamond in muddy gold can wear such a treasure. Although this is only a legend, Zhang Yixing that exists is a certain reason, or that comes from such a legend. Not the person who is not pure jade in muddy gold. Wearing such a treasure not only can't let it have good luck, maybe it will bring disaster is not impossible. Z is the treasure of Tibetans. Is the well-being of a lifetime? Is a precious continuation of the home. In fact, Tibetans wear Z beads, will not be Z beads for sale and purchase, can only be fated for the exchange of materials of equal value. As Zhang Yixing saw inside the antique market during the day, Z beads are not divided into real and fake, only old and new. His value is also determined by the year. The longer the year the better and more valuable. The so-called Z beads in the world now are all modern crafts, without any collection value. There are also outlaws, made of plastic Z beads, taking into account the plastic made of Z beads than the same size of the real Z beads to light. In order to counterweight usually add a small piece of lead. Z beads made of plastic in this way are flammable and have many small air holes. There are also Formosan Z beads, which are made of serpentine or grayscale agate, with large production, easy processing, and especially suitable for artificial old. But the Z beads made in this way will slowly turn gray after a long time. For the current agate baked colored Z, its material is modern agate. In the old days the agate used in Z beads have some difference. In fact, the ancient Tufan Z beads are made using the etching process, and modern agate is the use of acid and alkali corrosion or high-temperature baking color. Zhang Yixing with a Congo knife, cut the daytime to bite Z, the surface of a shallow layer of protective material. Inside a slightly smaller old days of the beads revealed its true colors, its cinnabar dots, Manhwa lines, pulp, luster, etc. At a glance, you can tell it is an old Z, and still nine-eyed. No wonder someone so protect this nine-eyed Z, perhaps afraid to get himself killed, so protect this Z. Seeing the Z in his hand, the cinnabar dots grow on the Z from the inside out. The weathering pattern is also very irregular weathering pattern with different shades, like fish scale pattern and phoenix claw pattern. This nine-eyed Z on the pulp natural into the old and now the fire do old, is not the same day. Tibetan people's old Z beads are generally worn or for the home and the niche, so the Z bead's surface of the pulp is the acid and alkali molecules and the body of the long-term fusion of secretions of an adhesion. Generally wash and scrape off. This kind of pulp is smooth and natural. Plus, under the sweep of his golden pupil perspective ability, there is a green-colored precious light flowing. It was undoubtedly a Tang dynasty heavenly pearl. Haha smile. Zhang Yixing cleaned up a bit, entered the jade pendant space to cultivate the dragon Tang skill now. Woke up the next morning, simply wash up, ate breakfast and took a taxi to the Dejiao temple. Almost to the Dejiao temple neighborhood when the cab stopped. Driver master said, encountered the pilgrimage crowd. The car cannot continue to go forward. Zhang Yixing paid the fare and got out of the car and saw a sight that stunned him at once. Just look at the Dejiao temple square pilgrims in front of a black pressure. In the black pressure of a crowd behind the crowd as if a long winding dragon. All the pilgrims in twos and threes, along the road behind the crowd, looking back at a glance, an endless stream of people. Walk 3 steps to knock ahead, 10 steps to a kneeling. A glance is difficult to see the end of the road. Chapter 38 Pilgrimage to the Dejiao Temple. Those who have traveled to Tubo may have seen Tibetan Buddhist believers, walking 3 steps to kowtow along head, 10 steps to kneel, as if they never know tiredness never slacken, always insist on moving forward. This is the very pious worship ceremony of Buddhist believers, which is also called kowtowing. Zhang Yixing knows that the so-called kowtow is a newborn product of the fusion of ancient Buddhist culture and Han culture in Tubo. It originated from the Han culture of bowing, but also under the inspiration of Buddhism. Buddhist believers in order to prove the piety of their own beliefs. The kneeling ceremony evolved into a whole body on the ground to worship, in order to show that the heart is happy to obey. 5 Body to the ground of faith and piety. Perhaps Buddhist believers are out of the return of wishes, praying to Buddha blessing and disaster relief and some other good wishes. Generally there are 3 forms of kowtowing to the Buddha. One is the long-distance kowtow. Such long-distance kowtow is usually done by Buddhist believers from all over the world who go to big temples such as Nikko City to pay homage to the Buddha. Before starting out from their faraway hometowns, the believers first prepare their hand and knee protectors, as well as furs to hang on their chests. On the way, the first thing to do is to stand upright with the whole body. Put the hands together and raise them above the head, and then, take a step forward. At this time the devotees put their hands together in front of their chests, then take a step. Then they take another step and continue to put their hands together in front of their chests. When they take the 3rd step down, they straighten their hands in front of their chests, palms down, parallel to the ground, and lean their entire bodies forward, with their knees on the ground first, and then their entire bodies bent over the ground, with their foreheads gently knocking on the ground. It is such a few coherent movements that the devotees start from their homes, and the repetitive movements are repeated for an unknown number of times until their destination, which is the temple in a certain place in Nikko City where they are scheduled to go. Zhang Yixing also sincerely lamented how strong faith and devotion to Buddha it takes to be such a Buddhist believer. The believers took 3 steps at a time, and until their destination. they always recited the 6-character truth in their mouths. It is very admirable that the believers hold the spirit of determination and will not stop until the destination. There is also the long kowtow of the devotees around the temple, generally in a clockwise direction, along the perimeter of the temple. From the main gate of the temple, this pilgrimage is also a 3-step kowtow, while kowtowing while chanting the 6-word mantra. Another is in situ kowtow long head, generally in the temple hall. Leia felt, in situ kowtow long head, in situ kowtow long head, mouth chanting through the 6 words of truth, hands together, raised above the head, and then prostrate on the ground. So the cycle of worship in situ, Zhang Yixing before just heard. Today let him see the pilgrimage scene, how can not be shocked, not to mention other things. Is the believers such a pious spirit? In today's society, there is that organization of believers such as the Tibetan pilgrims. Zhang Yixing, who was deeply shocked, made a sincere bow to the pilgrims. At the same time, may all pilgrims have their hearts in the right place. Seeing the indomitable spirit of the pilgrim, Zhang Yixing could not calm down for a while, so he carried over the pilgrims and came to the gate of the Dezhou Temple, which is located in the center of the old town of Nikko City and has a history of more than 350 years from today. Before Zhang Yixing prepared to come to the Dezhou Temple, he did his homework and knew that the current Dezhou Temple was built during the Tuozhi period, the most glorious period of Tuozhi, started in 647 AD. It was built by Sonsin Gampo, Princess Wenchang of the Tang dynasty and Princess Chizuan of Nepal. After many generations of expansion, only now covers an area of more than 100 square meters of the magnificent scale. There are also 5 gold dome, 108 Buddha Hall, collectively Benjaminism, Nyingma, Sakya, Kagyu, Gelu and other 5 major sects of Tubo Buddhism and the sects worshipped by the Buddha, Bodhisattva, honored, ancestor, the protector of the gods and goddesses. About the origin of the Dezhou Temple also has a legend story. It was more than 300 years ago, when the plains of Nikko were still a wilderness and lakes and marshes, and Chizuan, the Nepalese consort of King Sonsin Gampo of Tibet, attempted to build a shrine on the site to house the statue of Mingyur Dalgu, the 8-year-old equivocal statue of Sakyamuni Buddha, which she had brought with her from her home country. Her efforts were not successful. The temple was built during the day and collapsed at night, while the Nyaphei was distressed and frustrated. Princess Wenchang arrived from Chang'an after a great deal of hardship. Shi Zun heard that Princess Wenchang knew Yin and Yang Bagua and was good at geomancy, so she sent her maid to bring a liter of gold powder as a gift. She went to Princess Wenchang's residence to seek advice. Princess of Wenchang after geomancy and calculation, know the topography of the Tubo such as a huge witch lying on her back. The center of the Sunshine City is the heart of the witch. Wultong Lake is the witch's heart and blood convergence. If the lake is filled in this place to build a temple can suppress the devil. In order to let the devil lying on the ground in the sky limbs under control, people in her body nailed 12 nails. To fix, to now this 12 nails is the main hall of the Great Show Temple 12 columns, and with 1,000 white goats, from the northern suburb of the fruit of the Kara mountain pack earth and stone, to the Wultong Lake fill, so as to complete the merit. Now in the Great Temple, Hada Chu Lang Zulakang this temple, is in order to commemorate the merits of the goat and pay the sacrifice and set up. There is a statue of a goat in front of the temple. The name of the temple means, goat negative earth illusion of the Sakyamuni temple, came to the front of the legitimate entrance to the Great Zhou Temple. Here erected 2 stone monuments. This is the Tangfan Alliance Monument, also called Changqing Alliance Monument, or called Nephew and Alliance Monument, carved in Tibetan and Chinese characters. This is the year 823 AD. Tufan Zanpu in order to commemorate the Longqing year to 2 years of the Tang Storage Alliance built. The inscription reads, Uncle and Nephew 2 Masters, discussing the gods of earth and grain as one, the establishment of the great and the alliance, never to be replaced. The gods and men all testify to the knowledge, and the generations make it praiseworthy. The inscription emphasizes the Tang Wenchang, into the princess into the Tubo Zanpu married, concluded the uncle and nephew marriage good things, tracing the history and achievements of the Tangfan. Expressed the long history of Sino-Tibetan intimate relations, is a valuable cultural relics in the history of China and Tibet. Another is persuade people to plant pox monument. The monument is engraved with 2 dragons playing with pearls pattern. During the Qianlong Emperor Tufan epidemic smallpox, resulting in many deaths. In Tufan Minister and Lin order in Tufan Northern Repair Room, placed smallpox patients, so that many patients survived. And Lin and persuade the Dalai Lama and Panchen dial rations as a rule. Subsequently set up this pox monument. Because of superstition, the people often use small stones to smash this kind of pox monument. Over the years, now the body has long been a piece of body scars. Most of the text has been damaged, difficult to recognize. Behind the Acne monument is a wordless monument. The monument does not have any text and symbols. Rumor has it that this wordless monument is to commemorate the construction of the artisans of the great Jiaoshao temple at that time and set up in the Tangfan Alliance monument on both sides of the famous Tang Willow, also known as the Princess Willow. The Princess Willow has a history of more than 1,300 years, is still flourishing, green. It is said that the local willows in Tubo, and now all the willows all over Tubo, are developed from the saplings brought by Princess Wenchang. Chapter 39 The Great Zhao Temple Chants. Zhang Yixing stood on the square in front of the gate of the Dezhao Temple and watched, noticing the two pillars on the left and right sides in front of the gate, towering high into the clouds. Those were the scripture poles, which were covered with multicolored sutra streamers. Such stalks were used to pray for blessings and prosperity, and to eliminate disasters and calamities. There is one around the square of the Great Zhou Temple. Generally speaking, the pole is a symbol of power and status, and its height is directly proportional. I do not know how many years have passed. The temple in front of the scripture pole, by one after another pilgrims with the scripture flag wrapped thicker and thicker. Now there are countless pilgrims to the scripture columns touching the head salute. Perhaps in the heart of the pilgrims, this holy place of all, have incomparable power of blessing. Some people were in the square and were bowing their long heads to salute the Buddha. Zhang Yixing looked and looked. Look at this too shocking scene. Only reluctant to go to the entrance of the Great Showa Temple ticket sales office. Bought the ticket, along with the crowd queuing up to check the ticket, and then he began a person's tour of the Showa Temple. There are with the guide team, not as free as him. Zhang Yixing first went to the Maitreya Buddha Hall. The main statue of the Buddha Hall was a small but exquisite statue of Maitreya Buddha. A Manjushri Bodhisattva statue and Guanyin Bodhisattva statues stand on the left and right sides of this statue. Next to these two Bodhisattva statues are a cross-legged statue of the Mother of God, in addition to the wall of the four angry fays of the guardian deities, guarding this Buddha Hall. To the right of the door is the heavenly king of many wonders, and to the left is Jambala, the god of wealth. On the altar is a cross-legged statue of Jawa Bam Lama, who had built the weir in the city of Nikko, thus saving the city from flooding. As he entered, Zhang Yixing also saw a small stone goat, which may be the legendary goat carrying earth and rocks to fill the sacred goat of Wulton Lake. Out of the Maitreya Buddha Hall, the next Zhang Yixing saw the Guanyin Buddha Hall, grandparents and grandchildren of three Dharma King Hall, Tomo Hall, Zongkaba and its 8 disciples Hall, the Divine Transformation Pagoda, the 8 Medicine Buddha Hall, the Buddha Hall of Infinite Light, Lotus Sang Buddha Hall, Bantam Lamb Protector of the Dharma Gods Hall, the Golden Dome of the Great Showa Monastery. Only to go to the Golden Dome of the Great Showa Monastery also have to buy tickets again. Zhang Yixing bought another ticket, from the stairs on the second floor platform to see a moment, and then on the third floor platform. Standing on the platform and looking into the distance, the building of the Padala Palace is radiant in the dazzling sunlight. Overlooking can see the Showa Temple Square on the flow of people gurgling, but also can be full of Tibetan life atmosphere of the Barker Street. Seeing that there is also a cafe here, Zhang Yixing then found a seat, sat down and asked the boss for a pot of tea. The boss said, "Sir, this is the wild tea of Sunshine City, please enjoy it." Zhang Yixing looked at the time. It was already more than 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and there was still more than an hour before the closing time of the Dezhao Temple. Then he slowly sipped the fragrant tea. A cup of tea was finished, then he poured another cup full. First did not continue to drink tea, he closed his eyes and concentrated. Then he could not help but transported the dragon tendency skill. In fact, what he didn't know was that when he entered the Great Jiaoxi Temple and started to look at those halls one after another, the jade pendant space had a faint reaction. Just that he didn't think towards the jade pendant space, along with the operation of the Gong method recipe, only to see the Dezhao Temple gold top Zhang Yixing sitting place as the center. Hundreds of kilometers around the aura, like crazy, the dome of the sky, the aura vortex cohesion of the aura of the storm, thick as a tornado general, sweeping the amount of rich aura, these auras such as the sea of the sea in general, from all directions into a point of convergence to him to surge, directly absorbed by his jade pendant space and himself. Zhang Yixing now seems to be dumb, not moving a muscle. Of course such a rich situation of aura could not be discovered by ordinary mortals. Could this mean an epiphany? Could this be that man is the law of the earth? The law of the earth is the law of the sky. The law of the sky is the law of the road, and the law of the road is the law of nature. At this moment, Zhang Yixing, letting go of his mind, letting go of everything, the Gong method automatically operated. The spiritual chi that came from all directions, constantly entering his body, making his Dantian spiritual chi have the feeling that it was going to burst. Perhaps there really was a Buddha, and what Zhang Yixing had done since he understood was all in line with the way of heaven and earth, the way of symbolic nature. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to get so much rich aura at this moment. The Dezhao Temple's aura base of so many years might have been absorbed by him. The pure aura traveled through Zhang Yixing's 7 meridians and 8 veins, flowing through his 7 meridians and 8 veins under the guidance of the Gong method's mantra, and finally returning to the Dantian. And just like this, when the boss was about to close, he woke up. Luckily he woke up by himself. If he was suddenly woken up by someone else, it would be troublesome. That is, if he didn't go into a fire, he would be ruined. At this moment the aura was still endlessly being absorbed by the jade pendant space. In an instant, Zhang Yixing's 7th level Qi cultivation stage shackles were broken, and his cultivation also entered the 8th level Qi cultivation stage. It just so happened that at this time the auras had also all returned to nature, and it was just as calm as it was at the beginning when Zhang Yixing had just arrived at the golden roof of the Dijiao temple. He settled the bill for the tea and left the golden dome of the Dijiao temple. Just as he was about to leave the Dijiao temple and prepare to go to the hotel, a middle-aged lama stopped his way and politely hit the funny hand first. Then he said to Zhang Yixing, "Master, I am disturbing you. The presiding living Buddha has an invitation. Please come this way with the poor monk." The middle-aged lama led the way in front, and Zhang Yixing followed behind him, walking deep into the backyard of the monastery, turning around and going through several corridors, bringing Zhang Yixing to a meditation room. In the meditation room, a senior monk master was meditating somewhere. Seeing Zhang Yixing come in, a hit of audit hand. "Amitba Buddha." "Sure master," old line disturbed. Zhang Yixing glanced at the grandmaster who was talking to him in front of him, only to see the master, about 178 centimeters tall, with kind brows and a kind face. With his ears hanging down, he wore a cross-collar monk's can on top, a large red robe that favored his right shoulder, and a monk's skirt underneath, which was surrounded by a cloak. Zhang Yixing immediately felt that this master, compassionate and virtuous, extraordinary temperament. So Zhang Yixing said, "You are too polite, master. I wonder what is the matter of looking for me over here." In fact, Zhang Yixing had long guessed the meaning of the master, only now he could only play dumb. The great monk said, "You have a destiny in our Buddha, and today you have received such a great chance in creation. I observe that you are a person with great fortune. I hope that you will do more good deeds in the future, which is fundamental to our Buddha. Human desire is endless, such as do not know how to control will bring endless trouble. To follow one's fate is not to get by, to follow one's fate, but to do one's best and listen to heaven's fate." The master also said, "You always have to face a lot of difficulties in the future. A person to cross those who think they cannot cross the can, climbed many high and dangerous hills, in order to keep the clouds open to see the moon. Wait until the darkness of the flowers. After a while your days will be good. Life is love, life is meaningful and interesting. And people in the dust is not dust. Dust in the heart into dust. People in the world. The law is not fixed. And then know the illegal law also. The world is not yet finished. Why not to be unsettled? Vast righteousness fills heaven and earth. Good and evil have their own heaven to witness. People are good and people deceive. The sky does not deceive. To do things that are difficult to do, we need to have power without gas. And to deal with people who are difficult to deal with, we need to have knowledge without words. A flower is a world. A wood is a floating life. A grass is a paradise. A leaf is a rulai. A sand is a bliss. A party is a pure land. A smile is a dusty fate. And a thought is a purity." The Grandmaster said so much in one breath that Zhang Yixing thought he was done talking, but the Grandmaster ended up saying a few more sentences and stopped talking more. Maybe he was afraid that Zhang Yixing was getting impatient too. Zhang Yixing thought that every word of the master was philosophy, a golden food for thought. The master finally said this way, "There is no road that cannot go, only cannot think of people. Flowers will have flowers fall, cloud gathering will have cloud dispersion, pain over the increase of a point of calm, stupid over the increase of a point of wisdom, crying over the increase of a point of silence, laughing over the increase of a point of openness, no distractions, compassion, walk over the over, look farther, the road to the heart of the wide. Others can help you for a moment, but cannot help you for a lifetime. In this world there is only one person who can really help you for a lifetime. This person is yourself." After saying this the master removed a string from his own hand and handed it to Zhang Yixing. Then he was heard to emit from his mouth, "Namu Amitba Buddha. The master is well off." Zhang Yixing walked out of the master's meditation room with a heavy heart. Chapter 40 Tanka. Saying goodbye to the master. Zhang Yixing was again sent out of the Dijiao temple by the middle-aged lama from earlier. After returning to the hotel room to take a shower, Zhang Yixing picked up the phone again and called home. Zhang Yixing said, "Mom, what's going on? Where's my dad?" His mother, Wang Fingxia, said, "Your dad is watching TV. Are you okay outside?" "Mom, I'm fine outside. You and dad don't need to worry about me. I'll transfer another $100,000 to you in a while. Don't be too frugal. Now that we have money at home, why are you transferring money home again? Keep the money in your own hands, so that it's convenient to go out." "Got it, Mom." After saying a few more words to his mother Wang Fingxia, he hung up the phone. Zhang Yixing didn't dare to transfer more money at all. for fear that his parents would think more than they should and suspect that he didn't do anything serious outside. Zhang Yixing remembered that the master gave himself a string. A look at the shock. It turned out that this string, at least from the Tang dynasty. Look at the full, smooth pulp, Vajra Bodhi seed Buddha beads, coupled with a long history. Several generations of the old monk's chanting power to strengthen the power of the old monk. It can be said that it is a very rare Dharma weapon. When he met the master, he did not use the Golden Pupil perspective ability, for fear that it would be bad if he was discovered by the master. After doing what he had to do every day, Zhang Yixing entered the Jade Pendant space. Now the Jade Pendant space. Dare not say that it is green mountains and green water, but it is also developing in this direction. Zhang Yixing thought, maybe in the future his cultivation will increase, and the space absorbs enough spiritual qi. Maybe it will be able to become a small world. The golden dragonfish has now grown quite a bit, and Shaoqing has also become bigger and more powerful. And now that the space has become bigger, Shaoqing also has more space to move around. Shaoqing now eat meat. Do not Zhang Yixing again cut into small pieces. Want to drink water? It directly drink Zhang Yixing to it prepared in advance diluted spiritual spring water. Now Zhang Yixing also no longer worry about Shaoqing. After a night without words, the next day at noon, Zhang Yixing arrived at Barker Street. This place was even more lively than the antique market he had strolled through a few days ago. Entering into Barker Street, the first thing he saw was the government office of the Qing dynasty government minister in Tibet. He stopped for a while to watch this ancient Tibetan-style three-story building. The plaque above the door gilt characters vivid. The street is not wide. People come and go in an endless stream. Cannot say it is the sound of people, but also can be said that the sound of people is noisy. This may be the embodiment of the hot business. Zhang Yixing saw a store. Store name is Old Things, but Zhang Yixing saw his store inside. Store door on both sides of the hanging all the tourist souvenirs, unique Tibetan style bags, jewelry and so on. Walked through one after another hanging sheep's head, selling dog meat, famous but not real store. Zhang Yixing with the crowd forward. He found that Barker Street, the street is not wide, not many stalls, usually 2 or 3-story facade stores. Basically, they are all a set of the same business concept. Inside the store are all objects, the store door on both sides of the hanging full of objects. Zhang Yixing was dazzled, but did not find a piece of old objects. Through the understanding of Zhang Yixing, he probably knew the kind of business inside the market. Large and small dozens of stores, but only the 4 major ethnic groups, Han, Tibetan, Manchu and Mongolian, saddlery, scholars' objects, religious objects, silk fabrics, card pads, and thankas from different periods of the Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties, weapons, pottery, copper, wood, cushions, turquoise, red coral, stoneware, carvings, costumes, coins, ancient literature and so on. Knowing the types of business inside the market, Zhang Yixing was not interested anymore. He heard one of the bosses say, business is not as good now as it was in the 90s, when there were more really old objects. Another boss said, he now goes out to collect from the people's homes in the winter, and then takes them out to sell in the summer. But when he goes out to collect now, he sometimes comes back empty-handed. Zhang Yixing was thinking in his heart, if he came across an old object thanka, he would definitely buy it. Zhang Yixing understood what the role and significance of the thanka was. Its role is to propagate the Dharma and preach. The Tibetans believe that making offerings to the thanka can bring peace, luck and good fortune to their family members and themselves. It is also used as a sign of conversion to Buddhism and a sacred object of worship. Thanka is a unique art form in Tibetan culture. It mainly refers to the color satin-mounted religious scroll paintings. So far has a history of more than 1,300 years. Is the Chinese national painting art treasures. Zhang Yixing walking carelessly. The mind is thinking about the historical knowledge of the thanka. When he thought about it, he saw a store where there was nothing else but thankas. So Zhang Yixing entered the store. When he looked up, he saw a lot of thankas. There is no basis for reference. So Zhang Yixing used the Golden Pupil perspective ability to sweep a sweep. The results of the store hanging dozens of thankas. Only 3 thankas are to the generation of the object. So Zhang Yixing said, boss, how to sell these thankas? The boss saw Zhang Yixing carry a shoulder bag. Young and Han Chinese, immediately know as a tourist. Eyeballs turned and said, you said these are my store treasure. Each piece of 80,000. Zhang Yixing bristled and said, boss, give a real price. Not as expensive as you say. The boss said, brothers, you make a price. I will listen. Zhang Yixing said, $500 per piece. The boss heard, no, $500 a piece is absolutely not. So 3 thankas to the end. Zhang Yixing still spent $3,000, less the boss said nothing to sell. Swipe card payment. Zhang Yixing looked at the hands of the 3 thankas. The heart is still as happy as ever. The 3 thankas, one is the statue of Vajrapani Bodhisattva. The second thanka is the statue of Manjushri Bodhisattva. And the third thanka is the statue of Void Bodhisattva. The 3 thankas are from the Ming dynasty, 1 from the Qing dynasty and 1 from the Republic of China. Almost to stroll through this street, Zhang Yixing also saw feel-good strings to buy some, just now crafts, but encountered a real 3-eyed Z bead was also taken down by him. Consider this is also good. Ready to leave Barker Street. Let Zhang Yixing did not expect things to happen. It turned out to be a person Tibetan old lady, hand holding a thanka, from a store out. The old lady was full of sorrow, mouth also nagging, clearly is an old object, rashly said is now handicrafts. This thanka in our family have several generations of people worshipped. How is the fake? If not for my son's need for money for medical treatment, how could I sell the treasure? Muttering and muttering, the old lady had tears flowing out. So Zhang Yixing quickly walked a few steps to catch up with the old lady. With a smile on his face, he asked the old man. Zhang Yixing said, "Old man, can you show me the thanka you took? If I feel like it, you can make a price, and I will buy it if it is suitable." The old lady looked at the young Han Chinese boy in front of her with skepticism. The old lady said, "Little brother, you also understand the thanka. I can tell you, this thanka in our family has been enshrined for several generations. If it is not for the son's medical needs a lot of money, I will not take out to sell. Alas, unfortunately I went to several stores. They all said that this thanka is not an old object. Some even simply drove me toward the door." Zhang Yixing listened to the old lady's words. The heart is also not taste. Nowadays the society of the people's heart is not ancient. Not a little sympathetic heart, not to say. There are many times can put the black into white, really said into false. So he added, "Granny, let's go find a place. Let me look at your thanka. It's not convenient to look at it here with so many people." The old lady scrutinized Zhang Yixing for half a day before nodding her head in agreement. So Zhang Yixing found a tea house in the Barker Street Market and helped the old lady to the second floor. He poured a cup of tea for the old man. Then he said to the old lady, "Granny, there is no need to rush. You first drink some water. There is no mountain of fire that can't be crossed. Since you want to exchange the thanka for money for your son's medical treatment, I'll take a look at the thanka you brought first, and I'll buy it if I feel it's about right." Then the old woman, with her eyes dead fixed on the thanka for a while, got up from the table where she had been drinking tea and saw a mahogany table placed in the tea room that was clean and not furnished with any tea utensils. So he trembled and walked over, and Zhang Yixing followed behind the old lady. The old lady placed her thanka on the table, and then said, "Young man, look, see if I am telling a lie. This thanka of mine has really been passed down for several generations." Zhang Yixing carefully and slowly opened the thanka. It turned out to be a green Tara Buddha statue. In fact, when he just saw the old lady, he knew that the old lady's thanka was an old item. It was just that inside the market, he could not directly say that he would buy the old man's thanka. Zhang Yixing said, "Granny, sell me your thanka. How much do you want? Simply look at a moment." Zhang Yixing will be the thanka to re-roll to the old lady's hand. Chapter 41 Purebred Blood Mastiff. Zhang Yixing handed over the thanka to the old lady, then said to the old lady, "Granny, I'm very optimistic about your thanka. Just now I asked you how much you want to sell it for. You haven't answered me yet. I don't know how much you want to sell it for." When the old lady heard Zhang Yixing say this, her heart also felt much more comfortable. After selling the thanka, she would have money to cure her son's illness. The old lady considered for a while, her wrinkled face reddened and said, "Young man, since you want this thanka, see if you can give me $300,000? As soon as Zhang Yixing heard this, he knew that the old granny did not know the value of this thanka of his, and the common people were the most simple and kind. Zhang Yixing was not picking up the leakage of everyone, so he said to the old lady very sincerely, "Granny, I can give you $300,000, but is it that you need $300,000 for your son's treatment?" The old lady nodded her head. Zhang Yixing was overwhelmed with emotion. What a pure and kind old man this was. Zhang Yixing said, "Granny, do you have a bank card with you? $300,000 is not a small amount. It is unsafe for you to take so much money alone. Look at it this way. I'll take you with me to find a bank, deposit the money in the bank for you." The old lady was filled with joy when she heard Zhang Yixing say this. So Zhang Yixing took the old lady and found a bank near the Barker Street Market. The old lady didn't have a bank card, and with the help of the staff, she did a bank card first. Zhang Yixing then transferred $300,000 to the old lady's bank card, and then he made another bank card with another $1 million deposited in it. Zhang Yixing took the tang card handed over by the old lady. Then he was afraid that the old lady was old and had not used the bank card, and then through the bank staff's explanation, he personally told the old lady that there was $300,000 in the bank card she was holding. After all this, originally Zhang Yixing should go, but he did not go. Zhang Yixing said, "Granny, take me to the hospital to see your son's condition." The old lady was a bit puzzled. Zhang Yixing then said, "Granny, I know a little bit about medicine. Take a look and maybe I can cure your son's illness." The old lady was even happier when she heard him say that. Zhang Yixing and the old man came together to the hospital where the old lady's son was cured. After arriving at the hospital room, Zhang Yixing saw the old lady's son. So he said to the old lady, "Granny, I can cure your son's disease, but not in the hospital. I can only do it if I go to your house." The old lady was a bit puzzled. So Zhang Yixing said, "This is a hospital. If I cure your son's disease, I will be in conflict with the hospital, and they don't want others to interfere with patients that the hospital can't cure themselves." The old lady nodded, indicating that she understood. Zhang Yixing stayed on the phone and then said, "Call and contact me once you're processed out of the hospital." The old lady nodded again. When he was about to leave the hospital room, he also suddenly remembered something, so he slipped a card he had just made at the bank into the old lady's hand. Then Zhang Yixing said, "Granny, the money in this card is considered to be a loan to you. When your son gets well, then earn money to slowly pay me back." When the old lady heard Zhang Yixing say this, she was reluctant to take it at first, but finally, seeing that Zhang Yixing could not give it to her, she had no choice but to accept it. After leaving the hospital, Zhang Yixing returned to the hotel room, thinking of the thanka. In fact, Zhang Yixing understands that this thanka is far more than 1,300,000, but he cannot give more. The average family, all of a sudden have a lot of money. In case you let someone else miss, Zhang Yixing is not to help the old lady, but to harm them. Zhang Yixing saw the green duo mother thanka, and in his heart, he knew the meaning and symbol of the duo mother. The full name of the duo mother is the sacred teaching of the duo mother, is also commonly referred to as the duo bodhisattva. Duo bodhisattva body color is green, holding a lotus flower in his left hand. The green color also implies hope and vitality. The green color of the Buddha's body is green, and he holds a lotus flower in his left hand. The green color also symbolizes hope and vitality, and it is the scene of the revival of all things in the spring. In addition, the name Watanabe is also known as green Tara, which contains three meanings: green, Watanabe and mother. Watanabe, it means to ferry people, so it also symbolizes salvation. Fairy mother also means to find hope from chaos, from negative to positive. It represents people's positive attitude. Legend has it that Dora Bodhisattva and White Dora Bodhisattva are the two tears shed by Goddess of Mercy because of her compassion for all beings in the world. The tears turned into a lotus flower, and the lotus flower turned into Dora Bodhisattva. So Dora Bodhisattva is a symbol of compassion, and wearing a dodo mother also symbolizes forgiveness and compassion. The green Dharma mother is the highest of all the Dharma mothers. She can save 8 kinds of sufferings, such as fire, lion, elephant, snake, water, prison, thief and non-human. So it is also called the fairy mother of the 8 tribulations. Zhang Yixing, through the understanding of the green mother Bodhisattva, more aware of the preciousness of this piece of thanka in front of him, he knows that now he bought back this piece of thanka, is undoubtedly the period of the Tang dynasty. After thinking for a while, he didn't want to think about it, he would slowly help the old lady's family later. Time passed so fast. One day passed. Zhang Yixing returned to the hotel room to take a shower and change clothes, then went out for dinner again. After a night without words, the next morning, he took a cab. After getting into the car, Zhang Yixing said, "Driver master, go to Shannon, Somi County, Gudu Township." "Master, don't worry about it. The fare can't be less. I am going to that place to see want to buy a few Tibetan mastiffs." Zhang Yixing said to the driver master again, "Master, you can send me to the place." The driver master also nodded his head and agreed. So he talked about how much it would cost to send him. Zhang Yixing knew the kilometers from Sunshine City to some county in Shannon, and was not afraid of the driver master fooling him. After the price negotiation, the driver master turned the direction. The cab smoked to Shannon, some county. The car, after more than 4 hours of driving, finally arrived in Shannon, some county, Gudu Township. Settled the cab fare, Zhang Yixing inquired about the base of raising Tibetan mastiffs. Zhang Yixing explained the intention. The boss of the base is also very happy, and then led Zhang Yixing to visit the Tibetan mastiff breeding base. Later, Zhang Yixing found 2 small Tibetan mastiffs through observation. The boss said, "Mr. Zhang, what you are looking at is our purebred blood mastiff here." The boss added, "Now the ordinary 3-month-old Tibetan mastiff in our base is usually 10 to 40,000, and the purebred blood mastiff is usually at 500,000. Zhang Yixing, after bargaining, finally 900,000 yuan to buy 2 3-month-old purebred blood mastiff. Purpose to achieve. Zhang Yixing, in the base of the boss's enthusiasm to send, left the base of the door. Still listening to the boss's last words, "Welcome to the next visit." Zhang Yixing grinned and said, "I will definitely come back next time." The boss of course smiled falsely upon hearing this. After leaving the base, Zhang Yixing carried the iron cage with 2 small Tibetan mastiffs in his hand, walked towards the front, saw a place where no one could see, took the 2 small Tibetan mastiffs out of the cage, and then put the 2 little guys, the simple iron cage, into the jade pendant space together. Zhang Yixing came to Shannon some county to buy Tibetan mastiffs is just one thing. In fact, there is another place in Shannon City Zhang Yixing also want to go to see. This place is Shannon City, Zhaxiang County. I heard that there is a Qingpu cultivation place in the territory of this county. Now this place has also been developed into a tourist attraction. Zhang Yixing took a taxi to 15 miles north of Sangji Temple in Zhaxiang County, Shannon City. Instead of going through the gate of the tourist attraction, Zhang Yixing hiked to the Nari mountainside. This place was Zhang Yixing's destination, the Green Park practice site. Seeing a place surrounded by mountains on three sides, with the southern part of the valley facing the wide valley of the Yarlung Zangbo River, the view Zhang Yixing saw at this moment was spectacular. As the Green Park cultivation site was deep in the mountains, the streams were gurgling and the vegetation was dense. Listening to the promotional materials of the attraction, it was introduced that this place had no severe cold in winter, no scorching heat in summer, and a mild climate all year round. It is really a good place with pleasant scenery and climate. This is probably also the reason why many monks and laymen have regarded this place as a holy place for cultivation and realization of the Dharma through the ages. According to legend, Silent Guardian, Lotus Shang and other high priests and virtuosos have practiced here, leaving many holy relics. Zhang Yixing didn't care if it was what he was seeing now or the attraction's publicity materials. Anyway, he felt that this place was quite good, so he found a place and meditated, on the ground on his knees. Chapter 42 Sacred Ground Cultivation. Zhang Yixing found a place and sat down on the ground to cultivate the dragon tendency skill. At this moment, within a 100-mile radius of the Green Park cultivation Holy Land, all the auras between heaven and earth surged towards his circumference, condensing the rich aura to be absorbed by him bit by bit. Zhang Yixing had just broken through for a few days, and the aura that he absorbed at this time now was to stabilize his cultivation realm. Zhang Yixing could only slowly absorb it, but the jade pendant space was not polite at all. So now most of the aura was also absorbed by the jade pendant space. He wouldn't be heartbroken that the jade pendant space was absorbing it. The more the jade pendant space absorbed, the better it would be for Zhang Yixing. At this time, Zhang Yixing's entire body was wrapped in aura, becoming glittering, appearing extraordinarily extraordinary. Don't know how long. See Zhang Yixing's head show some light, like smoke like fog lingering above his head hovering. With the constant influx of spiritual qi, the surrounding atomized gas was even more dense. Dense seems to turn into water. Finally at a certain moment surrounding the atomized gas crumbled, disappeared, revealing Zhang Yixing sitting cross-legged. At this moment, his brows were furrowed, and his entire body's clothes were soaked in sweat. Clenching his teeth, such a scenario Zhang Yixing insisted for quite a while, and was about to give up when he felt a bang in his dantian. Zhang Yixing let out a breath, and finally his cultivation was stabilized at the peak of the late 8th layer of the qi cultivation stage. Zhang Yixing revealed a smile, so he looked at the date and was startled. This cultivation had actually passed for 3 days. Perhaps in the past he had broken through in the space of the jade pendant and did not feel the time had passed so quickly. Now it was otherwise. This was a holy place of cultivation. It was impossible for him to go into the jade pendant space to cultivate. What he wanted was the aura of this holy land of cultivation. So Zhang Yixing thought in his heart, Tubo, Anqi and some other places. The place was big and sparsely populated, very suitable for cultivation. With this matter done, Zhang Yixing got up and looked into the distance, deeply impressed by the wonders of the Creator. In the next few days, Zhang Yixing will play around in a few attractions within the city of Shannon, and other places are not ready to go, such as Mount Everest. In fact, Zhang Yixing still has one thing in his heart, that is, the old lady who sold him the Green Mother Bodhisattva Thanka, all the past few days, did not see her old man call to contact himself, does not believe that he can cure his son's disease, or because of other things happened, did not call him. The heart wants to wait until the daylight city and then go to the hospital to see. Do not believe that they cannot do anything. Zhang Yixing's 3 don't cure. The first one is not to cure people who don't believe in him. So he went down the mountain, and after about half an hour, he arrived at the main gate of the Green Park cultivation site attraction, talked to a cab driver master for a while, and got into the cab and set off towards Sunshine City. After 4 hours of driving, the cab arrived at a hospital in Sunshine City, and Zhang Yixing found his way to the 3rd floor of the inpatient department, where he had been a few days before. And when he arrived at the original ward, he found that the old lady and her son were no longer in their original beds. So Zhang Yixing approached the nurse and asked, "Nurse Beauty, why is patient 306 no longer in her bed?" The nurse lady looked at Zhang Yixing with suspicion, then said, "Why are you asking this? What kind of person are you to that patient?" Zhang Yixing inexplicably glanced at the nurse in front of him, how did asking where the patient was and causing her alarm. So Zhang Yixing briefly said that he came to this ward a few days ago, saw the old lady's son, and then came back today to check on the old man's condition, only to realize that both the old lady and his son were not in the original ward anymore. The nurse listened to Zhang Yixing's explanation and understood. The nurse said, "The patient in this ward was transferred 3 days ago, and I heard that they borrowed money and are going to a better hospital for treatment." Zhang Yixing immediately asked, "Can you tell what hospital they are going to?" The nurse lady shook her head and said, "This is unknown." Zhang Yixing could not talk about any disappointment, and left this hospital. Perhaps the old lady thought that Zhang Yixing was too young, and that saying that he could cure her son's illness was a polite word to comfort her. There is also the last time to go when Zhang Yixing gave her that bank card, when she found that the card really has 1 million. Then think of a better hospital to save their son. Before just no money, only to this small hospital. Zhang Yixing thought for a while, or did not come up with a clue. Anyway, Zhang Yixing in the phone to the old lady, also wrote on the specific address of his home. If there is a chance that maybe in the future, the old lady's son's disease is cured, maybe really can go to the North Spirit to find him. Thinking about this, Zhang Yixing was relieved. Leaving this small hospital, Zhang Yixing thought about the things that are now in Sunshine City has been, and then directly took a cab to go to the Sunshine City International Airport, bought a first-class ticket to Kowon City, Kaiyun Province. There were still 2 hours before the plane took off, so Zhang Yixing went to find a fast food restaurant near the airport and casually ate something, then went to the airport supermarket to buy some essential items. Finding a place that was not covered by surveillance, he put the things he had just bought into the jade pendant space before carrying his duffel bag to the airport's waiting hall. After about 3 hours in the air, the international flight from Daylight City directly to Kowon City landed safely at the Kowon City International Airport, and after spending more than 10 minutes, Zhang Yixing left the airport exit and went to the airport ticket counter to buy a ticket from Kowon City to Mang City. Time flew by so fast. Not long after buying the ticket, the security check to change the boarding pass was started to prepare for boarding. Zhang Yixing felt depressed that the plane he had just boarded was the same one he had taken when he departed from Sunshine City. Shortly after the plane took off, Zhang Yixing closed his eyes and faked a nap. It just felt like not much time had passed before he heard that Mang City had arrived. Zhang Yixing picked up his own duffel bag and left the airport along with the crowd of people disembarking from the plane. And at the airport plaza cab waiting area, Zhang Yixing took a taxi to Ruwaicheng. Nowadays, cabs were also very industry literate, and as soon as the car started, it turned on the meter and played soft music. In fact, Zhang Yixing is also the first time to come to Kuancheng. Not too familiar. If he did his homework in advance, he can buy Sunshine City to Mangcheng, the plane in Kuancheng a little stopover, and then fly directly to Mangcheng. Do not have to now such as to go out to buy a ticket again or to sit on the original plane, and do not have to be dizzy once again to board the airliner that flew from the Sunshine City International Airport. Dizzy? Learn from your mistakes. Maybe you won't do such a ed-up thing in the future. The depression passed quickly, because the master cab driver looked like an old driver. The car drove both steadily and quickly. For the more than 100 kilometers from Mang City to Ruwaicheng, he arrived in almost an hour or so. Zhang Yixing again asked the driver master to send him to the neighborhood of Cisco Jade City before settling the cab fare, and the driver master drove away happily. It was only happy because Zhang Yixing had given him an extra $100 for the empty fare. Zhang Yixing looked for several hotels, and in the end, there were no more rooms, because in another week it was Ruwaicheng's Jade Fair, and basically all the big and small hotels in Ruwaicheng could be said to be full. The general standard rooms, double rooms, and business rooms, were basically all booked up. This is again Zhang Yixing's inexperience. If he had done his homework in advance and booked online, where else would such a troublesome thing happen now? Just when Zhang Yixing saw the last hotel, he thought in his heart, if there were no more rooms, then he would go to the mountains and then live in the jade pendant space to cultivate. However, there was not a single room left in the ordinary rooms of this hotel. Zhang Yixing was just about to leave this hotel. Then he heard the waiter say, "This gentleman, now and there is still a presidential suite, do you think it's okay?" When Zhang Yixing heard this, of course it is possible. How could it not be? So Zhang Yixing smiled slightly at the waitress lady and said, "Thank you, then help me check in." Chapter 43, Sister Sue's Jade City. As soon as Zhang Yixing heard the words of the waitress, he immediately stopped being depressed and immediately took out his ID card and handed it to the waitress lady and said, "Then please check me in." The waitress was also excited to check in Zhang Yixing. Maybe there was a commission for opening the presidential suite. Otherwise how could the waitress have been more than enthusiastic and happy? Soon the room was done. Swiped the card and paid. The waiter said enthusiastically, "Sir, this is your ID card and room card." Then with both hands, he handed the room card and ID card together to Zhang Yixing. The room was on the 19th floor and Zhang Yixing took the elevator to the 19th floor. When he arrived at the room and took a look, he felt pretty good. More than $10,000 a day was not spent in vain, and he felt that during the emerald public market and the tight room supply, the money spent was not at all in vain. Put down the shoulder bag, take a shower and change clothes after Zhang Yixing went out to eat. At the same time, he also took out his phone. "Hey, "Oh Yang Qian, I'm Zhang Yixing. I've just arrived in Ruiqing for a while now. Just contact me when you arrive in Ruiqing." Ouyang Qian was also very happy to hear that Zhang Yixing had arrived in Ruiqing. So she said, "I will also be going to Ruiqing soon. See you then." These days, Zhang Yixing was the one who wandered around first. He went to make another call to his classmate, Gao Pengyu. "Hey, I said fatty, what are you busy with now? I just arrived in Ruiqing. Are you interested in coming to Ruiqing to play?" Gao Pengyu heard Zhang Yixing say that he had suddenly run to Ruiqing again. So he said, "Lao San, what did you go to Ruiqing for?" Zhang Yixing then said, "Ruiqing has a jadeite fair in a few days. I want to try my luck and see if I can get rich overnight. Let's see if my brother can turn a bicycle into a motorcycle if I take a gamble." Said he was also laughing. Zhang Yixing said, "Fatty you, if you come to give me a call in advance. The room are ready for you. Is the presidential suite? Come, maybe you do not regret. If you do not come, will certainly regret." Finished and then laughed again. Think about the home phone also played. There is nothing. Then entered the jade pendant space. Now the space of the two small Tibetan mastiffs. Cheerful. Since entering the jade pendant space, the two little guys have to eat and drink aura nourishment. Look at just a few days. The whole body of the hair is also oily and slippery. Look at the people very much like. Little green and golden dragonfish have now grown a lot more. Zhang Yixing was full of joy. Look at this and look at that. After a while, he went out of the jade pendant space. Now that his cultivation is solid, he feels that without opportunity and chance, he may not be able to break through his cultivation again in a short time. But now is the time to cultivate the dragon tendency technique, so that his internal strength is solidified, and to cultivate martial arts, so that his strength becomes stronger. Zhang Yixing then sat on the big bed in his hotel room, meditating on his knees to cultivate dragon tendency skill. He didn't feel sleepy even though he hadn't slept for the night. His head was clear, and he felt in high spirits. Since getting the jade pendant space, Zhang Yixing rarely slept. Practicing dragon tendency technique felt better than sleeping. The next day at noon, Zhang Yixing came to Sister Su Jade City and casually looked around. It was not yet the day of the public market. Inside the market, it was still the same business model as in the past. Zhang Yixing first looked at the market's publicity. It feels great to sell 20% of Myanmar's total annual production every year. In fact, 30% of Myanmar's rough material flows into the Chinese market every year, which is a very amazing figure. Now, the owners who sell wool in this jade city are basically Burmese businessmen, and there are also locals. But the locals only account for 1/3 of the stores and stalls in the market, and 2/3 of the stores and stalls are Burmese owners. And the merchants who buy and sell here include merchants from China, Myanmar, Pakistan, India, Nepal and other countries. Looking at how prosperous the market was now, Zhang Yixing couldn't help but think of the saying, "One cut is poor, one cut is rich, and one cut wears sackcloth." Gambling on stones was a tenfold gamble, similar to speculating on stocks, and the one who made money in the end could only ever be the banker. However, now Zhang Yixing, as if the landlord, playing a clear card, not afraid to lose. Zhang Yixing has read books about jadeite jade, feel the doorway inside the stone to go, a half understanding of the must not intervene. Although it is said that the stone also depends on luck, is not there is a sentence, luck is also a kind of strength, so you have to have strength before you can say there is no luck. Through reading and learning, Zhang Yixing knows that gambling on stone is to understand the 5 gambling, to figure out a general, perhaps in the jade rough material inside the beta future. First of all, the kind of gambling. If you take the young kind of old kind of gambling, then you will lose. The new species as the old species bet, is also lost. If you take the variant as a good kind, know any performance of the stone or water stone, pine flowers do not enter. Ringworm eat green, dawdling under the colorless, withered under the colorless. Every gamble is bound to lose no doubt. There are also betting on the kind of main bet is the mouth of the field. The various mouth of the stone are not the same. Betting on the wrong will be a total loss. If you bet on the fog should be thin but also transparent. Generally there is white fog and yellow fog. It is possible to win the bet. If the fog is short, fog thick, fog black, fog red, generally betting is also bound to lose. If you bet on color, no color is to lose. General betting on color is also betting on positive color green. Green to be more, to be green, to live. This can have the possibility of green. If the color is less, color pale, color thin, color evil, color dry, color miscellaneous, etc. If the general gambling win is not big, if there is no bottom, bottom coarse, bottom dry, water, porcelain, bottom dirty, bottom black, bottom soft, bottom chaotic, encountered any of these, that will also lose the bet. There is also a gambling crack. This does not have a certain ability to judge people. And finally, do not go to bet. Gambling on stones is risky. Intervention needs to be cautious. Zhang Yixing cautioned those jade lovers who wanted to get rich overnight in his heart at this moment. Entered the market. Zhang Yixing also feel a little confused. An area of more than 60 acres. Stores have more than 400. Jadeite wool and finished counter 1200 meters. Operating more than 1,000 households. The market inside the crowd. People come and go in an endless stream. A glance cannot see the end of the stalls. I heard that the public market is not inside the market. Rather, it is in Ruwaiqing Sports Square. So now come to Sister Su Jade City may become an advance from all over the country or there are foreign friends. Zhang Yixing is not buying finished products or bright material now. He is just looking at the raw jadeite wool first. Passed several stalls in a row. Zhang Yixing did not have any feeling. Also did not open the Golden Pupil perspective ability. And Zhang Yixing feel now the jade pendant space is not what jade are absorbed. Not without upgrading before. Encountered the jade on absorption. Now through several space upgrades. And now generally contains low aura. The jade pendant space is not interested at all. So Zhang Yixing is the heart of sensing the jade pendant space. It is also no so Zhang Yixing sensed the jade pendant space with his heart, but it also did not have any reaction. When Zhang Yixing had just walked to a stall not far away, the jade pendant space reacted with a slight warmth. Zhang Yixing knew that there must be raw stones with high aura content in this stall. So Zhang Yixing stood and looked at the raw stones on the stall, and found that this stall had yellow salt sandskin, black osage, as well as white salt sandskin, yellow pear skin, and several other types of field of jadeite wool. There are almost 70 or 80 pieces of large and small. Zhang Yixing with the Golden Pupil perspective ability sweep, found that there is a piece of yellow pear skin wool raw stone inside the jade flesh. Green. Rich green let a person have a feeling of intoxication. This piece of raw stone for the mountain stone. See its crust like yellow pear skin? Slightly transparent. So Zhang Yixing did in the heart of the matter, not move the boss booth on the original stone, are carefully looked at once. A total of 9 pieces can be found to bet on the jadeite wool. Zhang Yixing also cannot do things. He only picked 5 pieces of raw stone. These 5 pieces of raw stone inside. A piece of yellow pear skin. Weight in 129 kilograms. A piece of 78 kilograms of yellow salt sandskin. A piece of 57 kilograms of white salt sandskin. A piece of 112 kilograms of white salt sandskin. And a piece of 21 kilograms of black sand. In fact, the 21 kilograms of this raw stone is a piece of nothing scrap. Zhang Yixing must buy the raw stone that is cut across. If under normal circumstances, the block of raw stone can be solved up, then in the future, Zhang Yixing will be in constant trouble. 5 pieces of raw stone wool. Zhang Yixing spent a total of 1.78 million. At this time, the boss said, "Little brother, do you want to unravel it and take a look? If you unravel it, you can get rich overnight. If it's not ideal, there are still a lot of good wool in my booth." Zhang Yixing rolled his eyes at the boss and said, "Why don't you try 2 pieces first? If it goes up big, thank you boss for your good advice. If it does, forget about it and don't say much." You arrange for someone to unpick the stone. Chapter 44 Deconstructing Stones. Zhang Yixing randomly picked a piece of white salt sandskin raw stone that could almost have 5 times the profit, plus the piece of black ebony sandskin wool that was bound to cross. The boss called over the store's fellows and moved the 2 pieces of jadeite wool to the side of the stone unraveling machine. Nowadays, the stone decomposing machine is much safer and cleaner than in the past, and there is no dust flying all over the sky during the entire stone decomposing process. Also better operation. As long as you can find the first cut of the roughly cut parts of the original stone, the next is much easier. To cut a face-to-face cutting machine cutting blade, leaving the position to be cut to go. The original stone with the cutting machine seems to be the same as a vise on the clamps to cut the original stone tightly fixed, and then closed on the stone machine on top of the activities of the dust cover. Press the power switch. The machine can be deconstructing the stone. The process of the middle of the stone also do not have to manually pour water between the knife and the incision of the original stone. The process is automatic. Do not have to worry about can be in accordance with the idea of people. Safe cut each knife. Of course, to operate the work is still there. That is, whenever you need to cut another part of the time, to manually readjust the position and then tighten, recover the dust cover, and then press the power supply, so that after repeating a few times, you want to cut the original stone will also reveal the true face of the mountain. In the past, the stone machine is much simpler. That is, a marble cutter. Stone to rely on the stone masters themselves with their hands slowly downward pressure cutting machine handle. That is, downward pressure cutter roulette wheel at one end of the fixed cutter cutting blade, roulette wheel at the other end of the handle. The process of cutting vibration is very large. This time we must test the cutting masters of the rich experience is not rich, not good enough to contain the jade of the original stone to a knife. Cutting collapsed. There was also no dust cover for the cutting machine at that time, and during the process of stone cutting, dust flew all over the sky. And there was also a need to manually pour water between the blade of the cutting machine and the incision of the raw stone. which was used to cool down the temperature. To operate such a raw stone cutting machine, no experience cannot cut raw stone. There is no safety index at all. So generally the stone cutting sites have to have experienced stone cutting masters. Zhang Yixing, the store mate, and the stone solving master, 3 people together, lifted the piece of black ebony sandskin raw stone onto the operation platform of the cutting machine. Then the master asked Zhang Yixing how to cut it. Zhang Yixing scratched his head and said, "Master, you see how to cut, how appropriate. I see you do this business should have many years right. Experienced. I a young man who just came to Ruwaiching travel. On the gambling, stone cutting, 7 know-how, 6 know-how, no nothing." The stone solving master looked up at Zhang Yixing for a while, then said, "Since you have no requirements, then it will be cut according to my wishes." Zhang Yixing also said dryly, Okay, then let's cut it according to your own experience. Master. The stone solving master took a look at the original stone, adjusted the direction, and fixed the original stone with the table vise that came with the cutting machine. Closing the dust cover, the stone solving master pressed the power switch, and at once a very unpleasant noise came out from the cutting machine. The squeaking and la 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 sound made people feel annoyed. At the same time, the sound also spread out of the store outside. Not long to see the crowding 2s and 3s toward the direction of the cutting machine. Time is not long. The noise of the machine is small. Experienced stone master knows that this is the first cut is finished, so he turned off the power. To stop the machine, he cut down the edges of the material away, and water to rinse the cut surface. Suddenly the stone solving master stopped talking, collapsed. The crowd of onlookers were also stretching their necks and crossing their legs to look at the cut. Those who saw the result let out a sigh. Collapsed. It's black wuchi ground. Knowing the result, Zhang Yixing rippled. So he said, "Master, you again from the center to a cut. See how the situation. If the center of this cut, if there is no more green, do not have to cut again." Guests follow the host. The master, in accordance with the requirements of Zhang Yixing, readjust the position of the original stone fixed, cover the dust cover, press the power supply. About 10 minutes later, the center of the knife cutting is completed. The stone master is again some skillful operation. The result can be imagined. And the beginning of the first cut has been even worse. Completely gambling collapse. From the surface of the crowd of onlookers, then Zhang Yixing was disappointed. One said, "This performance is very good, black sandskin wool. How can there be no green ah?" Another person said, "I happened to be present when this young man bought the wool just now. He simply does not know anything about gambling stone white, just casually point this piece, in one breath to buy the boss 5 pieces of raw stone." The boss at that time, the beauty of the snot bubble are how big. Zhang Yixing also did not care about the onlookers of the melon crowd talking. He and the stone master, store staff together with the 3 people will be that piece of white salt sandskin will material to the platform of the stone machine. At this time, the master said, "Young man, how do you want to cut this piece of raw stone?" Zhang Yixing looked at the original stone. So he said, "Master, I do not understand, but you first along this side of the thin cut a knife." The stone solving master understood what Zhang Yixing meant, so he adjusted the face of the original stone to be cut first, fixed the original stone, then another skilled operation. 10 minutes later, a thin piece of stone skin was cut. Deconstruction master action is very skillful, and then heard the master said, "Little brother, there is a fog. It seems to have a great hope that this piece of raw stone inside may have jade meat." Zhang Yixing said, "Master, you first adjust the position of the original stone. In just to the cut surface, continue to 2 centimeters in to see how the effect." The master stone solver did as he was told, and about 15 minutes passed, and a new facet appeared. After some manipulation, the facet was revealed to everyone's eyes. At this time, I heard a loud voice say, "This is great, brother, this is high ice positive sun green." The tourists and jade bosses who had just left without seeing Zhang Yixing's solution came back. A person said, "Little brother, I am old phoenix jewelry. You do not continue to cut this piece of raw stone, our company out of 2 million to buy." At this time there are people said, "Old Wang, you want to bully the little brother, does not know how the market. So good head of water, so positive green. You only out of 2 million. Then said, "Brother, I am Chow Tai Fook jewelry. You this piece of raw stone, our company is willing to pay 2,600,000. How about little brother? Do not continue to cut. Sell it to our company." The voices calling to buy rose and fell, and Zhang Yixing didn't care about their calling. Opening his mouth, he told the stone solving master, "Master, adjust the raw stone according to your experience, and try to take out the jadeite inside the rough material earlier." Store owner looked at the cut surface of the raw stone, immediately said to his store mate, "Quickly go to buy firecrackers. Wait for the emerald as soon as pulled out, then set off firecrackers." After some skilled operation of the master of the decomposition, about half an hour later, a piece of crystal clear, green emerald appeared in front of the crowd. No impurities and no cracks. A piece of high ice-positive young green emerald. The boss used electronic scales to weigh the emerald. The result is 13 kilograms. This is even more remarkable. The boss said, "Quick firecrackers." Firecrackers, and greeted a lot of people. Seeing such a piece of emerald, no one is not greedy. Such a piece of such a perfect jade. See, the crowd did not like. There are many people want to take this piece of bright material. So Zhang Yixing arched his hand towards the crowd. Hello everyone. This is also my first time coming to Sister Su Jade City. It's all luck that I was able to solve this piece of jadeite today. I don't know anything about the jade market. If there are those who want it, bid for it yourself. Write a number for how much you think this piece of jade is worth. Add your own personal information, and the highest bidder gets it. Boss, you help find a few sheets of paper. Just hand it over to me after everyone writes it down. Zhang Yixing did this as a battle of the heart. To take such a superb piece of jade, with so many people wanting to buy it, trying to pick up the pieces was impossible. If you a word I call the price. One is a mess, but also to avoid others reference price out of the low price. Waiting at the same time also look forward to their own jade can be sold at a high price. Chapter 45, Buying a House. More than 20 people participated in the bidding, and after 5 minutes, Zhang Yixing received 27 bidding sheets in his hand, with the lowest bid being 4.2 million and the highest being 7.8 million. Of course it was going to be sold to the owner with the highest bid. The one who bid 7.8 million was a purchasing manager of Chow Tai Fook Jewelry. Zhang Yixing reported his bank card number, and then the purchasing manager of Chow Tai Fook Jewelry called back to the company to make a payment to Zhang Yixing. In a short time, Zhang Yixing received a message on his cell phone that the money had arrived. After receiving the money, Zhang Yixing handed over the jadeite that he had just solved into the hands of the money manager. The bosses who didn't buy the jadeite also gave Zhang Yixing business cards one after another. He saw a fat boss said, "Brother, if you have good jadeite in the future, you can contact me." Zhang Yixing said, "Yes." He took the business card handed over by the boss and agreed happily. Zhang Yixing also did not forget to send red packets to the stone master. He is not cheap people. Scanning code to the stone master transferred 91,800 yuan. Nowadays, Zhang Yixing is a big believer in gods and spirits, so he also likes to use lucky numbers. The store owner asked Zhang Yixing again, "Little brother, are the 3 pieces of wool on the ground still unscrambled?" Zhang Yixing said, "Thank you, let's not solve them first, bring them back." Now the boss was just saying. Just now, Zhang Yixing's raw stone was solved up, and the boss set off firecrackers, and in a moment's time, a lot of gambling guests were attracted. These later people just heard that it had just gone up big and didn't see that it had just been unraveled as well. Knowing that the stone was bought in the owner's store, just rose greatly, so less than half an hour, the owner's wool was basically sold out. Boss, raw stone sold out. Or to thank Zhang Yixing, Zhang Yixing said, "Boss, I will first put the 3 pieces of raw stones I just bought, temporarily put them in your store for a few hours time, and come back to pick them up after I go out to do something." The boss also agreed happily. So Zhang Yixing took pictures of the 3 pieces of raw materials, videotaped them and then signed a simple agreement with the boss. Then he left Sister Su Jade City. Zhang Yixing took a taxi and wanted to go to the village close to the border to have a look. The cab came to Yinjing village, which is separated by a walled village. Zhang Yixing wanted to see if there were any houses to buy in the village. Zhang Yixing saw a well of 2 countries. The names of the 2 countries are written on the well. The left side is China and the right side is Myanmar. So if you come here and drink a dipper of water, you are drinking water from both countries' wells. We also saw the world's most expensive national border, which is paved with 5,068 pieces of jade of different colors. The entire jade border is more than 400 meters long. One side is yellow, representing the border of China, signifying greatness and tolerance, and the other side is white jade, representing Myanmar. It symbolizes integrity, purity and dignity. Here's also this most expensive bridge in the world, inlaid with 777 jadeite jade stones. The value is said to be as high as $77 million, and the number 7 has always been considered an auspicious number in the religious land of Myanmar. As Shu City was located in the subtropical climate circle, the village was green with various plants and the air was clear and elegant. Zhang Yixing felt that this village was good, except that this Rue was a typical Dai humane village, and there was an extremely strong Dai style within Yinjing village. Zhang Yixing also do not know this village. There is no house to buy, is a house he does not know, sell or not sell to the Han Chinese. Through inquiring, Zhang Yixing found the village chief. Zhang Yixing said, "I am a foreigner who came to Ruiqing to do business, and I feel that the environment in our village is good, so I want to buy a house, but I don't know if there is one." The village chief said enthusiastically, "Thank you, young man, for giving such a good appraisal of our village. It's just that there are no houses for sale in the village now." Feeling normal, Zhang Yixing bid farewell to the village chief and left this Yinjing village. Yinjing village was only a dozen kilometers away from Ruiqing. The cab arrived at Ruiqing in 10 minutes, and Zhang Yixing found a housing agency in Ruiqing's urban and rural areas in a place with a beautiful environment, by the mountains and by the water. He bought a single-family house. It cost $4.5 million, and it felt like this place was not very expensive. The reason why Zhang Yixing wants to buy a house, he is not going to live in the room, is to put his own in the Jade City to buy the wool, to be transported back to be able to then put into the Jade Pendant space. How can not be in the Jade City on the Jade to become no more? The raw stone is very heavy, and you can't just carry it. Now that he had bought a house, perhaps if he came back to Ruiqing or went to Burma in the future, it would be a place to stay. After the house was bought, Zhang Yixing came to the Jade City again, so he did one thing in one afternoon. That is, in each store to pick only cost-effective super high-quality wool. General have jade but cost-effective is not high. He gave the boss to stay. Although there were many stalls selling raw stones inside the market, Zhang Yixing used his golden pupil perspective ability to see very quickly. Usually it was just a few minutes to the store, and then he left. In one afternoon, Zhang Yixing's large and small raw stones, he bought a total of 236 pieces, also cost him 27 million. There are still a few days as the jadeite disc. He wants to first solve a part of the bright material out. See classmate Ouyang Qian want. If Ouyang Qian do not want, he will contact those jade bosses, so as to have more money to participate in the jadeite disc. In fact, Zhang Yixing also thought of a thing in his heart. Is in the Qing government? From Burma back to China's domestic wool is first in what place to hoard, and then processed and sold to all over the world. Zhang Yixing then wanted to find a place like that and see if there was any unused wool. As the saying goes, the cabin, the bottom of the stack, the root of the fold. It looks like the bottom. In fact, there are quite a lot of things. According to the Qing dynasty scholar Kai Tai wrote Tengyu rural and local history records, Tang for the number of extracts, jade workers full of thousands, made for the utensils, sale of Dianxian provinces. It can be seen that the output of Myanmar's top-quality jade through the Kayun Tingshung, Ruiqing and other border cities into our country. From Myanmar to Kayun on the official road, there are often 7 or 8,000 or even tens of thousands of horse gangs. The transportation of jadeite jade and other materials. Therefore, Kayun border area due to the operation of the jade industry for a long time. With such a record, he thought to wait until the evening to go to the nearby mountain near the village himself to take a look. Zhang Yixing concentrated the wool he bought today one by one and then asked the store owner to send him to the newly bought villa by car. Zhang Yixing was very happy to see the woolen materials piled up like a small mountain in the den of the villa. So he looked around and there was nothing unusual. Then he hit his hand and with a wave of his mind, all the wool materials disappeared one by one. Today's purchase of wool has several yards of different crusts. There are probably white salt sand skin, yellow salt sand skin, yellow pear skin, black wuxia skin, water-turned sand skin, yangmei sand skin, half mountain, half water stone, old statue skin, iron sand skin, rusty skin. Leaving the villa, Zhang Yixing returned to the hotel room, bathed and changed his clothes to prevent, eat, and call. It was busy until more than 9 o'clock in the evening. Then Zhang Yixing entered the jade pendant space, putting all the 239 pieces of raw stones that he had bought today, all under the control of his mind. He placed them all on the mountain of the jade pendant space. Then he began to use the kunwa knife to cut the rough stone one after another under the power of his true qi. After about 4 hours of cutting, all of the wool bought today was unraveled, and he unraveled another 100 pieces of Hutian jade. Seeing the several colors of jade on the ground, Zhang Yixing also felt that the creator was too amazing to be able to hide a beautiful jade inside an ugly stone. In total, there were about 1,000 kilograms of Hutian jade and almost 800 kilograms of jadeite jade unraveled. There wasn't much Hutian jade seed material, and almost all of them were fine white jade. There were also a few pieces of superb white jade. 239 pieces of woolen material opened a total of glass seed emperor green piece, almost 10 kilograms. The 3 pieces of high ice positive sun green are about 75 kilograms. Ice green jadeite 27 pieces, about 150 kilograms. High ice chicken oil yellow piece, about 11 kilograms. Violet 2 pieces, about 9 kilograms. Golden silk seed, violet spring with color. High ice ocean blue, ice floating flowers, high ice ink jade, ice onion core green, apple green, red fay and several other colors. More than 200 pieces of bright material, about 500 kilograms of like. Now Zhang Yixing also found a problem. Is now the jade pendant space is not as hungry as in the past. Now put into the jade pendant space of the original stone. Zhang Yixing idea control does not allow the space to casually absorb the jade. The jade pendant space is also very obedient. Resolutely do not absorb. Maybe now the space upgraded. Cannot see now contains thin aura of jade. Zhang Yixing also wants to have the opportunity to go to the jadeite mining area in Myanmar to see if he can find jade with high spiritual qi. so that the space can absorb and upgrade. Zhang Yixing put all the bright materials into the thatched hut. He was really afraid that the jade pendant space would be hungry and anxious that day, and it would be finished if it absorbed randomly. Perhaps it was not impossible that the jade pendant space had awakened an artifact spirit. Chapter 46 Old Town Compound. The night was silent, and the next day, Zhang Yixing did not go to Ruwaiqing Jade City. He carried a duffel bag, swept a shared bicycle, and rode it to a piece of the old city center that was far away from Jade City. In fact, he was aimlessly taking a casual look around. Zhang Yixing just wanted to see if his feeling was possible. He thought in his heart, Ruwaiqing has had horse gangs dumping jadeite raw stones from Burma since the Qing dynasty. It is impossible that there is not a person with a good intention to secretly hide the good wool. Hundreds of years have passed. Maybe the original house or something has long ceased to exist. He is now also out of curiosity, only to come to the old city to see, as the saying goes, there are fish without fish first spread a net, and cannot lose anything. Having figured this out, Zhang Yixing's mood to ride his bicycle and wander around became more relaxed. Riding his bicycle, he went through several alleys and saw many old houses that were in disrepair and dilapidated, but Zhang Yixing didn't find much about them. Turning to an old man, he said, "Grandpa, why are all these houses in disrepair now?" The old man said, "Young man, you are from abroad, right? The owners of these houses have gone to the city to buy buildings to live, so this place is waiting for the government to demolish it in the future." Zhang Yixing said, "Thank you, Grandpa." Zhang Yixing continued to ride his bicycle idly around, and suddenly a large courtyard intrigued him. He rode his bike and leaned into the compound. It was a courtyard with a row of 6 large tile houses sitting north to south at the back, 3 tile houses a little lower than the main house on the left and right sides respectively, and a large, wide doorway with a heavy gate that was tightly closed and had the usual large iron locks on it. The situation inside the courtyard could not be seen clearly, but these were not difficult to defeat Zhang Yixing. He opened his Golden Pupil perspective ability and found that the inside of the large yard had very tall grass, so he shook his head. It seemed that this place had not been inhabited for a long time as well. So Zhang Yixing found a nearby family and politely inquired about the owner of this courtyard. Zhang Yixing said, "Old man, I want to know where the owner of this house is now?" The old man glanced at Zhang Yixing, then said with a sigh, "This family was notorious in the past. I heard my grandfather tell me that it was a big family, and the family was in the jadeite and jade business. Then the old owner of the house passed away, and the old man's son was still in the jadeite jade business." The old man continued, "Then the old man's son also passed away. The old man's grandson also continued to do jadeite jade business. This is not the old man's grandson 10 years ago also died, but the old man's grandson left a son and a daughter. The old man's grandson's son later also inherited his father's business, continued to pour jadeite jade. The old man's grandson's daughter got married, so she didn't care about his brother, and lived her own life. About 2 years ago, the old man's grandson's son went to Burma with a friend to pour jadeite jade. Who knows that this trip never came back. Later on, his sister also came to this courtyard a few times, and then came very little." The enthusiastic god finished some of the family's secret stories in one breath. Zhang Yixing then probably understood. So Zhang Yixing said to this enthusiastic old man, "Old man, may I ask where to go to find this sister?" The old man thought for half a day and suddenly had an alert. "Young man, what is the matter with you inquiring about this courtyard?" Zhang Yixing with a smile on his face, and very respectful to the old man said, "Master is like this. I am also just graduated from the student. See, the air in this place is fresh and beautiful environment. I would like to develop in Ruwaiqing in the future. It just so happens that the family also has a little bit of money, so I want to buy a house first. I see that this courtyard is good, and I also like it. I want to understand what kind of situation it is." The old man saw that Zhang Yixing's eyebrows were clear and dignified, not like a bad person, so he put down his guard. Then he said to Zhang Yixing, "This family's surname is Mu, and I heard from the old generation that they are also the descendants of the old King Mu of the Ming dynasty, and I don't know if it's true or not. I heard that she opened a jade carving workshop with her husband and sister Su Jade City. You may be able to find it once you ask around when you get to which Jade City." Zhang Yixing thanked this old man 1,000 times and then gave the old man a famous cigarette of Kaiyun province before bidding farewell to this old man. Zhang Yixing then thought that he had to go and find that granddaughter of Master Mu's grandson before he could. Just riding his bike to go, he heard the old man muttering a sentence, "Before how beautiful family." So finished. Fortunately that little Ningzi did not get married to marry a daughter-in-law. Really, if that would be the pit of people's female child. Back to the city. Zhang Yixing put the shared bicycle to find a place to store and lock up, and then went to the sister Su Jade City. He searched for half a day and did not see a workshop that engaged in jade carving. He felt strange, so he asked the owner of the store where he bought the raw material yesterday. He asked, "Mr. Wang, where is this jade carving workshop?" Boss Wang told Zhang Yixing, "The jade carving workshop is not inside the Jade City market, but in another place, but it is not far from Jade City." He then gave Zhang Yixing a clear explanation of the exact place of the jade carving workshop, and Zhang Yixing expressed his gratitude. Zhang Yixing found a street where the jade carving workshop was located and inquired about a boss surnamed Mu who was in that workshop. The people who were asked were a bit confused. They all said, "There's no such thing as that boss surnamed Mu on this street that runs a jade carving workshop." Zhang Yixing also froze. Then he suddenly looked constipated. He apologized to the owner of a jade carving workshop and said, "I'm sorry, boss, I didn't make it clear. It's the wife of the owner of this jade carving workshop whose surname is Mu." The boss was also a bit teary-eyed, and then said, "If you say so, there really is a workshop whose owner's wife's surname is Mu. The name of the workshop is called Transfiguration Jade Carving. You go and take a look. Maybe it's the workshop you're looking for." Zhang Yixing thanked the owner of the jade carving workshop and followed his directions to find the Transfiguration Jade Carving workshop. He prepared 2 pieces of jade in advance, and when he entered the jade carving workshop, he said, "Boss, I want to process some jewelry." After explaining his intention, the jade carving master's eyes went straight when he saw the 2 pieces of jade material that Zhang Yixing took out. Zhang Yixing did not dare to take out more jade material. 2 kilograms of glass seed imperial green and 1 kilogram of ink jade. The young boss in his 30s did not dare to agree to Zhang Yixing's request. So he said, "Sir, you wait a moment, I will go and call my father." His father was then in the backyard making carvings. When the old man came out and saw the 2 pieces of jade on the table, his eyes were also glowing with gold. His mouth kept muttering, "I haven't seen such beautiful jade in many years. Whatever you want to do, young man, I will definitely do a good job for you with 12% of my spirit, and please rest assured of my level of jade carving." Zhang Yixing explained the several kinds of jewelry he wanted to make and asked the old man if he had enough jade. The old man gestured for a while and said dryly, "Young man, for the jewelry you want to make, these jade materials are enough, but I have an unforgivable request. That is, you do all the processing fees for jewelry. I do not take a penny, but you do jewelry leftover edges. Little brother, can you sell me? The price is also, please rest assured." When Zhang Yixing heard this, he smiled. Then he said, "Old man, as long as you can do a good job on my jewelry, I will also pay you for the work at the market price, and the rest of the trimmings will be given to you together, so I don't want any money." Once the old man heard Zhang Yixing's words, he got a little excited and said incoherently, "Little brother, absolutely not. I don't want the processing fee, and I'll give you the money for the trimmings." Zhang Yixing thought, in this materialistic era, there are not many people like the old man who are stubborn in their thinking. He also did not insist anymore. Then he said, "Just do your best to carve, old man. In the future, if you want any good jade material, maybe I can find it for you." The old man was also happy to hear that. After going through all the formalities of commissioning the carving, Zhang Yixing made a show of leaving the jade carving workshop. After walking out less than 3 steps, it was as if he suddenly remembered. So he said to the old man, "Old man, I see that you are also an old man in our Ruicheng. This morning I went out to wander around, and I saw a large courtyard in an old town. Do you know if it belongs to that family?" The old man glanced at Zhang Yixing and said a little weirdly, "Little brother, you are trying to buy that compound. Nowadays, young people want to live in buildings in villas. Then there are still young people who buy broken yards." Zhang Yixing also played dumb and said, "Master, it's like this. I'm not from Ruicheng. I just graduated. There is no job yet. I came to Ruicheng to travel. I feel that this place has green mountains and green water. The air environment is beautiful. So I want to find a job in this place, because I have not lived in a building since I was a child. I feel that, for example, I live in a bungalow grounded. Plus I also love to exercise. If you buy a building high out of motion will affect the upstairs and downstairs tenants. There is also I practice martial arts, also do not like in the downtown area. So this morning rode a bicycle, went to the old city to see if there is no house of their own satisfaction. See the house compound door locked. Ask the neighbors of that compound. And no one can say clearly, this is not to see an old man like you. May be able to know a little information. Just casually ask old master you." The old master looked at Zhang Yixing for a few moments, and had no doubts about his words. So he said, "You sit down first, and slowly talk about the house." Chapter 47, The Great Yard Arrives. The old man looked at Zhang Yixing's eyes for half a minute before saying, "It seems that you and I are destined to be together. I see that you have a sword brow and starry eyes. A great chi. Must be a person with great fortune. How about having interest in learning jade carving with my old man?" Zhang Yixing scratched his head and said, "Didn't the old man's family say that learning jade carving should start from a very young age? At my age now, my fingers have hardened. Can I still learn to carve well?" The old master said, "As long as you want to learn you can. I see that you are not an ordinary person, and are practicing martial arts. Before I have this idea, let you learn jade carving with me. My family, that brat, too stupid. I handcraft his Chengcheng did not learn it." Zhang Yixing then said, "Master, you see this is good. Let me consider 2 days. Just 3 days later is the jadeite fair. If I think well, I will come to find you. May also bring back a piece of superb jade for his old man. Then Zhang Yixing said as if he suddenly remembered. By the way, old man, do you know if you know the owner of that compound? When the old man heard Zhang Yixing's words, he then sighed and said something similar to what the old man said this morning near that compound. Zhang Yixing said without showing any emotion, it seems that you, old man, know the news of the owner of that compound. Can you find the owner of the house? I am very optimistic about that place. Can the old man help? The old man then grinned and said, young man, how can I say we are destined to be together? The owner of that compound is my daughter-in-law. After hearing this, Zhang Yixing pretended to be surprised and said, old man wouldn't really have such a coincidental thing, right? The old master said, it really is such a coincidence. So the old master asked his son to call. The old master said, Yuanqi, quickly give your daughter-in-law a call and tell her to come over to the jade carving workshop and say that there is something going on. The old master's daughter-in-law was not at the jade carving workshop. Their family was now living in a building in the city. Roughly half an hour passed before a mature woman in her 30s arrived at the jade carving workshop. She only saw her melon-shaped face, so white and quiet, her curved eyebrows, so slender, and her watery pair of eyes so bright. Zhang Yixing felt that it was the experience of life that had created her mature style, the flow of the years, washing away as the light of the flare and the dust of the ups and downs. This woman is very smart at a glance, perhaps after the inside of things and not move. From the moment she entered the door, Zhang Yixing felt that this woman, demeanor calm and elegant, unconsciously, she exuded the characteristic sexiness and fragrance of a mature woman. Zhang Yixing looked at the woman who had just entered the door and felt that her fragrance was overflowing from the depths of her heart. Fragrant but not pungent. He was a bit dazed, and it was hard for him, a virgin, until the mature woman entered the jade carving workshop and sat down. Zhang Yixing came back to his senses. At this time, the old man said, come, young man, see you and I have been chatting so half a day has not asked your name? I'll introduce myself first. My surname is Meng, called Meng Huigua. This is my son called Meng Yuanqi, and this is my daughter-in-law called Mu Chuanman. Zhang Yixing was also a bit embarrassed and said, Master, my name is Zhang Yixing. My hometown is Lingchun County in Jianghuai Province. A friend asked me to come and said that there is a jadeite public market here in a few days. So I came over for a few days first, and I also wanted to take a look at this beautiful place. If we hadn't come a few days earlier, maybe it would have been difficult for us to meet as well. After introducing each other, he heard Mu Chuanman say, Dad, what is it that you had Yuanqi call me to come? The old man said, it's not a big deal. It's just that your brother has been missing for almost 3 years, and I don't know if he'll be able to come back. Today just this little Zhang to the store to carve jade, chatting about your home, that yard. I'm interested in buying your yard. That's why I called you to hear your thoughts. Mu Chuanman said, Dad, I also know that the yard is always deserted is not a solution, but in my heart, I'm looking forward to my brother's return. If he suddenly came back that day and saw that I had sold the house, would he blame me? That's why I never had the idea of selling it. The old man thought for a while and then said, if the house is not sold and no one lives in it, the days will pass. The house will be completely scrapped. You can also sell the house and deposit the money in the bank separately. Sell the house money in the bank and will not be less, but also a little interest. If your brother really come back, the deposit to him is. Mu Chuanman thought for a moment and said, Dad, since you want to sell the house, how much do you think is the right amount to sell it for? The old man said, I'm not sure about this. Zhang Yixing hurriedly interjected and said, Old master, do you think it's appropriate to do the math like this? Now that it is an old town, it may be able to be demolished in the future. The house is an old house. It's been a long time and no one has lived there, looking deserted and desolate. Now I can appear at twice the local government's demolition compensation rate. Zhang Yixing asked, how do you feel, old master? The old master, as well as his son and daughter-in-law, discussed together for a while, and finally the old master said, Little Zhang, how is that area appropriate? Zhang Yixing then said, Master, now I will be honest. I buy this yard, but also for my future cultivation. Do not affect other people. Only did not choose to buy in the city. If I really bought that yard, I still have to take some trouble. Simple decoration before they can live. I also do not follow the house a price. Yard a price. The whole house yard is a price. You see how? Finally, Mu Chuanman went back to the yard, found the real estate license. Real estate certificate has a house area, yard area, so the total price is easy to calculate, and went to the local public security bureau, issued a death certificate, because Mu Chuanman's brother disappeared, are reported to the police, for several years without any news. The public security bureau also has no way to explain is for real estate transfer, the owner of the house and no other relatives, just his sister. and to Mu Chuanman opened and the owner of the pro-sibling relationship certificate. In order to pay less deed tax at the time of transfer, the buyer and seller only wrote 1.2 million Longboi dollars on the contract, but in fact Zhang Yixing spent 3.6 million Longboi dollars. After a busy afternoon, Zhang Yixing got the real estate license, and Mu Chuanman also got the $3.6 million that Zhang Yixing transferred to her. Then Zhang Yixing went back to the jade carving workshop and greeted the old master and said, "Old master will come back to the jade carving workshop to look for you when the jadeite fair is over." The old master was also happy to agree. So Zhang Yixing said goodbye to the family and took a taxi to the compound he had just bought into his hands. The reason why he wanted to buy this compound was because when he used his golden pupil perspective ability to check it in the morning, he realized that this old mansion had an underground storage room. That's why he couldn't wait. The compound was about 1.5 acres in size. 3 sides were houses, one side was a gatehouse house. In the courtyard there was a gazebo that wasn't too big. There was a rockery, and near the southeast there was a well, but it was now a dry well. Through the observation of the golden pupil perspective ability, the underground storage room was basically an acre in size. The exit entrance was the same. The entrance had a mechanism behind the wigwam. It seemed that the dry well had been without water all along, as it was the outlet of an underground storage room. It was now daytime, and even though Zhang Yixing knew the basic situation, he did not enter the underground storage room immediately. In his mind, he wanted to wait until nighttime, so he took out the shovel that was placed in the jade pendant space and began to organize the deserted and desolate yard, humming a song that no one else could understand. As he did so, Chapter 48 Amazing Treasure Room. Time flew by so quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was late at night. Zhang Yixing used his golden pupil perspective ability and pressed hard on a bump at the back of the wigwam, and saw that a crack instantly appeared at the back of the wigwam, and then the crack slowly opened up, stopping only when a person could easily go in. Zhang Yixing opened his headlamp and entered the interior of the wigwam, and then pressed a groove inside the wigwam, and in a short while, the crack that had just opened up to allow a person to enter disappeared. Inside the wigwam there is a step down. After walking down the steps for a while, Zhang Yixing felt that it was almost 10 meters deep from the ground at this time. Arriving at the underground storage room, Zhang Yixing was stunned. A storage room of about 300 square meters. There were mahogany shelves placed on the side of 3 sides against the wall. More than 20 mahogany boxes were placed in the empty space in the center. The 2 sides of the boxes were filled with raw emerald stones. Under the scanning of the golden pupil's penetrating vision ability, inside the raw materials, basically all of them had high emerald. Zhang Yixing thought in his heart, that is, other things do not count. Just based on this more than 1,000 pieces of jadeite raw stone from the old Pakhang, the old Hojiang, since the Bic, if they are cut out, it is really shocking. Zhang Yixing is very clear. In the past only a small part of the people in the pouring of jadeite raw stone. That time jadeite raw stone in the origin is not worth money. More people simply do not know these black, ugly appearance of the broken stone what is good. So that time can be purchased from the source of the excellent jadeite raw stone. But that time the transportation is too inconvenient. All the jadeite raw stone all rely on horse gangs to transport back. The price paid is imaginable. General Old Pakhang out of the emerald has a very strong sense of grain. The old back of the river emerald to the texture of fine and warm known. Since the BB to the abundance of water are good blue flower emerald is known to the world. Zhang Yixing did not open the box to see what is inside. Try with your hand to feel are very heavy. So no matter what, with a wave of his hand, all the things in the storeroom received the jade pendant space. In accordance with his intention, jadeite raw stone in the jade pendant space thatched hut on the left, with those Hutian jadeite raw stone in a place. Those mahogany shelves and shelves on the things unchanged. One by one sequential arrangement in the thatched hut on the right. The mahogany box was placed at the back of the thatched hut. The reason why they were placed this way was because Zhang Yixing discovered through tests that if substances containing spiritual qi were placed within 500 meters of the thatched hut, the jade pendant space would not be able to absorb the spiritual qi. If he wanted to make the jade pendant space absorb spiritual qi, he placed it 500 meters away from the thatched cottage. This way, he could use the jade pendant space to store jadeite raw stones and Hutian jade raw stones. This time to get the treasure has many varieties. There are calligraphy and painting porcelain, bronze, jewelry. These things also do not need him to classify and dispose of. The original how to put on the mahogany shelves, now or placed as is. That more than 20 mahogany boxes. Zhang Yixing just used the golden pupil perspective ability to view, which has a box of silver dollars, a box of silver dollar treasure of the Ming dynasty, a box of mixed copper money. In the rest of the mahogany boxes, more than half were gold dollars and a small half were gold bars. Through the intact situation of these treasures, the Mu family ancestors built underground storage room. The quality is too good. Ventilation and drying is done very well. All the paintings and calligraphy have been done separately to protect against moisture. Just now Zhang Yixing casually opened a scroll to see. But calligraphy in painting is not a little bit of damage. After leaving the underground storage room, Zhang Yixing made the camouflage behind the rockery. Then he left the compound. Utilizing the power of shrinking ground and the power of true qi, he returned to the hotel in less than half an hour. Taking a shower and brushing his teeth was naturally a must. After doing so, Zhang Yixing sat cross-legged on the big bed in the hotel room and practiced the dragon tendency technique. After a night of cultivation, it cleared away the fatigue brought on by the busyness of the day. He then stopped cultivating. After getting down from the bed and washing up, he left the hotel. Finding a food stall, he casually ate breakfast. Then it was time to start his trip for the day. After Zhang Yixing looked up the information, he knew that back then, the Qing government first dumped the jadeite raw stones from Burma to somewhere on the border on the Ruiqing side of China, where there were processing factories and warehouses that hoarded the wool. So Zhang Yixing wanted to try his luck and see if he could find the original place. He thought it was better to start with Yinjing village. Then he went to the vicinity of Yinjing village, near the border of Myanmar and Huaxia, with Yinjing village as the center. Zhang Yixing first looked at the hills and mountains 50 kilometers to the left of Yinjing village. There were a few well-behaved places that did not have what he wanted. Then Zhang Yixing slowly expanded his inquiry to the 50 kilometers of mountains and hills to the right against the border area, using the neighborhood of Yinjing village as the starting point. Suddenly a hill that was obviously much lower than the other peaks caught his attention. Looking around, the feng shui of this place was obviously better than the others. So Zhang Yixing stood on this not very high mountain and opened his golden pupil perspective ability. This look, really as he thought in his heart, the bottom of the mountain is a piece of ruins. There are broken houses. There are skeletons. I do not know whether it is human or animal. Also seen were rocks of somewhat different colors inside. Zhang Yixing thought, this is a real hammer. This may be the Qing government period of a jadeite raw stone storage processing factory old site. I do not know for what reason was buried at the bottom of the mountain. Perhaps caused by earthquakes. Perhaps caused by mudslides. Now that hundreds of years had passed. As for what caused it, Zhang Yixing would not think about it. So Zhang Yixing on this dozens of acres of size is not much high earth and stone mountain further with golden pupil perspective ability. View. Found the general location of those emerald stones that were buried, as well as processed into finished emerald jewelry. Even though most of them have been destroyed, but letting the jade pendant space absorb the aura, it is still unaffected. Zhang Yixing used his true qi to energize his tools to start digging down on the hillside where the jadeite raw stones were buried. With the true qi boost, it did not take long to dig out a large hole that went straight to the bottom of the mountain. Of course, these excavated stones and soil were collected by the jade pendant space first. In this way, when it was almost dawn, Zhang Yixing backfilled the cave. Slowly, he headed towards downtown Ruiqing city. This time the harvest is full. Just jadeite raw stone large and small, containing jade quality of different levels. Jadeite raw stone there are 11,356 pieces, the largest piece of more than a ton. The smallest piece is only the size of a fist. However, when Zhang Yixing was collecting these raw stones, he left the raw stones without jade in place. As for the processed jadeite jewelry, basically all bad. Zhang Yixing also have no way. Then even the soil plus jadeite jewelry collectively received the jade pendant space. Let the jade pendant space to absorb their aura. The better than nothing. Day by day, Zhang Yixing also want a jade pendant space can be upgraded again. On the way back Zhang Yixing heart happy, thinking of this more than 10,000 pieces of wool, unraveled sold, can be money plus in the compound inside the raw stone, and Hutian jade raw stone, plus those gold. Zhang Yixing would like to open their own jewelry store is not a problem. Thinking about it suddenly he remembered one more thing, so he immediately dialed his classmate Gao Pengyu's phone. Hey, fatty, are you coming to Ruiqing? Gao Pengyu said, I am now heading to the airport, to Ruiqing and then contact, and then bull **** a few sentences, hung up the phone. The phone has just been put into the pocket, and rang again, ringing. Zhang Yixing pressed answer and then said, hello, I am Zhang Yixing. Ouyang Qian said, Zhang Yixing, this is Ouyang Qian, may I ask where you are and what you are doing? Chapter 49 and the beauty of doing business. Zhang Yixing answered the phone. Hey, Ouyang Qian, you arrived in Ruiqing last night, why didn't you contact me? I can also give you a reception. Ouyang Qian said, I felt it was too late, so I didn't call you. The first thing I did this morning was to call you first. How does it feel? And Zhang Yixing, we'll meet at a place called Yiping Tea Dining in Jade City in a little while. Saying goodbye to the meeting place, Ouyang Qian hung up the phone before Zhang Yixing could return the conversation. Zhang Yixing received the location sent by Ouyang Qian and looked for it. It turned out to be a tea restaurant. By the time he arrived, Ouyang Qian had already asked for a pot of tea, waiting for him there. When Zhang Yixing arrived, he took a look at Ouyang Qian, which made his heart beat a little faster. and found that this little girl was even more beautiful and charming than the last time he saw her. Feet wearing a pair of semi-high-heeled white leather sandals, a pair of white and glistening net, slender and beautiful calves, white and moist, slender and straight, simply a flawless pair of calves. She did not wear the black stockings that girls often love to wear, much less meat stockings, nor white stockings. Maybe it was the heat, maybe it was to better show off her beautiful legs. Zhang Yixing, such a virgin, during the school period all the time used to read and study. Where can see such beautiful legs, as white and delicate as lamb fat jade? It is no exaggeration to say, all like the very best jade with a glistening clean halo. She was wearing a beige floral dress, and got up to welcome Zhang Yixing when he was about to arrive, making him seem to have a fresh breeze coming to his face, exuding the most soul-stirring virginal scent. At this moment Zhang Yixing, breathing a little bit, cannot keep up with the beat. If it is not a cultivator, perhaps nosebleed out. Looking at Ouyang Qian again, her willow eyebrows are curved, and her eyes are like a pool of autumn water. Exquisite features, light veiled face, like a white lotus, as holy and pure and unassuming. Pale golden long hair, smooth and waist. It is as unattainable as a fairy in the sky. Zhang Yixing may have seen the beautiful woman dazed. Opening his mouth, he said, "Your hairstyle has changed. This time your hairstyle looks better than the last time I saw you in my hometown. And it also highlights your temperament more. And it looks like you are even more agile and lovely. Hi, Zhang Yixing, why do I feel that you have changed? Become even more oily than when you were in school." Coaxing a girl's words come out of your mouth. "Let me ask you, have you talked about your girlfriend? Is the girlfriend pretty? What does the girlfriend do now?" Ouyang Qian said. Zhang Yixing smiled awkwardly. "Oh, I said never talked about girlfriend, do you believe?" Ouyang Qian skimmed her mouth. "Lying to you? You are such a handsome man, academic performance and so good. No girls like who believe." Zhang Yixing, the virgin, heard Ouyang Qian's words, embarrassed face red, dumbfounded, no way to explain a word. Ouyang Qian then said, "You also don't want to explain. Explain to cover up. Seriously, when will you bring this handsome guy's girlfriend of yours, so that my sister can let me take a look and act as a gatekeeper for you?" Zhang Yixing simply didn't explain, so he just followed Ouyang Qian's words and said, "Okay, when I find a girlfriend who is almost exactly like you, I will bring her here so that you can be the gatekeeper for my brother." Hearing Zhang Yixing say this, Ouyang Qian also stopped talking for a moment, seeing her biting her lips. Only after half a minute did she shyly whisper, "Where in the world is there a person who is exactly the same? Unless..." Just exported, she stopped talking again. Zhang Yixing hurriedly followed up with, "Unless what?" Ouyang Qian blushed, so she opened her mouth. "What unless what? How would I know?" What was in Ouyang Qianfang's heart at this moment, she did not say, and Zhang Yixing did not know, so it changed the topic. Zhang Yixing said, "By the way, how many people did you come this time?" Ouyang Qian said, "I just brought a master palm eyes, and the 2 bodyguards that were hard arranged for me at home. Usually when I go somewhere, both of them follow from afar." Zhang Yixing gave an AO. Then he said, "I heard that I cannot go in without an invitation to the Emerald Public Market. Can you bring me in with you to take a look at it then?" Ouyang Qian said, "This thing can, of course. If not, why do I tell you this news so early? Don't worry, an invitation can take several people. You still have no friends to play. Tomorrow just we go to the Jadeite fair is." Zhang Yixing said, "You don't say. It just so happens that one of my classmates from Xijing may want to come and take a look tomorrow. I will trouble you then." Ouyang Qian said, "This is also called trouble. Really convinced you. How this a while and I'm polite again. By the way, I didn't ask you. You'll be Luoyi, Xijing, Anxi, and how you got to Sunshine City in a while. How about old classmate? How do you feel about this trip down? Is there a full harvest?" Ouyang Qian's small mouth chattered and bombarded with questions. Zhang Yixing was asked with tears and laughter, so he picked up what he could say and simply said something to Ouyang Qian. In the past half an hour, Zhang Yixing had almost finished talking about some of the things that had happened since he met Ouyang Qian at home. Zhang Yixing seemed to suddenly remember. "Right, Ouyang Qian, do you want jadeite jade? I came to Ruweiqing a few days earlier, bought quite a lot of jadeite raw stone in Siskiyou Jade City, and solved out a few pieces of good jadeite bright material. If you want, I'll let you have it first. If you don't want it, I still have to contact those jade jewelry bosses and liquidate it before I can go to the jadeite public market to see if there are any good raw stones to buy." As soon as Ouyang Qian heard what Zhang Yixing said, her eyes immediately lit up, and then she said, "Really, Zhang Yixing, you can't be joking. If it's really a good bright material, I'll take all of it." Zhang Yixing glanced at Ouyang Qian, then smiled and said, "Old classmate, you first don't say big words. My lowest head of bright material is ice jade, so it's not cheap. And now the market inside the good jadeite bright material. What price? You know better than me. Even if we are classmates, should be pro-brother clear accounts." Ouyang Qian, anxious, then said, "Zhang Yixing, you underestimate people is not. Auntie, I now what else is lacking is not lack of money. Tell me, how many jadeite bright material you have? Zhang Yixing did not dare to say more, said tentatively, almost 200 kilograms. Yang Qian heard, called out voice to, how much did you say? Zhang Yixing, you say clearly how much bright material you have? So Zhang Yixing repeated again and said, almost more than 200 kilograms. Yang Qian heard clearly this time, and her face instantly turned red again. Just now, she had only thought that Zhang Yixing had but a few kilograms of bright material. Now she was also a bit dumbfounded. Zhang Yixing added, I also have more than a dozen kilograms of glass seed emperor green, and some Hetian white jade bright material. Now Yang Qian was completely nonchalant, and eagerly said, I don't care. Zhang Yixing, your bright material must be sold to me, especially that piece of glass seed emperor green. Zhang Yixing said, selling it to anyone is selling it, not to mention the two of us are still classmates for many years. Yang Qian said, quickly and casually, eat something, you take me to see your bright material. What else could Zhang Yixing say? He could only listen to the beautiful woman's arrangement. Besides, it doesn't matter if Zhang Yixing sells the Ming material now. It's the last jadeite raw stone in the jadeite fair. Can it still be as good as the old pit jadeite raw stone he got inside the compound? The answer is yes. Myanmar's old mining area is now basically long been mined out. Now the market inside the circulation of jadeite raw stone basically new field mouth more. According to Yang Qian's arrangement, the two of them quickly finished eating, and then at Yang Qian's urging, took a taxi to the villa he just bought. Zhang Yixing whispered to Yang Qian, I just bought the villa 2 days ago, when I bought some woolen materials with no place to put them, and I didn't want to unravel the stones inside the market, so I thought of such a stupid way. Zhang Yixing said, Yang Qian, you wait a little less, I'll go to take out the bright materials for you to see. In fact, when Zhang Yixing wanted to sell these bright materials, he made preparations and bought a lot of organizing boxes and put them inside the space. Right now, Zhang Yixing was using the organizing boxes to put some of the bright materials that were placed in the jade pendant space inside. He even bought an electronic scale a few days ago, the kind of electronic scale that could weigh 100 kilograms. Zhang Yixing even solved out this time. The only piece of glass seed Earth King green also put in the organizing box. Let Yang Qian look at this piece of green jadeite bright material to drip out of the water. Yang Qian excitedly said, thank you, old classmate. This piece of glass seeded D wine green must be sold to me. Chapter 50, Jadeite Fairgrounds. When Yang Qian saw the jadeite bright material placed in front of her, she was so excited that she couldn't speak well. Zhang Yixing took out that piece of glass seed Earth King green, just opened almost 10 kilograms. Let him cut 2 kilograms to go to the Transfiguration Jade Carving Workshop to make jewelry to go. Now almost 8 or 9 kilograms. Then there are 3 pieces of high ice positive sun green about 75 kilograms. 22 pieces of ice jadeite material. Here are some red fei, some yellow fei. There are spring with color. There is a piece of the ocean blue. There is also apple green, etc. Almost 120 kilograms. Yang Qian exhaled a breath. To be honest, don't look at her open a jewelry store. In fact, she has not seen so many high-quality jadeite material at once. How can the mood not be excited? Calm her mood a little. To Zhang Yixing said, old classmate, I want all of your bright material. You weigh to see how much? So Zhang Yixing will jadeite material all weighing, written on a piece of paper. Yang Qian, big beautiful woman, looked at the weight. The heart is also in the calculation. These jadeite bright material of the approximate value after half a minute. Then looked up at Zhang Yixing. Then said, Zhang Yixing, you these are excellent jadeite bright material. If more than one person to compete, your these bright material will surely sell high price. Who let me in? You are classmates. Can only let you eat a little bit of loss? So that private transactions. Yang Qian said, how about giving you a total of $350 million? Zhang Yixing can still say what? His heart price is not so much. Perhaps Zhang Yixing does not understand the current market inside the real value of high-quality bright material. On the front of these superb jadeite bright material, if many people bidding, and then sell a small target is not impossible. So Yang Qian said, old classmate, tell me your bank card number. Zhang Yixing took out his bank card and handed it to Yang Qian's hand. Yang Qian took out her cell phone and dialed out, making 2 phone calls, one for Zhang Yixing to make the payment, and one to arrange for someone to bring the jadeite bright material back to Jinling. Less than 10 minutes on Zhang Yixing's cell phone there is a payment to the account information prompt. Yang Qian then called back 2 bodyguards. After the money and goods were cleared, the 2 people were chatting together, waiting for the person who came to escort the emerald material to Jinling. Suddenly, Yang Qian was shocked and said, no, Zhang Yixing, didn't you say that you still have the Hatan white jade bright material? How come I didn't see you take it out? Zhang Yixing was also startled and thought that he had miscalculated the account and overpaid. So he said, I was also busy just now and forgot. What's the matter? Hatan white jade you also want? Yang Qian said, look, aren't you talking nonsense? Good Hatan white jade is also very short inside the market. Quickly go and get it. When it's suitable I'll take it away together. Zhang Yixing once again went to the underground storage room. About 10 minutes passed. Zhang Yixing held a sorting box and put it in front of Ouyang Qian. Small Hatian white jade. Zhang Yixing didn't take it to Ouyang Qian to see it. The sorting box held almost more than 20 pieces of Hatian white jade. There are more than 100 kilograms it. Weighing the weight and taking a look. It is 113 kilograms. Knowing the weight, Ouyang Qian roughly knew the price. Ouyang Qian said, Zhang Yixing, how about you give you $113 million for these Hatian white jade? Zhang Yixing thought in his heart, except for the beginning of the Hatian white jade which was paid for. The rest were picked up for nothing deep in the mountains. That 2-ton Hatian white jade raw stone. Zhang Yixing had not unraveled it yet. So it said, not so much. These you give a small target can be. Ouyang Qian said, no, can't stick to your cheapness anymore? Then I will be embarrassed. When Zhang Yixing heard this, he laughed and said, since we are classmates from childhood, don't really want money not to have no feelings between friends. Listen to me, give me 100 million on it, can't always wool gathering on you alone. Ha. Ouyang Qian glared at Zhang Yixing a little pouting. You are the sheep. Ouyang Qian this time did not call back to play money, directly on their own cell phones to operate for a while. Zhang Yixing's cell phone has a text message prompts. A small goal just like this to the account. The heart of the beautiful. About half an hour later, a military Humvee drove to the front of the villa. Down came 4 soldiers with serious faces. One of them, maybe a small leader of the lieutenant, saw Ouyang Qian, stand at attention and then salute. Then said, Missy received the order from the chief and came to escort your supplies. Please instruct. Ouyang Qian smiled faintly and said, there is no need to be so polite. A few of you will be responsible for delivering these finishing boxes to Jinling's Imago jewelry store. I've already made a phone call over there. When you arrive and call this number, someone will be in charge of receiving you. Finished giving the lieutenant a phone number, and give them 2 huazi. Ouyang Qian said, take the road to drive will be sleepy. Smoking good to relieve sleepiness. In fact, while waiting, Ouyang Qian will be all the jadeite, Hatian white jade bright material, according to the weight of the head one by one, a good number, and take pictures sent to the company inside, responsible for the reception of jadeite bright material of a deputy manager, escorting the jadeite material of a few people left, Zhang Yixing and Ouyang Qian together to the city. Zhang Yixing said, Ouyang Qian, tomorrow we will meet at the entrance of Ruweiqing Stadium. Ouyang Qian said, that's fine, and then drove off with Zhang Yixing. Back at the hotel, Zhang Yixing called home first. Hello, Mom, have you eaten yet? I'm in Ruweiqing now. Everything is fine. You and Dad don't worry. Mother Wang Fingxia said, safety first, be careful no matter what. After ending the phone call with his mother, think about what else is going on in his heart. Thinking about it, suddenly and ghostly to the far away in the magic city of Zhaoshuya to make a phone call, but also did not talk about what nutritious topics. Blindly banter for a few minutes to hang up the phone. I guess classmate Gao Pengyu has not yet arrived in Ruweiqing. Also did not hit him on the phone. Feeling that there is nothing more to do, then sit on the knees to practice Dragon Tang skill. Waiting for the morning after dawn. 10 o'clock in the morning of the Jade Public Market began. A night without words. In the morning shortly after stopping cultivation, I received a call from my classmate Gao Pengyu. Hey, Zhang Yixing, I'm not late, right? I stayed in Mang City last night. I only arrived in Ruweiqing from Mang City this morning, and I called you just after I arrived in Ruweiqing. Zhang Yixing said, not bad enough buddy. Right fatty, you come directly to the entrance of Ruweiqing Stadium. I will wait for you at the entrance, said Zhang Yixing. He hung up the phone after talking with the fat guy for a while. Today Zhang Yixing didn't carry a shoulder bag. He just bought a shoulder bag so that his back wouldn't feel hot in summer in a place like Ruweiqing. With a baseball cap on his head, his features were clear with a touch of handsomeness. He had a fair complexion, handsome with no lack of masculinity, and a nice pair of sunglasses on his ocean-like deep eyes. He wore a white t-shirt on top, a pair of washed blue jeans underneath, and a pair of casual leather shoes on his feet. With a head of 1.83 meters, his body carried its own aura. The aura that emanated from him now was a bit complicated, like there was a mixture of several kinds of auras, but among those masculinity, gentleness and handsomeness. These were the unique ethereality and handsomeness that he had acquired through cultivation and only had himself. Just to the entrance of the stadium, not 5 minutes. Look at Ouyang Qian and a middle-aged man of about 60 years old. Not far behind also saw 2 bodyguards, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li. Zhang Yixing classmate Gao Pengyu has not yet arrived. Take out the phone. Just dialed out a few numbers, and saw the classmate fat Gao Pengyu face cheap smile to him. Ouyang Qian, people have arrived. Take out the invitation. Together with 6 people from the ticket gate into the stadium inside. Open-air stadium is very large, but come to participate in the jadeite plate there are a lot of people. Basically are jade jewelry bosses. There are also jade jewelry bosses are brought together with friends, palm eyes and so on. After going in, In order to participate in the purchase of jadeite wool, you have to first go to the public disc organizing committee to pay a deposit of 100,000 yuan, and then receive their own number plate. Also buy a few books price list. Of course, if you look at the fun, you do not need to pay the deposit. The classmate Cao Pingyu did not pay the deposit, also did not receive a number plate. He and Zhang Yixing discussed. They look good at the raw stone, with Zhang Yixing's number plate bidding down, and then in Zhang Yixing individually to calculate it is clear. After basically knowing the rules, waiting for some leaders to finish their speeches, the opening ceremony is over. You can look at the raw stone wool. Although it is the first time to gamble, Zhang Yixing's heart is still looking forward to. Chapter 51 Jade Raw Material. The opening ceremony ended after more than an hour with several verbose leaders taking turns. Then it was time to open the raw jadeite stones of this public market for everyone to watch. I heard that this fair is almost the same pattern as the jade fair in Myanmar. Maybe it's just copying other people's good things and enriching their own work efficiency. The public market is divided into open bidding area and dark bidding area. Open bidding area of the wool is generally more than open window. There are wool appearances extremely good. There are pine flowers. There are mang belt. No cracks and no locks. This kind of raw stone also has a lot of in the open label area. The so-called open bidding. That is, you look good at the raw stone. In the opening of the open bidding, we can bid on the same piece of raw stone. Through the bidding machine, the bidder sits in their own position. In the bidding machine, enter their own number plate number, the number of the raw stone to be purchased. You can give the price, and then press the send button. So that is the bidding process of the operation of the steps. This open bidding, in the bidding time after the deadline, the big screen will always appear on the same piece of raw stone of the last bid. The highest bidder can win the bid. When a piece of raw stone has been won by someone, the organizer will then take out the next numbered raw stone to start bidding. Generally speaking, the opening of the bidding of the original stone will be divided into several days, which depends on how many original stones in the famous bidding area, and how many pieces of original stones the organizer will take out to open the bidding every day. In order to decide the length of the opening time of the famous bidding, dark bids are much simpler. Purchase of raw stone people should put their own number plate number. First fill in the pre-bought bidding list, and then fill in your good raw stone number, and your heart price to fill in the bidding list. Then you can fill out the list into the dark bidding area placed in the bidding box, so that the bidding is completed. If you feel the first price to vote less, you can also fill out a new bidding list into the bidding box. The organizing committee will open the bidding according to the highest bid as a valid document. The opening of dark bids is usually much faster, with the numbered card number of the highest bidder for the same piece of raw stone, as well as the bid for that piece of raw stone, broadcast on a large scrolling screen. At the same time, the organizing committee will also be announced through the sound equipment. If more than one person offers the same price for the same piece of raw stone, the organizing committee can only coordinate the bidding at the end of the day, or the organizing committee can offer the same piece of raw stone to the highest bidder, or one of the parties will give up the purchase of that piece of raw stone first. The bidding after the winning bid, in the organizing committee within the time limit does not pay the businessman. The organizing committee first confiscate the deposit, and then the person pulled into the blacklist. 3 years will not allow this person to participate in the jadeite fair. This time the jadeite fair, all the wool added up to a total of more than 10,000 pieces. One of the famous standard area has more than 3,000 pieces. The famous standard area has an open window, a few extremely good performance masked material, and a small part of the bright material. In the dark bidding area of the raw stone is basically all masked material. Only a very small number of the window was opened after no green. No fog of the raw stone was also put into the dark bidding area. After knowing the bidding rules of the public market, Zhang Yixing felt much simpler, knowing that the bidding of the famous bidding area from No. 1 to No. 1000 would be opened this afternoon. He spent an hour looking at the raw stone situation in the famous bidding area. There were a few good rough stones that he wanted to photograph. Now Zhang Yixing's brain was similar to a computer. When he saw a good internal jadeite raw stone, the number was memorized. There was no need to use paper or pen to memorize it again. He knew that of the 1,000 pieces of raw stones that were going to be opened for bidding here today, he only wanted to auction off 3 pieces of raw stones. The rest he was not going to bid on. After looking at the open bidding raw stones, he went to the dark bidding area to look at them. And at this time he realized that Fatty Galpingyu did not know where he had run off to. He didn't think much about it, but since he let Fatty come, he couldn't let him go back disappointed. When the time comes, let him make a big profit is also. There were more than 7,000 raw stones in the dark bidding area, and Zhang Yixing spent almost 3 hours looking through them, memorizing in his head the numbers of the raw stones that could be purchased. He is not ready to write the bidding list of the dark bidding area. He thought of the dark bidding area is about to cut off the time a few minutes before. With the Golden Pupil penetration ability, look at the bidding box and the raw stone he is good at. The other buyers of the highest offer, to ensure that no error to get their own desired raw stone, can only do so, or else it will not necessarily be able to compete with those jade and jewelry bosses. They are the immersion of many years of the old foxes. Leaving the dark bidding area, Zhang Yixing found the fat man. The fat man because he did not know Zhang Yixing's power. He himself in the famous bidding area to look at the raw stone. The fat man said, Lao San, I looked at a few pieces of raw stone, and told Zhang Yixing that he looked at the jadeite raw stone number. Zhang Yixing did not say anything more, but Zhang Yixing still said, Fatty, you have to shoot at all costs to shoot the 518th raw stone. If you lose counts me feeling wrong. Shoot down to lose how much money is counted on me. After saying this, he just laughed. No, 518 original stone weight is 106 kilograms. Zhang Yixing knows that this piece of original stone appearance performance is general. Is the window opened with nail cover size emerald green? He himself optimistic glass seed apple green, glass seed spinach green. There is a piece of high ice positive sun green. Although the two pieces of glass seed color is average, but now the glass seed is too difficult to encounter. Of course this does not include the glass seed in the jade pendant space. The organizing committee's audio equipment sent out a notice that the bidding name bids 1 to 1000 would be open soon. Just now Zhang Yixing in order to give classmate Gao Pingyu bidding convenience, and went to pay the deposit of 100,000 yuan, asked for the number plate to the fat man, so that the fat man Gao Pingyu can play by himself to press the bidder's pleasure. Almost opened the bidding. Ouyang Qian found Zhang Yixing said, Zhang Yixing you see 1 to 1000 in the original stone. You are most optimistic is that a few pieces? Zhang Yixing said, in addition to the 3 pieces I'm going to auction myself and the 1 fatty is going to auction. There are almost 7 or 8 other good pieces of raw stones that can be gambled up. Zhang Yixing said, Ouyang Qian, you memorize the numbers of these pieces of raw stones. Zhang Yixing then told Ouyang Qian the numbers of the raw stones he favored. At the same time, Ouyang Qian said, Zhang Yixing, the number of the raw stone that I am interested in to be photographed, you give reference to it. Zhang Yixing saw Ouyang Qian selected raw stone number, a total of 9 pieces of raw stone, at least 6 full quart. A piece can have 5 times the big rise. 2 bidding price is not high maybe can keep the capital. Zhang Yixing said vaguely, I don't favor these 6 pieces of raw stone. This time Ouyang Qian brought the gambling master is not happy, blowing his beard and eyes, said, you a brat know what? Those several pieces of raw stone performance so good, and hit the light window of the green are eaten into the very deep. How it is not good. I have been in the gambling industry for more than 30 years. You are only how old? Even if you start learning from inside the mother's womb to gamble, but only a short 20 years. After saying that, his mouth also glared at Zhang Yixing in defiance and indignation. Zhang Yixing's current chi cultivation kung fu was not covered, and he did not get angry because it was not worth it to get angry with such a self-righteous person. Zhang Yixing looked at Ouyang Qian with eyes that did not contain any distractions, then said, you should know about the jadeite bright material that I sold you yesterday. If you believe in me, try to shoot the 7 pieces of raw stone numbers that I gave you. In fact, Zhang Yixing to Ouyang Qian's 7 pieces of raw stone number. There are 2 pieces inside the shoot good cannot accompany not earn. If the bidding is high shoot down will lose money. Zhang Yixing also give out the highest auction price. He is based on the number of emerald bright material can be out of how much to decide the price of the raw stone. More than shoot down will be a big loss. As for this master to help you look after the raw stone, you make your own decision. I do not comment. After saying this, he stopped talking, turned his face and Gao Pingyu farting and chatting waiting for the famous bid raw stone to open the bidding. Zhang Yixing fast hands and eyes. He is basically in the immediate cutoff time. Issued their own bidding price. Even if others found their price is not as high as Zhang Yixing reported. Time is up. But also back to the sky cannot help. Just such a tawdry operation. Zhang Yixing himself favored 3 pieces of raw stone all fell into the bag. Let Gao Pingyu shot 518. Or Zhang Yixing help operation only shot. Fat man himself optimistic about the 3 pieces only shot down a piece. Zhang Yixing lamented in his heart. The fate of the fat man is good. Fortunately shot a small loss of the original stone. If the 3 pieces of original stone are shot, then just use Zhang Yixing for him to shoot down the piece to fill the deficit. As for Ouyang Qian, their own selection of the original stone. 9 pieces of original stone. Shot down 6. Not bad. There are 3 full quart 2 small loss. A piece of original stone can have 5 times the head of the rise. On the whole, they are a loss of money. But fortunately, Zhang Yixing to the 7 number, they shot down 4. A piece of unprofitable number of the original stone and the highest offer within the range of Zhang Yixing shot down the rest of the 3 pieces of the original stone is a big rise. But the price they shot down was going to mess up the offer given by Zhang Yixing. This also had little impact. In short, these 4 pieces of raw stone to make her a big profit. Zhang Yixing saw the results and didn't say much, so he was ready to go and pay to receive the raw stones. Chapter 52, Seeing Glass Seeds Again. Leaving the bid opening hall, Zhang Yixing and Fatty both came to the payment window together. Zhang Yixing spent a total of $1.26 million for the 3 raw stones, and Fatty spent $1.59 million for the 2 raw stones. Zhang Yixing only looked at the internal good and bad, not the external appearance, so he didn't have many competitors for the raw stones he auctioned off, as too many people still looked at the external performance of the raw stones and other factors. The 2 pieces that Fatty had auctioned off were not too big, but they had more competitors and cost more to get to because of their good outward performance. The 2 of them together to transport the 5 pieces of raw stone to the decomposition area. The organizing committee is also too good at doing things. Lined up dozens of decomposition machine, nowadays are manually pressing down the handle of the kind of marble cutting machine, although it is now almost dark, but the entire decomposition area is brilliantly illuminated. A lot of people have just photographed the hands of the raw stone, want to unravel it to see. Zhang Yixing and Fatty Gaopingyu, 2 people stand together with a cutting machine. Zhang Yixing with a marker pen in the fat man's raw stone, seemingly very casually draw a few lines, and then said, "Master, you cut according to the line I just drew out." The cutting master answered with a full mouth and said, "Yes sir, leave it to me, you can rest assured." Another piece of raw stone. Zhang Yixing also so casual, a few strokes. Fatty Gaopingyu was a bit uneasy and said, "Lao San, you make a few strokes randomly like this, is it reliable?" Zhang Yixing laughed and said, "The fat man has said that the loss counts for me. What else are you uneasy about?" "Ha, brother, I do not look at the process, only look at the results." Fatty opened his mouth without saying anything. After about half an hour of operation of the master, the fat man's first piece of the original stone out. The head of water is not good. A piece of 4-5 kilograms of oily green kind of emerald was tau out. Finally this piece of jadeite was a small boss with 450,000 bought away. Then is to solve the fat man to engage in the second piece of raw stone. This piece of raw stone just cut 3 cuts, a bit like a triangle of ice seed positive sun green jadeite bright material, was solved by the master's ceramic out of the almost more than 40 kilograms of bright material. Immediately heard someone call, "Brother, this piece of bright material I out 30 million. Brother, don't listen to him, I'm out 35 million. I go." The fat man Hai Pingyu excited in the heart muttered, did not think that the old man just like this to become a millionaire. There is too simple it. Fatty heart in the crooked time. This time the price on the field has reached 41 million. This time the fat man, excited face like chrysanthemums, smiling mouth to the back of the ear. Finally, this piece of bright material was bought by a Yinjing jade jewelry boss, spending 43 million. The boss transferred money to the fat man. The fat man saw the text message alert. After checking the jadeite Ming material to the hands of the jade jewelry boss, next began to solve Zhang Yixing's own raw stone. Just held out this piece of more than 50 kilograms of ground raw stone. Watching the melons of the crowd murmured, asterisk 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 asterisk. This kid is not brain broken. Such a ground he dared to shoot down. Go go. What do you know? Haven't you heard? Ground out of high CUI? Asterisk 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 off. Just like you know. It's not true that high CUI will come out. The probability of that is too small. Even if the probability is small, it is still possible. Zhang Yixing didn't care how they were talking. After drawing a few lines, Zhang Yixing said, "Master, you just cut it according to the drawn lines." The stone-solving master is very happy, because the cut up his red envelope will be thicker, but his mouth said, "Don't worry, I will definitely cut a big rise for you." The fat man is now happy, not afraid of the dust of the stone, constantly adding water to the cutter's knife and the original stone contact. After half an hour's effort, a piece of about 20 kilograms of glass seed spinach green emerald by the stone master pottery out. Now the discussion of the melon crowd has long been stopped. A jaw-dropping, do not speak, stunned, confused. Zhang Yixing called Ouyang Qian. "Hey, old classmate, I just opened a piece of glass seed spinach green. Do you want it?" Ouyang Qian said, "Wait, I'll go over and take a look." Without waiting for Ouyang Qian, then Zhang Yixing drew another line for the stone-solving master to continue to solve the stone. Another half an hour passed. A piece of glass seed apple green was again by the stone-solving master tau out. This time the onlookers are more people. Called out the price to buy jadeite material people, at least 20 people. This piece of bright material than just that piece of small 1 kilogram look. Hearing the crowd calling out the price, Zhang Yixing said, "There is another piece to be solved and then sold together. There is no time now." In fact, he wanted to wait for Ouyang Qian to ask before deciding how to sell it. Zhang Yixing crossed out the third piece of raw stone again for the stone solver to continue solving the stone. Gao Pingyu was responsible for watering it. This piece of decomposition time is also fast. Perhaps the master of the decomposition of stone refining familiar hands. The speed is fast. The jade material is okay. The knife edge does not have a little harm to the jade flesh. Seeing the 3 pieces of jade on the ground, the people watching all of a sudden boiled, clamoring for Zhang Yixing to sell to them. Zhang Yixing is not afraid of so many people have outlawed people. Now the general mortals in his eyes as ants. If you dare to rob the jade, That and looking for death is almost the same. At this time, Ouyang Qian also ran over. She did not live deciphering. She photographed the original stone will be transported back to Jinling, and then deciphering. Zhang Yixing today the reason why high mediation stone is a destination. He wants to jadeite in the space and feel jade white jade can be sold during this public disc sum. After realizing the stay back after opening a company, he knows that selling high-grade jade, platform, popularity is very important. He was afraid that Ouyang Qian a moment cannot eat so much jade. Seeing the beautiful Ouyang Qian, Zhang Yixing pointed to the jade on the ground and said, these just sold out of the jadeite bright material. Do you want it? Ouyang Qian looked at the jade, a little embarrassed, said, I can only leave 2 pieces. A piece of about more than 20 kilograms of spinach green emerald, a piece of about more than 30 kilograms of ocean blue emerald, and also whispered to Zhang Yixing that these 2 pieces of jade can only be paid for when I get to Jinling. Zhang Yixing looked at her, then nodded in agreement. The prices were all known in their hearts, so there wasn't much haggling. So Ouyang Qian let the bodyguard put the 2 pieces of jade into 2 password boxes. Then she said to Zhang Yixing, I'll leave first. I'll settle the account with you when I go back. Seeing the beauty Ouyang Qian walked away. Zhang Yixing pointed to the remaining piece of 18 kilograms or so of glass seed apple green jadeite and said, is there anyone who wants this piece? In addition to this piece on the ground, I still have a portion of the hand of the ice seed, high ice seed jadeite bright material. There are want to buy jadeite bright material a moment after dinner. Follow me to see. Buy or not to buy all does not matter. Here Zhang Yixing said, want to buy jadeite material bosses also look very excited. There are many people rubbing their fists. The heart wants to take a few pieces of jadeite material, or solve their own home jewelry store in the urgent need. Next heard a boss called the price, little brother. This piece of bright material I offer 50 million. How? Yelp. Such a large piece of glass seed apple green. You only pay 50 million. I'll pay 55 million. How? Little brother, this piece of material sold to me. One by one. The sound of the bidding. The scene is almost more than 20 people. Noisy people's minds in disarray. The fat man Gao Pengyu has long been impatient. Such noisy sound lasted 3 minutes before stopping. Was a person's bidding bluff? No one dared to raise the price again. Zhang Yixing sold this piece of bright material to a Hong Kong island boss named Qinfun. His bid was the highest, 108 million, almost $6 million a kilogram. Boss Qin called back and asked his company to transfer $108 million to Zhang Yixing's bank card. About 10 minutes passed. Zhang Yixing received a payment arrival message alert. Then he handed over the jadeite bright material to Boss Qin's hand. Zhang Yixing then gave everyone another hug and said, thank you everyone. One of the bosses on the scene will be counted as one. It's my treat tonight. None of the bosses present were willing to leave, because they knew that after dinner, Zhang Yixing still had jade material to sell. When they left, they didn't forget to give the red packet to the stone-solving master, sweeping the code to pay the stone-solving master $200,000. In line with the principle of raining on the parade, Zhang Yixing had never been a stingy person. Then took a group of bosses, hooting and hollering toward the nearby big hotel. Although none of these bosses he knows, but he is not afraid. Eat a meal. Maybe in the future there is a possibility to become a business partner. Chapter 53. A little auction. A group of bosses, after arriving at the restaurant, began to hand out business cards to Zhang Yixing, who also introduced himself, and his classmate Gao Pengyu. Receiving a business card, Zhang Yixing thought in his heart that in the future, all these people might have the opportunity to cooperate. Peers are not necessarily enemies. Because there were more people, Zhang Yixing asked the waiter to arrange a large box, the kind that could accommodate 2 tables. The waiter enthusiastically said to Zhang Yixing, sir, our hotel just happens to have a large box with 2 tables right now, which has not been used by the guests yet. Once Zhang Yixing heard the waiter say this, he immediately expressed his satisfaction as well. So he was led by the waiter to the hotel's large private room, Juxian Hall. The waiter first opened the door to the private room. He also pushed and pulled the grill in the center of the 2 tables to one side, so it shows 2 large round tables. Each table can sit on a dozen people dining at the same time. More people are also good to do. Zhang Yixing said to the waitress lady, little girl, you see we are so many people, are to participate in the Emerald Public Plate? Some people have not eaten at noon meal, so we also do not order food. You let the back kitchen to pick up your hotel's most skillful meal, casually on. Enough for so many of us to eat well on it. Also we have things to do after we eat well in a while, so we won't drink white wine. You can just serve us some beer. The waitress lady said, excuse me sir, what kind of beer do you want? Zhang Yixing thought about it, so he said to the waitress lady, just serve the best beer you have in the hotel right now, and 2 more bottles of red wine. I'm afraid that some people don't like beer. Get the guests so casual request. The waitress sister is also very satisfied, so casual drinks on her say, of course, on the high commission drinks, and red wine, not to mention, The hotel inside the red wine catnip is also quite a lot. What the waitress thought. This time Zhang Yixing will not know. He talked and laughed with the bosses, while waiting for the food. About 10 minutes passed, and hot and cold dishes started to be placed on the tables one after another. The dishes on both tables were the same. In fact, the guests order food like this. The chef is the most favorite. You can put the usual not so good to sell. The guests do not really like to eat the dishes. Collectively to such guests served up. Anyway, in their hearts, now on the is the best. The hotel's most skillful. Guests are from all over the country. People from all over the world. And not local familiar guests, who do not expect repeat business. Dishes one by one to the table. Zhang Yixing and classmate Gao Pingyu, and so many jade jewelry bosses, where there can still slowly taste the dishes of the mind. Some of the bosses really did not finish their lunch. Not to say starving is almost. We all start together. Red wine, beer who love how to drink. Zhang Yixing would not drink with them one by one either. Just after everyone shared a drink at the beginning, Zhang Yixing only drank with Fatty. After a bout of winding down and eating and drinking, about more than an hour had passed, so the big get-together was announced to be over. Zhang Yixing called the waitress lady and said, "Go and help settle the bill." The waitress lady happily agreed, so she said, "Just a moment, sir, it will be ready in a moment." Receiving a bank card handed over by Zhang Yixing told her again that the password was written on the back of the card. The waitress happily went to help Zhang Yixing to swipe the card and check out. The waitress came back in a short time and respectfully handed Zhang Yixing his bank card and a payment slip. She also politely said to everyone, "Welcome all the bosses to visit our store again. This store will provide you all with first-class service." A group of people left the hotel. Zhang Yixing handed over the access card of the presidential suite to Gao Pingyu's hand, and then said, "Fatty, you go back to your room to rest first, and nourish your spirit so that you can decode good jadeite bright material tomorrow. The fat man is full of wine and rice. Of course, want to sleep." Once heard Zhang Yixing this arrangement, "Like a lot, take the access card." The ass ran away. The rest of the big bosses wanted to follow Zhang Yixing to see the jadeite bright material, he said. They are not afraid that Zhang Yixing alone can play any tricks. More than 20 people called 6 cabs and set off to the villa area that Zhang Yixing said. The security guard at the entrance of the district is not too strict. Zhang Yixing threw a few packs of cigarettes to them, then said, "These people are me with the villa area to do something, and will come out in a while." The security guards didn't give him a hard time, and easily released the cab to go in. Zhang Yixing had gone to the property for some formalities after buying the house, so how could the security guard not know his personal information? So he was able to let the 6 cabs go in together. Originally, cabs were not allowed to go in the neighborhood, but just now there was a smart and brilliant boss who gave their leader a big red packet. Came to the villa. Zhang Yixing let the bosses wait in the living room, and politely said, "This villa is also just bought. Nothing, not to mention no tea to entertain everyone, but pure water is there." Everyone first aggrieved. "I go to the jadeite Ning material out, so that the bosses on the eye." Polite words were said, and then everyone was left alone for the time being. Zhang Yixing pretended to go to the villa's underground storage room, and only after about 10 minutes did he place the organizing boxes one by one in front of all these jade and jewelry bosses. Casually, he said, "These jadeite bright materials are around 600 kilograms, and they are only of ice and high ice types. Other water-head bright material is not available now. If there is in the future, I will contact everyone." Seeing so many superb jadeite bright materials, the bosses were all nonplussed one by one. Some of the bosses had been operating jade jewelry for decades, and had never seen so much superb jadeite bright material at once. So Zhang Yixing said, "Please calm down, listen to me say a few words, and then we will start the auction. The same piece of jadeite material the highest bidder, and I only accept cash, or transfer, or cashier's check. I do not accept cash or cashier's checks, or cash checks from individuals or organizations. The reason for this is understood by everyone. We have only just met each other and are doing business together for the first time, so I hope that you bosses can bear with me." Zhang Yixing added, "Well, no more gossip. There are a total of 213 pieces of jadeite bright material here. We can bid on one piece of bright material, or you can pick out your favorite first, and then we will calculate the price together. The first thing you need to do is to find out what you want to do, and then we'll figure out what you want to do. The same as the highest bidder gets it, but the lowest price of the raw stone I have here is 1 million yuan a kilogram, and there are 3 million, 5 million, 7 million yuan, depending on the waterhead of the emerald bright material, the color, and then determine the starting price. The last 213 pieces of jadeite bright material, about more than 600 kilograms of bright material. After more than an hour of bidding, Zhang Yixing had another $290 million in his account. Just as the bosses were happily about to leave with their auctioned bright materials, Zhang Yixing said again, "By the way bosses, I still have a bit of Hatian white jade bright material. I don't know which boss is interested. Then an interested boss said, really, how much can you have? What is the exact price? Zhang Yixing quickly replied, not a lot, just a few dozen kilograms. Fine white jade bright material is $1 million a kilogram, and superb white jade is $3 million a kilogram. If you want it, I'll bring it out for everyone to see. If not now everyone can go back. Not every boss was interested either. Maybe he left the money behind to try his luck again in the jadeite public market. As for what was going on, Zhang Yixing wouldn't care. Not many people wanted it. Only 7 people stayed. The other people left successively. As for the safety of the jadeite material does not need, Zhang Yixing asked. One boss is an old man. Stayed a few bosses each almost bought about 20 kilograms. This time Zhang Yixing did not engage in the auction. In the end, he earned more than $32 million again. The bosses left, and Zhang Yixing also tidied up his room and just wanted to lock the door and leave the villa to go to the hotel. Suddenly, from different directions, 7 or 8 people came towards him. Each of them had a fierce look on their faces. The corner of Zhang Yixing's mouth turned up, and in his heart, he wanted to come so fast. A group of guys who don't know how to die. Chapter 54, Master Ma-san. Seeing the few punks who walked towards him, Zhang Yixing looked at the gang of punks with a sunken face and a disdainful face. He did not open his mouth first and waited. At this time, he saw a man with a bald head, a large gold chain hanging around his neck, and a small snake tattooed on his left shoulder. Maybe it was a dragon in his heart. But anyway, Zhang Yixing looked at it as a shriveled up small snake, wearing a t-shirt on top, a pair of beach pants underneath, and a pair of flip-flops on his feet. It seemed to be the little leader of the guys. Just heard this guy say, kid is not bad. Today earn a lot of it. How is it? Do you want the brothers to help you spend a little? Zhang Yixing still didn't pay attention to this guy, so he used his eyes to look straight at this talking gangster leader. Zhang Yixing's eyes were too sharp. This gangster leader's heart was also a jolt, so he said with a smile on his face, kid, the third master asked his brothers to ask you to come over. Seeing that Zhang Yixing had no intention of moving anywhere at all, the gangster leader added, what's the matter? Do you still want to let the brothers do it? Zhang Yixing looked at the gangster leader and then at the other few gangsters, and could not help but laugh at once. He wanted to figure out what this so-called third master was looking for himself for. He had just come to Ruicheng for just a few days. He would not offend such a local snake. Zhang Yixing then locked the door of the villa and got into the van driven by the gangsters. Zhang Yixing closed his eyes when he arrived at the gangsters' van and didn't care where these gangsters dragged himself to. After 7 turns, the van finally drove to a large manor. When Zhang Yixing saw the houses, he felt that they should be some years old, but they were still very grand. Zhang Yixing was not interested in the manor right now, so his eyes were just looking at what the manor looked like and forgetting about it. He was now just trying to figure out what this Master Ma-san, as the gangster called him, could have done to find himself. The leader of the gangsters brought Zhang Yixing to the entrance of the main house of the manor and stopped. The other gangsters did not follow them. They could only wait in the outer courtyard, and still far away. The gangster leader made a call to the butler. On the phone, he said, sir, you tell the third master that the people have been brought. As for what Zhang Yixing said on the other side of the phone, one can guess with one's ass what it was. Not long afterward, he saw a middle-aged man, about 50 years old, walk out from the room in the main house. Glancing at Zhang Yixing, he then said, kid, come with me. Zhang Yixing was brought by the butler to the living room of the main house, which was very large, with antique paintings and calligraphy hanging on the wall, and a poku rack placed on one wall, with quite a number of porcelains placed on it. A bronze tripod was placed on the koan position on one side of the house. Against the back wall placed a mahogany 8 immortal table. In the table next to the main house door of a yellow pear wood chair, is sitting in a middle-aged man of about 30 years old. From the appearance of this man, his face was smooth and fair, with a cold and handsome angularity, and a pair of eyes were deep and dark. His eyebrows were thick, his nose was high and straight, and he had thin lips with the corners of his mouth hooked in an upward arc. Zhang Yixing thought in his heart, nowadays, black bosses do not all have vicious faces. If it wasn't for this guy taking the initiative to provoke himself, who could say that he was a black-related character? At this time, the man opened his mouth. Kid, sorry for inviting you to my place as a guest. I didn't disturb you, right? Let me introduce myself. My surname is Ma. My name is Chang Wang, because I am the third in line, so everyone addresses me as Third Master Ma. Third Master Ma added, kid, you're very good. Yesterday came with a triple rise, and later on, you invited guests and auctioned Ning material. I've had people investigate you. You're a college student who just graduated not long ago, and you've only been in Ruicheng for a few days. Then I want to know, where did you auction off the Ming material from? Even if you just started to buy a lot of rough material in Sisu Jade City, it's not possible to cut out the jadeite Ming material from every piece of raw stone, right? Kid, I also don't care where your jade phasing skills came from. How about staying by my side in the future and doing things for me? After saying that, he also glanced at Zhang Yixing with a betting face. At the same time, Zhang Yixing also glanced at the self-righteous man with a disdainful face. Zhang Yixing spoke at this time. Finished? Master Ma San. His face pulled down all of a sudden, like a chameleon, going white for a while and purple for a while. He was confident that when he said this, Zhang Yixing would agree with him without hesitation. It did not occur to him that he would not hear Zhang Yixing's reply. It was because he was the third Master Ma, the only heir of the horse gang. It turns out that this Ma San master's grandfather's grandfather is running the horse gang. His current manor is also the beginning of the time his great-grandfather left behind, after a few generations of maintenance and renovation, until now is still perfectly preserved. Ma Sanji's father had 3 sons, and after Ma Sanji's father died, the head of the family was handed over to the eldest. It was maintained like this for several years, waiting for Ma San master slowly grow up. He is restless status quo, also should be coincidental, is now his housekeeper is a will-be ancient martial artists, a Jianghu people, at that time by the enemy chased to kill, suffered serious injuries, just to be saved by Ma San master, and later when his injuries slowly get better, stayed in the side of the Ma San master, to help the Ma San master to do things. This way it has been almost 10 years, with the help of the butler, Master Ma San created a car accident for his own brother, and that's how he got his own brother killed. The second one was a waste of space from the world, and it was only with the help of Master Ma San that he was able to keep him alive and well. With the help of this butler, Master Ma San all the way to buy and sell, bullying. Over the years do not listen to his greetings of jade jewelry bosses, there are several dead in his hands. The heart of the evil is imaginable. This prophet makes the people who are not wise should not be accepted by the sky. Today, even if the sky does not accept him, Zhang Yixing will not be able to let him live well again. Of course, the things that Zhang Yixing knows now are all obtained from interrogating the housekeeper later. Since things had come to such a point, Zhang Yixing began to lift his feet and walk out of the house. The 3 of them were the only ones in the living room now. Master Ma San spoke up. Uncle Hong, since this kid doesn't listen, let's just scrap it, make it clean and don't dirty the house. The butler interjected. Don't worry young master, it's not the first time I've done something like this. Master Ma San nodded his head and wanted to watch the show. Uncle Hong, the housekeeper, stepped forward and casually said, ungrateful brat, it's not too late to regret. Otherwise next year's today will be the anniversary of your death. Zhang Yixing did not even roll his eyes, but his mouth said, it seems that you are not a good person either. There must be quite a number of innocent people who have died in your hands over the years, right? When Uncle Hong saw Zhang Yixing, who was so calm even when he was on the verge of death, his heart immediately thumped, and then looking at Zhang Yixing's sharp eyes, Uncle Hong winced and his face began to sweat. At this time, he also heard Ma San Jun shouted, what's wrong Uncle Hong? Why don't you do it yet? Finish it earlier. Isn't there another disobedient person to be properly robed? As soon as Master Ma San's words fell, he heard a poof. Then there was no sound. Ma Third Master thought in his heart, an uneducated field brat, still dare to stab in front of the old man. How to die do not know. In the past, those who do not listen to the word, not for their own use, the grave grass are 3 feet high. So he turned his face and wanted to look at Zhang Yixing's residual image. But when he saw the person who fell on the ground, he felt too unbelievable. The former invincible Uncle Hong. What happened today? How come he crawled on the ground and didn't move? Zhang Yixing also did not care about what Ma Sanchi's thoughts at this moment. An arrow step rushed to the front of Ma Sancher Ma Changguang, reached out and grabbed his neck, and then mentioned in front of his face. Zhang Yixing said, dog thing, want to hit the idea of lousy? You miscalculated the account. A person whose hands were occupied with blood. Zhang Yixing really wanted to pinch him to death at once and forget about it. But then he thought, now is a society of law and order. The person who deserves to die will let his enemies reap his dog's life. However, Zhang Yixing could not lightly let go of such a criminal lay bad guy. So he took out a few silver needles and inserted them into a few acupuncture points on Ma Changguang's head, and then used his true chi to catalyze the destruction of some of the nerves in Ma Sancher's brain through the silver needles, and instantly turned Ma Changguang into an idiot. After doing this, Zhang Yixing began to examine this room. Chapter 55, going to the Jadeite Grand Prix again. After Zhang Yixing cleaned up Ma Changguang, he gave Uncle Hong another big earful. Uncle Hong woke up pretending to be dumbfounded, hurriedly said, Mr. Spare my life, all I did was what Master Ma San forced me to do. Mr. Zhang, just give me a high hand and spare my dog's life. Zhang Yixing didn't say much, just one sentence. If you don't want to die, tell all the crimes you and Master Ma San have committed over the years. Better to die than to live. How dare Uncle Hong disobey Zhang Yixing's words? So he said the shocking things Uncle Hong said during the process of Zhang Yixing, all with a cell phone to record the video, to prevent unnecessary trouble. Hearing some of the things that Uncle Hong said, Zhang Yixing became more and more angry. In a fit of rage, he destroyed Uncle Han's dantian and turned him into an idiot. After taking care of the two evil villains, Zhang Yixing's heart was a little calmer. Zhang Yixing took away some antiques, paintings and calligraphy. In short, took away all the old objects in the room. Zhang Yixing thought in his heart, in the future, he would use the wealth of these damned people to set up a fun company to help some poor people. Zhang Yixing went to the courtyard again and knocked out all those gangsters who had seen him today, then used his true chi and secret method to erase part of their memories. By the time they woke up, they had no idea that they had ever met Zhang Yixing. After doing these things, Zhang Yixing wanted to leave this place of wrongdoing. However, suddenly another thing came to his mind. Could such a horse gang family of several generations not have a treasure trove? Zhang Yixing also knew that some secret things were involved in the inheritance of some big families, and they were usually passed down from mouth to mouth. Perhaps if Boss Ma suddenly died unjustly, the secret of the treasure vault would never be known again. Of course, this was just Zhang Yixing's personal speculation. Zhang Yixing turned off the surveillance and took out the hard disk and received it in the jade pendant space. Then he first searched each room and collected all the valuable ill-gotten gains, laying the foundation for his future poverty alleviation fund. Then he opened the Golden Pupil perspective ability. Under the sweep of the Golden Pupil perspective ability, anything that was hidden could never be hidden. Zhang Yixing discovered that there was an underground storage room of about 1,000 square feet under the main house. Seeing the wide array of treasures, Zhang Yixing was instantly ecstatic. This was a big pie falling from the sky. If Ma Changguang did not take the initiative to provoke himself, how could he know that there was another Master Ma San in Ruiqing? It was the will of heaven that could not be disobeyed. Under the scanning of Zhang Yixing's Golden Pupil perspective ability, it was discovered that the entrance to this underground storage room was not even in the main house, but in another room inside the courtyard. It took a cunning person to do such a thing, so Zhang Yixing went to that other room and found the mechanism to enter the underground storage room. With a light press, he saw a square hole appear on one of the floors that could allow a person to easily enter and exit. 10 minutes after the entrance was opened, Zhang Yixing followed the entrance into a passageway that led to the underground storage room in the main house. This underground treasure trove had more than 10 times more things than the underground treasure trove of the compound that he had bought for himself last day. Seeing everything in front of him, Zhang Yixing did not dare to be slow and quickly collected all the treasures inside the storage room. After about 10 minutes, there was nothing more inside the underground storage room of about 1,000 square feet. Zhang Yixing thought in his heart, how much time will it take to organize so many things? It is really enough to keep himself busy. Zhang Yixing retreated back to the entrance along the original path of the passage and closed the entrance mechanism. At the same time, he did not stay in this manner that had been passed down for generations, and disappeared into the dark night with a few dodges. He used his true chi to add shrinking ground, and in less than half an hour, he arrived at the hotel, found the presidential suite housekeeper, and opened the door to the room. Since it was already late at night at this time, he did not disturb Fatty Gaopingyu, so he found the butler to open the door to his room. Zhang Yixing, while taking a bath, then thought about the full harvest of this night. Even if the antique paintings and calligraphy gold and silver jewelry are not counted, just by getting more than 10,000 pieces of old pit jadeite raw stone, it will also make the general public crazy with joy. Heaven's will cannot be violated. Get rid of evil and promote goodness is what one must do, and the ill-gotten wealth of the wicked and the damned is an integral part of his charitable fund in the future. Zhang Yixing resolutely honored the great man's principle of the enemy. People do not offend me, I do not offend. If people offend me, I will offend. First of all, they do not look for trouble. Encountered the abominable people, never merciful, one step, so that they cannot continue to do evil, endangering society. At present, they encountered are some small thieves, now can only be first step by step it. The world is too many evil people, bad people. They encountered is also a smooth solution. Did not let themselves encounter, then they cannot be publicized all over the world to look for evil people. Zhang Yixing no longer think more about unhappy and unfair things. Now it is still a holy world where the country is peaceful. He firmly believed that all the evil people can only hide in the dark corners, and will definitely fall apart when they meet the sunlight. The bath was quickly finished, and returning to his room, Zhang Yixing sat cross-legged on the bed and began his cultivation life again. Because today's famous bid opening was still in the afternoon, neither he nor Fatty went to the jadeite public market in the morning. Fatty slept until almost noon before getting up. Then after simply washing up, he looked for a place to eat with Zhang Yixing, because they still had to go to the famous bid opening site in the afternoon. The two of them did not drink. After a simple meal, in the casual conversation between the two brothers, Zhang Yixing asked, Gao Pengyu, now that you have a bit of money, what kind of thoughts will you have when you go home? Fatty Gao Pengyu said, I can have what idea? If not, you call. I do not know there is such a thing as the jadeite public disc. Originally this time to come is to see the hustle and bustle, is to come to the soy sauce. I know nothing about the gambling stone. Yesterday if it is not you, I shall not lose the bottom pants or not left. Zhang Yixing was also satisfied after hearing Fatty Gaopingyu say this, so he nodded his head. He was afraid that if Fatty had the sweet spot this time, it would be his sin to be addicted to gambling on stones in the future. From yesterday, Fatty Gaopingyu looked favorably at the jadeite raw stone. He knew that Fatty was only looking at the performance of the stone, whether the appearance was beautiful or not. So it is very serious to the fat man said, in fact, I am also the first time to gamble on the stone, but I have gone through a very systematic study, know some of the fur knowledge of the stone. The reason why I was able to gamble up is perhaps just good luck. There are still a few good pieces of raw stone in this afternoon's famous bid opening. Now you are not bad. Wait until the famous bid opening. Buddy help you shoot down a few more pieces, and then solve it out to sell it on the spot. Get some money, go back to buy a big villa, get a new car, and then find a girl you like to marry. At first, I saw Zhang Yixing said in a serious manner, and then slowly had the intention of flirting with Fatty Gaopingyu, who laughed at once, then said, Lao San rest assured, brother in the future will not go to the gambling stone alone. No money to spend, brother will find you, let you take brother to fly, but I to have a proposal, to today to solve the stone selling jadeite bright material of the hot scene recorded as a video, and then send to the oldest 4 of their brothers to see if they envy, jealous, buddy from now on the bike into a motorcycle. Zhang Yixing laughed and said, your idea is a bit interesting, but such a difficult task, it can only be accomplished by you, a comrade of alcohol test. After saying this, the two brothers exchanged glances at each other, then they laughed out loud 3 times. Ha, ha, ha. Zhang Yixing brother and sister came to the Emerald public disc, because now the name tag opening bidding has not yet begun. In the name tag area first look at the stone. In fact, Zhang Yixing do not need to see, but there are fat people follow, also pretend to look again. Before the bid opening, Ouyang Qian found Zhang Yixing again. She looked for Zhang Yixing as a reason. Yesterday they shot down the original stone. Originally is to be transported back in the deciphering, but in the long-eyed master of some of the encouragement, she this morning, 2 pieces of the original stone, a block of Zhang Yixing gave the number of shot down, a piece of the long-eyed master of the good. The results can be imagined. The result was predictable. 1 piece of raw stone went up big time, and 1 piece of raw stone favored by Master Long Eyes collapsed big time. Maybe the solution of a piece of raw stone cannot explain anything, but it also makes Ouyang Qian hard to produce Zhang Yixing's ability to trust. Zhang Yixing also did not think about it and said, old classmate, I'll write down 10 pieces of raw stone number for you, and the highest offer to be made at the time of auction. Ouyang Qian hurriedly said joyfully, thank you, Zhang Yixing, I will definitely treat you to dinner when the public auction is over. Zhang Yixing then jokingly said, tell me in advance when you will treat me, so that I can prepare for it, otherwise I will be at a disadvantage. Ouyang Qian also smiled sweetly and left without saying anything. However, this time, Zhang Yixing wrote to Ouyang Qian's woolen material number was 3 sevens, 7 big ups and 3 very average raw stones. Zhang Yixing does not want to let his 10 gambling 10 up reputation outside words. Then he is again a person force super group of people. Will also be trouble constantly. From now on also will not have peaceful days to pass. Chapter 56 Name Bid. After Zhang Yixing wrote the original stone number for Ouyang Qian, he wrote 2 more original stone numbers for Fatty, the highest offer in the auction, and also said to Fatty Gaopingyu, these 2 pieces you try to shoot down. There are 3 more pieces I will shoot for you, because your movements are too slow. Remember to lose weight when you go back at the end of this public auction. Ha ha ha. Seeing Zhang Yixing's cheap laugh, Gaopingyu looked at him and didn't let out a sound. At this time the organizing committee's public market venue sounded again. Everyone's attention. There are bosses who are willing to participate in the opening of the famous bidding to grab the opening hall. The bidding will be open soon. Today's opening of the original stone number is 1001 to 2000. The same voice was played 3 times in a row. Just at this time, Ouyang Qian arrived in front of Zhang Yixing and Fatty again. Ouyang Qian said, let's go old classmate, go in together. Zhang Yixing said, okay. So Zhang Yixing and the few of them headed to the bid opening hall together. When the master of gambling Long Eyes saw Zhang Yixing, although he didn't look down on Zhang Yixing as he did yesterday, but there was still a very unconvincing facial expression coming out. Zhang Yixing also does not care about this long-eyed master brought by Ouyang Qian, and in his heart, he thought that whether he served or not, there is no use for birds. To the bid opening hall, a few people casually find a place to sit down. However, just before they sat down not 3 minutes, they saw a horse killer kid raised his hand and patted Zhang Yixing's shoulder. Then he said, kid, I heard that you had good luck yesterday. The 3 raw stones that you auctioned off all went up big. What kind of luck did you have? Being tapped on the shoulder. This was Zhang Yixing's intention to let him be tapped. When this Kilmart kid came his way, he knew it. feeling that it was just a person who had been spoiled by his family, a brainwashed person who was not a threat to himself. Kilmart was accompanied by an older man and 2 young men, a combination of 4 people. Zhang Yixing slowly turned his head and squinted at this Kilmart kid, then said, "What do you mean? Do we know each other? Does it have anything to do with you if I bet up or down? Do you have enough to eat, or have you gotten your brain caught in a door?" The moment Killmonger boy heard Zhang Yixing say this, he immediately stopped. He had never met such an articulate person before. At once, he was furious and stormed out, huffing and puffing. He said, "Kid, what are you mad about? I have understood you. A freshly graduated country bumpkin. Running to the public disc made you get lucky once. I just don't believe you can get lucky again. Now is an era of information explosion." Yesterday Zhang Yixing's 3 consecutive rises, coupled with the treats and the auctioning of Ming material. It was inevitable that someone with a heart of gold had investigated Zhang Yixing. This might be the reason why this killjoy kid, today, was not convinced of Zhang Yixing. No matter how capable a person was, without the backing of a family with a strong heritage, he would often be bullied by some self-righteous family children. They think they are noble and look down on all people from ordinary families. They think that money is the reason. Money can solve everything. The old man, the person beside Kilmart, pulled his sleeve and opened his mouth. When young master went out, "Didn't you promise the old master that you wouldn't make trouble in the public market this time? What are you doing again?" "Forget it, young master. The bidding will be open soon. Let's look for a place to sit down first." Kilmart kid shook off the old man's hand at once and immediately said, "Uncle Fu, this matter you don't need to care. Go back, his grandpa knows this little thing today. Also won't blame to you." Uncle Fu spread his hands, a face of helplessness. This time the killer Matt kid spoke again. "Kid, how about daring to bet? I heard that you sold jadeite bright material yesterday, sold a lot of money. Dare and small master bet a big one?" Zhang Yixing heard Kill Matt kid so say. Immediately heart is a move. This is a charity fund to send their own people so in their own hearts to express gratitude to this Kill Matt kid. Too good to do things. So Zhang Yixing pretended to be a little nervous look, said, "You say bet I bet so I still want to face not? What are you? Get lost." Hearing Zhang Yixing's words, the killer mattress boy immediately interjected, "It seems that your kid was lucky yesterday. A goat. If you really have the ability to gamble up the raw stone, are you still afraid to gamble with anyone?" Zhang Yixing didn't want to continue to be reserved at this time, and slowly said, "How do you want to bet?" Kilmart laughed loudly and said, "Kid, I am not afraid to tell you who I am, so that you can lose convincingly." At this time there are onlookers watching. The 2 young people initiated the argument. Came late people simply do not know what the situation. Asked the first to come, Lao Wang. "This is how it is. How to open the bidding hall dispute." The old king then so and so recounted what just happened. Once again, old Wang went on to say, "That young man seems to suffer today. This young man is Hong Kong Island Zhang's jewelry, but also one of his grandfather's most beloved grandson." The person next to him interjected, "So that's how it is." I said, "Why is it so wild?" Kilmart kid at this time then said with a disdainful face, "Kid, I'm from Hong Kong Island Zhang's jewelry, and don't worry about me not being able to pay your bet. Ha 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 ha." After a burst of wild laughter said, "How about it? Kid, have you figured it out now?" Zhang Yixing glanced at Kid Killer before saying, "Tell me how you want to bet. Don't keep beeping here, beeping again in a moment before the bidding opens." Kilmart said, "Good, good. So in a while we each use the 3 pieces of rough material auction today in today's famous bidding raw stone auction to compete. The total price of the solved bright material is high and win. The losing party has to hand over the solved raw material to the winning party. How about it?" Zhang Yixing said with a disdainful face. "Is that all?" Killmonger said, "What's wrong with betting like this? Are you afraid?" Zhang Yixing said, "I'm scared, that's all." And he's still saying he's from Zhang's jewelry. So Zhang Yixing saw that the fire was almost ready and could not be stimulated anymore. So he said, "Let's do it this way. I agree with the betting method you said just now, but I also want to add a little bit of lottery. If you agree we will bet. If you don't agree, then play with mud on the side." The bosses on the sidelines also laughed, and Killmonger didn't know what lottery Zhang Yixing was going to add, so he asked, "Kid, what do you want to add to the pot?" Zhang Yixing said calmly, "The betting method you just said remains unchanged, and then add $500 million to the jackpot. If you agree to this condition, I will do as you wish. Otherwise you can wait for the famous bid to open and you can get lost." Killmonger said, "Kid, do you have 500 million? It's not like you're using that as an excuse to be afraid, is it?" Zhang Yixing said, "I naturally have it if you promise. Otherwise I don't give a damn if I have it or not." At this time the old man who was following the side of killing Matt started to persuade him again. "Young master, I think it's better to forget it. Don't gamble." At this moment of killing Matt Ware can still listen to what others say. Killmonger said, "Okay, it's a deal. Wait until today's bid opening is over and then start the gambling fight." Seeing that there was no more action to watch, The onlooker bosses went back to their seats and sat down to wait for the next famous bid opening. It wasn't long before a beautiful host came on. Then there were some opening remarks, and the next step was to open the bids for the famous bids for the wool from the 1001st raw stone to the 2000th good raw stone. Today's competition is still relatively fierce. The end of the opening bid, Zhang Yixing only shot 4 pieces of raw stone, a glass seed emperor green, a stone inside in addition to 9 purple garden ball. There is a dozen kilograms or so of violet emerald. The head of the water is also good. The purple eyes reach the glass seed, violet is high ice. There is also a piece of wool that is bound to collapse, and another piece is high ice ocean blue. The reason why he is like this is that he does not want to be shocked when the competition will be held later. He wants to look at the other side out of the internal situation of the wool, on the premise that he will not lose the bet. To use that piece of raw stone then collapsed. Zhang Yixing in his heart thought so. He also gave the fat man shot down 5 pieces of raw stone, a glass seed, 2 high ice, 2 ice seed. Fatty himself also shot down a piece of ice-type jadeite. Due to the fierce competition today, Zhang Yixing's 4 pieces of raw stone spent 5.21 million. The fat man's 6 pieces of raw stone spent 9.36 million. Zhang Yixing to the fat man shot down the raw stone. There is also a piece of raw material is slightly better than the trash. At this time, the fat man said to Zhang Yixing, "How much do you grasp the matter of the oldest 3 bets?" Zhang Yixing faint smile looked at the fat man, did not answer the fat man's question, went straight to pay the money to collect the wool. Fat man Gaoping Yu muttered, "The old 3 are now also more and more will be pretending to be a secretive, mysterious, cannot understand it, cannot understand it." Chapter 57 Competition with Zheng Xiao, and the fat man. 2 people paid the money to receive their auction 10 pieces of jadeite raw stone, and let the staff of the organizing committee to send the raw materials directly to the decomposition area. When the 2 of them came out from the wool collection place, they just met Ouyang Qian. Ouyang Qian said, "Tell Zhang Yixing that only 6 of the raw stone numbers you gave out were auctioned off." Zhang Yixing said, "Not bad, the 2 of us only managed to auction off 10 pieces of raw stone." Zhang Yixing thought in his heart, it's already good enough to auction down 6 pieces. Finding out that of the 6 pieces of raw stone numbers she had auctioned off, 2 were raw stones that could not rise greatly. Zhang Yixing was relieved, knowing that Ouyang Qian was going to collect the wool. She did not say anything more. Only Ouyang Qian said, "Zhang Yixing, why did you go to the gambling fight with those people?" Zhang Yixing did not explain and said with a smile, "Don't worry, old classmate." Then they separated. Zhang Yixing was still looking for the same stone-solving master from yesterday. However, he did not busy himself with the stone deciphering right now, but waited for Zheng Xiao. In about 20 minutes or so, Zheng Xiao and his party came. He let the organizing committee staff bring back 3 pieces of wool, so it seemed that he was still very confident. Zheng Xiao, incomparably rampant, said, "Kid, are you ready? Let me hit your face hard today." Bull asterisk 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 3 consecutive rises. Today this young man will let you show your prototype. Zhang Yixing didn't pay attention to him, just looked at his 3 pieces of wool, 1 ice seed, 1 high ice, 1 glutinous seed. Each piece of raw stone was almost more than 100 kilograms, and the 3 pieces could almost unravel more than 100 kilograms of bright material. Although he has the golden pupil perspective ability, but also afraid that others are not afraid to spend more money and shoot a good jadeite raw stone. Zhang Yixing also asked the organizing committee to be a referee. When the organizing committee of people know that they are going to have a jadeite raw stone competition, but also on-site deciphering, the organizing committee of the leadership of course is willing to be the referee. They are clear in their hearts. The impact of such a competition is unprecedented, and can be very good publicity of their emerald plate. The organizing committee came a total of 3 people, an older, 2 middle-aged. Under the supervision of the organizing committee, Zhang Yixing and Zhang Xiao signed the contract. The content of the contract was of course the original terms that they had agreed upon. The contract was just a superficial form, and he was not afraid that Killmonger would dare to renege. Zhang Yixing also took out 3 pieces of raw stone. 1 piece of wool was about 80 kilograms which could open more than 30 kilograms of glass seed emperor green. 1 piece of wool was about 120 kilograms which could open about 70 kilograms of high ice ocean blue bright material. There was another piece that was a piece of scrap, and this piece of raw stone was auctioned by him for 670,000 yuan, in order to paralyze the eyes of outsiders. When Zhang Yixing's first piece of raw stone completely collapsed, Zheng Xiao opened out about 30 kilograms of ice yellow yang green, simply rampant to the sky. His mouth constantly taunted Zhang Yixing. There were also people who bet on the periphery, who had bet on Zhang Yixing to win, and there was also a burst of cursing. Zhang Yixing pretended not to see the behavior of these people. Zhang Yixing delineated the other 2 raw stones and handed them over to the stone deciphering master. Then he said, "Master, you can just follow the line I just drew out to decode the stone." The waiting was tedious and the noise of the stone deciphering was distracting, but these did not affect Zhang Yixing. He was cooperating with the stone decomposing master to decompose the stone in a step-by-step manner, and Fatty Gaopingyu was recording a video, preparing to send it to his brethren to see if it went up big and wanted to act like a pussy. About half an hour later, Zhang Yixing unraveled a piece of high ice ocean blue. The block is also relatively large. And then look at Zhang Xiao now, not just rampant, because this time he just solved a piece of glutinous seed floating flour, only more than 20 kilograms. Soon the third piece of wool again began to solve. This time the waiting time is a little longer, about 40 minutes. The third piece of wool completely solved. When the onlookers' bosses see Zhang Yixing's bright material, immediately boiled, then their own solved out of the bright material is more excited. Some of the bosses said, "It's this piece of bright material that can finish off Zhang Xiao." However, Zhang Xiao's raw stone was not bad, and he solved out a piece of high ice spring with color, almost more than 50 kilograms of bright material. After the results came out, without the organizing committee referee announcing the results, Zhang Xiao and the others knew the outcome of the betting match. At this moment, Zhang Xiao's face will be green for a while and white for a while. There are also some people who bet on Zhang Xiao's win on the periphery. Zhang Xiao's family of all the women all greeted once. At this time the fat man video also recorded, loaded up the cell phone, a face pointing to the meaning of the mountains, very bullish, said, "How about Zhang Xiao? Should honor the bet, right?" This time to watch the people watching more than just a moment ago, because the people who want to unlock the stone is also just received wool to unlock the stone area. Some of them asked the people around them about what happened, what's going on with old Zhang. Old Li simply said what had just happened. After listening to the explanation, too many people wondered. One of the people watching said, "Strange things happen every year, but this year there are especially a lot of them. I've been eyeing this kid since last time at the Tang City public auction. Finally, he's met his match. Every time he comes to the continent, he's awesome." The people watching didn't care if Zhang Xiao could hear or not. They estimated that through this lesson, this kid wouldn't dare to come to the continent again in the future. The old man and the two bodyguards who followed Zhang Xiao around are also helpless, willing to gamble to admit defeat. This is the natural thing. In full view of the public, Zhang Xiao dared to cheat. Not only did he hand over the material he cut out, but he also gave Zhang Yixing a cashier's check for $500 million. The bank draft is this time to come to Ruiqing Jadeite public disc to buy wool. His grandfather only gave him 10 billion. Two famous bidding spent more than 30 million, and now spend another 500 million. He is really afraid to go back to his grandfather to peel his skin. After the bout like this, Zhang Yixing thanked the three people in the organizing committee. Zhang Yixing said, "Thank you, three leaders." At the same time, he transferred another 100,000 red packets to them. The three people of the organizing committee were also amazed at Zhang Yixing. Was a young unlikable lad with two skills in gambling on stones, or was he just lucky? The organizing committee three people left. The other bosses see this place no lively to see it went to do their own things. Suddenly a boss asked, "Little brother on the ground of the bright material to sell?" Zhang Yixing said, "I'm sorry, I still have a few pieces of raw stone has not been unraveled," and so on, all unraveled out before selling. Everyone willing to wait for a little while will wait. Some people are happy and some people are sad. Killing Mat Zhang Xiao gray-headed and left. Fatty Gaopingyu sought his own shot down the raw stone solved out of the jadeite bright material. Simply beautiful snot bubbles are as big as they are. Fatty's raw stone has a piece of collapsed, solved 5 pieces of bright material, plus Zhang Yixing's 2 pieces of bright material, and gambling fight 1 Zhang Xiao's 3 pieces of wool. They now have 10 pieces of bright material. Zhang Yixing still had 1 piece of raw stone. He did not intend to solve it here. They moved the 10 pieces of bright material to a vacant lot not far from the stone solving area, arranging the bright materials according to the height of the waterhead, waiting for the jade jewelry owner who had the intention to buy to bid. Through 2 days of observation and comparison, found himself 2 days before the jadeite Ming material price sold much lower, including sold to Ouyang Qian's glass seed Emperor Green. This time he wants to refer to the price of the Ming material on this public disc to sell these Ming material. In a short time, there were bosses who came to Zhang Yixing's bright materials after hearing the news. The first to sell were the 5 pieces of Fat Man's bright material. After a dozen people bidding at the same time, the Fat Man's pieces of bright material finally sold for more than $110 million. Zhang Yixing's 2 pieces plus the 3 pieces that won the bet were sold for a total of over $163 billion. Receiving the transfer from the bosses, Zhang Yixing handed the jadeite bright material to a few bosses, and then went to find a place to eat with Fatty. Today's harvest was full, and Fatty was also very happy, so he said to Zhang Yixing, "Lao San, tonight the 2 of us brothers will not get drunk." Zhang Yixing then said, "Fatty, you pull down, tomorrow still have to gamble on the stone. Drink too much tomorrow, cannot get up, will be finished." So Zhang Yixing and the Fat Man to discuss it said, "In the next few days and then buy woolen material, do not solve. Transported back to place slowly. Anyway, now you are not in a hurry to use the money." Fatty instantly understood Zhang Yixing's meaning, nodded his head and agreed, then said, "This reasoning brother understands. The reasoning of the piker is not guilty. The reasoning of the bosom is not guilty. I still understand. Often cut up, must not be a good thing." Chapter 58 Revenge. Zhang Yixing sent the piece of raw stone back to the hotel, which was actually received by him in the jade pendant space. Then he went out of the hotel with Cao Pingyu, who was waiting in the lobby, and found a small restaurant that looked clean. The two entered the restaurant. The boss's wife arranged a good seat for them, and then nimbly served a pot of tea. Fatty Cao Pingyu lifted the teapot and poured a cup for Zhang Yixing first, then gave himself a cup as well, and the two of them drank the tea while waiting for the wine and food to come up. "Will you go home or go somewhere else to play after the jadeite fair?" Zhang Yixing asked Fatty casually. Fatty said, "Go home when the public plate is over, buy a house, buy a car and get a wife. Isn't this what you taught me? Ha ha, there are no more good raw stones for tomorrow's famous bid opening, so I won't go to the public disc. How about you? Are you sleeping or going out shopping?" Zhang Yixing said. Fatty Cao Pingyu said, "If I don't go to the public market, I'll sleep in my room, regardless of you. Just go anywhere." Zhang Yixing said, "I don't want to go to the public market or sleep. I just want to go out and shop casually. If I see something suitable, I'll buy it. It's not like brother is short of money right now. There's also a trip to the bank tomorrow to give the bank cashier's check to be deposited in your own bank card." Said the wine and food came up. Brother and sister side drink on the very casual chat. Cao Pingyu said, "Lao-san, you have been running outside. What are the future plans?" Zhang Yixing said, "What plans are not now? And then look at some places, and then go back to do something serious. But wait for the end of the emerald plate or to go home first. I want to get a passport so it's easy to leave the country. Can't be limited to a range. Have to go around the world. In the future to go to Hong Kong Island, Rui Chang opposite Burma to see. Also want to go to Pretty Country, Small Island Country, Lighthouse Country, Stars and Stripes Country, and so on. Some of the countries that invaded China in the late Qing dynasty. There is a chance that I want to go around and see if I can find a little bit of interest to add bricks and mortar to my future charitable fund." Cao Pingyu's eyes widened greatly when he heard Zhang Yixing say this, then said, "I lua go. Line off third brother. Brother now who are not served on you. Ha ha, come brother toast you a cup," said Zirabite. The wine glass is dry. Zhang Yixing also had to drink a cup. Just like this drink bowl asterisk. Do not know more than an hour has passed. After the checkout, the two people walked back slowly. Leaving the small restaurant is probably more than 300 meters. Like, Zhang Yixing feel wrong? This time to see the two of them around suddenly stopped a van. The car brakes are very sharp. Just see the road left 2 lines of black traces. The door of the car suddenly opened, and 6 people came down from inside. The people who came down were not good things at a glance, and they didn't speak. The 6 people immediately surrounded Zhang Yixing, Cao Pingyu and the two of them in the center. One of them was a tall man with a dark face and a scar on his face. With a scornful tone, he said, "Kid, take people's money to eliminate people's disasters. Brothers give me on, waste these 2 kids, as long as they are not killed." Zhang Yixing was calm as usual. Cao Pingyu was different. Where had he seen such a formation? He was terrified. His mouth kept saying, "What do you guys want to do? Tell you guys to come up again. I'm going to call the police." Now it's a rule of law society. Although he and Zhang Yixing were classmates and good friends, Zhang Yixing never had any conflicts with others in school, so he didn't know Zhang Yixing's cards. Where did the punks listen to his beeping? They raised the baseball bats in their hands and struck at them. He saw Zhang Yixing's ghostly hand grabbing the wrist of one of the frontmost punks, and heard a click. The punk's wrist was broken, and then caught the baseball bat that was about to fall to the ground from the punk's hand, and then flew up with a kick, and kicked this punk with a broken arm out to the other side of the road. The punk was then lying on the ground motionless. Then it was even easier. Zhang Yixing used the baseball bats of the punks, 1 person at a time. 5 punks with identical injuries, all with their shoulder blades cracked. Zhang Yixing originally did not intend to lay a heavy hand, but just now when these 6 punks got off the bus, he gave each of them a face-to-face, and found that none of them were good. At this time, Cao Pingyu came in the spirit and mouthed, "When did you become so capable of fighting too, Lao-san?" Zhang Yixing smiled faintly and did not explain. Bending down and lifting up a punk, he said, "Who sent you guys?" However, this punk seemed to be very righteous in the Jianghu. His head turned and did not answer. Zhang Yixing also did not talk nonsense, and heard a crunching sound. One of the punk's arms was broken. Throwing this punk to the ground, he didn't bother with him. Bending down and lifting up another punk. It was the same old story. "Who rode you here?" However, this punk also followed the example of the one just now and chose not to speak. Zhang Yixing did as he had done, and with another crunching sound, this punk was also thrown to the ground. The punks were bruised, but their brains were not broken. Just as Zhang Yixing was about to go and bring up one of the punks grabbed the first to speak. "I say, I say, good man, spare your life. Ah. Zhang Yixing stopped grabbing down his hand and said, you are very good. The one who knows the time is a good man. Then quickly say it. The little master does not have the leisure time to accompany you to waste time. It's Brother Cohen who asked us to teach you a lesson. And who is Brother Cohen? How did he find me? Zhang Yixing asked. It's like this. This afternoon, a person found Brother Cohen, gave Brother Cohen a picture and a picture of you guys, and said that he wanted to teach the two of you a hard lesson. The punk said, where is Brother Cohen? Brother Cohen is at Dynasty nightclub. After Zhang Yixing heard the punk, he understood in his heart. The 6 gangsters' cell phone all crushed, to prevent them from ventilating, and mention them all to the car, and then in the back of the neck of the gangsters point. The gangsters are in the car to sleep. The gangsters are some traumatic injuries, can't die. Wait until the Dynasty nightclub to deal with the matter. These gangsters may be able to wake up, drive the car to a hidden place, lock the door, but there is a window glass is not completely rolled up. The air can freely enter the car inside, pulled out the key and threw it inside the roadside greenbelt. Then he took a cab and headed towards Dynasty nightclub. When he arrived at Dynasty nightclub, Zhang Yixing was not polite and grabbed the collar of a security guard and said, take me to Brother Cohen. The security guards here were just punks wearing a security outfit. That's why Zhang Yixing did things this way. Ride the elevator up to the 7th floor stopped. Out of the elevator punk security guards lead the way in front, came to the door of a room, knocked on the door and said, Brother Cohen, someone looking for you. Who the hell are you? Ah, disturbing the mood of the old man. At this time, Gon was in his office, cheekily talking to 2 women about something. Even if he was playing a very indecent game, it was not something that Zhang Yixing should be in charge of. Zhang Yixing went forward as a foot. The door lock at this time seems to be paper mache. Without any resistance, the door opened in front of them. The scene, simply more powerful than Chow Lao-Shi's small movie. It seems that this Cohen is very good at playing. Zhang Yixing also ignored these. Zhang Yixing pointed at the 2 women and said, there is nothing for you here. Go aside and remember not to make a sound. The 2 women ran to the side shivering. Zhang Yixing said, are you gone? Zhang Yixing looked at Cohen put on his red pants, so he did not let him wear more. The gangster who led the way at this time had long since run away without a trace. Zhang Yixing stuck Gon's neck and lifted him on the sofa in front of himself, and opened 2 mouths left and right. Gon's 2 big yellow teeth were smashed far away, smashed in a wall, deeply embedded in the wall. Gon's mouth and nose blood flow more than. Zhang Yixing said, tell me why you want to find me trouble? Good man, it is my mistake. Good man spared my dog life. It is the young proprietor of Zhang's jewelry. Let me teach you a lesson. It does not matter to me, Zhang Yixing said with 2 more ear scratches. It doesn't matter about you? The incisors were gone, and the wind showed when he spoke, so the words uttered by Cohen were not clear. Zhang Yixing and give this guy face to face, found that this guy and that horse 3 masters about the same. Although the human life is not as much as the horse 3 masters, but his Dynasty nightclub, hiding dirt, forced good for prostitution, drug trafficking, and so on some of the problems. This person living in the world, the current harmony of the society is very harmful, so keep him shall not. Zhang Yixing knocked him out, and took out a silver needle, stabbed a few needles in his body, and injected a slight amount of true qi. In less than 3 months, he would die on his way to seek medical treatment. However, Zhang Yixing still erased some of the memories of Cohen and those 2 women. Zhang Yixing said, Fatty, you watch here, I'll go do something. Zhang Yixing found Quinn safe to receive it into the jade pendant space, and thought in his heart, this is also to add to the charity fund, and went to the security room to take out the hard disk, and received the jade pendant space, before he and Gao Pingyu left the Dynasty nightclub, and went back to the hotel to sleep. Chapter 59 Strolling in the Flower and Bird Market. Zhang Yixing and Fatty Gao Pingyu returned to the hotel, then said to Fatty, Lao air you first bath and sleep, I still have to go out to do something, a moment will be able to come back, rest assured that wash and sleep. So Zhang Yixing left the hotel, using the power of shrinking the ground into an inch. Time is not long to come to the van of the few gangsters parking place. A few gangsters are still whistling, so Zhang Yixing will use the secret art of 6 gangsters, about to see his memory all erased. Zhang Yixing this is not afraid of the few gangsters, but now is the rule of law society. Personal force again high is not the opponent of the state machinery. Being a good citizen who abides by the law is the basic principle that Zhang Yixing has been adhering to. Returning to the hotel, he saw that Gao Pingyu had not slept yet and was still waiting for his return. So many things have happened. For the fat man is simply a spiritual blow. He had thought that now is a peaceful world. There is no such messy things. Such a simple mind is not through the poisonous beating of society. Pat the shoulders of the fat man. How not sleep? Rest assured that tomorrow is the same sunny. The friendship between good brothers is long-lasting. Zhang Yixing has not realized that he has had any drunken friends until now. Maybe he was just a graduate who was just about to enter society, cultivating for the night. He felt that his inner strength had improved a little bit more at dawn. Zhang Yixing thought in his heart that he still had to find the treasures needed in the jade pendant space before he could do so, planning to not go to the jade fair today, go to Ruiqing's flower, bird, fish and insect market to take a look, feeling that this is the south. Maybe he can come across the flowers, rare trees that he wants. If he meets it, he will buy it. Now the jade pendant space is a large area. He wants to make good use of the space. He also wants to plant some precious medicinal herbs in the jade pendant space. Now the dendrobium in the jade pendant space, the growth is good. He also wants to wait for some time before taking some cuttings. Think about the future of his own to do more and more things. Taking a taxi to the entrance of the flower, bird, fish and insect market. He walked into the market to take a look at the place where the flowers were sold. A blossom of flowers, a burst of fragrance came to his face, and Zhang Yixing felt that he was instantly refreshed. The streets of this market gave people a cozy and leisurely feeling. The quality that each flower store sold, the varieties were not exactly the same, but at a glance, the colors were dazzling. Zhang Yixing looked at a few flower stores, and tended to walk away from the one he had just seen, and at the moment he went out, he saw a green tree with leaves clustered together in front of the flower store across the street, shining with a golden halo in the sunlight. So Zhang Yixing quickly walked over to take a closer look at the tree, seeing the different flowers in this flower store, including delicate roses, colorful moonflowers, various exquisite western flowers, as well as orchids that Zhang Yixing was very interested in. Zhang Yixing felt infinitely amazed. There are several pots of orchids in this store, and when you get close, there is an intoxicating fragrance. And when you see the blooming flower posture, some are simple, some are flamboyant, and some are exquisite and clean. The beauty of life is brightly displayed with a coquettish smile. Some have not yet bloomed, but are already budding. Thin and long orchid leaves dark green, spread out like the heavenly fairy's belt. In the middle of the orchid were some small, tender green leaves that had just grown out. Zhang Yixing stepped back a few steps to look at these orchids, which were in different shapes and colors, and the pots planted with orchids one after another were covered by their dense green leaves that drooped stiffly. Just see the beautiful orchid leaves, by the occasional breeze from outside the window, the roots of the leaves and the slight swing, as if in the people who look at it to greet warmly, so that people watching it how can not love. Throughout the ages, no matter the emperor and generals, courtiers and poets, lyricists, velvet streams, all have more or less contact with orchids. As a result, there are people who have given many beautiful names to orchids from all angles and with all kinds of techniques since the ancient times. Some people take the fragrant characteristics of orchids as their aliases. National fragrance, this is the highest honor of orchids. Huang Tingjian Book Yufang Pavilion, the soil of talent and virtue cover a country. It is said that the national scholar, female color cover a country. It is said that the national color, orchid fragrance cover a country. It is said that the national fragrance, ancient incense, to ancient description of incense, soon only refers to this kind of incense warm time long, and the texture is pure, simple and elegant. In the 7-character poem Lan Gao Chu, it is said, the orchid blows ancient fragrance day after day, and the beauty does not come to the stream. The orchid waits for the beauty, and only the beauty is worthy of enjoying this burst of ancient fragrance of the orchid. Of course, the biggest enjoyers of the exotic flowers and plants in ancient times were the emperors and concubines, the dignitaries and the gentry. Some people compare orchids to the king's fragrance, which can be understood as the orchids for the emperor to enjoy, but Confucius called Hathwen the king as an orchid alias, seems to be the king of the meaning of the fragrance, show chaste and elegant, fragrant, but the tone of the high and the widow, the only mauve gully. Zhang Yixing has seen too many words, poems, essays and so on praising orchids, now even in the face of so many orchids, do not know how to describe it, no longer entangled do not think much. Let's find the owner and buy a few beautiful orchids first. Zhang Yixing bought a pot of several varieties that were available in the store. There were, for seasons flowering, fragrant concubine, golden prince, great feng su, fragrant orchid, red snow jasmine, golden jade, red concubine, etc. There were no two precious varieties in the market, so Zhang Yixing bought a few pots. There are no precious varieties in the market, so I bought these first and put them in the space to let them multiply slowly. When you meet better varieties in the future, regardless of the price, see it and buy it. I have heard that a pot of a good Suguan Hodian will cost more than 10 million Longwa dollars. Vegetarian orchid, it is a very valuable orchid. No matter from the quality of the flower or the quality of the plant, vegetarian orchid is the best among orchids. Ghost orchids and lotus orchids are also fine orchids. After buying the orchids, Zhang Yixing looked at the bonsai, which turned out to be a small-leaf rosewood bonsai. By looking for information, Zhang Yixing know in front of a small-leaved rosewood undoubtedly. See its bark gray smooth, leaves luxuriant into pinnately compound leaves, apex acuminate, base original shape, leaf veins are slender, conical flowers in order at the top of the branches and leaves, and individually there are also in the branches to open up. Yellow flowers are opening. Anciently, Zeton wood, out of Funan, purple in color, also called Zeton. In the Compendium of Materia Medica recorded, rosewood has the effect of hemostasis, pain relief, regulation of qi and blood, resin and wood for medicinal purposes. Rosewood crown extension thick green is an excellent courtyard green tree species. Ming Chao Zhao once described the rosewood this tree, sex firm good new color red, the old color purple, there are crab claw pattern, the new one to the water wet dipping. The color can be dyeing things, for the crown is the most wonderful. Zhang Yixing knows that rosewood trees are native to the three kingdoms. When to take a trip to the famous mountains and rivers of the three kingdoms to see. Can you get such trees? There are also rosewood trees over the border of Ruicheng. In the future to find an opportunity is also to go to a trip. Think about it really can not be idle. Zhang Yixing bought the orchid is not very valuable. Is a pot of rosewood tree bonsai boss want 200,000 dragon country coins? Less money is not for sale. Also had to buy. And to sell ornamental fish place to buy 20 not too big koi. To sell gold nanmu saplings place, bought 100 saplings, with the boss of the shell together transported back to the villa. Arriving at the villa, Zhang Yixing thanked the boss. When the boss drove away, Zhang Yixing received all the things he had just bought into the jade pendant space. Orchids were placed on both sides of the canal in front of the thatched cottage. Goldenrod saplings were planted on the hillside. The koi carp was placed not far from the golden dragonfish, and Zhang Yixing had just used his mind control to make another pool. After finishing his work, he accompanied Xiao Chang and the two little Tibetan mastiffs to play for a while, and then left the jade pendant space, preparing to go back to the hotel first to see what Fatty was doing. Chapter 60 Dark Bidding. Zhang Yixing returned to the hotel, and Fatty Gaopingyu had only just gotten up for a while. Thinking about this guy really can sleep more than a pig. So he said smilingly, I say Fatty, you just sleep until now to get up? I can really admire you. Wash up no hurry, a moment we go out to drink. Right, I said the fat man. The video you will not have sent to the two brothers it? Fatty really did not send. Sleep a day. Where can still think of such things? 10 minutes later two people casually find a tavern. But the taste of this dish is good. Eat and drink for a while after the fat man took out his cell phone. To the far northeast of the boss Li Feng, Jinling's oldest 14 Xiaoxian. The two brothers sent them in yesterday and Zhang Xiao then the jadeite raw stone of the live video. The boss said, I go. Fat man you line all run to Ruicheng. When the old three learned to gamble stone, how do I not know? Fatty said, there are more things you don't know. How is it? Envy buddy? I envy you my ass. Hurry up and give the phone to Lao San. I don't want to care about you. Boss Li Feng said. Fatty laughed out loud and said, still saying you don't envy me. You hit the old three phone on your own. Brother this side and have a phone in. Well you. Bye you Lu. The phone just hung up under the fat man's cell phone rang. At the same time Zhang Yixing's cell phone also rang. Feed. Which signal is too bad. How to hear the sound this side of the fat man were pretending to be a criminal like to pick up. Fatty said to Zhang Yixing, it's Jinling old 14 Xiaoxian's phone. Zhang Yixing also picked up the phone of his boss Li Feng at this time. Hello boss, why are you calling me all of a sudden? There isn't any happy news, is there? Zhang Yixing said. Ha, Lao Sen it looks like you've left school and also started to learn from Lao Er who can act like a pussy. Boss Li Feng said. No way boss. Brother my usual style is to seek truth from facts. Zhang Yixing said. Oldest 3 can you not learn from oldest 2 and start pretending to be a pussy? Tell the truth, why did you go to Ruicheng to gamble on stones? Aren't you afraid of losing the bet? Boss Li Feng said sincerely. Zhang Yixing then lightly said how he came to Ruicheng. Boss Li Feng also scared after hearing this and said, you bet up the first time and made a lot of money. By the way, the oldest 3, people's luck can't be good all the time. See the good things, more so, don't fight with some irrelevant people. That's meaningless. Don't worry big brother. I'm based on the principle of people don't offend me. I don't offend people. But if anyone wants to find trouble with buddies for no reason, I am adamant that I won't agree to it. Zhang Yixing said. Right, now there are still 2 days before the jadeite public market ends. Do you want to come to Ruicheng to play? Maybe you can also gamble up a stone. Zhang Yixing said. Forget it, time is too rushed. In the future where there is such a jadeite public market again, we brothers together again betted a few pieces of raw stone. Also taste what kind of mood is overnight wealth. Boss Li Feng said. On the phone, the boss Li Feng said. Lao San when you also come to my place to play, must let you linger. Zhang Yixing said. Can boss, have the opportunity one must just go to see play? See the rich black land of the great northeast, plus the beautiful natural scenery. Then hung up the phone. Zhang Yixing's side of the phone finished. The second is still blindly talking to the fourth. Zhang Yixing also did not care about Gaopingyu, where he was gossiping with Lao Si. He would nourish a mouthful of wine and snap a mouthful of food. Very cozy. By the time Gao Pingyu handed over his phone to Zhang Yixing, one of his favorite dishes he ordered was gone. Receiving the phone, Zhang Yixing said, "Lao Si, what are you busy with now? Come over and have a drink with your brother, the oldest four," Xin Xiaoxian said with a smile. "Third brother, you also learned bad with the oldest two. How about it, brother? Listen to the oldest two say that you are rich this time. When will you come to Jinling? The brother will have to ruthlessly slaughter you a meal to be able to do so. Eating and everything is a small matter. There is time. Jinling is to go to sea. Must be the ancient capital of the 6 dynasties? Zhang Yixing said. Zhang Yixing went on to say, going to Jinling is afraid that it will take some time before I can do it. And now I haven't accomplished my first goal. There will be no shortage of wine for you to drink when you go in the future. Ha ha. The two people gossiped a few more sentences and then each hung up the phone. After the phone was returned to Gao Pingyu, then Zhang Yixing said, brothers, we both stimulate his brother and sister like this won't have anything unpleasant happen, right? Fatty Mouth said, what can happen? Brothers get along with each other for several years. Their respective character cannot be clear. Rest assured, brother. With a clinking sound, the two brothers clinked their cups and then drank it all in one go. After drinking and eating, the two brothers left the tavern. A night without words. The next day the two people ate breakfast and went to the Jade public disc. Today to open the bidding, said Dark Bidding. More than 7,000 pieces of raw stone, to be divided into 2 days to open the bidding. In the first 30 million pieces of raw stone number, Zhang Yixing want to bid is not a lot. He thought about himself, or glutinous seed below the seed water will not consider. But if Ouyang Xian found him today, he will also give his own optimistic, can open the jadeite wool raw stone number. In the heart of this thought, Ouyang Xian's phone call came over, opened and said, congratulations, Zhang Yixing, you good? Competition won a lot of this time you cannot be stingy, to invite me to eat a big meal. Zhang Yixing laughed and said, oh, is not then fight cannot afford to invite you to eat a big meal. Don't worry, when you want to eat a big meal, I can invite you, at any time and any place. Ouyang Xian added, by the way, Zhang Yixing today is to open the dark bidding. Do you have a good look at the wool to me a few numbers? Zhang Yixing said, what's wrong with this? Must you be my beautiful classmate? I'm now in the dark bidding area. You come over, but the ugly words should be said in advance. To give you the woolen material number, you still have to look after yourself to be able to do it, especially your gambling stone palm eye master. When Ouyang Xian arrived, Zhang Yixing handed her a piece of A4 paper, then said, old classmate, take a look for yourself. Some details I also wrote on it. The bidding time for the dark bidding area for raw stone numbers 1 to 3,500 was until 12 noon sharp. What Zhang Yixing had to do now was to first select again from the woolen material numbers that he favored, the raw stone number that he wanted to take down and write it on the bid sheet. Without writing the bid price, he had to be foolproof in bidding down the raw stone he favored. Only at the end of the remaining time is not much time. Look at the bidding box, the same piece of raw stone number, other people out of the highest price, and then fill in a slightly higher price than others can be. Time flies, 12 o'clock 10 minutes short of the time. Zhang Yixing began to take action. He first chose not too important raw stone. Shoot not down, also do not regret. The raw stone began to put the bidding list. Under the Golden Pupil perspective ability, the bidding box of the same piece of raw stone number he favored the highest price, clearly displayed in his mind. Using the Lingbo Weibu, the dark bidding area can only see the residual shadow of a Zhang Yixing, chiropractor. By the time the deadline was still half a minute away, he cast the last few bid sheets, so that even if the other bosses wanted to change their bids, there was no way back. The raw stone to be opened in the dark bidding area today is 500 pieces. The organizing committee put 7 bidding boxes in the dark bidding area, and when the time came, some staff members carried the bidding boxes away. They have to take it back to count the highest offer for the same piece of raw stone number, which will take some time, so the winning bid will not be announced until 3 p.m. This time he and the fat man, 2 people, bid a total of 149 pieces. Here he told the fat man in advance of the 39 raw stone number. Bidding success. 39 raw stone number. How much is the fat man's bid? He himself bid 110 to see the wool. The last 30 seconds, he used higher than the same piece of raw stone number of the highest offer. Bidding must be taken 7 pieces of raw stone. Not surprisingly, almost all of the wool he bid on can be won. Zhang Yixing is now bidding on the jadeite plate. At this time in the Zhang family on Hong Kong Island, Elder Zhang stormed out. It turned out to be the old man who followed Zheng Xiao. The things that happened in the Ruweiqing Jadeite Grand Prix, one by one, and Elder Zhang said, Elder Zhang is very protective, is notorious in the industry, so his grandson suffered such a big loss, he must get back. So he called his 3 sons to study the countermeasures. It was finally settled that the oldest 3 would take another stone gambling master from his own family and bring 4 more bodyguards together to depart from Hong Kong Island and head to Ruweiqing. Chapter 61, Specializing in Disobedience. What Zhang Yixing didn't know was that he only wanted to gamble up a few pieces of raw stone to sell some money and keep it for his future business capital. He didn't think that trouble would come again. Not to mention that he didn't know now, but even if he did, what was the harm? More than 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the big screen inside the Jadeite Fair's bidding hall, scrolling the number of the winning bidder, the number of the winning raw stone, the winning price. Zhang Yixing didn't go to see the big screen. He went directly to the collection window. The staff entered Zhang Yixing's bid sheet number on the computer, and at once it showed his winning raw stone number, and how much money, in total. Not bad, only 6 pieces did not win the bid. These 6 pieces are the 6 pieces of emerald raw stone that he started to put the bid sheet. Zhang Yixing also feel irrelevant. 6 pieces of a piece of fat man. The remaining 5 pieces are his own. 2 people pay a total of more than 67 million, of which the fat man to pay more than 12 million. At this time, Zhang Yixing first put the fat man's also paid together with the credit card. After returning to the hotel, the fat man will transfer to him, because they do not want to decode the stone this time, so they want to put the original stone first, and then rent the organizing committee's temporary warehouse for the guests to store the original stone first. By the end of the dark bidding area tomorrow, the fat man's raw stone will be transported back to Xijing, and Zhang Yixing will transport it to his own villa. After finishing all the formalities of storing the raw stones, Zhang Yixing and Fatty were ready to leave the Jadeite Fair at the stadium and find a place to eat. Who knew that they had only taken a few steps when they were stopped by a few people? Fatty Gaopingyu was walking forward with a smile and laugh. Suddenly he was stopped by someone. He was confused and thought to himself, what's going on? He didn't read the yellow calendar this time he came to Ruweicheng. How come there are always ungrateful people who come to look for trouble? Zhang Yixing remained calm and stood quietly, waiting for the other party to speak. The one who blocked their way didn't open his mouth, but a middle-aged man of about 40 opened his mouth first. Zhang Yixing did not even raise his eyelids and casually swept a glance at the person who opened his mouth. The middle-aged man was 178 centimeters tall, with a country face, small eyes, and inch hair, wearing a high-grade suit, with $1 million Patek Philippe wristwatch on his wrist, and a beer belly. With a disdainful face, he looked at Zhang Yixing and said, "You're the kid who cheated our Zhang's jewelry." "Cheated my nephew?" Zhang Yixing said lightly. "I go, but also a little pussy face not. Buddy when to cheat you Zhang's jewelry. Who are you In front of the old man pretend big garlic. "I know you? Of course you do not know me. You a country bumpkin." Today can see the old man. Also counted on your ancestors to accumulate virtues and good deeds more. Or how could the old man and you such a country bumpkin more than say a punctuation mark? The day before yesterday, you used a ploy to trick my nephew into having a betting fight with you and won his jadeite bright material plus cash. Almost more than $1 billion. It's only just a day past. You won't just forget it, right? Zhang Yixing was exasperated and laughed and said, "Really interesting. This is the small one lost, and recruited the old one. What's the matter? This is to come to find the small master to settle accounts? Kid, the 2 jadeite bright material and 500 million yuan back. This thing even in the past. Otherwise I let you this dirtbag cannot eat a pocket to go." Beer belly powerful coaxing said. Zhang Yixing said, "What do you want to let me eat and walk?" Beer belly said, "Kid you still don't believe. Darren our Zhang's jewelry is the enemy of the people. Grave grass are 3 feet high." Zhang Yixing oohed. "So that's how it is." This was the Emerald Public Market. There were too many people coming and going, and Zhang Yixing did not intend to make a move with this guy right now, and there was no need to explain anything to someone like him. Then with one hand, he peeled this middle-aged man to the side, and then was about to go find a place to eat with Fatty. However, as the trees wanted to be quiet, the middle-aged beer-bellied man thought that Zhang Yixing was afraid and wanted to walk away, so he said to the 4 people he had brought around him, "Xiaowu, you guys go up and take down this arrogant kid for me, then try to bring him to the place where we are staying, and then slowly give me a good clean-up of this kid. Make him spit out how he ate in again with interest to me." Zhang Yixing did not have a good impression of Zhang's jewelry. He wondered, for a person who can distort the facts and reverse black and white people, appeared in a business family. I really do not know how such a family, and how to go off and far away, to make the business bigger and stronger? For people who take the initiative to find trouble, Zhang Yixing is never polite. Now the average mortal that is his opponent, is not to use the true Qi enchantment. Alone with martial arts skills these people, also cannot pose any threat to him. He was also not in a hurry to cure these bodyguards who came up. Zhang Yixing astride, came to the left side of a bodyguard who rushed at the front, instantly probed out his own swimming dragon shocking phoenix move. He grabbed the arm of the bodyguard, forcefully twisted it, issued a click crunch. The shoulder joint has been dislocated. At the same time accompanied by a miserable scream rang out. In the same trend, another kick. This guy who did not know the sky in the sky, kicked out a good distance. The remaining 3 people saw their companions were knocked down. Where can still slow down? so from 3 directions to Zhang Yixing attack. Zhang Yixing's playfulness had already retreated at this time. He rose up in the air, as if hovering in the air, jumped out of the 3 people's encirclement, and used a move of the swimming dragon palm to point out the stars, did not use his full strength, but only used 30% of his strength. Like the falling stars, respectively smashed in the body of the 3 bodyguards, and then 3 consecutive roundhouse kicks. See the 3 bodyguards like a rolling gourd, was knocked to the ground after rolling a few meters away. Knocked down 4 bodyguards. Zhang Yixing used Lingbo Weibu. A few steps came to the mouth of the crazy words. Want to get killed in front of his beer-belly middle-aged man. Lightning like flying kick, only to see the Zhang family 3 of the body flew straight out, and then a perfect hungry dog pouncing landed on the ground. A good old face and the stadium's cement floor came to a friendly and intimate contact. The face of the skin are a place to be scratched. The blood is flowing straight. Zhang Yixing this time is also angry. Zhang family, this one is what kind of people are. They're first to stir up trouble. The small lost and came to an old. That later, what else do you want? Or to adhere to their own principles. People do not offend me. I do not offend. So he hit the bodyguard. Just a quick shot. To fast, accurate, ruthless principle to cure the enemy. Treat Zhang Xiao Laosan. All have a punch to kill him heart. But unfortunately, nowadays society, he cannot do that. For Zhang Yixing, he as long as it is not anti-party treason, within the country's rules and regulations, do what you want to do. There is no one is his opponent now. He had the courage and even more so the ability to subdue those who took the initiative to mess with him at any time, any place, will dare to challenge his enemies, all of them to let them sing conquest. Although his own principle is that he will never take the initiative to challenge others first, but if the enemy wants to bully himself, then he will never be afraid of his hands and feet, and he will bravely strike and never be merciful. Zhang Yixing also did not care about the 5 people on the ground, called on the fat man and left. On the way he thought in his heart, he should always be humble, upright, compassionate, bold and careful in the future. Friendly treatment of the weak, bravely face the strong, dare to challenge their own evil forces. You have to use their own ability to disintegrate them. Do good charity, help others, loyal to their friends. Again came to the tavern yesterday. Fatty Gao Pengyu ordered food, and Zhang Yixing drank tea and waited for it. Zhang Yixing was confident and hopeful, waiting for a good time tomorrow. Chapter 62, Secret Bidding Competition Reservation. The 2 brothers ate and chatted. Without realizing it, a bottle of wine was about to bottom out. Zhang Yixing said, "Fatty wine should not drink again. In case you drink too much may be wrong. Here must not be our own hometown. You also know what happened in the past few days. Buddy never take the initiative to provoke right and wrong. But now it's some ungrateful people are too many. Like flies, can't even drive them away." When he didn't know Zhang Yixing's strength, Fatty Gaopengyu was still worried and scared. Through a few times, he felt that Zhang Yixing was the invincible existence. In this life, he can have such a brother friend. Maybe it is his own creation, his own chance. What the fat man thought in his heart Zhang Yixing did not know. After drinking and eating, he went back to the hotel with the fat man. A night without words. The next morning after waking up, and the fat man simply ate breakfast, then take a taxi towards the stadium. Zhang Yixing and Fatty were full of wine and dinner, and went back to the hotel to take a bath and sleep comfortably. But the Zhang family on Hong Kong Island blew up. After hearing his 3rd son's distorted facts and exaggerated report, Elder Zhang's beard was shaking with anger. He was also indiscriminate. Just on the phone, he ordered Zhang Laosan to say, "You find a reason to gamble with that little man again today. Make sure you win the bet, or else where is the face of our Zhang family, and how can we be good enough to make other people look up to, in the jewelry and jade world in the future?" In fact, Zhang family 3 yesterday scared piss. This is not the phone just finished. It is like playing chicken blood again. Full blood resurrection. Zhang Jiasan was actually not a good cake. Relying on his family's power in Hong Kong Island, he had been a bully since he was a child. That's why his father asked him to come to Ruiqing this time, to give his nephew back his honor. When Zhang Yixing and Fatty came to the entrance of the stadium, they saw Zhang's jewelry line of 8 or 9 people, standing together as if they were waiting for them. Zhang Laosan faces still wrapped piece of gauze. Zhang Xiao kill Matt and Zhang Laosan behind, a face of arrogance. Beer belly Zhang Laosan said, "Boy, you finally came. I thought you ran away? Or that old saying, kid, bumpkin. Surprisingly you did not escape overnight. Did not think you still dare to come to the Emerald Plaza. Today is your time to die. Ha ha, ha ha. See you on a lot of fun 2 days ago, right? Today still dare to bet with Lousy once again?" Zhang Yixing heart want to laugh, but the face is indeed as serious. "Who are you? Say bet I bet. I still want a face. Get lost. Don't affect my mood and influence me to gamble up a few more jadeite raw stones." When the crowd of onlookers heard Zhang Yixing's words, they laughed. Just then, they heard a melon eater say, "This kid is also crazy enough. He doesn't even put Zhang Lao-san of the Zhang family in his eyes. Standing next to the person who just spoke, another person said, "Hush, what do you know? Just 2 days ago, Zhang family Zhang Xiao initiative to find this kid competition. The result of their own just opened out of the Ming material not only lost, but also another plus lost 500 million yuan. Beginning of that speak eater's mouth, tisk. So that's it. Hey, I say old Wang, if they can still compete today, guess who can win? I go. I say oldly, you're not talking in your dreams, how can I guess such a thing? As the saying goes, it's hard for a god to break an inch of jade. The matter of guessing a melon across the skin can only depend on whose luck is good. What you say is not true at all. This jadeite public disc raw stone is quite a lot, but I have not bid to a few pieces until now. The performance of very good wool is more competitive. I have not won the bidding. The general performance of me and do not look forward to, do not dare to go out. Alas, 10 bets 9 losses, is the ironclad law of this industry. We such mortals, and how can we change the, not careful will lose blood and money. How the onlookers talk about Zhang Yixing do not know. On Zhang Laosan's words did not even listen to a punctuation mark. Pulling the fat man is going to go to the Emerald Public Disc Dark Label area. Who knows Zhang family Zhang Laosan even more rampant said, cowardly rats. Lucky to win once. Do not dare to bet with us again. Really a countryside bumpkin. So wimpy, right? Zhang Yixing turned back and said carelessly, something that gives face. Don't want to care about you. You always think that Laozi is afraid of you. Since you guys want to find death, Laozi doesn't mind giving you a ride. Tell me how you want to bet on the fight? Then it was like looking at the uncle and nephew like a dead person. And in his heart, he thought that this is a pair of small wealth-sending children and old wealth-sending children sent from heaven. Zhang Laosan said that the rules of the competition were similar to the last time. Except that, this time, the number of raw stones was 6, and the cash was 1 billion Chinese dollars. Zhang Yixing said, I'll take your bet. After nodding his head and agreeing to it, Zhang Yixing thought in his heart that he would have fresh blood for his future charity fund. Since it was an agreement, Zhang Laosan was not pestering, and they were also going to secretly bid on the regional tender. Zhang Yixing used the same method as yesterday to cast 218 raw stone numbered bidding slips, but today he started to place them more than 20 minutes earlier, still starting from the lower value raw stone numbers. After the last dozen or so raw stone numbered bid sheets were placed inside the bid box, the time to place the bid sheets arrived. Even if others knew that their offer might be low, there was no way to change it. This was also the reason why Zhang Yixing had stuck the point of placing, wanting to be sure to get the rough numbered bid sheets. The staff transported the 7 bidding boxes away. Zhang Yixing and Fatty came out of the jadeite public market, found a place to eat, did not drink, because in the afternoon there was still a money delivery boy to give him money. He had to have a sober mind to receive. After eating, it is back to the jade public disc. Find a place to sit down and rest, waiting for the opening of the bidding in the afternoon. Waiting was boring though. All the two of them chatting and farting together didn't feel boring. Zhang Yixing said, Fatty, you still record video today? Fatty Gaopengyu said, Lao San, do you think it is still recording? Zhang Yixing said, I don't care about you, whatever you decide, but you can't stimulate their brothers too much. Ha ha, ha ha. Time passed quickly in their brother and sister chatting and farting. By 3:15 p.m., the results of all the winning bids came out. Zhang Yixing and the fat man went to the collection window together. This time Zhang Yixing is still more fortunate. Bidding for the raw stone number basically all won the bid. The fat man's number has 7 pieces did not win the bid, so he also won 51 pieces of jadeite raw stone. Used up 31.29 million huaxia coins. Zhang Yixing bidding 160 bid sheets. There are 9 pieces of jadeite raw stone number did not win the bid. He won the bid 151 pieces of jadeite raw stone number. It used up more than 110 million huaxia coins. There was a relatively large piece of raw stone in here, and the weight of the raw stone was more than 1200 kilograms. He had spent more than 30 million Chinese coins on the bid. Zhang Yixing was thinking in his heart, later on, he would see what the specifics of the 6 jadeite raw stones that the Zhang family had brought out to compete with each other were like. There was no need for him to solve this raw stone live. Get the payment voucher and the winning jadeite raw stone number. Find the staff. The fat man's winning jadeite raw stone, entrusted to the organizing committee to be responsible for the consignment to Shijing. The fat man and the staff to handle all the formalities. Will be the receipt of the bill. There is nothing he did. Zhang Yixing knew the internal situation of the fat man's winning jadeite raw stone, but he did not tell the fat man. Zhang Yixing said, Fatty, you have to be careful in the future. Be careful. Maybe you won the bid today, these jadeite raw stone. Even if you do not do anything in the second half of life, with these stones are enough for you to eat and drink without worrying about it. Get it right, then even in the future, your son do not have to struggle anymore. Fatty Gaopengyu here. Zhang Yixing so say, the beauty of the snot bubble are out of the boss A. And instructed the fat man said, you yourself must not go to bet on the stone. If you do not listen to advice, Let me know that buddy and you fat man break friendship. In fact, Zhang Yixing is afraid of people, but tasted the sweetness, and can not stop, so that is to help him once, harmed his life. Zhang Yixing does not want his brother to go on such a path. Zhang Yixing's jadeite raw stone does not need to be consigned. He has to wait for the end of the competition with Zheng family Zhang Laosan, and then the winning jadeite raw stone transported back to the villa just bought in Ruiqing will be able to. Chapter 63, The Dragon Takes the Nine Heavens. Zhang Yixing took the jadeite raw stone he had won the bid on and temporarily placed it in the temporary warehouse provided by the organizing committee before going to the stone deciphering area with Fatty to wait for Zhang Laosan of the Zheng family and the others. He wanted to see what kind of cards the other party had brought out before deciding what kind of base cards he would play. Zhang Yixing thought he just needed to win, and he didn't want too many people to know all of his undercards. After about half an hour or so had passed, the Zhang family's Zhang Laosan and his group arrived at the stone unlocking area. Zhang Yixing raised his eyes and swept the 6 jadeite raw stones they had brought, and immediately had an idea in his heart. So Zhang Yixing wrote out the number of the 6 pieces of jadeite raw stones and said to Fatty Galpingyu, Fatty, you go now to find the staff of the organizing committee, do the procedures of these 6 pieces of jadeite raw stones I wrote out, and then transport the jadeite raw stones to the stone solving area. Gao Pingyu took the paper handed over by Zhang Yixing and immediately went to lift the jadeite raw stones with his ass. What Zhang Yixing did not know right now was, it was also unknown what kind of person had publicized the fact that Zhang's jewelry was going to engage in a betting match with a newcomer who had just stepped into the stone gambling industry. A betting company in Australia Island smelled the business opportunity, and soon after getting this news, they immediately sent someone on the company's special plane to Mang City, and hurried from Mang City to Ruiqing, and the organizing committee's leaders hit it off, and used the fight between the 2 emerald raw stones as an opportunity to open an outside handicap. Businessmen are profit-seeking. They know that the people who can come to the jadeite public disc, none of them are idle. Are some not bad money, Lord? So no matter whether it is the gaming company of the Australian island, or the organizing committee of the Ruiqing jadeite public market, also want to make a big profit. Fatty Galpingyu transported back to the jadeite raw stone, immediately very excited to say, Lao San, I tell you a good news, is that you and Zhang family Zhang Lao San's with the jadeite raw stone betting on the fight, by the Australian island a gaming company, opened a betting on the periphery of the handicap. Do we want to play a hand? When Zhang Yixing heard the fat man's words, he immediately handed over a bank card without hesitation. Then he said, you go and use the money in this card to buy myself a win. Just 1 billion to test the waters. As for how much you buy, I do not participate in the opinion. Fatty Galpingyu himself is not a little cute. Zhang Yixing said that he does not interfere with himself, to make up his own mind on it. Fatty thought in his heart, since Zhang Yixing can come up with $1 billion to buy his own win, if he is indifferent, it is also really a. This time Zhang Yixing and Zhang family Zhang Laosan fight, did not let him bother, the organizing committee and gaming company people, the 2 families of the Emerald Stone fight, all the details to handle the proper. This time the 2 fights, rules, contracts have been notarized by the notary public. This may be required by the gaming company. Anyway, Zhang Yixing did not know. He did not also go to worry about this. He firmly believed that now there was no one who dared to lose and still renege on his account and then run away without paying himself. Fatty Galpingyu came back and gave an okay sign to Zhang Yixing. Fatty told Zhang Yixing, Lao San bought Zhang Laosan to win at 1:1 payout, and bought you to win at 1:1 8 payout. I bought you to win according to your wishes. Hearing the fat man say this, Zhang Yixing smiled in his heart. This is to look down on the buddy's flirty operation. To the fat man full of confidence said, Fat man, you bought how much? Later we'll possibly let you count money to count to hand cramps. Buddy, you have to have full preparation for the mind. Ha 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 ha. The fight, all the preparations are done in advance. The organizing committee is also very powerful, with 12 stone machine at the same time, and the whole process has staff in the video recording. Prevent disputes from occurring when the explanation is not clear, because this time they bet too much, and there are also betting companies in the periphery set up a betting board. Fatty said, I wonder how much the betting company can make this time. Zhang Yixing said, dang, what the hell does it matter to buddies how much they make? Zhang Yixing put himself involved in the fight. A few pieces of jadeite raw stone, after drawing the line, is handed over to the stone master, and then said, Master, you will be directly in accordance with the line I drew on the solution can be. The stone solving master said, Little brother, you can rest assured, we'll definitely cut according to the line you draw. Now Zhang Yixing felt that he had nothing more to do. The following was just waiting for the result to come out and count the money. 12 stone decomposition machines together to decompose the stone. You can imagine how loud the noise is at this time. Fortunately, this is a stadium. There will not be a nuisance to the public. In less than an hour, 12 pieces of raw stone all unraveled out into the bright material. Several colors in the light, flush with fluorescence. Zhang Yixing 6 pieces of jadeite raw stone in addition to a piece of ground. The remaining 5 pieces of jadeite raw stone all big up. This is also Zhang Yixing knew that the competition will be in front of the crowd to solve the stone, and intentionally collapse a piece. Otherwise, how could he buy a piece of 5 pieces of bright material, 2 blast type, 3 high ice type? However, one of the pieces of high ice bright material, Zhang Yixing thought that it was worth more than the glass seed, because this is a piece of 4-color jadeite, can also be said to be fortune, longevity and happiness jadeite. But this 4-color is a little intriguing. The bottom of the jade is crystal clear green, but there is a green is partial brown. The middle part of the jadeite is red jadeite, but this red jadeite is a little natural dragon type. In the jadeite Ning material is the top part of the ocean blue emerald, but this ocean blue emerald is not all the blue. There are places where the color is light, there are places where the color is deeper. It is simply a natural formation, and can also be said to be all natural dragon in the 9 heavens of the wonderful picture. Zhang Yixing was incomparably emotional. How can such a treasure be formed? Really make people incredible awe. Zhang Laosan's 6 pieces of jadeite raw stone is also a big rise. Solved out a glass seed, 2 high ice, a piece of ice, a piece of glutinous seed, a piece of gold silk seed. Such a result is no need to expert assessment. Zheng Zheng family all 3 themselves know that they lost. With a frustrated face, he looked at the bright material on the ground, and under the supervision of the staff, he transferred 1 billion Chinese dollars to Zhang Yixing's bank card. Zhang Yixing, after obtaining the support of the staff and promising to pay the organizing committee 1% after the end, auctioned off the 10 pieces of bright materials on the spot, except for the piece of 4-colored jadeite. In addition to the favor fee to the organizing committee, Zhang Yixing's bank card number increased by more than 2 billion huaxia coins, which was beautiful and refreshing. Fatty was also very happy because he had also made a huge profit in the gaming company this time. Fatty took Zhang Yixing's bank card and went to the gaming company's office. Instantly Zhang Yixing's bank card added another 18 billion, plus his own principal is 28 billion. When signing a contract to purchase a bet, the personal income tax is the responsibility of the betting company. Otherwise, Zhang Yixing still had to report his personal income tax. Perhaps this time, the betting company was in a hurry and also held the mentality of buying Zhang Yixing's win to be sure to lose. And only then did they put in an extra clause that was not usually present. Just like buying Zheng family Zhang Laosan win, there is no clause to pay for personal income tax. A few families are happy and a few families are sad. In fact, this time the peripheral plate, under the misleading of the betting company and the organizing committee of the Ruiqing Jadeite public plate, it can be said that basically all of them are to buy Zhang Zheng's family's oldest 3 to win because the organizing committee puts Zheng's family's 2 gambling masters and boasts them to the sky. How many years ago their gambling win cut out emerald big rise in history, have been dug out in this peripheral disc to make a big fuss. In fact, the organizing committee knew that Zhang Yixing was a dark horse through his last bout win over Zhang Xiao, and knew that Zhang Yixing had a much better chance of winning, so they had gone to great lengths to publicize the Zhang family, and the publicity for Zhang Yixing was just a newcomer who was new to the world of stone gambling for the first time, and who had gambled with someone due to a personal vendetta. Even if the betting company opened 1-1-8 odds, by Zhang Yixing win not a few people, you can imagine this time the betting company through this jadeite raw stone betting fight, you can earn a pot full of. The organizing committee also followed the light to drink a big pot of soup. They are happy. Zhang Yixing is also happy, so there is the Ruiqing Jade Association president took the initiative to find Zhang Yixing. The president of the association, Wang Haiyan, said, Mr. Zhang, you have become famous in one battle. The association would like to invite Mr. Zhang to join our Ruiqing Jade Association. Mr. Zhang, there are many benefits for you to join the Ruiqing Jade Association. For example, there will be a bigger jadeite fair in Myanmar in a while, and then the association's quota can be given to Mr. Zhang. Zhang Yixing said, President Wang, joining the Ruiqing Jade Association is even better, but at that time, you can join some seniors of the Ruiqing Jade Association and go to Burma to see the bigger jadeite fair to be able to do so. The president of Ruiqing Jade Association, Wang Ocean, did not force himself too much, and after the two exchanged phone numbers, President Wang left first. Zhang Yixing also left this dreamy world, together with Fatty. Chapter 64, Killer. Leaving the stadium, Zhang Yixing and Fatty Gaopengyu went to, again, the tavern that they had been to for the second time, casually ordering something and eating it. Returning to the hotel with a full stomach, the two men each comfortably took a hot bath. The presidential suite bathroom had more than one, so they could do it at the same time. Sitting on the sofa, Fatty said, Lao-san, I'm going back to Xijing tomorrow. It's been out for a few days. My father has called to ask me where I've run off to. The airfare I also booked online. Just get up early tomorrow and go to Mang City. Zhang Yixing said, I still have a bit of things to deal with on my own side, and after dealing with it, I also need to make a trip home first. Fatty Gaopengyu said, I know. Lausan, thank you for your words. Brother won't say more. This time go back and find a sister-in-law for you first. Fatty Gaopengyu said. Also haha. Laughing out loud. The two people talked for a while longer. Then each went back to their rooms to rest. And Zhang Yixing's rest was to cultivate. The next morning Zhang Yixing sent Fatty outside the hotel and saw him get into a cab before turning back to the hotel. Packing up his things, he came to the front desk of the hotel to settle the expenses for the past few days. Leaving the hotel, he took a taxi to the stadium, which was obviously not as lively today as it was yesterday, and those who should be gone were gone. Zhang Yixing found a staff member and loaded the emerald stone he won in the secret bid to the villa he bought a few days ago. Settled this dark bid, won the bid, emerald stone short storage fees, car transportation fees, and loading and unloading fees and other costs. Let the car left. Seeing that there was no one and no security risks, Zhang Yixing received all the raw materials into the jade pendant space. Looking at the villa, there was also nothing missing, so he found the property again, paid a one-time fee for 3 years, and asked the property to just clean the villa twice a month. Feeling that this side of the matter has been done, and then called the old city center compound. I feel that this side is better than the villa feng shui. I want to find a decoration company to restore the courtyard to its original ancient charm. The room can be decorated in the style of modern life, but the appearance of the room, the courtyard, rockery, withered wells, pavilions, stone tables and so on to the original kind of layout, but also in the original position after the repair. In the future, every year in the winter, you can bring your parents, sister to the south for the winter, but also a beautiful thing. Zhang Yixing sat next to the stone table in the pavilion, thinking about how to repair his compound. Unconsciously the day passed. Originally wanted to go to Sister Su Jade City side, Jade Carving Workshop to find Jade Carving Master Meng Huigua. Wanna put that piece of 4-colored jadeite let his old man to see, to be a little carved and polished, otherwise it will not be a weapon. But on second thought, the room is also retired. The night will rest in this compound. Tomorrow to find his old man is not too late. And let the old man to do the emperor green jewelry also want to bring back. Think about yourself, don't know how to suddenly have more things up. And after a while the phone jingle rang. A look at the note is actually Fat Man called. Fatty Gaopengyu said, Lausan, fast not fast buddy now has arrived in Shijing. I did not dare and father full of their own this time in Ruweicheng Harvest. Is simply say is looking for you to play. I shot this time to the jadeite raw stone, ready to buy a villa to put first. Buddy, this is not deception, just a goodwill lie. I'm afraid the old man can't stand the excitement. Ha ha, ha ha. Hanging up the phone of the fat man, Zhang Yixing thought about it. Or the fat man, you have more ghost ideas. After the last few flirtations with Fatty on the phone, Zhang Yixing felt happy, so he went back to the various rooms to take a look, and found that all the furniture was considered old, but they were all much more ordinary mahogany. There were just 1 or 2 pieces of rosewood, and 1 piece of rosewood. Zhang Yixing received the 3 pieces of valuable furniture into the jade pendant space, and put some of the rest of the furniture away for now. Did not use the golden pupil through the eyes of supernatural powers, is with their own knowledge to see, so that may be able to exercise their eyesight strength. Really do not understand to see the golden pupil through the eyes of supernatural powers. About 9 o'clock, Zhang Yixing received a phone call. It is Ouyang Qian called. Ouyang Qian said, old classmate, I have now returned to Jinling. Are you now still in Ruweicheng? When do you plan to leave Ruweicheng? Zhang Yixing replied to her. Yes, there is still a little thing on my side. I will go back after I finish. Ouyang Qian added, old classmates, that the 2 jadeite Ning material of the monies to be a few more days before you can give you. There is also this time the winning jadeite raw stone accompanied by it to bring back to Jinling. The first time on the first time to casually look for you to give me the number of the bidding after the winning jadeite raw stone solved a few pieces. The result makes her unexpected. I put the number you give the bid in and I went from Jinling to the Palmai Master selected raw stone. Each pick 3 pieces. As a result, the number you gave, labeled back to the jadeite raw stone respectively solved a piece of high ice, a piece of ice, a piece of oil green, can be said to be a big rise, but that Palmai Master's chosen jadeite raw stone 3 pieces all boasted. Zhang Yixing smiled faintly and said, maybe it's just a stroke of luck. Maybe next time you solve the raw stone that the Palmai Master picked for you will also go up big. Ouyang Qian gave a noncommittal then said, when you go home, old classmate, you must first come to Jinling to see me, or your 2 pieces of jadeite bright material will not pay you. Zhang Yixing laughed, then said, do not give then I do not want. Send you as a dowry. Ha! Ouyang Qian was surprised and said, I go. Really fake ah. Zhang Yixing, this is what you say. I really do not give you. When the time comes do not be heartbroken to cry on the nose. Said she also giggled. Ouyang Qian said, you want to come to tell me in advance. I can find a few beautiful women to accompany you. My company has a lot of big beautiful women. Do not come, you will definitely regret it. Giggle. After a few more sentences of small talk, he hung up the phone. Just as Zhang Yixing withdrew his mind and prepared to enter the jade pendant space to cultivate, he discovered a slight sound. Now that Zhang Yixing was at the 8th level of the qi practicing stage, the general wind and grass could not escape his sensory range, so he pretended that he didn't know anything, still reveling in the joy of answering the phone. However, he could feel a murderous aura approaching. Just when the visitor wanted to strike a fatal blow, Zhang Yixing made a ghostly turn and came to the left side of the killer. The swimming dragon probed his hand and grabbed the back of the killer's neck, his fingers clasped on the big tendon. The killer couldn't move. Zhang Yixing casually pointed a few more acupuncture points on his body, and the killer was thrown to the ground by Zhang Yixing like a pile of mud. He held the killer's chin with his hand again and pulled out a false tooth from his mouth. The killer had never dreamed that he would be planted so simply today. Zhang Yixing looked at the killer, then said, "Tell me, why did you come to kill me?" Killer did not want to say at first. Zhang Yixing again on his body point a few times. This time the killer cannot stand it. The whole body ambidextrous, strange itch unbearable. Not a moment later the body was wet with sweat. Zhang Yixing in point his mute point. These he even have no voice. It is more afraid. Zhang Yixing said, "Nod your head if you figured it out. Otherwise just continue." The killer immediately nodded his head like a chicken eating broken rice. Zhang Yixing nodded a few times and restored his normalcy. Zhang Yixing said, "Tell me about it?" The killer said, "I don't know who it is. I received the mission on the killer platform." Zhang Yixing sensed his heartbeat fluctuations with his heart, realizing that this killer might really not know who his employer was. So he asked, "Are you that assassin organization and where is your headquarters?" The killer still shook his head. Zhang Yixing said, "I'll go. Why don't you know anything? Then go to hell." The killer was actually not a last resort. He didn't want to die and immediately said, "Sir, don't kill me. I can give you money." Zhang Yixing froze and said, "You give me money? How much money do you have?" The killer was a bit confused and said, "I don't have much either. Most of the commissions I earned for so many years have made me lose in the casino, and now I only have $1 billion in my hand. As long as you don't kill me, sir, I will give all the money to you." "Sir," Zhang Yixing heard, "there is such a good thing. That is not to say that the foundation of my future charity fund has chips again." Coincidentally, this time on the Ruwaiqing Jadeite Public Plate, the Swiss bank Magic City branch also in the Jadeite Public Plate to set up a temporary representative office, mainly for the Jade Public Plate on the large amount of transactions. There are a lot of friends from foreign countries. Some of them hold Swiss bank cashier's checks. They may have a mission, and also come to the Emerald Public Plate, such a large-scale capital trading place, to engage in some special business. It is because of winning the kill match Zhengshao that 500 million Chinese dollars Swiss bank cashier's check, only to find this temporary agency, for a bank card. Now the card also only has that 500 million Chinese coins. Now as soon as I heard that the killer wants to use money to buy life, I remembered the Swiss bank card that I just did. Chapter 65, Worshipping the Master and Learning the Art. Zhang Yixing clicked a few more times on the killer's body so that he could move his hands but not his legs. Taking out his Swiss bank card, he said to the killer, "Start transferring money according to this card number." Killer was both fleshed out and heartbroken at the moment. Both heartache to drip blood, but now he does not have a little way. He was a smart person. Money could be earned again after it was gone, but there was nothing left if his life was gone. $1 billion was quickly transferred to Zhang Yixing's Swiss bank card, so the killer waited for Zhang Yixing to send him down with eyes full of anticipation, treating the killer as such a murderous executioner. How could Zhang Yixing let him go just because of a little bit of money and let him go out and continue to kill again? Zhang Yixing struck like electricity, suddenly pointing down several places on the killer's body with force, and erasing all his recent memories. The killer's cell phone was also received into the jade pendant space. Then he took out a silver needle and inserted it into the killer's baihui point, and urged his true qi to penetrate a little, so that this scum became a person who could only wait for death, a person who was harmless to the society. This is not Zhang Yixing is not moral. If he wants to kill their own people, speak of Jianghu moral, then he is really a stupid lack of. And so on other people return the hand, is not able to move him, but he also has family, friends, so his principle is always, people do not offend me, I do not offend. If people offend me, I will offend. Treat the enemy must be uprooted, leaving no loose ends. Treat your friends like the warmth of spring. Hong Kong Island Zhang, he could not be spared, since he dared to find a killer to kill himself. This account should be slowly settled with them. Zhang Yixing lifted the killer, using the power of shrinking the ground into an inch, quickly in the old city A, the dim road at night Mercedes. After leaving the old town and coming to a road in the city, Zhang Yixing dropped the killer and disappeared in an instant. Zhang Yixing hopes that from now on, this killer can live without worry. What he did is also considered a good deed. The world from now on, there is one less. Kill like a killer. After Zhang Yixing had dealt with the killer, he returned to the compound and went into the jade pendant space to practice. Ruwaiqing Hotel is still waiting for the killer platform news. Zhang Laosan, a little calm. He knows that up to now there is no news, is bad news. Once cannot get rid of Zhang Yixing, then his trouble will come. Hiring a killer was his own decision. He didn't discuss it with his father and the family. Now if things were to be exposed, he could think of what kind of consequences there would be. So at this time Zhang Laosan was very scared. Zhang Laosan felt that things would not be the way he wanted them to be, so he immediately ordered all the people he brought with him this time and said, "All of you check out of your rooms at once, and then rush to Mongsher overnight, and take the earliest flight back to Hong Kong Island tomorrow." Those who didn't know the inside story were all dumbfounded. Only Zhang Laosan knew what was going on. Even his nephew he didn't tell. The next morning, Zhang Yixing left the compound and returned to the city to have breakfast before slowly heading towards the jade carving workshop. It was almost 10 o'clock when he arrived at the heirloom jade carving workshop. There was no old master in sight. Only the old master's son, Meng Yuanqi, was in the store. So Zhang Yixing greeted him warmly and said, "Hello, brother Meng. Is Elder Meng not in the store right now?" Meng Yuanqi took a look at the person he was talking to, and it was the young man who had come to the store a few days ago. So he let out a nymph and said, "My dad is staying inside the jade carving workshop, and he'll probably still be carving those jewelry of yours for you this time." Zhang Yixing said, "I see." So Zhang Yixing was not in a hurry and chatted casually with boss Xiao Meng. Zhang Yixing suddenly asked, "Brother Meng, if I were to open a jewelry store myself, I would be responsible for purchasing the jadeite bright material myself. And would you be responsible for processing the finished product for me?" Meng Yuanqi said, "I'm afraid this is not possible. How can I possibly accomplish the amount of work you mentioned by myself?" Zhang Yixing thought about it. He also did not continue to chat about this topic. Time passed so quickly, and around almost 11 o'clock, the old man came out from the back of the workshop. As soon as he saw that it was Zhang Yixing waiting for him, he said with a smile on his face, "Good boy, you're finally here." Elder Meng said, "How's it going, lad? Did you gain anything from the jadeite public market this time?" Zhang Yixing also did not answer. God took out a piece of jadeite bright material from the shoulder bag and handed it to the old master to see. "This look does not matter." The old master was stunned at once. The creator can still breed such a magical treasure. Zhang Yixing let the old man look at that piece of four-colored jadeite bright material. Zhang Yixing pretended to be very embarrassed and said, "It is this time luck. Got this piece of strange art treasure. How about the old master? Is there any interest in him slightly carving?" So that it appeared in front of the crowd. This can be a unique and absolute lona. Hearing Zhang Yixing say this, he became even more excited. So Zhang Yixing immediately supported the old master. While ferrying in a strand of true qi, he was afraid that if the old man got excited, he would turn good into bad. Zhang Yixing added, "There is one more thing, old master, is that after this object is carved, you can summary your old name. How about it, old master? Is there any interest?" Master Meng was very excited and said, "Xiao Zhang, you can really let me do this. To have such a superb lone jade to make their own works, my old man died without regret in this life." "Oh," Zhang Yixing smiled faintly and said, "Master, you are serious. I guarantee that in the future, as long as the two of us can work together in good faith, perhaps next time there will be a better bright material for your old man to carve." When the old master heard Zhang Yixing's words, he became even happier. Elder Meng said, "By the way, I almost let this piece of jadeite bright material of your kid make me so happy that I forgot about the main thing. The other day, I said that I would let you learn carving from me. Have you thought about it?" Zhang Yixing then immediately said in a serious manner, "Master, I am considering ready in your old man to learn to carve jade. However, I have two conditions. If your old man agreed, I can only learn from you. Only then can I kowtow and recognize you as my master." Elder Meng said, "Come on, brat, don't say two conditions. As long as you want to learn 100 conditions my old man can agree to you." Zhang Yixing said, "Okay, this is what your old man said. I will take it seriously. The first one is that it is impossible for me to be in the jade carving workshop for a long period of time and learn jade carving from your old man. This is because I still have a lot of things going on right now. But don't worry, I won't leave this workshop until I meet your initial requirements." When the old man heard the first condition that Zhang Yixing said, he was at first stunned before nodding again. "The second is, I am going to open my own jewelry company. And to sell jewelry you need to have a jade carving processing plant. So I want Brother Meng to come over and help me when the time comes to manage the jade carving processing plant. And I guarantee to give Brother Meng an annual salary that is only a little more than what he is earning now. The jade carving master of the jade carving processing plant will need your help to find it, as well as after the jade carving processing plant is opened. Your old man will be the general counselor of the jade carving processing plant." Mr. Meng said, "Good boy, your plans are not small. Receive you as a disciple countered by you to set up." "Oh," Zhang Yixing said, "Master, I'm not a trap you. You and I masters are also considered destiny. This is what I want to put the future of the jade carving processing plant. To your old man I can rest assured. And old master, you rest assured, my jewelry company to take the high-end route. The worst jadeite Ning material is also glutinous species, fine Huttian white jade, and later to see the situation and then find a few will do gold masters can be. There is one more thing that your old man should rest assured. Whenever you feel that the jadeite bright material I provided has poor seed water, or is not enough to carve jade masters, you old can leave anytime, anywhere. How about it, old master? Do you want to think about it? Good boy. What you said is true. Of course it's true. What's in it for me to lie to you guys? The old master thought about it. And old master, to run a jade carving processing factory, it can't be on this jade carving workshop street anymore. The place here I feel is a bit small, and there is also security to keep up with after the jade carving processing factory is set up. So I want to buy a piece of land, or buy a jade carving processing factory. The old man nodded in agreement with Zhang Yixing. Alright, kid, I can promise you what you said, and I can also let Yuan Qi help you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yixing's heart was ecstatic, just to see him plopping down with a crunching sound, kneeling on both knees, and kowtowing to the old master 3 times. Then he picked up another cup of tea on the table and handed it to the old master, at the same time saying, Master, please drink tea, you're old man. At this moment the old master was happy and bad. So many years he wanted to accept a disciple, but just did not meet the right one. Since he met Zhang Yixing, he began to be unsettled. He could see that Zhang Yixing was an intelligent person, and a person whose character would not be bad. So he moved to accept Zhang Yixing as his disciple. Now since his heart's desire has come true, do you think the old man can still be unhappy? Chapter 66 Learning Carving. Zhang Yixing recognized the old master as his master to learn jade carving, fulfilling a piece of the old master's heart. He did not want this craft of his to be lost. He had wanted to teach his son well, but unfortunately, his son had been learning to carve jade for several years and had yet to be inspired. He didn't even dare to work with better jade materials, fearing that he would be ruined by his own carving. Lunch was eaten casually in the jade carving workshop, although it was not very sumptuous, but the average home-cooked meal was very good. Zhang Yixing grew up in the countryside, so he would not be picky. After the meal, the old master said, Xiao Zhang, come with me to the workroom. This is my own jade carving experience. Here is another handwritten copy of Ming and Qing jade carving techniques. Take it and take a good look at it. The old master added, Xiao Zhang, can you distinguish clearly between the seed and water of jadeite bright material? Zhang Yixing replied, Master, I can basically tell the difference between the seed and water of jadeite bright material now. The old master nodded his head to express his satisfaction. Then the old master spoke to Zhang Yixing again. Jade carving is one of the oldest carving varieties in Huaxia, and jade making became a specialty during the Shang and Zhou dynasties, when jade became ceremonial utensils and decorative wearables. Throughout the dynasties of China, good jade was treated as a treasure, especially in ancient times, when jade was used as a symbol of beautiful objects, and more literati used beautiful jade to symbolize the gentlemanly demeanor. From ancient times to the present, Chinese jade carvings have enjoyed a high reputation in the world, whether in ancient times or in the present society. Although there are many varieties of jade carvings, they are no more than that: figures, utensils, birds, animals, flowers and some other large works. There are also some small works such as pins, rings, seals, ornaments and so on. In fact, jadeite, this kind of jade, is also to the Qing dynasty only after the Chinese people recognized, and then early generally say jade is Huttian jade seed material more. Now it's good. Jadeite is a kind of no one does not love a kind of magical existence in nature. Jade color also has a variety. Fei is red. Jade means green. Later called jadeite is also a more popular and customary term. Some people take the lush and brilliant color of jadeite to represent exuberance and upward vitality. It is the unique beauty that is the main reason why jadeite has always been so popular. If nature gives jadeite its aura and charm, then our jade carving masters give jadeite jade, Huttian white jade, Shui jade, Dushan jade, Tian Huang, Zhanhua chicken bloodstone, Bahrain chicken bloodstone, coral in the sea, and so on. Some of the Chinese domestic and foreign can be found in the cultural and artistic connotations of jade. Learning to carve, not only to be dexterous, but also hard work, but also to be modest to the skill of the master of the better to teach more. Only this long-term persistence, in order to let their carving skills increasingly rounded. Carving study well, not only carving jade, such as wood, roots and so on can be carved. For example, can carve a dragon's most majestic shape, head forward, gaze, imposing. Such works can be said to be a jade carving master very high realm. There are many carving techniques, and even I myself have not learned all of them proficiently. In addition to the normal carving methods, there are round carving, flat carving, penetrating carving, hollow carving and many other techniques. If you all learn, skillful, so you can be carved from jade carving and other material carving in the performance of the gods. the old man said thirsty. Zhang Yixing poured a cup of water for his old man. The old man drank a few mouthfuls and continued. For example, now you can find good wood. You can also carve more people like the work. The subject matter content of these works is also very wide. Flowers, birds, beasts, maids and so on can be taken as the subject matter of the work, as long as your knife skill is superb. Modeling novel and unique and similar works compared. Can let people evaluate each have a great deal? Not divided into two can be. There has been a Li Shangyin praised jade carving words. Jin's endless 50 strings. A string of a pillar of Si Huan Yen. Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming fascinated by butterflies. Looking at the emperor's heart of the spring to cuckoo. The ocean moon bright pearl has tears. The blue field of the warmth of the sun jade smoke. The love can wait to be memories of the past. Just then has been confused. In fact, in real life can no jade man will do. No jade man no life. Deeply influenced by jade culture most of the men have open-minded, elegant, rich these kinds of traits. The old master finally perhaps said more and felt tired so he said, forget it, let's just talk about this first. You are currently just reading more of the books I gave you. Then go and find some random wood to practice first. You can also find some cheap jadeite bright material to practice. Zhang Yixing nodded and said, Master, I will do as you said. Since he promised his master to learn carving seriously, Zhang Yixing started from this day. He ate and lived in the jade carving workshop. The old master's jade carving tips and Ming and Qing dynasty jade carving techniques he finished reading. He was now a cultivator. He could reach the level of unforgettable. After the book was finished, Zhang Yixing looked for wood to practice, and later went to Sister Su Jade City, bought a piece of raw stone, deciphered the beanseed bright material, used to practice. After a week, the old man just couldn't believe his eyes. Zhang Yixing every time to get the bright material, in the brain first conceptualization for a while, and then remember want to carve the object, do not have to draw, hand like a flower butterfly, up and down to fly, time will not be long a perfect work of art from his hands to do out. The old man said happily, I've found a treasure, I've found a treasure. 2 more days passed, and Zhang Yixing dared to get his hands on any bright material, although the speed slowed down a little, but in his golden pupil perspective ability under the auspices of the structure of the jade grain and so on he can see clearly, so he can from this to the other, from the surface to the inside, leaving the essence of the part of the carving, jadeite material inside the imperfections, neon and so on, he can make the work as he wishes to make the work more beautiful and perfect. Time flies, a flash of half a month. Zhang Yixing's all the performance of the old master all see in the heart, feel that they no longer have anything to teach. In the future, as long as Zhang Yixing more practice, out of good works is only a matter of time. During this period, Zhang Yixing invited his own master in the best hotel in Ruicheng, and of course, the old master's son and daughter-in-law. Because of the matter of the compound, Zhang Yixing had received great benefits, so he wanted to do his best to help them as a family in the future. Returning to the jade carving workshop with a full stomach, Zhang Yixing said, Master, I want to go home first. When the old master heard Zhang Yixing's words, he was instantly stunned, then asked, why do you suddenly want to go home? Zhang Yixing did not answer the old master's question, but he first handed the old master a bank card, then said, Master, I've been out for a long time this time. For one thing, I'm afraid that my parents will be attached to me, so I have to go home to have a look, and I have to apply for a passport, and I have to return to the place where my account is located to do so as well. After I left, I pre-deposited $50 million in this card. There are 2 things I want you, Master, to remind eldest brother to help with. The first thing is to find a company that specializes in ancient house restoration to restore that compound. I've written all the specific requirements on this one. The second thing is to see if there are any jade carving processing factories for sale near Ruicheng. If there are no ready-made jade carving processing factories, we'll buy land and build one ourselves. This, Master, you see for yourself, how suitable how to come. Don't be afraid to spend money, as long as it feels right spend as much as you can. And in the future, don't let Master's sister-in-law go out to work for someone else. Even though we're master and disciple, I'll treat you as if you're my father, and that eldest brother and Master's sister-in-law are just as much my family. When the compound site is really renovated and I'm not there, it won't work without one of my own to watch over it. So I'd like to have my sister-in-law help out first, and when the jade carving processing factory is up and running, I'll also need to have one of my own to manage the entry and exit of the raw materials and other matters. Seeing that his precious disciple had thought of everything, the old master was deeply impressed, then smilingly said, Line, you kid will rest assured to go back to do your own things. Ruicheng's side of the matter will be handed over to my head. Chapter 67 The Way Back. The next day, Zhang Yixing received a few brocade boxes handed to him by the old master. Zhang Yixing knew that inside were all the jewelry that he had asked the master to carve a few days ago, so he didn't open them to look at them. So he also handed the master a large cardboard box, but the master did not hold the move. He put it in the workroom. Zhang Yixing said. Master, inside this cardboard box are all jade materials with high ice and above seed water. Leave it for your old man to pass the time when he doesn't have any more work at hand and feels bored. The old master looked at this precious disciple he had just received, his eyes glistening with tears, happy this was, and instructed Zhang Yixing, you just can't forget to practice carving when you go home. Zhang Yixing said, Master, your old man can rest assured. Zhang Yixing whispered with the old master again, Master, there is that piece of four-colored jadeite carving, don't let others see it, the piker is not guilty of the crime. The old master said, Kid, I naturally know such reasoning, just don't worry, even Yuan Shi I won't say anything. Zhang Yixing looked at this master of his and instantly smiled. Zhang Yixing said, Master, when I finish my business, I might come to Ruiqing at some point. Now that the transportation is convenient, it doesn't take much time to come and go. Just like this, the master and disciple were reluctant to part. When they were about to leave the house, Zhang Yixing said a few words of farewell to big brother Yuanqi, and then gave Meng Yuanqi a bank card. Then he said, Senior brother, there is some money in this card. You take some time to buy a car first. Even if it's the company giving him benefits first, don't buy one that's too cheap. It will affect the company's image in the future. Then with a faint smile at this cheap senior brother, he turned around and left. Looking at Zhang Yixing's departing back, Meng Yuanqi stood at the same spot in a dumbfounded stupor, and then he just ha-ha-ha laughed 3 times. He knew best why he was laughing. Encountering Zhang Yixing might completely change his fate. Could he not laugh 3 times happily? Walking out of the jade carving street, Zhang Yixing hit a cab, got on the car, and the master went to Mang City. There were no words in the car, and Zhang Yixing closed his eyes and rested his mind. In about an hour or so, the cab arrived at Mongsher International Airport. Because he had booked his ticket online, he had booked a ticket to fly from Mang City to Pengcheng Guanyin Airport. After collecting the ticket, he went to the waiting hall to wait for the security check to change the boarding pass to prepare for boarding. It didn't take long for a staff member to start doing the security check and some other necessary things before boarding. Since Zhang Yixing had purchased first class, there were not many people. He then found his seat and sat down. Soon after the waiting time, the airplane took off and flew all the way to the north. The flight attendants in the cabin were shuttling back and forth, in getting good service for the passengers. Coming in front of Zhang Yixing, very polite in standard Mandarin, please ask the gentleman, what do you need my help with? Zhang Yixing smiled slightly and said, please just give me a glass of water. It didn't take long for the flight attendant to hand Zhang Yixing a glass of water. Thank you. Zhang Yixing also said politely. After drinking the water, put the cup in a safe place and just wait for the space itself to collect it. Zhang Yixing had nothing else going on, and even less of a fetish for flight attendants. For what people often say about what air war, wild war, car war, as he this all day only know to study the virgin brother, do not know anything, before it is even more do not understand what is the meaning of. So he got on the plane not long before he closed his eyes and rested his mind. The plane took off in about an hour or so. Just heard the radio in the cabin rang. Please ask if there is a doctor among the passengers. There is an individual old man who suddenly fainted and needs help. The radio sounded several times in a row. At this time, a middle-aged man in his 30s got up and said, I am the doctor. Take me to the patient. Zhang Yixing also heard the radio ringing and knew the general meaning, so he stood up and was ready to take a look. The patient was now lying on the floor of the cabin aisle. An old man, and beside the old man was a girl with an anxious face. The girl is about 22 years old. Goose yellow dress, black hair such as ink behind the cloak, the body posture graceful bumpy, skin such as gelatinous fat, glossy white melon face on the willow eyebrow apricot eyes, agar nose, cherry small mouth. At this moment to see her anxious look, how can people not let people have the feeling of pity? At this time that first came over the middle-aged man, see the old man beside the beautiful woman, where there is still mind to care about the condition of the old man on the ground. To the girl bottom a glance to see non-stop. Time is not long to almost see more than 360 eyes. Harla are flowing out. Their own surprisingly did not feel. The girl said with a trembling voice, please this doctor, as long as you can cure my grandfather, you put forward what kind of conditions I promise you, as long as I can do. The middle-aged man, with a pretentious paragon face, slowly rolled the old man's eyelids and touched the old man's chest. Then he stood up and said with both hands, girl, it's not that I'm not trying my best, it's just that there's no instruments whatsoever on the airplane. And I don't know what kind of disease the old man is suffering from. When the crowd heard the man say this, they were also dumbfounded. After half a day it turned out that he didn't know anything, and he was still pretending. If there was no beautiful woman, he might still be sitting in his seat now, right? Zhang Yixing felt that if he didn't make a move, the old man would not be saved. So he stepped forward and prepared to save the old man. Who knew that the middle-aged man who had just seen Zhang Yixing trying to move the old man's body? He immediately stopped and said in a conspiratorial manner, what do you do, kid? Do you know what kind of disease this old man has? You're about to make a mess of it. Go aside. Don't move this old man. When the plane arrives at Guanyin Airport, the ambulance will arrive. Besides, you're so young. Do you have a license to practice medicine? I'm afraid you don't. At this time that girl became even more anxious, looking blearily at the middle-aged man and Zhang Yixing. How she hoped that her grandfather would suddenly get better at this time. Zhang Yixing's eyes were as clear as an abyss, looking at the girl, then said, "Beauty, do you trust me? I can cure your grandfather." At this time, the smart girl, where there was still any choice, Zhang Yixing was her only hope, so she nodded her head and said, "I believe you. You quickly save my grandfather." Zhang Yixing was about to bend down and prepare to save the old man, but the middle-aged man started to prevent him from saving him again. Zhang Yixing grabbed the collar of this middle-aged man and clicked a few times on his body, only to see that the middle-aged man stood still and couldn't move. His hands couldn't move and his mouth couldn't speak. Zhang Yixing did not care about this annoying quack at this time. After taking out the silver needle and sterilizing it with alcohol, a series of 7 needles were inserted into several acupuncture points on the old man's head, and 2 more were stuck in the old man's left rib. Infused with true qi, 9 silver needles at the same time are constantly shaking. He took out another needle, inserted into the old man's 100 meetings point. Not long, along the hollow needle outward flow of black-purple blood, the stewardess found a paper towel. Will flow out of the blood a little bit of white clean. About 5 minutes passed. The old man who fainted woke up leisurely. The girl was full of surprise, and she didn't cry anymore, but her mouth said, "Grandpa, you scared me to death." The old man laughed and said, "What are you afraid of? Grandpa is not good now." The girl helped Grandpa up and sat on the seat. The old man was full of sincerity and said to Zhang Yixing, "Thank you, young man, for saving my life. In the future, but if you encounter any difficult things, I can help you once." "Old man, you are too polite. This is just a favor. There is no need to thank you." So he took out a pen and paper and gave the old man a prescription. Zhang Yixing then added, "Old master, I'm afraid this is an old disease. This prescription you take, follow the prescription. Can't say completely your disease to get rid of the root. At least it can be alleviated quite a bit. But all of this is just to establish the foundation that you believe in me." The old man did not speak, nodding and shaking his head again. Seeing that the old man should be fine, he walked over to the middle-aged man and casually clicked a few times. The middle-aged man returned to normal again. At this moment, the middle-aged man almost peed in fear. Zhang Yixing returned to his seat and sat down and continued to shut his eyes. The thing just now is just a small episode. Like the middle-aged man doctor, now Western medicine can be said to be 99.9% are instrument control. Leaving the instrument is not as good as the patient who has been sick for a long time to understand more. Chapter 68 Befriending. Zhang Yixing had just returned to his seat not long after. The granddaughter of the old man came over to him and said, "My grandpa told me to tell you not to rush off when you get off the plane at the airport. He wants to treat you to dinner." Zhang Yixing had wanted to refuse, but on second thought, he agreed. That middle-aged man almost scared to pee just now, and now he came back to the spirit, glaring fiercely at Zhang Yixing, and then said, "Kid, you are practicing medicine illegally. Let's see if I don't sue you, and let you go to jail." Zhang Yixing didn't even raise his eyelids, just uttered a single word, "Get lost." The other travelers also looked at the middle-aged man as if they were looking at him. Over a while, I heard 2 people sitting in the front row of Zhang Yixing began to whisper. Old Wang said, "Now the doctor left the instrument. Can only open the list to let the patient upstairs and downstairs inspection. Laboratory tests, without a basic judgment. A circle of inspection and laboratory tests. After a dozen of inspection and laboratory tests, turn over and look at." And then shaking his head, Oldly said, "This time just now, let its patients do a variety of tests." Of the doctor slowly said, This disease is nothing, is a small inflammation. Go back to rest more, drink more boiled water, less physical work, eat more light, easy to digest food. Not many days will be good, and so on. I'll prescribe some medicine for you." Old Wang seemed to snatch the answer and said, "The doctor will say, but the medicine you don't want to take inside the hospital. You go to the hospital evil opposite the door that called health pharmacy to buy it. I heard that they have all kinds of medicines there, and it is also cheaper than inside the hospital quite a lot. I see that your financial condition is not that good, otherwise I wouldn't have said this to you." Oldly added, "Now the hospital is also about performance. It is impossible for the patient to see the doctor does not spend money. Look at you today, only spend a few money, is a few tests and laboratory tests, which is the first step to come to the hospital to see the patient." Old Wang also continued to say, "If you check out a serious condition, it is necessary to enter the second link. Your small disease is not enough to enter the second link, so I'll let you save some money. Go to the hospital outside to buy some medicine to eat on the end of the matter." Half a day did not say the old Zhao immediately interface. The patient thanked 1,000 times and left the hospital. In fact, How does he know? The doctor in the prescription to him has long dug down the pit, to the drugstore to buy drugs. The drugstore will also usually give the doctor who recommended the patient to go to them to buy drugs a certain benefit. Now the set of road network. The patient got sick where there is a net. All sharpened knives. Small disease small squeeze. Big disease more squeeze. Cancer does not put the patient finally squeezed to death, and never cleared the gong to close the army. Old son said in a very angry tone, the poor patient hard work to save some money, some even to relatives and friends to borrow money, and finally were hospitals, with a variety of reasons, a variety of reasonable checks, laboratory tests, a variety of imported drugs can cure the condition, a variety of big flim-flam, deceived all, the patient died, the hospital performance is good, all began to reward the merit. The old horse also interjected and said, they month after month and year after year issued wages, bonuses were to come. Our innocent patients this zero deposit one-time ATM, now cannot say all, at least can say 99% of the doctors leave the instrument. Nothing, see the patient can only dry eyes. Some are really do not understand. Some doctors know clearly what the patient's condition, but there is no laboratory test as corroboration. He is not dare to give the patient medication, timid and afraid of fear of bearing the responsibility of the unwarranted. Old Wang sighed and said, perhaps by these years of professional medical trouble to the fear. Alas. Anyway, now the medical industry cannot be praised. Zhang Yixing could only do nothing when he heard them speak the truth in every sentence. Now the real value of drugs and how many people can say clearly. Old Li also not willing to show weakness, said, drugs from the factory and then used to the patient's body. At least 5 or 6 links. The sales company and the hospital year-round medical representatives. Through the hands of the 3 fertilizer, they are also in line with the principle of rain and shine. All the operation mode chain is in the drugs did not come to the patient with before. Who touched the drugs? Who can be more or less a little bit of oil and water? Lao Zhao said. Just said the hospital. In fact, there are now students' education is also a problem. The state 3 orders do not permit teachers to run cram schools, but now the streets are full of education cram schools. One are not less, and there is a trend of more and more. Now it is not called remedial classes, called what the weekend hosting. Anyway, are changing the name, continue to run. I heard that the charges are charged by the hour. Do not make up also cannot the teacher in the classroom to speak have to stay half. Stay half will need to go to the cram school, or you cannot keep up with those students who participate in the cram school. Lao Wang laughed and said, according to you, this is similar to some units of fishing law enforcement? Old Li said, that's what it means. Ha, Old Son said, and you see in the past doctors and nurses are honored as white angel. Now they treat the patient as a cross-eyed cold to 1,000 fingers. The hospital door open to the south. Sick and no money you do not come in. In the past, teachers were honored as engineers of the human soul. Now you guess what they should be called. The teacher's morality is appropriate. I can't guess. Ha, finally, the old king hammered the final word. Said, well, a few of us do not say these annoying things. Now it is to say you are good or not good or not good. Say you line not line also line. There are black sheep in all walks of life. Don't worry. Sooner or later the country will tighten its grip. Zhang Yixing had seen these few people and felt that they should know each other well. After listening to these few people chatting a few more times, there was no movement. Zhang Yixing, who was resting his eyes with his eyes closed, was suddenly awakened by the sound of the broadcast in the cabin, which turned out to be the airplane about to land on the ground, out of the terminal, from the VIP channel out of the airport to the airport plaza. In less than 10 minutes, there was an Audi A6 sedan parked beside Zhang Yixing. The little girl who had just been on the airplane called Zhang Yixing into the car and then instructed the driver to drive. Just after sitting in the car, he saw the old man he had saved on the airplane, and at this time, the old man also looked at him with a very kind gaze. Then he said, young man, if it wasn't for you saving me today, I'm afraid my old man would have been accounted for. Thank you, young man. Zhang Yixing was also a little embarrassed and said, Master, this is just a show of hands. There is nothing that deserves your old man to be hung up like this. The car stopped in the parking lot in front of a club. The driver parked the car, and then took the lead to get out of the car to open the back door. One hand to help the old man, the other hand covered the top of the car door frame. In one fell swoop, looking extraordinarily skillful, Zhang Yixing thought in his heart, when can he have such treatment? Zhang Yixing got down from the other side of the car door. The little girl helped the old man walk in front. Zhang Yixing and the driver walked in the back. In a 30 or so man led down to the clubhouse a separate unit box. The box was richly decorated. The crystal chandelier was dazzling. Mahogany antique tables and chairs look extraordinarily simple and elegant. Expensive high-grade cashmere carpet, directly opposite the door of a landscape painting hanging on the back wall, looks majestic. Box design is simple and generous. In such a beautiful environment of the room dining, will be able to let the guests have a home away from home pleasant mood. Such a box makes people feel at home, but also suitable for business meetings. This box is so beautiful. A few soft sofas put together. Zhang Yixing's first feeling is that it is so wide and so luxurious. Seeing the box sofa already sitting on 2 people, as soon as they saw the old master, immediately stood up, very humble in unison called a dad. The old master smilingly said, "You 2 arrived early. Come on. I'll introduce you couple to my savior. By the way, young man, I still don't know your name? Oh, it's really old. I didn't ask your name on the airplane. If you didn't come here just now, it would be really hard to find you as a lifesaver." Zhang Yixing said, "Old master, you are too polite. My name is Zhang Yixing. I am a college student who just graduated not long ago. My home is Lingbei Town, Lingcheng County, Jianghuai Province, rural countryside." The old master busily said, "Oh, not bad, not bad. The young man is very good." Then the old man pointed to the middle-aged man and said, "This is my son Wang Haichuan, daughter-in-law Li Danny. This is my precious granddaughter Wang Xiaoxiao. Old man, my name is Wang Bagua. This is Xiao Yi, and this is Secretary Xiao Su." When the old master introduced them, Zhang Yixing shook hands with them one by one, while his mouth said, "It's a pleasure to meet you all." Then the old master's son Wang Haichuan said, "Everyone come forward and sit down." Next is the old master sitting on the main seat. In order is his son on the left, the second daughter-in-law, granddaughter, Xiao Ye, Xiao Su, and on the right is Zhang Yixing. The dishes were ordered first by Xiao Su just now. As soon as Secretary Su saw that everyone was seated, he ordered the waitress lady to serve the food, wine and food on the fast. This meal Zhang Yixing eat can only be considered sloppy, because the first time to sit together, and do not know, so it feels like there is a constraint, but in general it is still considered the guests and hosts happy. Chapter 69, On the Bus. The meal was not long, it was over in an hour or so, during which Zhang Yixing took Elder Wang's pulse again and felt that there was nothing serious. Zhang Yixing said, "There is basically nothing wrong with your body, old master." At the same time, he instructed the old man to take some precautions. "Elder Wang, thank you Xiao Zhang. If it wasn't for you I would have really lost my life. Take this card, although it's not much money, it's also a little bit of my heart." Zhang Yixing was helpless, refused half a day no way or then. Such a meal is actually a bit awkward, because it is not familiar. Neither can talk about work, nor can we talk about the wind and moon, just can drink and eat food or drink and eat food. After the meal was over, Zhang Yixing did not let them send himself off, bidding farewell to the crowd in a sea of polite pleasantries and walking alone, slowly walking on the side of the wide road, looking at the night of the modern city. How fascinating it was. The lights, the glitter and prosperity. Blocks of tall buildings were spread throughout the various areas of the city, and it could be said that all the lights were dimmed. At this moment, Zhang Yixing also has feelings. This city has come several times, but this city does not belong to their own place. Thinking about it, Zhang Yixing smiled again. Now as long as he wants, what else can't he want? In the past, the city said that there is too much fighting between people, the pursuit of interests. There is no countryside that kind of simplicity, indulge in breathing, belong to their own peace of mind. But now the countryside, everyone will also have the same mentality of people in the city, the pursuit of interests, thin human feelings. Through the reform and opening up more than 40 years later, the rural areas continue to urbanization. Environmental pollution is serious, so a lot of places want to take a breath of fresh air is also difficult. Zhang Yixing raised his head to look up at the starry sky, suddenly remembered where to see the jingle, lights flashing like day, all over the footsteps of the tourists even. Beautiful women amorous stay in shadow, handsome men sip tasting the flow of years, continue to walk slowly. See, not far in front of the place there is a hotel, so he decided to stay down tomorrow and then go home. Arrived at the hotel and opened a standard room. In fact, Zhang Yixing was a person who could enjoy blessings and sufferings. When he arrived at the room, he first put down his duffel bag and then called his master. "Hello, master, it's me. I've arrived home very safely. Don't worry if you're old." After reporting peace to his master, he called his parents at home. Zhang Yixing said, "Mom, I'm in Pengcheng now, everything is fine. I'll be home tomorrow." Mother Wang Fengxiao was also very happy after hearing her son's voice. So she said, "Stone should pay more attention to safety when you are outside. And when you come home tomorrow, Mom will make you a delicious meal." After chatting a few more sentences, he hung up the phone. Into the jade pendant space. Feed Xiaoqing, 2 Tibetan Mastiffs. Now the small Tibetan Mastiff is more than twice as big as when it was just bought. Zhang Yixing saw the 2 long and happy little guy, suddenly have wanted to give them a name idea. So he looked at the dog and thought about it. Mouth said, "Forget about it, don't want to simply call Bonobo. Stick it." Thinking that he had just named 2 cute dogs like that, Zhang Yixing immediately burst out laughing. Frightened Xiaoqing flashed herself backward. After finishing his work, Zhang Yixing sat down on his knees to cultivate the dragon tendency skill for a night without words. The next day Zhang Yixing, who opened his eyes, was refreshed and energized. After washing up, he went to the front desk to check out of the room, found another place to eat breakfast, and then directly took a cab to the long-distance bus station. After getting on the bus from Pengcheng directly to Spirit City, Zhang Yixing began to close his eyes and rest his mind. He was now in a bit of a homing mood. Big bar just out of the city soon. See, sitting in the middle of the car, position on a face a little cute and naive. The age of about 18 or 19 years old man, wear a piece and a piece, to their mouths to fill the island city calcium milk cookies. Not a moment. Perhaps the car shook on the road for the sake of, maybe it is a cute and naive not careful. Listen to the sound of a poof. Naive full of calcium milk cookies crumbs, all sprayed to the front seat. A greasy-headed young man. A young man. A young man with a face. A young man with a face. A greasy young man. Neck. Hair. The young man immediately quit, grabbed Bean's collar to do it. Just at this time, said when the time is too late, a stop that want to hit Bean's young man, then said carelessly, brother don't do it You see how the Bean can be compared to ordinary people. If you beat the behavior of the consciousness of the unsound people, you may violate the law. I look at you to calm down, forget it, and so on will be the car to the station. You find a bathing center. After the bath is not what? Oil head and powder face of the young man, also can only be angry and dry eyes. There is nothing to do, just quiet for a while. I saw a kind person, took out a bottle of drink, handed to Bean. In his mouth, he said, how can Bean eat this calcium milk cookie without drinking water? Quickly drink some water to suppress it, or else you'll be spraying cookie crumbs on other people's bodies again. And you have to be lucky that this little brother has a good temper, or else you'll really get beaten up. Bean didn't care. He opened the cap of the drink bottle and took a swig. Then another person said, Bean, you slow down, don't choke on your drink too. In this small voice has not yet fallen. The beginning of the person again opened his mouth. Bean, you put the bottle cap in your hand, let me see. How I feel. Just unscrewed the bottle cap when a shake I did not see too clearly. There will not be a big prize, right? At this moment the bus driver, eyes flat on the front, put the road, concentrate on driving, regardless of the chaotic and noisy situation in the car. A person seems to be on the robbery. A grabbed Bean's wrist, broke Bean's hand, got that drink bottle cap, looked at it, suddenly like a swindle. A startled and loudly said, there really is a grand prize. Bean, you got rich. Can there still be a heavenly reason for this? It is really a stupid person has a stupid blessing. Another person said, let me see. I go. It really is a grand prize. Bean, $500 I bought. What do you mean? You'll give $500 for the grand prize? You're really bullying Bean. I'll give 800. I'll give 1,000. I'll give 3,000. Not long after another person joined the bidding. At this time a middle-aged man said, Hey, all of you stop bickering for a while. Let me see how many prizes it is. After looking at it for a while, he suddenly said, it's a first prize. The prize is $50,000. You guys don't bully Bean either, except for tax returns. Any one of you who wants to buy it will have to give Bean $40,000. Your sister, who are you? Brain into water, right? How is the first prize? Obviously is the third prize. Even if it is as you say the first prize, we out of 40,000 first buy this bottle cap, and then go to cash 40,000 bonus. White busy. Figure what? Is your brain bad, or we brain bad? Kid, get lost. I'll talk to Bean myself. Bean will give you $20,000. How about this bottle cap belongs to me? Bean was at a loss at this time. At this time, a man gestured for half a day, and Bean finally agreed to say, I'll sell you for $20,000. Then the man said, Bean, do you have a QR code for payment? I'll scan it for you. Some of the people in the car saw this and felt that it was true, envying and jealous of the man who made the first move. Don't see that Bean doesn't have a cell phone, but he has a collection code. The buyer used his cell phone to sweep a collection code. Ding, a sound. About the past half a minute, the person who swept the code muttered in his mouth, how the balance is insufficient. Only 3,000. Bean want me to pay you 3,000 first, and then wait for me to cash the prize, and then owe you to make up to you how? Bean shook his head and nodded and shook his head. Again, Bean such action to the man whole confused. $20,000 to buy the resale will make $20,000, but unfortunately not enough money. Brother, now it seems you don't have enough money. Then I'll make a payment to buy this bottle cap. No. You want to buy it can also. How much money can you take out? We will have to allocate according to the amount of money contributed when we cash in the prize. How about it? Can I agree? I go. How come my card only has more than 1,000 in it? It seems that the old ladies at home are spending my money again. Brothers, my also not enough. It seems in the grand prize has no chance. This time was just sprayed to the neck, collar is full of cookie crumbs. That oilhead powder face mail opened. You two still how much money? Or I also participate in the shares. But I have a condition. You too, if you agree to down I will join. Otherwise forget it. Buddy, what condition do you have, tell us. If it's not too much, we'll agree to you. Is $20,000 to buy this bottle cap? You two only out of 4,000. I out of 16,000. So that is the big head of my out. That is to say the dominant right in my hands. The bottle cap to be taken by me to the prize. You two follow me on the line. After the prize and then we share the money. How about you two agree to disagree? Brothers, the two of us discuss and discuss. Half a minute later, the two of us agree with you. So the three of them swipe $20,000 for Bean. Zhang Yixing watched the play all the way. As for the three people, who is the cutie? Who knows? Anyway, it's not like it doesn't care about his own business. He arrived at the station. Chapter 70, buying a car. The bus traveled at a constant speed all the way. Nowadays, buses are generally not allowed to speed on the highway. There is a fastest speed constraint possible. And finally came to the terminal this time. Out of the bus station, Zhang Yixing called a cab, got in and said to the driver master, "Master, go to Zhangjiawan." Driver master said, "Good, come." The driver immediately turned the car around and drove to the small mountain village that Zhang Yixing said. Getting into the car did not take 3 minutes. Zhang Yixing slapped his head. He should buy a car for transportation, so that going out will also be more convenient. So immediately said, "Master, first do not go to Zhangjiawan village. Go to the forest store." The driver master is also very professional, and immediately turned the car in the direction of the forest store. Inside the office of the secretary of Pengcheng Municipal Party Committee, Wang Haichuan called his secretary and instructed him, "Xiao Su, go and arrange to investigate and understand that Zhang Yixing to see if he is intentionally approaching the old master." Then with a wave of his hand, Secretary Su understood that this was to let himself out. When something like this happened, Zhang Yixing wouldn't know about it, and he was now strolling slowly through the car sales market. Nowadays, there were just too many car brands. He looked at a few. Maybe the salesman saw that he was very young. Anyway, he went to 3 or 4 forest stores in a row, and not a single person took care of him. The depressed Zhang Yixing saw through these people's faces. No industry can put an end to profiling and dog-eyed sales tactics. Just looked at a few stores also do not have Zhang Yixing favorite models. He thought in his heart, "I still do not believe it. I cannot meet a proactive, enthusiastic, with the customer is God's mentality to greet themselves, to provide themselves with quality service of a salesperson." In fact, Zhang Yixing wanted to buy an SUV crossover. Domestic, imported does not matter, as long as one can look good. Another came to a BMW 4S store. The store models quite a lot of 3 series, X5, 7 series, high, medium, and low end are available. Zhang Yixing looked for about 5 minutes. The salesman did not have a person who came up to greet him and introduce the basic performance of the car. It seems that these salespersons are probably trained in the same training institution before they start their jobs. Each eyebrow painting eyes, dressed in flamboyant, a group of warbling women sales, each practiced out of the eyes of the fire. Customers into the store door. They will see who has the strength to buy luxury cars. A group of salesmen talk and laugh together. Wind and snow, the south and north of the world chat can. None of them paid attention to Zhang Yixing. Zhang Yixing then wanted to continue to the next try, whether it is also the same sales routine. At this moment, an innocent-looking little girl, carrying a convenient bag in her hand, came from outside the store and took a few steps to a group of chatting salesmen. The little girl said, "Sister Lee, this is according to your instructions. Buy back what you want. You see if it's right." Sister Lee took the handy bag, stretched her head to look at it, and felt that it was what she had been instructed to buy. So she said, "Xiao Zhang, quickly sit down and rest for a while." Xiao Zhang listened to Sister Lee's words, just wanted to sit down, looked up and saw that there was a handsome man there forlornly looking at the car, immediately stood up, ready to go to Zhang Yixing that place to see. Just saw Sister Lee press her down on the stool again with one hand, then said, "Zhang, I have reminded you how many times, a person into the store, is want to look at the addiction, or must buy a car. You look at that young man, in addition to a little handsome, what else? At a glance he is also a fresh graduate student, not through the social beatings, to our store to rub air conditioning. Addiction, if he can buy a car from our store, you, Sister Lee, I'll be live and eat ringing in no time." Little Miss Zhang said, "Sister Lee, you sit down, I'll go take a look. Even if this gentleman doesn't buy a car today, maybe this gentleman has the intention to buy, that's still a potential customer. I'll go take a look and come back." Xiao Zhang walked towards the direction where Zhang Yixing was looking at the car. That Sister Lee muttered under her breath, "No wonder you haven't sold a single car after coming here for almost a month. With your eye for seeing people, you won't be able to sell a single car even in your old age. This gentleman, may I ask what kind of car model you want to buy? Do you have a budget amount?" Little Miss Zhang looked at Zhang Yixing with a slight smile and said. Zhang Yixing looked at the little girl who was talking, plain and clear, wearing simple, and just now those salesmen then won. The little girl in front of him is a pure natural green human being, and that group is an artificially carved craft. Zhang Yixing said, "Can you introduce me to what models you have and how much the selling price is?" Little Miss Zhang said, "Of course sir." So the little Zhang girl crackled some introduction. Zhang Yixing listened clearly, and the depression in his heart was gone. Zhang Yixing asked, "In your store to buy a car can help license plate?" The little Zhang girl said, "Yes sir, but a good license plate will cost extra sir." Zhang Yixing let out an and said, "I see." Little Miss Zhang added, "Sir, as long as you pay, our store can help you with all the formalities so that you can drive your car home safely and comfortably." Hearing the little girl say this, Zhang Yixing was also very happy. Zhang Yixing then said, "Then let's buy 2 X5s and 1 7 Series first. You go and see how much it costs. I will pay after signing the contract. By the way, can your store give the car to the customer's home?" Little Miss Zhang said, "This is certainly possible. Don't worry sir, in our store, as long as the customer's request is reasonable, we will do a good job." Zhang Yixing smiled slightly and said, "Okay, please go prepare the contract, I'll wait for you at this place." The little Zhang girl said happily, "Sir, you go to the parlor with me? It doesn't take much time, the contracts are all standardized." The little girl accompanied Zhang Yixing towards the parlor. The sister Li, who had just seen that the seed was not right, immediately ran to Zhang Yixing and the little girl. Then she said in a serious manner, "Xiao Zhang, you go to give this gentleman a cup of coffee. I'll do the rest of the business. You've only just come to the store for a short period of time, and some of the business you're not too familiar with." Xiao Zhang heard, face leakage difficult color. "Li sister, this is again to cut off. He can only do nothing. Who let himself just a newcomer it? Depressed to depressed. Unhappy also have to endure. This is the reality." The little girl's eyes were glistening with tears that were about to fall. Zhang Yixing's face was gloomy like water. Unspeakable anger. Zhang Yixing turned his face to the little Zhang girl and said, "Today I only let you give me service. Change the person, I will go to other stores to buy." At this time that Li's sister face immediately became a chameleon, leaked out the original face, full of anger, said, "You don't buy that fear that you don't buy. I see that you are to pretend, to pick up girls." Zhang Yixing angry laugh, just wanted to sarcastically say a few words of this dog-eyed woman. Suddenly a fat man walked over. This fat man at least more than 200 pounds, a big belly, round big head as if set on the shoulders, did not see the neck at all. The fat man opened his mouth and asked, "What happened?" Making a lot of noise. That Li's sister faced green and said nothing. The little girl took a look at the timid and cowardly to the fat man to do some explaining what just happened. Fatty glanced at Sister Li and then said, "Is it as Zhang said?" Sister Li did not answer. The fat man took a look at this real hammer. The fat man then smiled fawningly at Zhang Yixing and said, "This gentleman, I am the manager of this store. If there is anything you are not satisfied with, please just tell me intuitively. Don't be angry yet. It's all because of what our employees have done wrong. I'll make amends and apologize to you." The words were just finished, followed by a stoop. A bow was given to Zhang Yixing. The fat manager immediately said enthusiastically, "Brother walk, go to the office and drink tea." Raising his hand without a smile, what else could Zhang Yixing say? Nor did he ink with the fat man anymore. Then he said, "I am going to buy 2 cars, and the models on the car have just been clear with Miss Zhang." When the fat manager heard this, he was simply happy, and immediately ordered Xiao Zhang to handle all the formalities for Zhang Yixing. And after some operations, Zhang Yixing bought 2 cars, and paid more than 3 million Huaxia coins by swiping his card. Zhang Yixing saw that things were almost done, then said, "Boss, please send one of the cars to this place. I myself can only drive a car away." After saying that, Zhang Yixing handed the fat manager a note with the address written on it. The fat manager said, "Don't worry brother, I promise to do it to your satisfaction." Then he came again, "Sir, I have a Range Rover 4 V8 SV Zuanrong Genesis Extended Edition here. The asking price is not too much. The luxury top version of the naked car and about 5 million Huaxia coins." Zhang Yixing became interested upon hearing this. So he said, "You have an existing car here?" The fat manager said, Yes. This car was not our store can sell. Just a friend want this model. There is no way I just from the headquarters of the Magic City to transfer over a car. Who knows? The car transferred over. The friend went bankrupt. Make me very difficult." Zhang Yixing said, "I see. Then take me to take a look first. If it feels right, I'll take it." When the fat manager heard Zhang Yixing say this, he was almost about to cry with joy.